Chapter 2593, Tianzhao Gathering, Fairy Fantasy Space, outside Hunyuan Zhanzong. After Yuan Tianqi used secret techniques to send messages to all the disciples of Hunyuan Zhanzong in the Fairy Fantasy Space, they waited quietly in the sky above Hunyuan Zhanzong. Before long, the first sword light came from the sky like a meteor and landed directly beside Yuan Tianqi. The sword light dissipated, revealing the figure of a young man with purple hair. The cultivation base of this purple-haired young man was extremely strong, and he was a young talented arrogant who crossed the peak of the calamity of Hunyuan Zhanzong. The young man with purple hair looked at Yuan Tianqi standing proudly above Hunyuan Sword Sect, and couldn't help but hurriedly said respectfully, "Senior Tianqi, I don't know if I am waiting for an urgent call to Hunyuan Sword Sect, what is going on?" Yuan Tianqi glanced at the young man and said faintly, "Someone broke into the Hunyuan Sword Sect. When others arrive, I will explain to you in detail." Hearing what Yuan Tianqi said, the youth with purple hair couldn't help but suddenly startled. Although this place is the Hunyuan Sword Sect copied from the fairy space, it still has the protection of the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation. Unless the secret technique of condensing the Heavenly Sword Order is mastered, it is impossible for a Mahayana monk to break into it. In this fairy fantasy space, apart from the one in front of him, it is unknown whether there is a second Mahayana Tianzhao. Who on earth has the ability to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect? Based on his understanding of Yuan Tianqi, this guy has always been aloof and would never put any other disciples of Hunyuan Sword Sect in the eyes. If it had to be forced, Yuan Tianqi would never issue a summoning order to summon the disciples of Hunyuan Zhanzong. In all likelihood, Yuan Tianqi has already entered the Hunyuan Sword Sect, fought against the one who broke into the Hunyuan Sword Sect, and suffered a big loss. Thinking of this, the eyes of the purple-haired youth also showed an unconcealable horror. Yuan Tianqi, Hunyuan Zhanzong's first arrogant, even looking at the entire universe, I am afraid it is difficult to find a young genius to compare with it. When this guy was quasi-Mahayana, he was enough to rival the monks in the early Mahayana period. Now that it breaks through the Mahayana period, even some monks in the middle Mahayana period may not be the opponent of Yuan Tianqi. With the strength of Yuan Tianqi, he actually suffered a big loss in the opponent's hands. How terrifying is the person who broke into the Hunyuan Sword Sect? How could there be such a genius in Poxian universe? The purple-haired young man suppressed the horror in his heart, but didn't ask much, standing behind Yuan Tianqi and waiting quietly. Under the waiting of the two, successive sword lights successively landed on the place where Yuan Tianqi was located. The Hunyuan Zhanzong disciples gathered by Yuan Tianqi had reached a full 11. This also included another quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao of Hunyuan Zhanzong, Yuan Qingyu. He looked at Yuan Tianqi next to him, and his brows couldn't help but frown. "Senior Tianqi, everyone is almost there. Can you tell us what happened now?" Yuan Tianqi glanced slightly. Hunyuan Zhanzong had a total of 15 disciples entering the fairy fantasy space this time. Except for Yuan Haoyu who had been eliminated, only 3 of them had not yet arrived, and it was indeed almost the same. "Brothers, the main reason for calling you here this time is because someone broke into the Hunyuan Sword Sect." Yuan Tianqi said solemnly. "Not long ago, I stayed in the clone of Hunyuan Zhanzong and got a message from the Great Elder. Someone eliminated Yuan Haoyu and forcibly seized Yuan Haoyu's memory, and broke into it." Hunyuan Zhanzong. As Yuan Tianqi said this, the complexions of many Hunyuan Zhanzong disciples couldn't help but suddenly change. Since the fairy fantasy space appeared in Poxian universe, every fairy gate conference will be opened once, but no one has ever dared to confuse the attention of Yuan Zhanzong. However, this time, someone would break into the Hunyuan Sword Sect. This one killed the quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao Yuan Haoyu and forcibly plundered Yuan Haoyu's memory to break into the Hunyuan Zhanzong. Yuan Haoyu is the quasi-Mahayana arrogant of their Hunyuan Zhanzong. Even quasi-Mahayana arrogant of other forces in the celestial universe, it is not easy to defeat Yuan Haoyu, let alone kill Yuan Hao in the fairy space Wu. Would the Mahayana arrogant who broke into the Hunyuan Sword Sect fail? I am afraid that only Mahayana Tianzhao is enough to make Yuan Tianqi pay so much attention. Yuan Qingyu's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Senior Tianqi, you should have seen that person. What is the origin of the other party?" Yuan Tianqi shook his head, and immediately said astonishingly, "The opponent's strength is far above me. I am afraid that he has at least the combat power comparable to the late Mahayana. And his swordsmanship is extremely strange. I don't feel that he comes from a civilization of cultivating immortals. Quote. Not a person from a civilization of cultivating immortals. Many Hunyuan Zhanzong disciples heard Yuan Tianqi's words, and a look of horror appeared in their eyes. There are not many places where Poxian universe first entered the cosmic starry sky. Everywhere is guarded by strong men sent by the top 10 immortals, and it is difficult for non-cultivating people to enter the Poxian universe. How could there be people with non-cultivation civilization in this fairy fantasy space now? Senior brother Tianqi, if the person who broke into the Hunyuan sword sect is really not the one who broke the immortal universe, this matter is not just a matter of the Hunyuan sword sect. I think people from other forces can also be summoned. Quote. Yuan Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly. If the one inside really had a terrifying power comparable to the late Mahayana, even if all of their Hunyuan sword sect disciples gathered together, they might not be his opponent. My Hunyuan sword sect is the first immortal gate of the Poxian universe. If you need the help of people from other forces for a little trouble, will you still have a face in the Poxian universe in the future? Now that the 12 of us gather here, we can use the Hunyuan sword sect's supreme killing formation. Even if it is a monk in the late Mahayana period, it can be defeated. Yuan Tianqi snorted coldly, and then faintly said, "Let's go, follow me into the Hunyuan sword sect." Yuan Tianqi took the lead and once again flashed towards the Hunyuan sword sect. Many disciples of the Hunyuan sword sect heard the order of Yuan Tianqi, almost without any hesitation, one after another condensed the heavenly sword order and entered the Hunyuan sword sect. Upon seeing this, Yuan Qingyu couldn't help but twist her brows tightly. Yuan Tianqi had already entered the Hunyuan sword sect before summoning them. Since the one inside could force the Yuan Tianqi to retreat, his strength could be described as unfathomable and definitely not so easy to deal with. Even if Yuan Tianqi summoned them, I'm afraid it might not be able to get anything cheap from the other party. Yuan Qingyu hesitated slightly, and finally chose to follow. When he condensed the heavenly sword order into the Hunyuan sword sect, he also quickly condensed a sword light and spread a rapid breath. Chapter 2594. 12 Heavenly Elephant Sword Array. At a place hundreds of thousands of miles away from Hunyuan Zhanzong, a young man was walking with his sword and hurried towards the direction of Hunyuan Zhanzong. A bright sword light came from the sky, and instantly fell in front of the young man. "This is Senior Brother Qingyu's message." The young man was taken aback for a moment, and then reached out his hand to grab the sword light, and a rapid breath quickly fell into his mind. When he learned the content of the message, the whole person couldn't help taking a breath. Someone actually killed Yuan Haoyu, forcibly plundered Yuan Haoyu's memory, and broke into Hunyuan Zhanzong. The existence of this intruder into the Hunyuan Zhanzong is very likely not the person who broke the universe, and has a terrifying strength comparable to the late Mahayana. Even the Yuan Tianqi was easily defeated by him. Now Yuan Tianqi has gathered 11 young Tianzhao who are mixed with Yuan Zhanzong, and once again go to deal with that guy. Yuan Qingyu was worried that they were not opponents, so he sent the information to him and asked him to spread the news in the fairy space. The young man's eyes changed slightly for a while, and finally he turned his direction, and then turned into a sword light, heading towards Hunyuan Holy City. A piece of news spread quickly in Hunyuan Holy City. A mysterious genius from the outer universe has been mixed into the fairy fantasy space, and has a strength that is not inferior to the late Mahayana. Even the Hunyuan Zhanzong Mahayana Tianzhao Yuan Tianqi is not its opponent. Hunyuan Zhanzong deliberately summoned the genius disciples of the fairy space to go together to deal with the mysterious genius of the outer universe. All the young Tianzhao who received this news in the fairy fantasy space rushed towards Hunyuan Zhanzong one after another. And at the same time when countless young Tianzhao in the fairy space got the news, Yuan Tianqi brought 11 talented disciples of the Hunyuan sword sect, once again to Xiaotiandi where the Hunyuan sword pond was located. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yuan Tianqi and the others who appeared in his sight. An expression of impotentness also appeared on his face. "Yuan Tianqi, I didn't expect you to dare to come. Do you really think I dare not kill you?" Yuan Tianqi's eyes were cold and authentic. "Boy, no matter who I am, I don't want to run wild on the chassis of my Hunyuan sword sect." Jiang Chen glanced at the 11 Hunyuan sword sect disciples behind Yuan Tianqi, and couldn't help but smiled contemptuously. "Do you think that this group of ants from Hunyuan sword sect will be able to contend with me?" Even though these young talents of the Hunyuan sword sect, the weakest cultivation bases have reached the stage of crossing the catastrophe, each of them is a rare young genius in the universe. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was no different from the ants. Senior brother Tianqi, why bother talking nonsense with him, just do it. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't look at them at all, a touch of anger appeared on the faces of many Hunyuan Zhangzong disciples behind Yuan Tianqi. They are all the arrogances of the heavenly transmitting jade of the Hunyuan sword sect. Now they are so despised by a young man whose age is similar to them. How can they not be angry in their hearts? Yuan Tianqi stared at Jiang Chen with sorrowful eyes, and he also let out a cold stern cry in his mouth. You brothers follow the order, and form a 12 heavenly image sword formation. As the shout of Yuan Tianqi fell, all the disciples of the Hunyuan Zhangzong including Yuan Qingyu, burst out aura. Their figures flashed quickly, and soon they were separated in 12 different positions, and then they formed sword marks on their hands, quickly condensing a supreme sword formation, enveloping Jiang Chen and the entire Hunyuan sword pool. In the sword formation, the thundering sword aura containing the world-killing thunder, the flame sword aura containing the power of burning the sky, etc., are intertwined with the sword aura of various celestial phenomena, exuding incomparable divine power. Boy, this is my Hunyuan sword sect's 12 heavenly elephant sword formation. Even if you have the strength comparable to that of the late Mahayana, you will definitely die today. Yuan Tianqi was located in the center of the formation, and the gaze looking at Jiang Chen also suddenly shot out a sharp killing intent. Facing the sword formation formed by Yuan Tianqi and others, Jiang Chen's expression still seemed extremely calm. He looked up at the sword formation and couldn't help but shook his head and said, "The sword formation is good, but it is a pity that the people who condense the sword formation are too weak." With Jiang Chen's eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that the condensed sword formations of Yuan Tianqi and the others are indeed extraordinary, capable of exerting a force far beyond their strength. If 12 Mahayana cultivators condense this sword formation, it might be enough to threaten the cultivators at the peak of Mahayana. Right now, only one Mahayana monk in Yuan Tianqi was condensing the sword formation. He led these young Tianzhao of the Hunyuan sword sect to condense this formation, at best allowing this sword formation to exert its power in the late Mahayana period. Seeing that Jiang Chen still didn't take them to heart, Yuan Tianqi's mouth could not help but let out a burst of anger. 10,000 thunder sword formation, condense me. Yuan Tianqi's hands quickly formed a thunder mark, and a wave of terrifying thunder waves suddenly rippled above the sword array, and then turned into a bright thunder sword light, like a wandering dragon, dancing between the heavens and the earth, splitting the atmosphere and shattering the sea of clouds. Yuan Tianqi slammed the thunder sword Meng and slashed out with a sword. The void splits in front of this sword. I saw a huge crack suddenly appeared above Jiang Chen's head, and the terrifying thunder sword light, like a world-destroying divine sword, crushed from the top of Jiang Chen's head with the power to destroy everything. This sword is extremely terrifying, enough to make the monks of the late Mahayana retreat. Jiang Chen looked up at the rolling down thunder sword, the bright sword light behind it condensed, and then turned into a golden giant sword and rose into the sky, destroying all the thunder sword in an instant. After the golden giant sword destroyed the world-destroying thunder sword, the power on it was not seen at all, and it directly crashed into the 12 heavenly elephant sword formation. Only a loud noise was heard, and the 12 heavenly elephant sword array had been knocked out of a huge hole by the golden giant sword. Many of the Hunyuan Zhangzong disciples who had condensed the 12 heavenly elephant sword formations couldn't help but tremble suddenly, and their faces suddenly turned pale. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and controlled the golden giant sword to slash out. The 12 celestial elephant sword formation that was already crumbling was also completely shattered at this moment. Except for Yuan Tianqi, including Yuan Qingyu, who has a quasi-Mahayana cultivation base, all have a sweet throat, and a mouthful of blood can't help but squirt out wildly. They looked up at Jiang Chen standing proudly in the Hunyuan sword pond, and there was an unconcealable panic in their eyes. It was just an understatement that shattered their condensed 12 heavenly elephant sword formations. Chapter 2595, all scrapped. It's impossible, how can your strength be so strong? Yuan Tianqi looked at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and also let out an incredible roar in his mouth. 12 heavenly elephant sword array. This is the supreme sword formation of their Hunyuan sword sect. Even if it is not comparable to the Hunyuan heavenly sword formation, it is also the most advanced formation in the universe. With his strength, he led the 11 Hunyuan Zhangzong genius disciples to condense the 12 heavenly elephant sword formation, which was definitely enough to fight against the monks of the late Mahayana. Yuan Tianqi originally thought that it should not be difficult for them to solve Jiang Chen with the help of the power of the 12 heavenly elephant sword array. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen would defeat their 12 heavenly elephant sword formation with just one sword. The young man in black in front of him is probably very likely to have a terrifying strength comparable to the peak of the Mahayana. This guy. Where did the monster come out from? Senior brother Tianqi, this person is not an enemy of us, so let's withdraw first. Yuan Qingyu took a deep breath, and pressed down the churning aura in his body. His expression also looked extremely solemn. Although Yuan Qingyu had long expected that the existence of this intrusion into the Hunyuan sword sect would not be so easy to deal with, he still did not expect that this guy would be so powerful. Their 12 Hunyuan Zhanzong Tianzhao gathered here, and they condensed the 12 heavenly elephant sword formations, and there was no resistance at all in front of this guy. Yuan Qingyu had no doubts. If they continue to fight this guy, I'm afraid the whole army will be wiped out today. Yuan Tianqi's eyes flickered slightly, and finally he unwillingly gave the order to retreat. Although Yuan Tianqi couldn't wait to slash the black-clothed young man in front of him, he did not completely lose his mind. They had previously used the power of the 12 celestial arrays, but they were all defeated by a sword. Except for him, everyone, including Yuan Qingyu, has suffered serious injuries, and it is even less likely that this black-clothed youth's opponent. Yuan Tianqi decided to take the disciples of Hunyuan sword sect to evacuate from here, first go to the 2 fairy halls of Hunyuan sword sect to improve his strength, and then come to this kid to settle the account. Want to leave? Since you are here, leave it all for me. Seeing that Yuan Tianqi was planning to retreat with Hunyuan Zhanzong disciples, the cold light in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and the terrifying golden sword light burst out of his body. These golden sword lights are constantly changing and interweaving, and finally turned into a golden space of sword aura, covering all the 12 people in Yuan Tianqi. The golden space is like an independent world, isolating Yuan Tianqi and others from the surrounding space. Let's take action together to break through this golden space. Yuan Tianqi's complexion changed, and he quickly urged the true essence mana in his body with all his strength, turned it into a Nile space giant sword, and slashed at the golden space. The 11 Hunyuan Zhanzong Tianzhao, such as Yuan Qingyu, did not hesitate at all. They did not care about the injuries on their bodies, and used their strongest kendo magical powers to attack the surrounding golden space enchantment. Their attacks hadn't even touched the golden space enchantment, they were instantly wiped out by the golden sword aura erupting from the space enchantment. Boy, you, don't deceive people too much. Seeing this scene before him, Yuan Tianqi's expression also instantly became furious. I and others are all disciples of Hunyuan sword sect. If you dare to knock me out of the game, no matter who you are, Broxian universe will not. There is another place for you. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him is really too strong, it is not something they can resist at all. Hehe. You don't want to use the name of Hunyuan sword sect to suppress it, it's useless to me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help raising a ghostly arc, but don't worry, I don't intend to let you disappear from the fairy space for the time being. Hunyuan sword sect is the first immortal gate of the broken immortal universe. If Yuan Tianqi and other 12 Hunyuan sword sect disciples are eliminated from the fairy fantasy space at the same time, it will inevitably arouse Hunyuan sword sect's anger. If Hunyuan Zhanzong forcibly closed the fairy illusion space, it would make him miss an excellent way to improve his strength. Because of this, Jiang Chen didn't plan to let Yuan Tianqi and others be eliminated at this time. Although Jiang Chen didn't plan to get rid of Yuan Tianqi and the others, he wouldn't let Yuan Tianqi and the others leave so easily. Yuan Tianqi brought these Hunyuan Zhanzong disciples from time to time to disturb his cultivation, which was also a very troublesome thing. You want to trap us here? Yuan Tianqi was taken aback for a moment, and then sneered, although the space you condense with the sword is very powerful, it is difficult for us to break it. But if you trap us with this, I am afraid you will never want to practice in the Hunyuan sword pool. Who said I would trap you here? A weird smile flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes, and the man in his hand swiped the emperor's sword lightly, and slashed it directly at one of the Hunyuan sword sect disciples. An invisible mysterious sword light did not give this Hunyuan sword sect disciple any chance to breathe, it had already penetrated through his body. The aura on this Hunyuan Zhanzong disciple's body was like the collapse of the Tianhe River, which instantly shed thousands of miles away. This Hunyuan sword sect disciple fell all the way from the peak of the tribulation, and became immortal without the slightest cultivation base. This. What kind of kendo magic is this? Yuan Tianqi and the others looked at the scene in front of them, and there was an incredible horror in their eyes. Just an understatement of the sword, it cut off all the cultivation base of the cultivator of crossing tribulation. Such magical powers are too shocking to the world. Even if their Hunyuan sword sect was the old ancestor who mastered this kind of kendo supernatural power, a sword can only cut off a realm of cultivation. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and he didn't even bother with his panic expression. The Azure Emperor's sword technique Waffen was also slashed out one sword after another. Every time he slashed out, the cultivation base of a Hunyuan sword sect disciple quickly fell, becoming immortal with no cultivation base at all. All Hunyuan Zhanzong disciples, including Yuan Qingyu, had their cultivation levels cut off by Jiang Chen. As for the last Yuan Tianqi, although Jiang Chen Yijian didn't cut off its cultivation base, it also caused its realm to fall from the Mahayana period. Jiang Chen relentlessly added a sword. With this sword, under the desperate and horrified gaze of Yuan Tianqi, the remaining cultivation base of Yuan Tianqi was also cut clean. The 12 Hunyuan Zhanzong Tianzhao disciples, including Yuan Tianqi, were all abandoned by Jiang Chen. Chapter 2596, Dominate the Pinnacle, Chaos Sword Body. Boy, you actually abolished us all, my Hunyuan. Zhanzong will definitely not let you go. Yuan Tianqi looked at Jiang Chen with a frightened expression, his expression sullen. Jiang Chen could use such a weird kendo supernatural power and cut off all of their 12 cultivation bases. This guy obviously had the ability to kill them and knock them out of the fantasy space, but deliberately didn't do this, but cut off their cultivation base and made them mortals. Yuan Tianqi now vaguely understood the meaning of the black-clothed youth in front of him. The purpose of this guy is clearly to prevent the outside world from knowing the situation in the fairy illusion space. You can get out. Jiang Chen was too lazy to take a look at Yuan Tianqi, and with a wave of his hand, he sent Yuan Tianqi and others out of Shaotiandi where Hunyuan Sword Pond was located. Finally, I can practice quietly for a while. The small world where the Hunyuan Sword Pond is located, it is difficult for monks below the tribulation period to enter it, and now they have no cultivation base in Yuan Tianqi, they should not be able to easily disturb his cultivation. Jiang Chen no longer wasted time now, and continued to practice in the Hunyuan Sword Pond. Yuan Tianqi and others, who were thrown out of Hunyuan Sword Pond by Jiang Chen, looked ugly at this moment. Senior brother Tianqi, this guy abolished our cultivation base, but didn't let us get out of the game. Obviously, it is not like letting Hunyuan Sword Sect know the situation here and then use Hunyuan Sword Sect's resources to practice. What should we do now? Yuan Qingyu said solemnly. Although before entering the Hunyuan Sword Sect, Yuan Qingyu secretly made some arrangements just in case. But now their 12 cultivation bases are completely lost. Even if the Hunyuan Sword Sect disciple whom he was communicating can summon some geniuses from other forces, it would be difficult to shake the kid inside. What else can I do? Go to the treasure pavilion. Let's use some resources to restore our strength first. Yuan Tianqi said with gloomy eyes. Now that he has lost his cultivation base, he can no longer get in touch with the clone of the outside world. They can only go to the Hunyuan Zhanzong treasure pavilion first, use the Hunyuan Zhanzong's resources to recover their strength, and then find a way to deal with the guy inside. After Yuan Tianqi and other Hunyuan Zhanzong Tianzhao disciples were abolished by Jiang Chen. Hunyuan Holy City. Many monks looked at the fairy tale list that hung in midair, and couldn't help but feel an uproar. What's the matter? Yuan Tianqi's points have not been moved for a long time, and the number 1 position on the fairy illusion list has been surpassed. There is also Jiang Chen, who is second in the fairy fantasy list. His points have not moved, and his ranking is also falling. Not only that, I found that many of the top Hunyuan Zhanzong disciples have not changed their points for a long time, and their rankings are constantly falling. Hi. What happened in the fairy fantasy space? Hunyuan Holy City, the center of the city lord's mansion. Yuan Tianhua, the great elder of Hunyuan Zhanzong, and Jiyu Yuanyang, the lord of the holy city of Hunyuan, both looked more solemn than ever. Jiyu Yuanyang took a deep breath and said, "Great elder, the situation in the fairy fantasy space seems a bit weird. Although the main purpose of Hunyuan Sword Sect disciples entering the fairy illusion space is to use the Hunyuan Sword Sect copied from the fairy illusion space to improve their strength, but the previous fairy illusion space has been opened, and the Hunyuan Sword Sect's ranking on the fairy illusion list is still not bad. Especially the situation like this is definitely the first time in history. The fairy fantasy space reproduced the entire Hunyuan Tianyu, and each Hunyuan sword sect appeared in a different position. It was almost impossible for them to enter the Hunyuan sword sect at the same time to improve their strength. Now Hunyuan sword sect's disciples are all misfired. This situation is really too weird. Yuan Tianhua didn't speak, but closed his eyes tightly, as if he was performing some secret technique. Yuan Tianhua's eyes suddenly opened, and his turbid old eyes instantly became gloomy. The clone of Yuan Tianqi can no longer contact the body. Something happened in the fairy space. Ji Yu Yuanyang's complexion changed slightly, and a touch of unbelievable horror appeared on his face. Yuan Tianqi, Hunyuan Zhanzong's first heavenly arrogant, was also the Mahayana heavenly arrogant that Hunyuan Zhanzong hadn't borne for a long time, and his combat power was not inferior to most middle Mahayana monks. With the strength of Yuan Tianqi, in the fairy fantasy space, it is almost invincible. Even though the guy who broke into the Hunyuan sword sect is also a Mahayana Tianzhao, it is impossible to easily win the Yuan Tianqi. This time, it was not only Yuan Tianqi that had an accident, but also other Tianzhao disciples of Hunyuan Zhanzong. These Hunyuan sword sect disciples joined forces with Yuan Tianqi to condense the supreme sword sect of Hunyuan sword sect, and can even fight against the monks of the late Mahayana. With such a powerful force, how could something happen in the fairy space? Great Elder, this seems impossible, right? Since Yuan Tianqi and the others have had an accident, why haven't they been eliminated from the fairy illusion space? Ji Yu Yuanyang looked at Yuan Tianqi and the others who were still sleeping, and said with a puzzled expression. This is also what puzzles me. Yuan Tianhua looked at Li Meng for a moment, and slowly said, now that 1/3 of the time for the opening of the fairy space has not passed, let's take a look at the situation first. If it has always been the current situation, he might have to consider ending the first stage of the Fairy Gate Conference in advance. Jiang Chen was naturally ignorant of the external situation, but concentrated on practicing in the Hunyuan sword pond. Ding! You absorb Hunyuan's immortal power, your physique bloodline is strengthened, and the divine body vision evolves, and the current evolution progress is 1/3. In this way, Jiang Chen continued to absorb Hunyuan's immortal power for cultivation, and both the body's dominating divine power and the divine body vision were constantly increasing. Under such full-scale cultivation, time is also passing by bit. The dominating divine power in Jiang Chen's body has reached an extremely strong point, and has almost reached the critical point of breaking through the late dominating period. And the degree of evolution of his divine body vision also reached 9 out of 10, only one step away from complete evolution. Jiang Chen did not stop the pace of cultivation, still madly absorbing Hunyuan Shanli to practice. Ding! You have absorbed Hunyuan's celestial power, your physique bloodline has been strengthened, and the divine body vision has evolved. The current evolution progress is 91%. 3 more days passed. 2 melodious prompt tones also sounded in Jiang Chen's mind one after another. Ding! You successfully broke through to dominate the pinnacle. Ding! Your divine vision human emperor sword body has successfully evolved into chaos sword body. Chapter 2597, 3 Mahayana Tianzhao. Since the mysterious outer universe genius killed Hunyuan Zhanzong Yuan Haoyu, and the news of breaking into Hunyuan Zhanzong spread, the disciples of Tianzhao from many forces in the universe have gathered towards Hunyuan Zhanzong. Outside the Hunyuan sword sect, almost no less than 100 young Tianzhao who broke the celestial universe had gathered. Hunyuan sword sect has the supreme sword formation guardian, they can't forcibly break into it, and they can only wait outside Hunyuan sword sect. Among these young arrogances, standing at the forefront of an elegant young man wearing a Xing Yi Dao robe, a look of impatience appeared on his face. He looked up at a sword repairman beside him, and a faint cold snort sounded along with it. Yuanjian, what do you mean by Hunyuan Zhanzong? Since you are spreading news that a cosmic genius who has had an affair broke into the Hunyuan sword sect and wants us to come to help, why not open the Hunyuan sword sect's sword formation and let us enter it? The person who spoke was the famous quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao Mu Qingshan of Tai Shanzong, and one of the 3 quasi-Tianzhao who was once famous as Yuan Tianqi in the top 10 immortal gates. Yes, Yuanjian, since you let us come to help, don't waste everyone's time. Let me enter the Hunyuan sword sect quickly. Hearing Mu Qingshan's words, many young Tianzhao who broke the universe all echoed. The reason why these celestial arrogant cosmos came to Hunyuan sword sect, naturally they didn't really want to help, but they all had their own Shao Juju. Hunyuan Zhanzong is the first celestial gate in the universe, and its background is unfathomable. For the resources of the Hunyuan sword sect in the fairy fantasy space, these arrogants of the celestial cosmos all coveted. Hunyuan sword sect has the supreme sword formation guardian, except that the disciples of Hunyuan sword sect can open the formation. The Tianzhao of other forces cannot enter the Hunyuan sword sect at all. The young Tianzhao of other forces has no chance to get in touch with the resources of the Hunyuan sword sect. A mysterious outer universe genius broke into the Hunyuan sword sect, making Hunyuan sword sect take the initiative to ask for help, which is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for many people. They came to the Hunyuan sword sect to help each other, mainly to enter the Hunyuan sword sect and obtain some resources from the Hunyuan sword sect. Now they have been waiting for Hunyuan Zhanzong. How can they be willing? Brother Mu, it's not that I don't let you enter the Hunyuan sword sect, but I can't let you enter it either. Yuanjian smiled bitterly. Only the elder who presides over the formation of the Hunyuan sword sect protects the sect. In addition, only the core disciples of the Hunyuan sword sect can enter and leave freely. Since you can't let us enter the Hunyuan sword sect, what are you calling us to do? Isn't this a waste of our time? Mu Qingshan's expression suddenly sank. He chose to come here because he wanted to enter the Hunyuan sword sect and obtain some inheritance resources of the Hunyuan sword sect. If he can't enter the Hunyuan sword sect, he might as well go to other places to obtain resources and practice, so why waste time here? Yuanjian, Brother Mu is right. If you can't let us enter the Hunyuan sword sect, forgive us not to accompany us. Another disciple of the promised Shanzong also sneered uncontrollably. The fairy space has a limited opening time. They came to Hunyuan sword sect, only hoping to get a share of the Hunyuan sword sect. As for whether the Hunyuan sword sect actually broke into it, what did it have to do with them? You guys, Shaoan, don't worry, I have contacted senior brother Tianqi and they should have news soon. Upon seeing this, Yu Wenjian couldn't help but said quickly. When Yu Wenjian spoke, a worried look appeared between his eyebrows. Now that it has been more than 10 days since Yuan Tianqi and the others entered the Hunyuan sword sect, Hunyuan sword sect has not been moving. What shocked Yuanjian even more? He tried to call Yuan Tianqi, Yuan Qingyu and other senior brothers one after another, but there was no response, as if the senior brothers who entered the Hunyuan sword sect had all evaporated out of thin air. Yuanjian had an extremely bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that the seniors who entered the Hunyuan sword sect really had an accident? There is one Mahayana Tianzhao, one quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao, and 10 crossing Jade Tianzhao. With such a powerful lineup, if the Hunyuan sword sect's 12 heavenly elephant sword formation were displayed, even if it was a Mahayana monk, there might not be many people who could compete. If the existence that broke into the Hunyuan sword sect really solved Yuan Tianqi and the others, what a terrifying existence would it be? It is precisely because of the fear of that mysterious genius that Yuanjian has not dared to enter the Hunyuan sword sect to find out. Mu Qingshan snorted coldly. Half a day, I will give you another half a day. If we cannot enter the Hunyuan sword sect later, I won't be bothered to care about your Hunyuan sword sect. Upon hearing this, Yuanjian frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a faint voice came out suddenly and slowly from the Hunyuan sword sect. Mu Qingshan, the genius of the outer universe mixed into the Poxian universe. This is not just my Hunyuan Zhanzong's business. I also know what your plan is. When the outer universe genius is resolved, the Hunyuan Zhanzong will not treat you badly. As this voice fell, a young man with a sword eyebrow star also slowly walked out of the Yuan Zhanzong. The young man, it is Hunyuan Zhanzong Mahayana Tianzhao Yuan Tianqi. For more than 10 days, Yuan Tianqi has been staying in the treasure house of Hunyuan sword sect, and with the help of Hunyuan sword sect's elixir of the supreme god, he finally recovered all the decapitated cultivation bases. Senior brother Tianqi, Yuanjian looked at the young man who came out, and he was overwhelmed with joy, and quickly stepped forward to salute. Yuan Tianqi nodded, his gaze fell directly on Mu Qingshan's god, with a surprised expression on his face. Mu Qingshan, I didn't expect you to also break through the Mahayana period, but it surprised me a bit. Mu Qingshan smiled faintly. What, is it that you are only allowed to break through the Mahayana period? Yuan Tianqi didn't answer Mu Qingshan, but looked at a place in the void and said faintly, Zhijidian, I know you are here too, come out and see you. As Yuan Tianqi's voice fell, a purple-robed youth also slowly emerged from the void of space. Zhijidian, The promised Xuanzang was the strongest Tianzhao in the world, and he was also the proud son of Tianzhao with the same fame as Yuan Tianqi and Mu Qingxian. At this moment, the three top arrogances of the Poxian universe were gathered here. Yes, you really broke through the Mahayana period. Yuan Tianqi's gaze swept across Zijidian's body, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Now that our three Mahayana Tianzhao join forces, even if that guy is unparalleled in combat strength, he will definitely die. Chapter 2598, Join Hands. Yuan Tianqi, someone really broke into your Hunyuan Zhanzong. Zijishan raised his head and looked at Yuan Tianqi, his eyes also couldn't help passing a look of surprise. As a disciple of the Promise Immortal sect, Zijishan naturally knew exactly how terrifying the Hunyuan Sword sect's guardian formation was. Even the superb cultivator at the pinnacle of Mahayana could hardly break through the guardian formation of the Hunyuan Sword sect. Zijishan was really curious, how did that guy break into the Hunyuan Sword sect? Yuan Tianqi said solemnly. The mysterious youth in the outer universe killed a disciple of the Hunyuan Sword sect and forcibly plundered his memory, thus obtaining a way to enter the Hunyuan Sword sect. After hearing what Yuan Tianqi said, all the young Tianzhao present couldn't help but take a breath. The disciples of the Hunyuan Sword sect have a way to enter the Hunyuan Sword sect. This is something that everyone knows very well. But for countless years, every time the fairy illusion space was opened, no one dared to obtain the method of entering the Hunyuan Sword sect from the Hunyuan Sword sect disciple in this way. Death in the fairy space is not death in the true sense. Once anyone dares to fight against Yuan Zhanzong's idea in this way, he will inevitably be known by Hunyuan Zhanzong, causing Hunyuan Zhanzong's anger. Hunyuan Zhanzong, this is the first immortal gate in the Poxian universe. Even the promised Xuanzang and Tai Xuanzang would never easily offend Hunyuan Zhanzong. Mu Qingxian's eyes flickered slightly, and said faintly, Yuan Tianqi, that cosmic genius who had an affair, maybe it's not so easy to deal with, right? Mu Qingxian is naturally very clear about Yuan Tianqi's talent and strength. For so many years, both he and Zijishan have been overpowered by Yuan Tianqi. Even if they are now breaking through the Mahayana period, if they fight alone, they probably won't be Yuan Tianqi's opponents. Now even Yuan Tianqi, who had always been extremely arrogant, had to put down his body to join forces with the two of them. The guy who broke into the Hunyuan Sword sect was indeed unfathomable. Zijishan also smiled slightly and said, Brother Mu said that after the first stage of the Fairy Gate conference is over, and returning to the real world, wouldn't it be easy for you Hunyuan Zhanzong to deal with that guy? The three top fairy gates are in a competitive relationship with each other. Now in this fairy fantasy space, that mysterious genius from the outer universe broke into the Hunyuan Sword sect. Not only did it do no harm to them, but it was also very beneficial. The genius of the outer universe seized the resources that originally belonged to the disciple of Hunyuan Sword sect, which was equivalent to restricting the growth of the disciple of Hunyuan Sword sect. If there are not enough benefits, why should they help Yuan Tianqi deal with the outer universe genius? Yuan Tianqi's eyes flashed, and he said faintly, as long as the outer universe genius is solved, both of you can enter the Hunyuan Sword Pond of my Hunyuan Sword sect to practice next. As the first arrogant of Hunyuan Zhanzong, Yuan Tianqi is naturally not a fool. He also knows what Zijishan and Zijishan are thinking. These two guys don't care, but he must not allow outsiders to run wild in the territory of Hunyuan Sword sect. Yuan Tianqi also knew very well that if they didn't give these two guys enough benefits, they would obviously not help themselves easily. Yuan Tianqi gave a condition that the two of Zijishan could not refuse. Hearing the conditions given by Yuan Tianqi, the eyes of Zijishan and Mu Qingxian couldn't help but light up slightly. Hunyuan Zhanzong's Hunyuan Sword Pond, the two of them naturally knew very well. This is one of the most miraculous places in the entire universe of broken immortals. The legend is left by real immortals and possesses very magical power. If they could practice in Hunyuan Sword Pond for a period of time, it would undoubtedly be something they dream of. Brother Tianqi's condition is really hard to refuse. After hearing the name of Hunyuan Zhanzong Hunyuan Zhanqi for a long time, Zi also wanted to see it. Zijishan smiled slightly, apparently agreeing to help Yuan Tianqi. Mu Qingxian didn't talk nonsense either, looking directly at Yuan Tianqi and said, You mixed Yuan Zhanzong's guardian formation, we dare not force it, do you have a way to let us into it? Don't worry, I have obtained the opening method from the elder Zongman. After Yuan Tianqi finished speaking, His hands quickly condensed a series of mysterious sword marks, and pressed towards the void around Hunyuan's sword sect. Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation, open it for me. After Yuan Tianqi hit a series of 99 eight-sword seals, I saw that the mighty Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation around Hunyuan's sword sect finally disappeared completely. Yuan Tianqi didn't hesitate, stepped directly into the void, and quickly walked towards the depths of Hunyuan's sword sect. Zi Jishan and Mu Qingshan looked at each other and followed directly. Hunyuan's sword sect has been completely opened, everyone rush. Seeing this scene, the other young Tianzhao present also rushed into the Hunyuan sword sect with fiery eyes. This is the first time since the appearance of the fantasy space, the Hunyuan sword sect has opened up. With such a rare opportunity, how can they not want to enter the Hunyuan sword sect to get a share? Unexpectedly, the three top arrogances of Poxian universe have already broken through the Mahayana period, and the master is afraid that they are in trouble. At the very end of this group of young Tianzhao, the Blood Thousand Killer who had been hiding in the corner looked at the situation in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a low murmur. When he got the news that someone had broken into the Hunyuan sword sect, he had guessed that this person was probably Jiang Chen. In this fairy fantasy space, I am afraid that only Jiang Chen has the courage and ability to break into the Hunyuan sword sect. Blood Thousand Kill also rushed to Hunyuan Zhanzong for the first time. Now that Yuan Tianqi is going to join forces with Zi Jishan and Mu Qingshan to deal with Jiang Chen, a look of worry appeared in the eyes of Blood Thousand Killing. These three guys are all Mahayana Tianzhao who have broken through the Mahayana period. If it is one-on-one, Blood Thousand Kill believes that Jiang Chen is not afraid of any of the three. But if these three Mahayana Tianzhao join forces, even if they are monks in the late Mahayana period, I am afraid they will have to hate on the spot. Shui Qianxia took a deep breath, and immediately hurriedly moved towards the Hunyuan sword sect. At the same time when Yuan Tianqi opened the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation, many young Tianzhao entered the Hunyuan sword sect. Jiang Chen also slowly walked out of Hunyuan sword pond, preparing to leave the small world where Hunyuan sword pond was. The Hunyuan immortal power in the Hunyuan sword pond is not endless. After Jiang Chen's continuous absorption for more than 10 days, the Hunyuan immortal power in the Hunyuan sword pond was running out, and it would take a long time to recover. Continuing to cultivate in Hunyuan sword pond has no much meaning for Jiang Chen. In the next time, Jiang Chen plans to go to other places in Hunyuan Zhanzong. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he stepped directly out of the small world of Hunyuan sword pond. And at that moment, the terrifying aura of the three Mahayana monks quickly spread over Jiang Chen's head. Chapter 2599, One Enemy 3. Mahayana Tianzhao, and there are three more. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the three breaths that were overwhelming the sky, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Among the three Mahayana auras, Jiang Chen is not unfamiliar at all. Naturally it is the Yuan Tianqi of Hunyuan Zhanzong. Jiang Chen was not surprised that this guy could recover quickly. The Azure Emperor's sword, technique transformed Fan Yijian, and even though Yuan Tianqi's entire cultivation was cut off, the realm of Yuan Tianqi was still there. As long as there is enough panacea, it is not difficult for Yuan Tianqi to recover. With the background of the Hunyuan sword sect, it is completely enough to support Yuan Tianqi in their recovery. Jiang Chen had expected this a long time ago, but he didn't care too much. He abolished the cultivation base of Yuan Tianqi and others, and he hadn't delayed the time, so he had enough time to cultivate in Hunyuan sword pond. Now that he has completed the breakthrough, he has absorbed little Hunyuan's celestial power from the Hunyuan sword pond, and the restoration of the Yuan Tianqi's cultivation base will not have much impact on him. As for the two Mahayana Tianzhaos brought by Yuan Tianqi, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. Since Yuan Tianqi can break through the Mahayana period, the geniuses who are as famous as Yuan Tianqi among the 10 immortal gates can naturally also break through. With his current strength, naturally he would not put such Mahayana Tianzhao in his eyes. Not to mention just 3, even if there are 10 or 8, it will not pose the slightest threat to him at all. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, looking calmly at the 3 people who rushed through the air. 3 figures have appeared in the void 100 meters away from Jiang Chen. Yuan Tianqi looked down at Jiang Chen below with cold eyes, and said with a sense of killing intent, "Boy, you are so willing to come out of Hunyuan Zhanzong. Yuan Tianqi, I didn't expect you to come back and find me." Jiang Chen looked up at Yuan Tianqi, a scornful smile appeared on his face. Yuan Tianqi smiled grinningly, Boy, I said at the beginning that if I dare to run wild in my Hunyuan sword sect, I will definitely not let you go. Jiang Chen glanced at the two people beside Tiantianchi, and said indifferently, do you think that with 2 more helpers, you will be able to scatter in front of me? Mahayana Tianzhao is no more than ants in front of me. Boy, don't be too mad, kill him together. Yuan Tianchi screamed out of anger, and the divine sword shook out of his back. Knowing that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent alone, he directly greeted Zi Jishan and Mu Qingshan to take action together without hesitation. Zi Jishan and Mu Qingshan also knew that the person in front of them was a terrifying existence capable of overpowering Yuan Tianchi, and the true essence mana in his body also burst out at this moment without reservation. The 3 Mahayana Tianzhao all displayed various magical powers and sacrificed their own magic weapons. Various supernatural powers and visions, such as Chenjiang Jianqi, Zidian Aurora, and Shining Green Mansions, emerged from the heavens and the earth. Every kind of vision is earth-shaking, enough to kill the monks in the early Mahayana in a flash. Jiang Chen looked at Yuan Tianchi without sorrow or joy, his eyes calmly looked at Yuan Tianchi. Yuan Tianchi, if I don't want to start a grass and scare snakes, and want to use this Hunyuan sword pond to practice, do you think you can live in this fairy space until now? Since you in such a hurry to find death, I will fulfill you today. Yuan Tianchi smiled with anger, and with a wave of the divine sword in his hand, a giant sword of emptiness, like a shining rainbow, slammed across the sky and pressed towards Jiang Chen. Void shattered, Yuan Tianchi's bloodline mana exploded to the extreme, and as soon as he shot his hands, he used his own bottom-pressing box magical powers. This sword was cut out, and there was a dense sonic boom in the void. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, and stretched out his hand to grab the void. The void giant sword, that was slashed towards him was actually caught by Jiang Chen. I saw that Jiang Chen waved his sword directly under Yuan Tianchi's horrified gaze. The void giant sword immediately slashed towards Yuan Tianchi with the terrifying power to slay everything. Void sword body, condensate. Yuan Tianchi's pupils shrank suddenly, and a sudden burst of shouts came out of his mouth. A terrifying sword light burst out of him, and then formed a dark armor all around Yuan Tianchi. Shrouded in it, the void destruction slash that was originally condensed by him was also slashed on his body. Yuan Tianchi let out a muffled snort, and the whole person flew upside down thousands of feet away in embarrassment, and the black armor on his body also cracked under this sword. How did this guy's strength become stronger? Yuan Tianchi looked up at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and an unprecedented panic appeared in his eyes. He has fought Jiang Chen twice, although he knows that Jiang Chen's strength is far better than himself, but he is far from being as strong as he is now. Jiang Chen didn't even use any means at all. He directly raised his hand and smashed his void back, causing him to suffer a serious injury. Boy, take this boy and try a trick. Zi Jishan urged the Fa Ju and slapped Jiang Chen with a palm. The void exploded, and I saw a purple divine glow that was more dazzling than the sun, like a 9-turned divine dragon, tenfold in the sky, turning into 9 purple dragons, tearing the sky and slaying towards Jiang Chen. The 3 top supernatural powers of the promised Shanzong, the 9 heavens purple palm. 9 turns with 1 palm, the 9 dragons appear together. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and he directly raised his hand with a wave, and the 9 sword auras slashed out, smashing all the 9 purple dragons that had come from the culling. He looked at Mu Qingshan, who had come to suppress it with a blue sacred mountain, directly soaring into the sky, and blasted it up with a punch without evasiveness. Jiang Chen's non-fancy fist directly smashed the azure mountain, causing the azure mountain to collapse. Mu Qingshan trembled all over, and a mouthful of blood squirted out wildly. Mu Qingshan's expression was terrified. He forced down the churning aura in his body, and turned around to flash away from the Hunyuan sword sect. This guy in front of them is simply not something they can deal with. This time Jiang Chen didn't plan to let these 3 guys go, and pointed directly at Mu Qingshan. Mu Qingshan's heart was full of spirits, and he quickly formed a blue enchantment around him, trying to block Jiang Chen's blow. Now that Jiang Chen has cultivated in the Yuan sword pond for half a month, not only has his cultivation reached the pinnacle of dominance, but his physique and bloodline have also evolved. Even the superb cultivator who broke the Mahayana pinnacle of the universe could hardly contend with it, not to mention Mu Qingshan, a young Tianzhao who had just entered the Mahayana stage. This finger directly penetrated Mu Qingshan's defensive barrier around his body, and then penetrated through Mu Qingshan's eyebrows. Chapter 2600. the three immortal gates in anger. Under Jiang Chen's finger, Mu Qingxian didn't even have a chance to react. The whole person exploded in the void, turning into a burst of green light and dissipating. One finger killed Mu Qingxian, and Jiang Chen blasted towards Zi Jishan with a fistless punch. The void exploded, and the world was hanging upside down. Zi Jidian's complexion changed wildly, and his hands quickly sealed, and the true essence mana inside his body was also surging out unreservedly. Purple God Realm. With a roar of anger, Zi Jishan instantly transformed his body into a hazy and chaotic purple world. Wearing a purple battle armor, a 1,000-foot phantom like a 9-day immortal general was also condensed from the purple world. But this is of no use. He only heard a loud noise, and Jiang Chen punched the purple phantom through a huge hole, and then exploded from the inside. Even the purple world around Zi Jishan couldn't support it at all, and it fell apart in an instant. Zi Jidian's body was also annihilated in that terrifying fist, and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. With one punch, Mahayana Tianzhao Ziji Tian died. Resolving Zi Jishan lightly, Jiang Chen's gaze fell directly on the expression of Yuan Tianqi, and said lightly, "Yuan Tianqi, it's your turn." Yuan Tianqi's complexion was green, staring at Jiang Chen silently. He never expected that the strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him was so strong. Even if their three Mahayana Tianzhao joined forces, there is no power to fight back in their hands. Jiang Chen's gaze was indifferent, and a sword aura that broke through the world was condensed while waving his hand, and he slashed at Yuan Tianqi. Looking at the sword cut by Jiang Chen, Yuan Tianqi knew that he was hard to resist. Fortunately, he no longer resisted, allowing Jiang Chen's sword to penetrate his body, leaving only a cold voice resounding between the heaven and the earth. "Boy, I don't believe you can stay in the fairy illusion space forever. The day you come out of the fairy illusion space is when you are buried." Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and didn't take Yuan Tianqi's words to heart at all. This time he came to the Fairy Gate Conference. Jiang Chen's purpose was to prevent the Poxian universe from invading God's domain, and it was inevitable to expose his identity. Now, with the help of the Hunyuan immortal power of the Hunyuan Sword Pond, Jiang Chen's strength has once again improved a lot, and he has reached an almost invincible level in this broken universe. Even if it is the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe, how can you do it? And just when Jiang Chen killed Yuan Tianqi and other three Mahayana Tianzhao, those Tianzhao who entered the Hunyuan sword sect finally rushed over after hearing the news. When they looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly in the void, and the voice of Yuan Tianqi that resounded through the sky, they did not recover from their horror for a long time. Yuan Tianqi and other three big top Tianzhao teamed up, and they were defeated so quickly. The three of Yuan Tianqi are all Mahayana Tianzhao who have broken through the Mahayana period. With the combination of the three Mahayana Tianzhao, even if you look at the entire broken universe, there are probably only a handful of people who can compete with it. But the black-clothed youth in front of him killed the three of Yuan Tianqi at his fingertips. The master's strength is really getting more and more terrifying. In the crowd, Shui Qiansha looked at Jiang Chen in Aoli Void, and couldn't help taking a breath in his heart. They entered the Hunyuan sword sect from Yuan Tianqi until they came to this place, but it took less than 100 breaths of time. But in such a short period of time, Jiang Chen actually killed all three of Yuan Tianqi. Blood Thousand Killing slowly took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's elimination of the Yuan Tianqi 3 out of the game will surely arouse the anger of the three immortals headed by Hun Yuan Zhanzong, and Jiang Chen's identity may soon be exposed. Their Blood Fiend sect is bound to become the public enemy of the entire broken universe. Who is this kid? How can he have such a terrifying strength? Everyone, run away, even Yuan Tianqi and the three of them have lost. If we continue to stay here, it will be no different if we die. The many young Tianzhao who broke the immortal universe quickly fled in all directions like a frightened bird. Only the Blood Thousand Killing came directly to Jiang Chen's side, with a respectful expression on his face. "Master." Jiang Chen nodded, and ignored the fleeing young Tianzhao, and said indifferently, "Let's go. I am afraid that the fairy space will be closed soon. Let's see if we can get some benefits in this Hunyuan sword sect." When Jiang Chen spoke, he headed towards the hidden treasure pavilion of Hunyuan sword sect with the Blood Thousand Kill. While Jiang Chen killed Yuan Tianqi and other three Mahayana Tianzhao at the same time. Hunyuan Holy City Lord's Mansion. Tai Immortal Zong Mu Qingxian's body was the first to wake up from his deep sleep. "Qingxian, how could you be eliminated?" The elder of the late Mahayana from Tai Immortal sect saw Mu Qingshan who had awakened, and his expression couldn't help but change drastically. Before the Fairy Mang conference, Tai Immortal sect did everything to make Mu Qingshan break through the Mahayana period and become a real Mahayana arrogant. With Mu Qingshan's strength, even if he is facing Yuan Tianqi, who is also the Mahayana Tianzhao, even if he is defeated, there is no problem in retreating. Now Mu Qingshan has been eliminated from the fantasy space, which is really incredible. Elder Qing, something has happened in the fairy space. Mu Qingshan didn't conceal the slightest bit of concealment, and hurriedly explained everything that had happened in the fairy illusion space. Hearing that a mysterious young man from the outer universe appeared in the fairy space, with his own power, Mu Qingshan and the three Mahayana Tianzhao were suppressed, and the expression of Elder Qing couldn't help but drastically changed. Go, find someone from Hunyuan Zhanzong. As Elder Qing said, he took Mu Qingshan and disappeared in place. The two had already appeared outside the central hall of the city lord's mansion in Hunyuan Holy City. And at the moment they just appeared, there was also a sudden violent spatial fluctuation beside them. Two figures emerged from the void of space. These two figures are exactly the late Mahayana elders of Zhijidian and Wujixianzong. Following Mu Qingshan, the Mahayana Tianzhao Zhijidian of the Promise Immortal sect was also eliminated by the mysterious youth of the outer universe. Wuji Shanzong and Taoist friends of Tai Shanzong, please come in quickly. Before both parties could speak, an old voice came from the hall in an instant. Without any hesitation, the four of them hurriedly stepped into the hall. In the main hall, I saw Yuan Tianqi of Hunyuan Zhanzong, and he had already awakened from his deep sleep. The three Mahayana Tianzhao of their three immortal gates were eliminated from the fantasy space almost at the same time, and no one was spared. Chapter 2601, Fairy Space Closed. Brother Tianhua, I'm waiting for the purpose of coming, presumably you should already know it. The old man in Shanfeng Dao robe of Promise Shanzong looked at Yuan Tianhua in the center of the hall, and couldn't help but said solemnly. Yuan Tianhua nodded and said in a deep voice, the Fairy Gate Conference has mixed into the outer universe genius, and it can no longer proceed. I want to close the fairy space in advance to solve the mysterious genius of the outer universe, and hope that the two will help me. One hand, this is nature, I am breaking the Celestial Cosmos Celestial Gate Conference, but people who are not yet in the outer cosmos are here to go wild. Both the Promise Shanzong and Tai Shanzong's late Mahayana elders nodded, and a sharp cold light flashed in their eyes. As the three top celestial gates of Poxian universe, all the rules of Poxian universe can be said to be formulated by them. Now there are people from the outer universe, even in their presence, mixed into the Fairy Gate Conference. This is simply hitting them in the face. If the guys in the outer universe are not dealt with, what face will their three top celestial gates have a foothold in the Poxian universe in the future? The old man has already found out that the mysterious young man named Jiang Chen from the outer universe was brought into the Fairy Gate Conference by a member of the Blood Fiend sect. You immediately take people to seal the courtyard where the Blood Fiend sect is located, and wait for me to close the fairy. After the magic space, take it directly to me. Yuan Tianhua didn't talk nonsense, he looked decisive and authentic. Blood Fiend cult. The two of them couldn't help but change slightly when they heard Yuan Tianhua's words. They obviously didn't expect that the Blood Evil sect, one of the top 10 immortals, was involved in this matter. Such an enchanting genius in the outer universe, it should be impossible for the Blood Fiend sect to not know his identity. They knew their identities to deal with, but still dared to bring them to the Fairy Gate Conference, which was obviously not simple. When the three of them were discussing countermeasures, there were waves of strange fluctuations abruptly in the hall. I saw the 11 Hunyuan Zhanzong youth Tianzhao headed by Yuan Qingyu, all of them awakened from their deep sleep at this moment. Great Elder, that genius from the outer universe killed us with a single move, and has now broken into the treasure chest of the Hunyuan sword sect. Yuan Qingyu gave a wry smile and couldn't help but report to Yuan Tianqi. Before the Fairy Gate Conference was held, Yuan Qingyu had always been very confident in his talent and strength. Even if it was Yuan Tianqi, the first Tianzhao of Hunyuan Zhanzong, Yuan Qingyu always thought that he was worse than him, but Yuan Tianqi was born a few years earlier than him. It was not until this time facing the mysterious genius of the outer universe that Yuan Qingyu was deeply hit. Compared with that one, his Hunyuan Zhanzong Tianzhao disciple is no different from the scum. Hearing Yuan Qingyu's words, Yuan Tianhua's expression also became more and more gloomy. Prepare quickly, the mysterious young man in the outer universe can defeat the Yuan Tianqi 3 with a finger. The strength can be described as unfathomable. You must not be careless. If the blood evil sect dare to stop, kill without mercy. When Yuan Tianhua spoke, a sudden burst of murderous intent burst out of his muddy old eyes. That guy first entered the Hunyuan sword pond to practice, and now he wanted to fight. The idea of Hunyuan sword sect's hidden treasure fairy pavilion. How could he let that guy feel anything? Brother Tianhua, don't worry. The elders of the promised Shanzong and Tai Shanzong didn't hesitate at all, and immediately disappeared in the hall in a flash. After the people of Wuji Shanzong and Tai Shanzong leave, Yuan Tianhua couldn't help but said solemnly to Ji Yu Yuanyang and the others, Ji Yu Yuanyang, you take Tianqi and the others to start the battle of Hunyuan Holy City. Don't give that outer universe genius any chance to escape Hunyuan Holy City. Whether it is the 12 heavenly elephant sword formations gathered by Yuan Tianqi and others, or the combination of the 3 major Mahayana Tianjiaos such as Yuan Tianqi, they are all powers that are not inferior to the late Mahayana. These forces were easily defeated by the mysterious man. The mysterious person who broke into the Hunyuan sword sect has a strength beyond the late Mahayana, and is very likely to reach the peak of the Mahayana. If that mysterious person really has the strength comparable to the peak of Mahayana, even the 2 immortal sects of promise and immortal Tai would not be able to compete with them. Now in this Hunyuan Holy City, he is the only Mahayana peak monk who sits in town. And he had to forcibly close the fairy illusion space, temporarily unable to free his hands. Just in case, Yuan Tianhua asked Ji Yu Yuanyang and others to open the formation of Hunyuan Holy City. Although the formation of this Hunyuan Holy City is not comparable to Hunyuan Sword Sect's Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation, it is also a peerless array that Hunyuan Sword Sect can deploy. With Ji Yu Yuanyang and the others presiding over the formation, even the Mahayana peak cultivator would never want to leave the holy city of Hunyuan for a while. Ji Yu Yuanyang replied respectfully, and immediately led Yuan Tianqi and the others to leave the hall. And after Ji Yu Yuanyang and the others left, Yuan Tianhua moved his palm, and 9 mysterious tokens that exuded the aura of ancient times also appeared all over them. Yuan Tianhua pinched a series of mysterious tactics with both hands. I saw that the 9 tokens were directly immersed in the sky above Hunyuan Holy City under the urging of Yuan Tianhua. Naturally, most of the monks who came to watch the Fairy Gate conference had no idea about the changes that occurred in the fairy illusion space. They looked up at the fairy tale list in the void, still discussing fiercely. The situation of this Fairy Gate conference seems a bit weird. Yeah, I don't know what happened in the fairy illusion space. The points of the Hunyuan Zhanzong disciples have been stagnant, and no one has been ranked in the top 10 of the fairy illusion list. A cross-tribulation cultivator curled his lips and said, who knows, maybe the Hunyuan sword sect disciple doesn't care about this ranking at all. Everyone sneered at the words of this monk. Although the ranking of the immortal fantasies has little effect on Hunyuan sword sect, Hunyuan sword sect is the #1 fairy gate in the broken immortal universe after all, and it will naturally demonstrate the strong strength of the first fairy gate. In the past fairy gate conference, the top 10 Hunyuan Zhanzong on the fairy fantasy list will at least temporarily occupy 2 or 3 seats, and it has always occupied the first position on the fairy fantasy list. Now that there is no shadow of Hunyuan Zhanzong in the top 10 of the fairy illusion list, this is a bit abnormal. Look, Jiang Chen has reached the top of the fairy tale list. At this moment, an incredible exclamation sounded from the crowd. Everyone couldn't help but looked up quickly, and as expected, they found that the top position of the fairy tale list had become Jiang Chen, and this guy's points rose sharply, surpassing the second place by more than double. This. Just when everyone was shocked, a voice of divine might knocking out the old also resounded abruptly in the sky of Hunyuan Holy City. Dear friends, there were some accidents in the Fairy Gate conference on this matter. After 3 discussions, the Hunyuan Zhanzong, the Promise Fairy Sect, and the Tai Fairy Sect, we will suspend the Fairy Gate assembly and close the Fairy Fantasy space in advance. Chapter 2602, I am Emperor Jiang Chen from God's domain. You want to terminate the Fairy Gate conference and close the Fairy Fantasy space in advance. The sudden sound also caused many monks in Hunyuan Holy City to take a breath, and for a long time they could not return from the shock. It seems that in the fairy fantasy space, something has happened. What happened in the fairy space that made the 3 top celestial gates decide to temporarily terminate the celestial gate conference? The Fairy Gate conference is held once every 100 years. I don't know how many sessions have been held in Poxian universe, but I have never closed the fairy space in advance like this to terminate the fairy gate conference. Just when everyone was frightened, a loud noise like a shaking mountain suddenly spread over the holy city of Hunyuan. A Ruoyorao formation barrier also emerged around Hunyuan Holy City. This is the moat formation of Hunyuan Holy City. When everyone saw this scene, they were even more shocked. Even Hunyuan Holy City's defensive formation is open, and I am afraid that something big will happen next. And just as everyone secretly guessed, the fairy illusion list hanging in the sky of Hunyuan Holy City suddenly curled up together, and then shot into the endless void. All the young Tianzhao who entered the fairy illusion space in Hunyuan Holy City revived from their deep sleep at this moment. Hunyuan Holy City City Lord's Mansion, the courtyard where the Blood Fiend sect is located. Jiang Chen and Blood Thousand Kill also quickly woke up from their deep sleep. Thousand Kills, what happened? The three top immortal gates headed by Hunyuan Zhanzong not only closed the fairy illusion space ahead of time and terminated the fairy gate conference, but also opened up the defense formation of Hunyuan Holy City. Shui Yuntian looked at the awakened Jiang Chen and couldn't help but ask aloud. Shui Qianxia gave a wry smile, couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen beside him, and didn't answer Master's words. Let me talk about it. Jiang Chen said lightly. I went to Hunyuan Zhanzong for a stroll in the fairy space, and those Tianzhao disciples of Hunyuan Zhanzong were eliminated by me in advance. Following Jiang Chen's words, even if he had seen countless winds and waves, his expression suddenly changed. Since the birth of the fairy fantasy space, it has been opened for an unknown number of times, but no one has ever been able to enter the Hunyuan Sword Sect and get involved in the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Jiang Chen not only entered the Hunyuan Sword Sect, but also eliminated all the arrogances of the Hunyuan Sword Sect. This is simply provoking the majesty of the Hunyuan Sword Sect. How can Hunyuan Sword Sect not be angry? The three top celestial gates terminated the Celestial Gate Conference, and they came completely for Jiang Chen. Shuiyantian suppressed the horror in his heart, and quickly said to Jiang Chen, Little friend Jiang Chen, I am here to drag the people of the three immortal gates, you leave the holy city of Hunyuan quickly with 1,000 kills. Before coming to Hunyuan Holy City, Shui Yuntian reminded Jiang Chen to be careful more than once, but he didn't expect this guy to make such a big noise in the first environment of the Fairy Gate Conference. If someone from the three great immortals came to the door, Jiang Chen would be a threat. Using the methods of the Hunyuan Sword Sect, it is not difficult to find out that the Blood Fiend sect brought me here. If I leave you, I will definitely die. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then said faintly, what's more? I have no plans to leave. The purpose of Poxian Universe's Immortal Gate Conference is to gather power to invade God's domain. Since Jiang Chen is here, how can he leave easily? In the past, the Poxian Universe invaded God's domain, and the heavenly Tao of God's domain was broken and almost destroyed. It's also time for him to settle this account with the people of Po Xian Universe. Hearing the words, Shuiyantian was about to prepare to speak, but suddenly there was a spatial fluctuation of distance in the void. A group of people with a breathtaking aura constantly appeared above Jiang Chen and their heads. The breath of each of these figures has reached the Mahayana period. The two headed by them are the Wuxian boss of the Wuji Shanzong and the real-life Qing of the Tai Shanzong. Both of them have reached the late Mahayana cultivation base. Looking at this scene in front of him, Shui Yuntian's face also instantly became extremely pale. He settled down and held his fist at the many figures in the void. I don't know what the Taoist fellow suddenly came to my courtyard of the Blood Fiend sect. Shuiyantian, don't you pretend to be garlic in front of me. Wuxian old monster coldly snorted. The evil spirit sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates, dared to collude secretly with people from the outer universe. I think your evil spirit sect is looking for death. Hearing the words of the Wuxian boss, Shui Yuntian's face couldn't help but a look of despair appeared. I'm afraid Jiang Chen's identity has been exposed. Just when the face of the blood cloud was like dead ashes, Jiang Chen's faint voice slowly sounded in the courtyard. Okay, don't say these useless, even if the blood fiend is with me, what can you do? Wuxian boss squinted his old eyes slightly, and his gaze fell on Jiang Chen's body. Boy, it seems that you are the person from the outer universe who spoiled the wild at the fairy gate of my fairy broken universe. Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent. So what? Huh, a little boy from the outer universe, he even dared to come to the fairy gate conference to go wild and die for me. A cultivator in the middle of the Mahayana was furious and rushed out directly from behind the old monster Wuxian. The sole of his foot was directly transformed into a huge flame foot, and he stepped on Jiang Chen below. Friend Xuanyan, don't. Seeing this, the Wuxian boss could not help but hurriedly stopped him. The mysterious young man in front of him could even kill the Mahayana Tianzhao in a flash. A cultivator in the middle of the Mahayana period was no different from sending him to a door to die. The words of Wuxian boss hadn't been general, and the mysterious young man below raised his hand and waved out thousands of sword auras. The Mahayana monk hadn't even reacted yet, and his whole person was strangled by the terrifying sword aura to annihilation. The Mahayana monk who shot just now is the elder Xuanyan of the Huiyan Shanzong, one of the top 10 immortal gates. His cultivation has reached the middle stage of Mahayana, and he is also a number 1 existence in Paxian universe. Such a Mahayana monk was killed by the black-clothed youth below. Boy, who are you on earth? What is the purpose of mixing into my celestial universe? The Wuxian old monster stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly, and there was a solemn look in his old eyes. Killing middle Mahayana monks is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. The strength of the mysterious young man in front of him was even more unfathomable than he thought. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand. He raised his head and glanced at old Wuxian. His proud voice also resounded from this world. I am Emperor Jiang Chen from God's domain, and came to collect debts for God's domain. Chapter 2603. War broke out. I am the Emperor Jiang Chen of God's domain. Following Jiang Chen's words, the expressions of all the powerhouses in the universe breaking through the universe could not help but change drastically. In their eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was an incredible horror. The monks of the broken universe that appeared in this courtyard at this moment were all Mahayana monks who played a pivotal role in the 10 great immortal gates. They are naturally very familiar with the matter of Paxian universe invading God's domain back then. They have also received the news, this time the Fairy Gate Conference, Hunyuan Zhanzong deliberately gathered. The power to break the immortal universe, once again invaded the universe of the gods, and regained the supreme immortal monument that contained the opportunity to become a fairy. They have not yet invaded God's domain, but some of the people of God's domain have already mixed into the Paxian universe and wantonly sabotaged the Fairy Gate Conference. This person also claims to be the Emperor of God's domain. Unexpectedly, the identity of the master turned out to be the Emperor of God's domain. Even if he knew that Jiang Chen came from the blood thousand kills of God's domain for a long time, a look of horror appeared in his eyes at this moment. The sect of the Blood Sect was also one of the main forces invading God's domain. As a disciple of the Tianzhao of the sect of Blood Sect, the Blood Thousand Killing had a certain understanding of the history of the invading God's domain by the broken universe. The most powerful force in God's domain universe is a force called Human Emperor Palace, and Human Emperor is the leader of this force. The failure of the Paxian universe to invade God's domain was mainly due to the resistance of God's domain led by the Human Palace. Especially the Human Sovereign of the Human Sovereign Palace, it has caused Paxian universe to pay a heavy price. The position of the Human Emperor Palace in the universe of God's domain, compared with the position of Hunyuan Zhanzong in the universe of Po Xian, is even worse. Rao Shishui Qianji didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be the current emperor of God's domain People's Palace. God is the emperor of the world. I didn't expect that you would dare to come to my world by yourself. My Paxian universe is about to come back to God's realm, just to take you, the emperor of God's realm, to sacrifice the flag. The Wuxian old monster smiled with anger, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, and the monstrous killing intent instantly spread from his body. Invading God's domain, Jiang Chen flicked his fingers and his eyes were cold. Since the emperor is here, you will never have that opportunity. Now that his cultivation has reached the peak of dominance, even if the Mahayana peak monks can suppress him, no one in this fairy-breaking universe can limit him. Paxian universe dared to invade God's domain, so let's not blame him for killing it until Paxian universe is terrified. The Wuxian old monster shouted angrily, directly and outrageously shot. A golden dragon claw that is thousands of feet long, descends from the sky like the claws of a 9-day divine dragon, and directly presses on Jiang Chen. Before the giant claws arrive, the overwhelming power has already fallen. That terrifying power swept over the entire Hunyuan holy city in an instant. In the holy city of Hunyuan, some monks with weaker cultivation level were directly pressed to the ground by the terrifying power. What happened? A Mahayana cultivator started at the city lord's mansion of Hunyuan holy city. This breath is definitely not an ordinary Mahayana cultivator. A monk who crossed the robbery exclaimed in horror. A white-haired old man who looked very old slowly said, "If I guess it is right, this should be the breath of the Wuxian boss." When many monks heard this, they couldn't help but take a breath. Wuxian boss, this is one of the 3 top immortal gates, the profound immortal Zong's prestigious powerhouse. The cultivation base has already reached the late Mahayana stage. Among the powerhouses on the bright side of the universe, it is almost second only to 5. The existence of the pinnacle of Mahayana. Wuxian boss has actually taken the initiative in Hunyuan Holy City. I don't know what kind of existence is who started with Wuxian boss. Just when everyone in Hunyuan Holy City was shocked by the Wuxian boss, Jiang Chen looked up at the suppressed palm of the Wuxian boss, but his expression was unusually calm. The powerhouse of the Promise Immortal sect in front of him was very powerful, even if he was even stronger than the former leader of the Blood Fiend sect, Shui Shadian. If his strength remained at the time when he went to the Blood Fiend sect, it would be very difficult to face such a powerful person. He is no longer what he used to be today, and such strong men are not worth mentioning in front of him. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, his eyes gleamed with golden light, and his fighting spirit shot up to the sky. The golden dragon claw and the golden Chenghong collided in midair, and suddenly there was a loud bang. A terrible energy storm swept in all directions, turning the sky above Hunyuan Holy City into nothingness. Even Mahayana cultivators such as the Tai immortal Zong Qing had to step on the void to retreat again and again. And at the center of the energy storm, the body of the Wuxian old monster trembles suddenly, and the whole person is awkwardly smashed into the void for a distance of thousands of meters, smashing the void into a huge hole. The Wuxian old monster stabilized his figure with a pale complexion, and forcibly swallowed a bit of blood in his throat. There was also a look of horror in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. The Wuxian boss finally understood why this son could break into the Hunyuan sword sect and kill the 3 Mahayana Tianjiaos of Po Xian universe in seconds. As the great elder of the Wuji immortal sect, the cultivation base of the Wuxian boss has reached the late Mahayana stage thousands of years ago, and it is only one step away from the Mahayana peak. This son can defeat him with one move, and definitely has a strength that is not inferior to the peak of Mahayana. As expected to be the emperor of God's domain, it's really amazing, take me and try. The cyan flames flickered in the eyes of the real person Qing, and the aura of the late Mahayana exploded with full force. Only a sharp and piercing bird cry was heard abruptly. A giant blue bird appeared out of nowhere above the head of the real person Qing, then swept across the void and slaughtered towards Jiang Chen. Although this cyan firebird was condensed by flames, it did not emit the slightest hot breath at all. On the contrary, it gave off a biting chill, making the temperature of the entire Hunyuan Holy City seem to have dropped at this moment. This is the blue spirit, censored, flame of the real person of Tai immortal sect Qing. In Hunyuan Holy City, some people with extraordinary vision couldn't help but exclaim for a while. The real person of Tai immortal sect Qing, this is an extremely powerful person comparable to the boss of Promise immortal sect Wuji. Could it be that the Promise Shanzong and Tai Shanzong had a conflict? Ancient seal of human emperor, seal of destroying soul. Jiang Chen gave a soft drink, and a black square seal on his palm quickly magnified in the air, turning into a terrifying black giant seal, and collided with the cyan firebird that had come from the culling. Chapter 2604, Kill one man with one sword. The black giant seal collided with the cyan firebird, and there was no sound in the void. I saw the cyan firebird, which was annihilated by the huge black seal just in the blink of an eye. After the black giant seal swallowed the cyan firebird, the participating energy also fell on the body of the real person Qing with the momentum of thunder. The real person Qing snorted, and the whole person stepped back a few steps in the void, and there was also a pale look on his face. Zuzi is crazy, take me Li Tianchong. At this moment, Sect Master Li Tianchong of Zhuli, immortal screamed, a huge hammer surrounded by black thunder and lightning, like a thunder god's hammer, slammed towards Jiang Chen with the power to destroy everything. This is the treasure of 9 Li immortal sect, the Juyu extinguishing sky hammer. The sect master of 9 Li immortal sect also made a move. In Hunyuan Holy City, many monks were shocked. What happened to the big figures of the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe unexpectedly shot one after another? Numerous monks no longer hesitate now, and one after another heads towards the center of Hunyuan Holy City. The ancient seal of the emperor, the seal of the god. Jiang Chen's hands were sealed, a divine mark of Zhu Zi shining with brilliant golden light, directly and mercilessly smashed at the Juyu median hammer. The sound like Hong Zhang Dalu shook the sky and the earth, as if two meteorites collided with each other, with terrifying vigor overflowing in all directions. Li Tianchong snorted, and the whole person flew out under the impact of that terrifying energy. 3 understatements, defeating 3 powerful late Mahayana in a row. Seeing this scene, whether it is the many Mahayana monks in the void or the 2 blood thousand killers below, there is a touch of horror that cannot be concealed in the eyes. The monks in the late Mahayana did not even have any resistance. This level of terrifying strength, even if compared to the superb cultivator at the pinnacle of Mahayana, is probably beyond that. This sun's strength is too enchanting, let's take action together. The Wuxian old monster roared wildly, and the monstrous true essence mana surged out of his body again. Little friend Jiang Chen, let me help you. Shui Yuntian gritted his teeth, his figure also rose in the air in an instant, ready to join forces with Jiang Chen to deal with the Wuxian boss and other 6 powerhouses. After today, there might be no place for the Blood Fiend sect in the Poxian universe, and the Blood Fiend sect has no other choice but to advance and retreat together with Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen is the human emperor of God's domain Human Emperor Palace, he might not have made arrangements for his visit to Broxian universe this time. Nowadays, only by helping Jiang Chen with all his strength can he find a ray of life for the Blood Fiend sect. Blood Cloud Heaven, God's domain is the life and death enemy of my Poxian universe. Your blood sect dared to betray the Poxian universe and be with the people of God's domain. The old monster Wu Tian sternly shouted with cold eyes, don't quickly retreat and wait for the trial of the 10 immortal gates, otherwise you blood evil sect will wait to be removed from the Poxian universe. Shui Yuntian didn't speak, and the blood fiend true essence in his body was also surging out unreservedly. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Shui Yuntian, and said indifferently, get out, there are only 6 rubbishes, I can destroy it with a finger, so why don't you help me? Shui Yuntian's pupils suddenly shrank. This guy, can he really use his own power to fight against the 6 old monsters? However, thinking that this son is the emperor of the world, he must have a shocking method. Shui Yuntian hesitated slightly, and chose to retreat 1,000 feet away. Boy, you are looking for death, today I will kill you, the emperor of God's domain, and then I will completely level your God's domain. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't seem to put the 6 of them in his eyes at all, and the 6 Wuxian boss were all furious. 6 breaths of ruining the sky and the earth descended from the void. The sword spirit is mighty and stretches for thousands of miles. The blue flame swept the sky, making the air freeze. Thunder sound shakes the world, heaven and earth shake. 6 Mahayana monks, 3 of them in the late Mahayana and 3 in the mid-Mahayana, shot at the same time at this moment. The terrifying power, even the monks at the peak of the Mahayana might have to temporarily avoid the edge. And while Boss Wuji was waiting for 6 Mahayana monks to take action at the same time, countless monks who came to the center of Hunyuan Holy City also discovered this scene above Hunyuan Holy City. When they saw that Wuxian boss and other 6 Mahayana monks were going to join hands to deal with a black-clothed young man, their eyes were dull and it was difficult to recover from the horror for a long time. The promised Shanzong Wuxian old monster, Tai Shanzong Qing real person, and the lord of Juli Shanzong Li Tianchong. These are all big figures standing at the top of the pyramid of Poxian universe, and every one of them is an existence that can make Poxian universe tremble 3 times by stomping their feet. The remaining 3 are also famous Mahayana monks among the 10 great immortals. Such 6 characters are actually going to join forces to deal with a young man in black with a lack of hair. Facing the combined blow of the 6 Wuxian boss, Jiang Chen's expression was light and breezy, as if the offensive that destroyed the sky in the sky was just a breeze blowing on his face. Humph, just relying on you group of ants, you also want to kill the emperor to flatten the gods, open the ancient seal of the sky, and break it for me. Jiang Chen's icy voice fell, directly condensing the last seal of the ancient seal of the emperor, and blasted past the Wuxian boss. This imprint was printed, like a golden sacred mountain from ancient times, descending from above the 9 heavens. Wherever the golden mountain passed, heaven and earth collapsed, as if the end had come. No matter what 10 directions of sword aura, azure spirit flame, world-destroying thunder light. Under Jiang Chen's seal of opening the sky, everything was broken, like a dream bubble. In the face of this unmatched, world-shaking seal, Wuxian boss and other 6 Mahayana monks, all of them were struck by lightning and retreated hundreds of miles in an instant. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and the human emperor's sword flashed out of thin air. Above the void above his head, a Big Dipper pattern illuminating thousands of miles of starry sky also appeared in an instant. 7-star heavenly sword, Tianshu sword chi. Jiang Chen didn't give the Wuxian old monsters any chance to breathe. A star sword aura fell from above the 9 heavens and appeared in front of a middle Mahayana cultivator in the blink of an eye. Before the middle Mahayana cultivator could react, the sword light instantly penetrated his body, causing his body to burst, and even the Yuan Ying was completely turned into fragments. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, even if it was just a sword aura from the 7-star heavenly sword art, it was enough to crush the powerhouse in the middle of the Mahayana. Seeing this scene, Rao Wuxian boss and others couldn't help but feel inexplicably cold in their hearts. The 6 Mahayana cultivators joined forces, and they were defeated by the Emperor of God's domain, and one person was killed instantly. 7-star heavenly sword, heavenly jade sword chi. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and he didn't pay attention to the terrified Wuxian boss and others. The 2nd-star sword aura was also cut down again. Chapter 2605. Yuan Tianqi shot. This sword is like a galaxy waterfall, unstoppable. The mid-Mahayana monk had a dead soul, and exploded with all his strength, condensing layers of defense all over his body. All the defenses gathered by this middle Mahayana monk, under Jiang Chen's sword aura, were almost like pieces of paper. And they collapsed when touched. Even this Mahayana monk was crushed into a blood dance from beginning to end, and he couldn't find any fragments. The 2nd Mahayana monk fell. Seeing this scene, the 4 remaining Wuxian bosses couldn't help but feel inexplicably cold in their hearts. Killing one person with one sword, killing middle Mahayana monks is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. This kind of power is simply not something they can contend. The last middle Mahayana monk was so gutted that he screamed in horror and turned around to flee in a panic. The strength of the God's domain human sovereign in front of him is unfathomable, and he has far surpassed them, reaching an incredible level. Even the supreme existence of the Mahayana pinnacle may not be able to compete with it. With their strength, if they continue to fight Jiang Chen, the only result is probably to fall. The 3rd, Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent, and the 3rd-star sword aura instantly separated the world, as if detached from time, and appeared in front of the middle Mahayana monk in the blink of an eye. In front of this star sword energy, the void seemed to be non-existent. No matter what kind of body protector, the body protector is extremely fragile. This Mahayana monk looked desperate and horrified, but just as he spit out a word of nothing, his whole person was completely annihilated under this sword. 7-star heavenly sword, hey! One sword killed the last Mahayana monk. Jiang Chen obviously did not intend to waste time with the Wuxian bosses. The 7 stars in the Big Dipper map instantly merged into one, turning into a galaxy giant sword and fell down. This sword pierced the starry sky, and the horrible aura permeated the entire Hunyuan holy city, as if it was about to turn the entire Hunyuan holy city into ruins. The complexion of the 3 men of Wuxian boss changed drastically. Where did they dare to hesitate? Each of them exploded with their strongest strength and faced the galaxy giant sword in the void. I saw the body of the sect master Julie exploded for the first time, and the whole person had almost no resistance, and was crushed to pieces by the galaxy greatsword. The cyan fire of the real person of Tai Immortal sect's Azure River was also instantly shattered, and the whole person was submerged in that galaxy giant sword. In the end, it was the Wuxian boss of the promised Shanzong. They struggled hard under the galaxy giant sword with a pair of Tuyi Taiji diagram, and finally burned their essence in blood desperately, but it was of no avail. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even if he used the 7-star heavenly sword art that was not too powerful, it was enough to pose a threat to the cultivators at the peak of the Mahayana. How could the Wuxian bosses such as the late Mahayana cultivators contend? The Wuxian boss finally failed to hold on for too long, and burst into a blood dance with Liangyi Taiji too. 6 Mahayana monks besieged Jiang Chen, and in just a few moments, Jiang Chen beheaded all of them. Even if he is a superb cultivator at the pinnacle of Mahayana, he might not have such a terrifying power. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate after killing Wuxian boss and others in an understatement. This Hunyuan holy city, after all, is the site of Hunyuan sword sect. As the number 1 immortal gate of the broken immortal universe, Hunyuan Zhanzong's strength is unfathomable, and there is more than one monk at the peak of Mahayana. Although he is not afraid of the monks at the peak of Mahayana with his current strength, he does not want to fight directly with Hunyuan Zhanzong in this Hunyuan holy city. Now that he has killed 6 Mahayana monks from the 10 great immortal gates in a row, the vitality of the 10 great immortal gates has been greatly injured. It should be impossible for him to invade God's domain in a short time. He can leave Hunyuan holy city first, and then think of a way to hunt down the Mahayana monks in Poxian universe. Just when Jiang Chen was about to leave with xianxia and xianxia, a roar that shook the sky instantly reverberated over the holy city of Hunyuan. What a God's realm emperor, dare to come to me to break the immortal universe, and if my Yuan Tianqi doesn't break your corpse into thousands of pieces today, I will swear not to be a human being. With this old roar resounding, a terrifying sword light suddenly clashed from the center of Hunyuan Holy City, and then turned into a gray-haired old man above Hunyuan Holy City. The white-haired old man is the great elder of Hunyuan Zhanzong, the Yuan Tianqi whose cultivation reached the peak of Mahayana. He stood quietly in the void thousands of feet away from Jiang Chen, with a slightly rickety body, but a very terrifying breath, as if he merged with the surrounding world. Be careful, this is Yuan Tianqi, the great elder of Hunyuan Zhanzong, and one of the 5 Mahayana pinnacles on the bright side of the broken universe. Shui Yuntian looked at the figure in the void and couldn't help but said solemnly. The superb monk at the peak of Mahayana, this is the strongest man who truly stood at the peak of the broken universe. Excluding those old monsters that haven't come out for many years, there are only 5 Mahayana peak monks on the bright side of the broken universe. Yuan Tianqi in front of him is one of them. The Emperor of God's domain, you are quite courageous. My Poxian universe has not invaded your God's realm. I didn't expect you to run into the Poxian universe to run wild. Yuan Tianqi stared at Jiang Chen coldly, as if looking at a dead person. Yuan Tianqi didn't expect that it would be God's domain human sovereign who appeared in Poxian universe, and had a terrifying strength not inferior to Mahayana peak monks. Even the Wuxian boss and other 6 top Mahayana monks were all killed by Jiang Chen's finger. As the great elder of Hunyuan Zhanzong and the person in charge of this Fairy Gate conference, now the top 10 immortal gates have suffered heavy losses under his nose. How can Yuan Tianqi not be angry in his heart? Old stuff, this is what you ask for yourself. If you want to invade God's domain, you have to ask the emperor whether he can agree or not. Jiang Chen looked at Yuan Tianqi faintly, and did not have the slightest fear of this Mahayana peak monk. Yuan Tianqi's eyes were like sharp heavenly swords, shooting Jiang Chen directly. The void was cut open by his gaze, making a babble sound. Yuan Tianqi didn't use a trace of true essence mana, just the swordsman power released from his body was enough to overwhelm the world, making all the monks in Hunyuan Holy City trembled, and there was a feeling that they couldn't help but want to worship. Today, my Yuan Tianqi upholds the ancestors' aspirations, and cut you, God's domain, as the emperor of the world. Chapter 2606, War Mahayana Pinnacle. Yuan Tianqi's voice fell, his white hair fluttered in the wind, and the sword light in his muddy old eyes became more and more prosperous. An overwhelming sword force surged from him, quickly filling the world. The air over the entire Hunyuan Holy City was condensed for it. As if the vitality between heaven and earth, there is no way to flow. Yuan Tianqi stood there quietly and proudly, like an immortal dominating everything. The Mahayana monk is the end of immortal cultivation. One step further is to ask Dao Chengxian. The legendary immortals all hold the laws of immortality, standing in the laws of immortality created by themselves, all laws will not invade, and all enemies will not be broken. The Mahayana monk is only one step away from asking Dao to become immortal. Some Mahayana peak cultivators with advanced cultivation levels have been able to get a glimpse of the immortal Dao and master the laws of the false immortal Dao. The Yuan Tianqi in front of him had obviously reached this step. Jiang Chen used the Azure Emperor longevity secret art, and his whole person was not affected by the false immortal law of Yuan Tianqi at all. He looked at Yuan Tianqi with a sneer. Old things, with your little tricks, you can't help me. As expected to be the emperor of God's domain, he really has some ability. Yuan Tianqi squinted slightly, and stretched out his hand to press against Jiang Chen. I saw the frozen heaven and earth vitality in Yuan Tianqi's body, instantly turning into a terrifying sword force, oppressing towards Jiang Chen. The oppressive horror of this sword is at its extreme, like a sacred mountain of 10,000 feet long suppressed. Even the monks of the late Mahayana period will be crushed by this terrible sword. Jiang Chen didn't change his face, and the emperor's sword in his hand swiped in the air. The oppressive terrorist sword force was directly split apart by Jiang Chensheng's sword. Yuan Tianqi looked indifferent, and immediately waved his sleeves. An ancient silver sword flying out of his sleeve. As soon as this ancient sword appeared, it directly turned into a heavenly sword light, which stretched across the head of Yuan Tianqi, as long as 1,000 meters, like a 9-day Milky Way. Yuan Tianqi had a sword in his hand, his whole body's momentum changed. Chenjiang Jianmeng cut down from the sky and pointed directly at Jiang Chen. There was no fear in Jiang Chen's eyes, and an earth-shaking warfare burst out all over his body. Two terrifying kendo powers collided in the void, and the terrible energy burst out, echoing between the sky and the earth. The mighty storm of sword energy swept the entire Hunyuan Holy City. Even the great defensive formation of Hunyuan Holy City became shaky under this terrible storm of sword aura. And in the center of the sword chi storm, I saw the sword light that was thousands of feet long. Directly under the impact of Jiang Chen's sword unity, it exploded inch by inch. Chenjiang's sword light shattered. Yuan Tianqi's expression still did not panic at all. He quickly pinched a sword tactic with both hands, and the Chenjiang sword light that was defeated by Jiang Chen was instantly divided into 9, and it fell down again against Jiang Chen. Huntian 9 swords. One sword transforms 9 sword auras, each of which is more powerful than the previous blow. Facing the monstrous god's domain human sovereign in front of him, Yuan Tianqi did not have any reservations, and directly used Hunyuan sword sect's top kendo supernatural powers. Jiang Chen looked up at Yuan Tianqi's amazing sword, a gleaming golden sword light on the human emperor's sword, with the terrifying breath of Tuxian killing god, collided with the 9 sword auras that landed. The 9 sword auras were all smashed into nothingness by Jiang Chen's sword one after another. Yuan Tianqi stepped back several steps, and finally a look of horror appeared on the old face that had been expressionless. Your sword is not like the magical power of kendo in the world. How can you master the magic of immortals? Huntian 9 swords, this is one of the top kendo magical powers of their Hunyuan sword sect. But the sword that the Emperor of God's domain had previously cut out completely suppressed his 9 Hunyuan sword. This level of kendo supernatural powers, extraordinary kendo supernatural powers. This is the real sword fairy art. Yuan Tianqi didn't expect that this god's domain human emperor actually mastered the real sword celestial technique. Since the breaking of the immortal road in the universe, even their Hunyuan sword sect, they have not had a complete sword immortal power. And God realm is just a martial arts civilization universe that is much weaker than the immortal broken universe whose strength is cut off from the immortal road. How could it have real sword immortal magical powers? Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense with Yuan Tianqi. The second épée sword of killing immortal sword art instantly condensed, and a sword light that was several times more terrifying than before, once again slashed at Yuan Tianqi. Yuan Tianqi's pupils shrank, and the true essence mana burst out to the extreme in an instant. Shi Fang Tian Yuan sword. Yuan Tianqi roared, the heaven and earth vitality in a radius of 100,000 miles, instantly centered on him, rushing madly. The vitality of these heavens and earth is constantly compressed and condensed, and finally turned into thousands of swords, covering the world. The entire Hunyuan Holy City was enveloped by endless sword aura, and the mighty sword aura finally turned into 10 sword pillars supporting the sky and the earth, and they came to Jiang Chen to besiege. This kind of terrifying power is enough to eclipse the heavens and the earth, and the sun and the moon are dull. Even Hunyuan Holy City's defensive formation could hardly bear such a terrifying force, and it was directly broken into pieces. The 10 sword pillars condensed by the 10 square Tianyuan swords in Yuan Tianqi were all shattered continuously under Jiang Chen's killing immortal sword, turning into bits of sword light and dissipating between the heaven and the earth. Yuan Tianqi was shocked by this blow, and he couldn't help stepping back into the void again and again. Jiang Chen stood proudly with his sword, and the loud laughter that shook the heavens and the earth echoed over the holy city of Hunyuan. Ha ha, Yuan Tianqi, it seems that your monks at the peak of the Mahayana universe are nothing more than that. There was a dead silence in the sky and underground, leaving only Jiang Chen's laughter reverberating continuously. The countless monks in Hunyuan Holy City were shocked in their hearts. Yuan Tianqi, the great elder of Hunyuan Zhanzong, the first immortal gate in the broken universe, the peerless sword repairman at the pinnacle of Mahayana, and one of the top powerhouses in the broken universe. Such a strong monk is not even the opponent of the black-clothed youth on the opposite side. Is this the power of the Emperor of God's domain? Shui Yuntian looked at Jiang Chen, who stood in the void like an invincible god of war, and couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Although he knew that Jiang Chen's strength was very strong, even far above him, he did not expect Jiang Chen to be so strong that he was so strong. Even the peerless sword repairs at the peak of Mahayana like Yuan Tianqi were completely suppressed by it. If you are alone, there is probably no one in the entire broken universe to get this divine realm human emperor. Chapter 2607, The Art of Immortality reappears. Human Sovereign, don't delay with him, we must leave as soon as possible. Hunyuan Zhanzong still has at least 2 superb Mahayana peak monks. Once they arrive at Hunyuan Holy City, it will be troublesome. Shui Yuntian came back to his senses and couldn't help but hurriedly communicated to Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength is not inferior to the monks at the peak of Mahayana, but he may not be able to fight 1 against 2 or 1 against 3. Hearing Shui Yuntian's voice transmission, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, urging the killing immortal Sword Ju triple. Sword Ju with all his strength and slashed it out against Yuan Tianhua. Hunyuan Jian done. Yuan Tianhua deserves to be the superb monk at the peak of Hunyuan Zhanzong Mahayana. Even facing Jiang Chen, Tuxian's sword, there is still no panic. I saw his sword light exploded, and his whole body was mixed with sword energy, blending with heaven and earth, as if it did not exist in the world. The terrifying sword light of killing the immortal sword art was enough to slaughter the immortal gods, passing through those Hunyuan sword qi, but it did not hurt Hunyuan sword qi at all. Hunyuan Jian done, the supreme life-saving supernatural power known as Hunyuan Zhanzong, but very difficult to cultivate. In the entire Hunyuan sword sect, no more than 3 people can master this life-saving holy technique. Once a Mahayana monk masters the Hunyuan sword dunge, he can be invincible. Even if he is a monk at the peak of the Mahayana, it is difficult to break the Hunyuan sword dunge. This life-saving magical power is almost comparable to the immortal Taoist magical power. Human Sovereign Jiang Chen, even if your strength is overwhelming, you are far from qualified to kill me. My sect master Hunyuan sword sect is coming soon, and you will be hard to fly. At this moment, the indifferent voice of Yuan Tianchi was also rippling between heaven and earth. The superb cultivator at the pinnacle of Mahayana is really hard to deal with. With his current strength, it is indeed possible to easily suppress the monks at the peak of the Mahayana, but if you want to kill the monks at the peak of the Mahayana, I am afraid you have to use some whole cards. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and didn't intend to delay time. Sect Master Hunyuan Sword Sect, compared to the strength of the old guy in front of him, he was probably only strong or weak. Once the sect master of Hunyuan Sword Sect arrived, he wanted to fight 1 against 2, which was probably not an easy task. Even if they can beat the 2, I'm afraid they will have to pay some price. Once pinned in this Hunyuan holy city, it would be a little troublesome. Yuan Tianchi, don't think that you have this magical power, the emperor really can't help you. Jiang Chen stared coldly at the Hunyuan Zhanchi that merged with the heavens and the earth, and the Azure Emperor longevity art urged it all out. The terrifying dominating divine power rose up from Jiang Chen's body and turned into a sky-reaching sword force, as if to pierce the sky through the sky. Jiang Chen was expressionless, a dazzling sword light on the human emperor's sword instantly knocked open the heavenly gate. A sword fairy in Xing Yi that Jiang Chen was very familiar with stepped out of the shining heavenly gate. He glanced at Jiang Chen below, and couldn't help but smile and said, "That's nice kid, I haven't seen you for a few days, I didn't expect you to have grown to this point." Xing Yi Zhangzhen's gaze fell directly on the Hunyuan Zhanchi that blended with heaven and earth. "Hey, your breath, it's kind of familiar." Sword Immortal Xing Yi glanced at Hunyuan Jian Qi in amazement, and then lightly pointed at Hunyuan Jian Qi with a pointed sword. "I saw the Hunyuan Jian Qi that Jiang Chen couldn't attack at all before, and it broke in an instant, revealing the figure of Yuan Tianhua. Yuan Tianhua's complexion was pale, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his breath became extremely wilting in an instant. He looked up at the arrogant Qingyi sword fairy, his expression frightened. Through the art of connecting to immortals, the road to the universe has been cut off for a long time. How can it be possible to connect to immortals? The art of immortality, as Yuan Tianhua's horrified voice kept turning his head above Hunyuan Holy City, many monks with extraordinary knowledge couldn't help their expressions change drastically. The art of communicating with immortals, this is the art of communicating with immortals. Under the unbroken path of the Poxian universe, the major immortals are all immortals with ascending immortal realms. You can invite immortals to come with the help of the art of communicating immortals. This is also the strongest trump card of the great immortals. Since the road of immortality was cut off, Poxian universe has no longer been able to communicate with immortals. The Hunyuan Sword Sect has a long inheritance history. The old men who have ascended to the immortal realm have more than one hand, and naturally they also have the art of communicating with the immortals. As the great elder of Hunyuan Sword Sect, Yuan Tianqi knew very well that Hunyuan sword sect would try to worship the ancestor Tongxian every once in a while, but it was of no use at all. Now that Jiang Chen has actually performed the art of fascination to attract the immortals to come, how can Yuan Tianqi not be upset? Shanlu cut off. This universe has indeed been forcibly cut off from the immortal world, but how can these methods affect me? Xingyi Zhangjin raised his head and glanced at Void, and then faintly looked at Yuan Tianhua and said, "For the sake of you being an old friend, I will not kill you today. If you dare to do anything to my people, even if your ancestors come in person, can't save you." After Xingyi Zhangjin finished speaking, he immediately glanced at Jiang Chen. His faint voice resounded in Jiang Chen's mind. "Boy, after today, I shouldn't descend into the starry sky universe again. Be careful, I am waiting for you in the fairy world." After confessing Jiang Chen's sentence, Xingyi Zhangjin turned and stepped into the Tianmen without turning his head, and then quickly disappeared between the heaven and the earth. Hearing Xingyi Zhangjin's voice transmission, Jiang Chen was taken aback for a while. Will not descend on the starry universe again? Doesn't this mean that he will not be able to summon this Qingyi sword immortal with the sword of the Qing Emperor in the future? He ignored Yuan Tianhua, directly greeted the two of Shui Yuntian, quickly turned into 3 streams of light, and swept towards the sky. Yuan Tianhua stared at the direction where Jiang Chen and the 3 were leaving, but did not make any movement. Previously, Jiang Chen used the art of Tongxian, which severely injured him with a single blow. Now his power is less than 1/10 of the peak, and he has no ability to stop Jiang Chen. Even though he was still at his peak this time, Yuan Tianhua didn't dare to stop Jiang Chen at all. The art of immortality is too terrifying, and he can't resist it at all. If not for the mercy of the sword fairy in Xingyi just now, he would have already been wiped out by that sword god. The immortal Jiang Chen invited by using the art of communicating with the immortals seemed to be with them. Yuan Tianhua once asked the ancestor who became immortal was old knowledge, so how could Yuan Tianhua dare to act rashly? Just as Yuan Tianhua was thinking in secret, a peerless sword light that pierced the world and land fell in front of Yuan Tianhua like a meteor. Chapter 2608, Shanlu Reconnected. The sword light dissipated in front of Yuan Tianqi, turning into a middle-aged man in a golden robe with sword eyebrows, star eyes, and unfathomable aura. Yuan Tianqi looked at the middle-aged in the golden robe in front of him, and couldn't help but clasp his fists and said, "Sect Master, you are here." This middle-aged person in the golden robe is no one else, but the contemporary lord of the Hunyuan sword sect, Yuan Wenjian. "Elder Tianqi, what happened in Hunyuan Holy City? How did you make it look like this?" Looking at the miserable appearance of Yuan Tianqi, Yuan Wenjian's deep eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. Although Yuan Tianqi sent an urgent message and asked him to come to Hunyuan Holy City to help, Yuan Wenjian didn't know much about the specific situation of Hunyuan Holy City. Yuan Wenjian obviously didn't know what happened in Hunyuan Holy City at this moment. As for the strength of Yuan Tianqi, Yuan Wenjian is naturally very clear. This is Hunyuan Zhanzong's extremely senior Mahayana Peak sword repairman, and it takes much earlier than him to break through the Mahayana Peak. Without the help of some of the cards that the sect master had, Yuan Wenjian would not dare to easily defeat Yuan Tianqi. He really couldn't understand who would dare to run wild at the Fairy Gate conference and make Yuan Tianqi fall into such a miserable state. "Sect Master, the Emperor of God's domain is here to break the celestial universe." Yuan Tianqi took a deep breath, and then spoke out what happened in the holy city of Hunyuan. "What a God's realm emperor, I was about to invade God's realm again, looking for the legendary immortal monument. I didn't expect that God's realm emperor came to the Poxian universe first." Yuan Wenjian's whole person became murderous in an instant. Immediately summon the top 10 immortal gates, step down the blood evil sect, and take down the Emperor of God's domain. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianqi couldn't help but quickly stopped and said, "Sect Master, don't." "Huh, why not?" Yuan Wenjian's eyes sank, and an unpleasant look appeared on his face. Yuan Tianqi smiled bitterly. "Does Sect Master know how I was defeated by the Emperor of God's domain?" Yuan Wenjian was taken aback for a moment. Yuan Tianqi masters Hunyuan Zhanzong's supreme magical power. Hunyuan Jian escape, even a monk facing the peak of Mahayana can be invincible. Even if he was the sect master of Hunyuan sword sect, unless he used Hunyuan sword sect's whole cards, it would be difficult to crack Hunyuan sword escape and defeat Yuan Tianqi. Even if God's domain human sovereign is a powerhouse dominating the peak, he might not be able to severely damage Yuan Tianqi in such a short period of time, right? The Emperor of God's domain can use the art of Tongxian, summoning a Xingyi sword immortal from the lower realm. If it weren't for that Xingyi sword immortal and our Hunyuan sword sect ancestor were old acquaintances, I am afraid I would have already vanished. Yuan Tianqi said word by word. Following Yuan Tianqi's words, Yuan Wenjian's expression couldn't help but change drastically. Since becoming the sect master of Hunyuan sword sect, Yuan Wenjian has tried the art of immortality no less than 10 times, but it has not been successful. The celestial breaking universe, which is cut off from the immortal road, can't use the art of conquering the immortal at all. How could the Emperor of God realm summon the immortal lower realm? As far as he knew, God's domain was nothing but a small universe where even immortals could hardly be born. There had been almost no immortals before, and there was no magic to pass immortals at all. If God's domain can invite immortals to come, how can Broxian universe shake the God's domain? I don't want to believe it either, but all the cultivators in Hunyuan Holy City should have seen it before, so how can it be fake? Yuan Tianqi smiled bitterly. The Qingyi sword fairy has warned me that if our Hunyuan sword sect dared to move the Emperor of God's domain, he would no longer care about the ancestor's face. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wenjian's expression instantly turned gloomy. The magic of immortality invites immortals to come, although it is not the real body, but it is definitely not something that the Mahayana monks can deal with. The Xingyi sword immortal invited by the Emperor of the Kingdom of God is an old acquaintance with their ancestor who became immortal with the Yuan sword sect. They have no way to deal with this God's domain human emperor now, let alone invade the God's domain and look for the legendary immortal monument. Elder Tianqi, what do you think we should do now? Thinking of the situation of the Emperor of God's domain, Yuan Wenjian couldn't help but feel a headache. God's domain human sovereign is not inferior to the peak of Mahayana, and can also use the art of Tongxian to invite the immortal to come. In today's Broxian universe, it is almost invincible. He came to break the immortal universe this time, obviously with bad intentions. This time, not only did the Fairy Gate convention be upset, but also 6 Mahayana monks were killed, and they were all strong among the 10 great Fairy Gates. If the Emperor of God's domain is allowed to toss in Poxian universe, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's watch the changes first and see if we can make peace with the Emperor of God's domain. Yuan Tianqi's gaze flickered slightly. I'm thinking, since the Emperor of God's domain can use the art of immortality and invite immortals to come, can our Hunyuan sword sect also be able to use the art of immortality and the ascending ancestors to get in touch? Yuan Wenjian's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the words. The Emperor of God's domain was able to use the technique of immortality to invite immortals to come. Could it be that some kind of change occurred in the broken immortal universe, which caused the broken immortal road to reconnect? If this is the case, why does the Poxian universe invade God's domain for the sake of a trivial immortal monument containing the opportunity to become a fairy? Elder Tianqi, take care of the things in the holy city of Hunyuan. I will return to the holy city of Hunyuan first. Yuan Wenjian's excitement was overwhelmed, and his figure disappeared in the same place in a flash. Seeing that Yuan Wenjian came and went fast, Yuan Tianqi's old eyes couldn't help but a look of helplessness appeared. In today's battle, the Emperor of God's domain killed 6 Mahayana monks. 6 are Mahayana monks, all of whom are among the top 10 immortals. It also includes the Wuxian boss of the Promise Immortal sect and the real-life Qing of Tai. The immortal door behind these guys, I'm afraid they will never let it go. Yuan Tianqi took a deep breath, and his figure quickly landed towards the holy city of Hunyuan below. In the Hunyuan universe, above the cloudless sky, 3 figures cut through the sky like a stream of light. These 3 figures are naturally the 3 Jiang Chen who have left Hunyuan Holy City. Human sovereign Jiang Chen, now your identity is exposed, and the forces headed by the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe will definitely not let you off easily. What are you going to do? Shui Yuntian looked up at Jiang Chen, his expression extremely solemn. Although they escaped from Hunyuan Holy City, the situation is still very serious. What they will face next is probably the entire broken immortal universe. Even though Jiang Chen's strength is shocking, even Yuan Tianqi and other Mahayana peak cultivators can be defeated, but the double fist is hard to beat the 4 hands after all. There are a full 5 Mahayana peak cultivators on the bright face of Poxian universe, not to mention that there are some hidden old monsters in the major immortal gates. If Jiang Chen had no other preparations, it would be impossible for him to compete with the entire broken universe by himself. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's okay, let's go back to the evil spirits and talk about it first. Chapter 2609, Storm is Coming, Back to the Blood of the Evil Sect. Hearing these words, Xianxia and Blood Thousand Killing couldn't help but froze for a while. It is a well-known thing that the Blood Fiend sect and Jiang Chen, the Emperor of God's domain, are together. If nothing happens, the 10 great immortals will definitely send people to the Silent Blood territory to kill the Blood Evil sect. Xianxia was even ready to order the Blood Thousand kill, so that the disciples of the Blood Fiend cult would evacuate and hide them in pieces, so as not to encounter the disaster of extinction. They obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen to return to the evil spirit. At this time, returning to the evil spirits is no different from sending it to the door to find death. Master, do we really want to return to the evil spirits at this time? Xianxia hesitated slightly, and finally couldn't help but ask aloud. Don't worry, the top 10 immortals shouldn't be easy to make. We can return to the evil spirit to watch the changes. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, last time I asked you to send you back to the people of the star universe, you should be able to get in touch with them, right? The reason why he had previously displayed the Qingdi sword, the last form of the Qingdi sword technique, was to deter the 10 immortal gates. With his current dominance of the peak cultivation base, the Azure Emperor's sword was enough to cause a fatal threat to the cultivators at the peak of Mahayana. When he used the Azure Emperor's sword, the Qingyi sword immortal had warned the Yuan Tianqi of Hunyuan sword sect, and the people of Hunyuan sword sect might not dare to attack him easily. As long as Hunyuan sword sect does not make a move, how can the other forces in the 10 great immortals dare to act rashly? Before they left, they did leave a way to get in touch. Xianxia nodded, and immediately seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up. Master, do you mean to pass on the situation of the broken universe to the Sky Star universe? Today, in the Battle of Hunyuan Holy City, Jiang Chen killed 6 Mahayana monks in Paxian universe, and they were all big figures in the top 10 immortal gates, which can be regarded as the vitality of the 10 immortal gates. If the universe of the stars got this news, it would certainly not let this opportunity go easily. At that time, there will be the restraint of the heavenly star universe. Even if Paxian universe wants to deal with them, I am afraid it will be powerless. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and said, try it. Although the Tianxing universe is a science-based universe, its strength is not weak, and it is completely capable of competing with the Paxian universe. If the Sky Star universe is willing to make a move, they can join forces with the Sky Star universe, and will destroy the immortal universe in one fell swoop. The Blood Thousand Killer took a deep breath and said, Master, the thing that got in touch with the people of the Star universe is in the Blood sect. We have to rush back to the Blood sect as soon as possible. First return to the Blood Evil sect to get in touch with the Star universe. If the Star universe is willing to attack the Blood Evil sect, it would be best. He might have to lead the Blood Fiend sect and temporarily withdraw to God's domain. Hunyuan Zhanzong. When Yuan Wenjian returned to Hunyuan Zhanzong, he went straight to the ancestral hall deep in the forbidden area of Hunyuan Zhanzong. After turning the incense to worship the ancestors, he didn't hesitate to force a drop of essence and blood to use the magic of the Hunyuan sword sect. Following Yuan Wenjian's mysterious handprints, they were like stones sinking into the ocean, without any response at all. Hunyuan Zhanzong's immortality art still has no response. What is going on? Seeing the situation in front of him, a look of confusion appeared in Yuan Tianqi's eyes. The Emperor of God's domain can use the technique of immortality to invite the immortals to come, why they can't do it with Yuan Zhanzong? Yuan Wenjian was not willing to do so, and tried again and again. He consumed a few drops of essence and blood one after another, and after trying 4 or 5 times in a row, there was also a pale look on his face. But even so, the art of Tongxian has not succeeded. It's impossible, I don't believe it can't succeed. Yuan Wenjian's face couldn't help passing a madness, and he was about to try to use the immortality art for the 6th time. But at this moment, a slight energy fluctuation suddenly spread from the hall. I saw Yuan Tianqi's figure had emerged out of thin air in the hall. He looked at Yuan Wenjian's extremely pale face, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Sect Master, the art of Tongxian failed. It has failed 5 times. Yuan Wenjian said. He was about to prepare for the 6th time to use the art of Tongxian. Seeing this, Yuan Tianqi couldn't help hurriedly stopping him. Sect Master, don't waste your efforts. If you continue to use it, you will probably hurt your foundation. Since it has not succeeded 5 times in a row, even if it is tried many times, it may not make any sense at all. Yuan Wenjian said with a look of unwillingness, I really don't understand why the Emperor of God's domain can use the art of immortality, but we can't. There are only 2 possibilities. Yuan Tianqi slowly said, either the Poxian universe and the immortal road have not been reconnected, but the God domain human emperor's art of communicating with the immortal is not restricted by the Poxian universe, or there is a problem with the ancestor gate where the Hunyuan sword sect once soared. NS. Immediately send someone to inquire about other forces and see if anyone can perform the magic of immortality. Yuan Zhanzong took a deep breath, his eyes became extremely solemn. If it was the first situation, they could still accept the Hunyuan Zhanzong. But in the second case, their Hunyuan sword sect's position in Poxian universe would probably be threatened. Since Jiang Chen rioted in the holy city of Hunyuan and killed the 6 Mahayana monks of Poxian universe, the Fairy Gate Conference ended ahead of schedule, and the major powers of the great cultivation of Poxian universe have also left the holy city of Hunyuan. Because of fear of Jiang Chen, Hunyuan Zhanzong, the head of the 10 immortal gates, has not made any actions. The entire Broxian universe also fell into a brief silence. About half a month later, the top 10 immortals headed by the wuxia immortal sect Tai immortal sect once again sent the strong to gather in the Hunyuan sword sect. A magnificent giant hall made of mysterious bluestone, with 10 breathtaking figures sitting on the hall. These figures are all Mahayana monks whose cultivation base has reached the Mahayana stage. Among them, the aura has reached the peak of Mahayana, and there are a full 3 of them. The first middle-aged man in the golden robe to sit on the seat of the main hall was Yuan Wenjian, the sect master of Hunyuan sword sect. Sect master Yuan, the emperor of God realm, came to Poxian universe and killed me 6 Mahayana monks in Poxian universe. How could this be the case? The ethereal white-robed middle-aged of Promise Immortal sect said indifferently, I am waiting for this visit, and hope that sect master Yuan can lead everyone into the world of silent blood, destroy the blood evil sect, and solve the emperor of the gods. The middle-aged white robe is no one else, but the contemporary lord of the Promise Shanzong, xianxia. The emperor of God's domain is my confidant of breaking the immortal universe, and I naturally want to solve it. Yuan Wenjian smiled slightly and said, in the battle that day, you must be very clear that the emperor of God's domain has displayed the art of fascination. I wonder if you have a way to deal with it. Chapter 2610. The Starry Universe Strikes. Yuan Wenjian's faint voice also caused the complexion of everyone in the hall to change slightly. Immortal art, please come. This kind of power, even a Mahayana peak cultivator, would be difficult to resist easily. Broxian universe is now cut off from the immortal road, and it is impossible for me to use the technique of immortality to invite immortals to come. Then how can the emperor of God realm do it? Could it be that we made a mistake? Tai immortal sect master Ji Jianjun was silent for a moment, and could not help but uttered a voice. In the holy city of Hunyuan that day, almost all the cultivators have seen the Qingyi sword immortal summoned by the emperor of God's domain. How can there be fakes? Yuan Wenjian slowly said, what's more, the Qingyi sword immortal, who also knew the ancestor of the Hunyuan sword sect who had risen to the immortal level, must be a sword immortal. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Since learning that the emperor of God's domain had successfully used the art of immortality to invite immortals to come, the Promise Immortal sect and Tai immortal sect, the forces that had produced immortals, naturally tried to use the art of immortality, but there was no response. Now facing a God realm human sovereign who is not inferior to the Mahayana pinnacle, and can perform the art of mastering immortality, it is indeed very tricky. Then I don't know what sect master Yuan thinks we should do now. Zi Yunshao's complexion was not very pretty and said, are we going to watch God's domain human sovereign unsuccessfully in the Poxian universe? Yes, we dignified and broke the immortal universe, but we almost crushed the existence of the immortal universe back then. How can we be frightened by a mere divine domain human emperor now? Although the emperor of God's domain is extremely powerful, there is only one person in the end. Even if we master the art of immortality, as long as we work together, we may not be able to compete with it. A sharp cold light flashed across Ji Jianjun's eyes. In the Tianyu Taoist ruins, the Tai immortal sect quasi-Mahayana Tianzhao Ji Qingshan has fallen, and the mid-Mahayana elder Zhuang Xuankang disappeared inexplicably. After investigation by the Tai immortal sect, this matter is very likely to have a very close relationship with the Blood Fiend sect and a mysterious powerhouse behind it. Because the Fairy Gate Conference was about to open, Tai Immortal sect did not go to the Silent Blood territory to find the trouble of the Blood Evil sect. It now appears that the mysterious powerhouse behind the Blood Fiend sect is obviously the Emperor of God's domain. This time at the Fairy Gate Conference, the Emperor of God's domain also killed the real person Qing, the great elder of Tai Immortal sect. Since Poxian Universe's failure to invade God's domain that year, Tai Shanzong has never been hit hard like Shanzong. How can Ji Jianjun not be angry? Yuan Wenjian's eyes flickered slightly, and he did not speak. God's domain human sovereign is alone. As long as they send 2 or 3 Mahayana peak monks to join forces, they can indeed deal with him. If he worked hard, it would be very possible that the guy used the art of immortality and dragged 1 or 2 Mahayana monks to bury him with him. Yuan Wenjian didn't want to take the risk to deal with the Emperor of God's domain. The poisonous universe and God's realm are the enemies of life and death. It is inevitable to kill the Emperor of God's realm to invade God's realm again and regain the legendary monument. Yuan Wenjian glanced slightly in the hall, and said lightly. Hearing Yuan Wenjian's words, the complexions of Zi Yunxiao and Ji Jianjun both didn't look so good. Hunyuan Sword Sect is the first immortal gate of the broken immortal universe. If Hunyuan Sword Sect does not take action, it will undoubtedly be more difficult for them to deal with the Emperor of God's domain. God's domain human sovereign's strength is unfathomable. Even if they can deal with it, I am afraid they will have to pay a very heavy price. At that time, I am afraid that it will benefit Hunyuan Zhanzong, which they don't want to see anyway. Sect Master Yuan, it shouldn't take too long for this matter. The Emperor of God's domain has already subdued the Blood Fiend sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates. Ji Jianjun said astonishingly. You don't know, the Emperor of God's domain has been to the ruins of Taoist Tianyu. He is able to use the art of Tongxian, which may have broken the bondage, in the broken universe that was cut off on the Shanlu. Master the secret of becoming a fairy. What are you talking about? God's domain human emperor has entered the Tianyu Taoist ruins. Yuan Wenjian's expression suddenly changed drastically. Taoist Tianyu, this is the last immortal in Poxian universe to ask about becoming immortal. Since the Emperor of God's domain has been to the ruins of Taoist Tianyu, he might have really broken the shackles and mastered the secret of becoming immortal, so that he could use the art of immortality. Yuan Wenjian's eyes flickered slightly. If this is the case, even if you take some risks, you have to take down the Emperor of God's domain. Ji Jianjun nodded, and soon said about the ruins of Taoist Tianyu. Yuan Wenjian and others were shocked when they heard this. They obviously didn't expect that Tai Immortal sect secretly found the whereabouts of Taoist Tianyu's ruins. If it weren't for the appearance of the Emperor of God's domain, perhaps all this would have been mastered by the Tai Immortal sect. It's no wonder that Tai Immortal sect is so eager to take action against the Emperor of God's domain. Yuan Wenjian took a deep breath and was about to speak, but a Hunyuan Zhanzong elder hurriedly entered the hall, then walked straight to Yuan Wenjian's side and said a few words in his ear. Yuan Wenjian's complexion changed drastically, and the whole person fought from the sitting position. He looked at the people with a solemn expression, and said solemnly, Everyone, I'm afraid I will put it aside for the time being about dealing with the Emperor of God's domain. Sect Master Yuan, what happened? Everyone could see Yuan Wenjian's solemn expression, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Yuan Wenjian slowly said, Just now, the spies of the Hunyuan Zhanzong in the Star Universe sent back news that the Sky Star Universe has assembled a large army and is ready to invade the Broxian Universe. The Star Universe is about to invade the Broxian Universe. When everyone heard the words, their expressions couldn't help but change drastically. The Star Universe is the closest universe to the Poxian Universe, and it has always been the biggest enemy of the Poxian Universe. The Star Universe is a scientific and technological civilization universe. They are not powerful in their own right, but their technology has reached a heinous level. Some of the weapons they created were even enough to pose a deadly threat to the Mahayana peak. Monks, even if they break the celestial universe, they don't dare to have the slightest small neighborhood in the Sky Star Universe. Since the World War I smashed the top battleships of the Sky Star Universe, Poxian Universe and Sky Star Universe have been in peace for many years. How could they suddenly invade Poxian Universe? Zi Yunxiao said with surprise and uncertainty. The Emperor of God's domain came, the Blood Evil sect surrendered, and the 6 Mahayana monks of the broken universe fell. Gu Jianjun sneered, if you were a member of the Sky Star Universe, would you let go of such a rare opportunity? Chapter 2611, Bloody Ancestor. Everyone couldn't help but sink slightly when they heard this. Although Poxian Universe has strong defenses and prohibits people who are not cultivating cosmic civilization from entering, it is not too difficult for Tianxing Universe to plant a spy in Poxian Universe. The reason why the Star Universe suddenly invaded the Poxian Universe is probably because of the situation of the Poxian Universe. The Star Universe is about to attack the Broxian Universe. The news is true. With the speed of the top battleship in the Star Universe, it will arrive in the Broxian Universe within 3 months at most. Yuan Wenjian said with a solemn expression, it shouldn't be too late. We must gather our forces and deploy defenses in the starry sky outside the universe. We must never give the heavenly star universe a chance to enter the broken universe. The technology created by the star universe is too lethal. Those things can also destroy the vitality of the universe in the universe. Once, the people of the Tianxing universe entered the Poxian universe, and the Poxian universe paid a very heavy price for this. That battle caused one of the domains in the Poxian universe to be reduced to ruins, and it was impossible to recover it all. Up to now, that domain is still barren, and there is no grass, and it has been completely reduced to a dead domain. Then God Realm Human Emperor, how can I do it? Sect Master Promise Shanzong Zi Yunxiao frowned and said, if that guy knows this news, I'm afraid it won't stop. If the Emperor of God's domain gets news, he will definitely join forces with the Star Universe. When they are inside and outside, they will inevitably cause great trouble to us. Tai Immortal Sect Master Gu Jianjun's eyes flashed with cold light, and he sternly said, it should not be too late, we can only solve it before the arrival of the Star Universe. The Mahayana monks of the other 10 immortal gates also began to express their opinions one after another. Disturbances must be settled first, and the vast majority of people obviously support solving the unstable factor of God's domain human sovereign first. However, there are also those who believe that the heavenly star universe has been silent for many years, and this time it is bound to be fierce. Yuan Wenjian looked at the people who were talking about it, and his eyes kept changing. He took a slow and deep breath, and said in a deep voice, no matter what, the Emperor of God's domain must solve it first. Let's go to the Blood Fiend sect first. After Jiang Chen and the others returned to xianxia, xianxia had been closely following the movements of the 10 great immortals. Seeing that the 10 great immortal gates had not been moving, and had no plans to act on the Blood Fiend sect, the Blood Thousand Killer was also slightly relieved. The terrifying power that Jiang Chen showed in Hunyuan Holy City that day, even the top 10 immortals were terrified of them. Such a good situation is not long. Just half a month later, the Blood Thousand Killer once again received the news that the 10 great immortal sects sent strong men to gather in the Hunyuan Sword sect. Xianxia didn't dare to neglect the slightest, and quickly reported the news to Jiang Chen. Could it be that the 10 great immortals have received news of the imminent invasion of the Star Universe? Jiang Chen looked at the Blood Thousand Kill in front of him, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. If the 10 great immortal sects really wanted to take a shot at Shui Shajiao, they could do it directly at the beginning, without giving them any chance to breathe, so why delay for half a month? As long as the heavenly star universe moves, the Poxian universe will definitely be able to get news. Blood Thousand Killing smiled bitterly, but we have overlooked one thing. It will take at least 3 months for the heavenly star universe to resist the broken universe. What do you mean? The 10 great fairy gates will solve us before the arrival of the star universe. The reason why the 10 great immortals have not done anything is because of fear of him, and they don't want to fight with him for the time being. If Poxian universe really got the news of the invasion of the heavenly star universe in advance, then that might not be the case. He exists in the Poxian universe, which is a great threat to the Poxian universe. Once the heavenly star universe arrives, Poxian universe will probably concentrate most of its power against the heavenly star universe. Instead, he stabbed him in the back, and Broxian universe is a back and abdomen. Such a situation is definitely not what Poxian universe wants to see. If he were to be replaced by him, I am afraid that he and the hidden danger of the Blood Fiend sect would be resolved before the arrival of the star universe. Pay close attention to the movements of the 10 great immortals, and be ready to evacuate the Poxian universe at any time. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he directly ordered the Blood Thousand Kill. Although his current strength is extraordinary, he is not afraid of any Mahayana peak cultivator alone. But if Poxian universe really sent a few Mahayana peak cultivators to solve him at all costs, it would not be impossible. At this time, it is obviously not a wise choice to fight against Poxian universe. If Poxian universe really wants to act on them first, Jiang Chen intends to temporarily withdraw from Poxian universe with the blood evil sect to the realm of God. Now it has been a long time since he left God's domain, so I just took this opportunity to go back to God's domain and let the Poxian universe and the heavenly star universe fight for a while. In addition to the threat of breaking the immortal universe, God's domain also has a greater threat from the immortal realm, and it is time to return to God's domain. Just as Jiang Chen thought to himself, an unusually terrifying breath of weather also burst into the sky above the blood fiend sect. All the creatures in the radius of 1,000 li are shivering under the pressure of this terrifying aura. Some creatures with weaker strength, directly under the pressure of this aura, instantly turn into a cloud of blood. If it hadn't been for the guardian of the blood evil sect, most of the blood evil sect disciples would be killed and injured under the pressure of this breath. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. The monks at the peak of the Mahayana, the people from the top 10 immortals, come here really fast. This is not someone sent by the 10 great immortals. At this moment, the figure of Shui Yuntian also appeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air, with a solemn expression. This is the breath of the censored ancestor. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raised his sword eyebrows slightly. The censored ancestor, the old monster of the blood fiend cult, who had disappeared for thousands of years, finally appeared. Jiang Chen's gaze penetrated the space and fell directly on the gloomy blood-robed ancestor above the void. At this moment, the blood-robed old man's roar with monstrous killing intent also slowly echoed above the blood-evil sect. Shuiyantian, you despicable kid, don't let this ancestor roll out and die. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared directly above the Wanzhong void out of thin air. He looked at the censored ancestor in front of him, and couldn't help but smiled faintly. Bloodian ancestor, I didn't expect that you, an old fellow who has disappeared for thousands of years, are actually still alive. The censored ancestor stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Boy, you are not my censored sect, who are you? Chapter 2612. Divine Vision, Chaos Sword. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, I am not from the Blood Demon sect, but now I have the final say to the Blood Demon sect. Is there any problem, boy? It seems that you and Shui Yuntian joined forces to kill Shui Xiadian. The censored ancestor staring at Jiang Chen's gaze also became more and more cold. Yes, I solved the blood evil sky, and now the entire blood evil sect has surrendered to me. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and said indifferently, Old guy, looking at your strength and surrender to me, I can consider forgiving you for not dying. It would be a pity that a monk at the peak of Mahayana was killed in this way. If he can conquer it, it will be a good help for him to face the top 10 immortal gates of the Poxian universe. Haha. A mere brat, even thinking that my ancestor will surrender to you, I really don't know where your courage comes from. The censored ancestor gave a wild laugh with disdain, and the terrifying blood-colored true essence of the Mahayana peak monk was also overflowing from his body. The censored ancestor's voice fell, and his figure directly turned into a censored piercing space, rushing towards Jiang Chen. The blood glow in the eyes of the censored ancestor skyrocketed, and he hit Jiang Chen's head with a fist without fancy. The censored ancestor has a special physique, not only has a strong cultivation base, but has also condensed an extremely powerful body. Even without using any magical powers, the censored ancestor has the confidence to blow the Mahayana monk to death. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, his majestic dominating power gathered on his right fist, and then turned into a golden fist fiercely, colliding with the fist of the censored ancestor. The censored ancestor retreated violently, instantly reaching 1,000 feet away. You are not a person who breaks the universe, who are you? Ancestor Shuiyan stared at Jiang Chen with a pair of cold-blood eyes, and was shocked in his heart. A strong man from the outer universe who is comparable to the peak of the Mahayana monk has entered the leather shoe universe, and also has control of the blood evil sect. Could it be that the top 10 immortals headed by the Hunyuan sword sect have not noticed it? Jiang Chen said indifferently, If you surrender, I will be your master from now on. If you don't surrender, I will kill you today. Haha, I'm really arrogant. If I don't want to die, who can kill me in this celestial universe? The censored ancestor had already been the top 10 peerless powerhouse in the broken universe thousands of years ago. Now that thousands of years have passed, his cultivation has reached an extremely terrifying level. Unless an immortal comes in person, who can kill him in this celestial universe? The censored ancestor's laughter fell proudly, and the blood gleamed all over his body, and then many blood shadows had already melted, attacking Jiang Chen from all directions. Each of these blood shadows looked extremely real, carrying the terrifying power of a Mahayana peak monk. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the majestic dominating divine power instantly turned into thousands of golden sword auras, bursting out toward the surroundings. The blood shadow that came from all directions was directly strangled by thousands of golden sword auras, and the censored ancestor's body was once again revealed. Looking at the revealed body of the censored ancestor, Jiang Chen knocked on the heaven gate with a sword, and a cyan phantom above the heaven gate stepped out suddenly, and then raised his hand to swing the sword at the censored ancestor below. Sure enough, it won't appear again. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Now he used the Azure Emperor's sword, as if returning to the time when he had just mastered the Azure Emperor's sword. He could only summon this cyan phantom to send out a blow. The conscious sword fairy Xing, as he said, would not descend into the lower realm universe again. Even if he couldn't summon the conscious sword fairy in Xing, using Jiang Chen's cultivation base to dominate the pinnacle, his power was still terrifying. The censored ancestor hadn't reacted at all, and the whole person was smashed by this sword and flew out of the sky, like a censored meteor, falling into the sky. This God Realm human emperor is really terrifying. Seeing that Shuiyan ancestor, an old monster at the peak of Mahayana, still had no power to fight back in front of Jiang Chen, Shui Yuntian couldn't help but breathe in his heart. He also finally understood why Poxian universe invaded God's domain back then, why it failed. The Emperor of God's domain is simply a monster that can't be described by common sense. Boy, you dare to hurt my ancestor will surely break your corpse into 10,000 pieces. In the distant sky, the ancestor Shuiyan let out a loud roar, and the whole person turned into a giant, covering the sky and the sun bursting towards Jiang Chen. This behemoth is blood-colored, and its eyes are as scarlet as blood, like humans and non-humans, like demons and not demons. It is covered with mysterious spells, like a demon from hell. Be careful, this is an immortal blood monster cultivated by the censored ancestor. Seeing this, Shui Yuntian couldn't help but promptly reminded him. The immortal blood monster, this is a magical power that the censored ancestor obtained in an ancient ruin, and it is also the famous skill of the censored ancestor. This undead blood monster not only has a strong defense, but also has extremely terrifying resilience. Unless the undead blood monster can be maimed by a single blow, the censored ancestor is almost immortal. Back then, the censored ancestor relied on this undead blood monster to kill a lot of monks whose cultivation base was more powerful than his own, and he created a terrible reputation in the Poxian universe. Boy, you can force this ancestor to use an undead blood monster. You are proud enough. Give me death. The words of the censored ancestor fell, and the monster blood-colored giant claws instantly brought up a surging, censored atmosphere, like a five-finger blood mountain that split the world, and came toward Jiang Chen's suppression. This blow, even if it was Yuan Tianqi and other Mahayana peak monks, I am afraid they would have to retreat. But Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. The sword light all over his body exploded, as if the sky was tilted, the sun and the moon turned over, and behind him a chaotic giant sword that threatened the world was also condensed in an instant. Divine Body, Vision, Chaos Sword. After the physique bloodline evolved, Jiang Chen condensed this brand new Divine Body Vision for the first time. Jiang Chen controlled the Chaos Giant Sword, and slashed down at the censored ancestor. Where Zhongguang passed, everything was annihilated in an instant, all returned to chaos. Feeling Jiang Chen's powerful sword, the censored ancestor instinctively felt a crisis, and his expression couldn't help but change drastically, and his huge body quickly retreated. Although his speed is fast, the sword light of the Chaos Great Sword is faster. The ancestor Shuiyan had just retreated less than a kilometer away, and Zhongguang had already rolled over his body. I saw that most of his shoulder was directly shattered by the Chaos Sword light, and a stream of hot blood mist, like a fountain, continuously sprayed out of his body. Chapter 2613. Suppress the censored ancestors. The censored ancestor stabilized his figure in embarrassment, and the mysterious censored runes around him kept flashing, and the half of his shoulder that had been cut off by the sword of chaos quickly regenerated. Seeing this scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a look of surprise in his eyes. The censored ancestor's indestructible blood monster, this powerful resilience, is probably not much inferior to the indestructible heavenly power he has encountered before. Boy, even if you are incomparable, what is rare in the world? My ancestor is immortal and censored monster is immortal, you can't kill me. The censored ancestor stared at Jiang Chen grimly. My ancestor wants to see, how many times can you perform an attack like this? The immortal blood demons, this is the biggest support for the censored ancestors to cross the universe. Back then, he broke through the universe and faced an opponent whose strength was far better than his own on more than one occasion. In the end, he relied on the powerful recovery power of the undead blood monster to consume the opponent's strength bit by bit, and then complete the counter kill. The mysterious young man in the outer universe in front of him is the most powerful opponent that the censored ancestor has encountered in his life. But the censored ancestor still has absolute confidence in his undead blood monster. Your so-called undead blood monster is not even a star or a bit worse than an immortal demon art I have seen. I have killed even people who practice immortal heavenly art, let alone you. The censored blood ancestor's immortal blood monster, but its resilience is so powerful that it is terrifying. And the immortal heavenly power he encountered back then was the real immortality. Even if it is crushed into powder, it can recover instantly. Every time a cultivator of immortal heavenly skill dies, his strength will become even stronger. How can the bloodless ancestor, the immortal blood monster, be comparable to the immortal heavenly power? Although this undead blood monster is not comparable to the immortal heavenly power, but with the cultivation base of the censored ancestor Mahayana peak, coupled with this undead blood monster, this immortal breaking universe is really no one can kill him. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, it would take a lot of effort to kill the censored ancestor. It's not a shame to say, my ancestor wants to see how you can kill me. The censored ancestor sneered. Although the strength of this child is strong, he can't even think of destroying his undead monster in one shot. As long as the undead blood monster is not broken, no matter how hard he is hit, he can quickly recover, and no one can even kill him. It's really a bit troublesome to kill you, and I don't have time to play. With you here, Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and immediately moved his palm, and the immortal monument emerged from his palm. Although he wasn't immortal, he didn't want to waste too much energy on the censored ancestor. The people of the 10 great immortals may soon descend to the Blood Fiend sect, and he must save some strength. Jiang Chen obviously didn't intend to continue entanglement with the censored ancestors, and prepared to use the power of the immortal monument to suppress the censored ancestors. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, the immortal monument suddenly exploded with a burst of bright fairy lights, and then turned into a 10,000 square meter monument that suppressed the sky. The power of the immortal prisoner, town. Jiang Chen quickly pinched the magic formula with both hands, directly condensing the power of the prisoner, and enveloped the censored ancestor. This is the power of the fairy weapon. How can you master the legendary fairy weapon? No. Looking at the terrifying power emanating from the immortal steel, the censored ancestor finally couldn't help but let out a horrified roar. He was covered in blood, turned into thousands of blood-colored giant blades, trying to break free from the shackles of the power of the prisoner. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has reached the pinnacle of dominance, he once again used the power of the prisoner. Unless the real immortal came to the world, no one would be able to resist. I saw the huge undead blood monster of the censored ancestor, which became smaller sharply under the pressure of the immortal prisoner's power, and finally turned into a censored light, which was directly swallowed by the 10,000 Jiang celestial monument in the void. 1,000 kills. Pay attention to the movements of the 10 great immortal gates, and be ready to evacuate from Poxian universe at any time. Jiang Chen retracted the immortal monument, and said lightly to the Blood Thousand Killer. His figure disappeared into the void out of thin air in a flash. Bloody an ancestor, just was suppressed like this. Shui Yuntian stared at the situation in front of him blankly, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile in his heart. This God's domain human emperor not only has the strength to suppress the Mahayana peak cultivator, but also has an endless stream of whole cards. Even that censored ancestor, the old monster that had already shocked the immortal universe thousands of years ago, couldn't make any waves in front of him. Shuiyantian has a hunch. One day, I am afraid that the entire broken universe will surrender to the feet of the Emperor of God's domain. Quiet Blood Universe, Blood Sword Fairy Sect, Central Main Hall. The senior officials of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect headed by Jian Chongshan gathered here. Jian Chongshan's gaze swept across the hall, and his expression was excited and said, "Everyone, just got the news that the powerhouses of the 10 great immortals will soon come to the world of silent blood, and the destruction of the blood evil sect is just around the corner." Following Jiang Chengshen's words, all the senior officials of the Blood Sword Immortal sect showed a touch of excitement that could not be concealed. After the Self-Blood Evil sect split, the Blood Sword Immortal sect was greatly injured, and the day was worse than the other day, and the Blood Evil sect kept being trampled underfoot. It was almost on the verge of destruction. Now that the Blood Fiend sect has colluded with the Emperor of God's domain, it has become the public enemy of the immortal universe, and its destruction is inevitable. Their Blood Sword Immortal sect regained the control of the Jiashui Tianyu and returned to the ranks of the top 10. Immortal Gates. It was just around the corner. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen would turn out to be the Emperor of God's domain. Jian Wushui whispered. "Old ancestor, I used to cooperate with that kid, I am afraid." "It's okay, not many people know about this matter, and we didn't know that he was from God's domain at the beginning. As long as we cooperate with the 10 great immortals this time and solve the Blood Fiend sect with that guy, there will be no problem." Jiang Chengshen said indifferently, "Go down and prepare immediately. Once the powerhouse of the 10 great immortals arrives, the Blood Sword Immortal sect will make every effort to enter the Blood Fiend sect." Everyone responded, and then went down to prepare. But at this moment, a disciple of the Blood Sword Immortal sect hurriedly walked into the hall. Seeing this, Jian Wushui frowned slightly. "Jian Cheng, what happened?" The disciple named Jian Cheng hurriedly said, "Sect Master, not long ago, the censored ancestor returned to the Blood Fiend sect and fought a battle with the Emperor of God's domain, and was quickly suppressed." As Jian Cheng said this, there was an uproar in the hall. The censored ancestor, thousands of years ago, was already a famous peerless powerhouse in the universe. Such a powerful old monster was easily suppressed by the Emperor of God's domain. Chapter 2614, 10 Immortals Come. Ancestor, that censored ancestor has not been born for thousands of years. I am afraid that his cultivation base has already reached the peak of Mahayana, and he has also cultivated the overbearing supernatural powers of the immortal blood demon, and he has been suppressed by the Emperor of God's domain. It seems that God's domain human sovereign, I am afraid it is not so easy to deal with. Jian Wushui returned to his senses and couldn't help but said solemnly. Jian Chengshen faintly smiled and said, "The Emperor of God's domain, there are 10 immortal gates to solve it, it is not our turn to worry about the Blood Sword Immortal sect. The top 10 immortals of the Poxian universe are not vegetarian, especially the 3 top celestial gates headed by Hunyuan Zhanzong, their strength is unfathomable. No matter how powerful the Emperor Jiang Chen of God's domain is, as long as it is not an immortal who asks Tao to become an immortal, it is simply impossible to contend with the top 10 immortal gates on his own." Under the leadership of Jian Zhongshan, the Blood Sword Immortal sect started gearing up, ready to attack the Blood Fiend sect at any time. Time passed bit by bit in such an atmosphere. Unconsciously, a few days passed in a flash. On this day, the powerhouse of the 10 great immortals finally descended to the heavenly territory of silent blood. After Jian Chengshen got the news, he brought thousands of elite disciples of the Blood Sword Immortal sect and killed them aggressively towards the Blood Fiend sect. The army of the Blood Sword Immortal sect pushed all the way, directly outside the door of the Blood Fiend sect. Jian Chengshen, I seem to have told you that the Blood Evil sect and the Blood Sword Immortal sect do not offend the river water. What are you doing with such a big fanfare to bring people to the Blood Evil sect? Above the Blood Evil sect, Jiang Chen stood proudly with his hands behind him, looking lightly at the thousands of figures outside the Blood Evil sect. His expression was extremely calm. Jian Zhongshan smiled coldly and said, "Jiang Chen, you are the Emperor of God's domain, and everyone is punishable by everyone. My Blood Sword Immortal sect is a member of the universe. I think I will do it for the universe. Part of the effort, a group of ungrateful guys, so embarrassed to say that they are so righteous." Jiang Chen sneered contemptuously and said, "If the Emperor hadn't helped you like the Blood Sword Immortal sect, your Blood Sword Immortal sect would have today." Jian Chengshen's expression was cold. "Jiang Chen, don't talk nonsense, today is the date of your death with the Blood Fiend sect." Jiang Chen cast a look at Jian Chengshen disdainfully. "I can bring you Blood Sword Immortal sect back to life, and I can bring you Blood Sword Immortal sect to annihilation." After finishing speaking, a terrifying dominating divine power also burst out of his body. And just when Jiang Chen was about to take a shot, a faint cold snort also resounded abruptly in this world. "Huh, What a God's realm emperor, dare to do something to the person who breaks the immortal universe in front of my lord, is it true that I am no one in the immortal universe? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the void. There, 3 figures with monstrous auras also appeared out of thin air without warning. The breath of each of these 3 figures is not inferior to that of the original Yuan-Tianqi. Obviously, they are all extremely powerful men whose cultivation has reached the peak of Mahayana. Soon after the 3 appeared, 6 more figures emerged from behind the 3, all of whom were all Mahayana monks. Except for the blood fiend sect who was subdued by Jiang Chen, the other 9 immortal gates all sent a strong man to come. These 9 people were not the sect masters of the 9 great immortal gates, or the top elders of the sects, all of them were big figures with a reputation in the universe of broken immortals. You should be the sect master of Hunyuan Sword Sect. Jiang Chen looked at the headed Yuan Wenjian, and said indifferently, 3 Mahayana peaks, 6 Mahayana monks, you really can look down on me. The Emperor of God's domain is naturally worthy of attention. Yuan Wenjian stared straight at Jiang Chen. Get straight to the point, you should know the purpose of our trip. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. If you want to fight, the Emperor will accompany you. The 3 Mahayana peak cultivators, if he desperately used the power of prisoners at all costs, he might not be able to suppress them. Yuan Wenjian said coldly, leave the Poxian universe immediately, otherwise even if you possess the art of communicating with the immortals, my Poxian universe will fight you at all costs. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he couldn't help being taken aback. He originally thought that the 10 great immortal gates came with such a big fanfare to fight with all their strength and wanted to solve him before the star universe struck, but he didn't expect to just let him leave the Poxian universe. These guys were more afraid of the Azure Emperor's sword he used in Hunyuan Holy City than he thought. Well, within 3 days, I will leave Poxian universe. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly gave Yuan Wenjian an accurate answer. He had never thought about fighting Yuan Wenjian and the others at this time. Since Yuan Wenjian and the others just wanted to force him to leave Poxian universe, Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse. The Heavenly Star universe is about to invade the Poxian universe, and the Poxian universe does not have the energy to act on God's domain at all. Once the war between the 2 universes breaks out, it cannot be ended in a short time. He took advantage of this time to return to God's domain, which is also a very good thing. Okay, this sect master will give you 3 days. Yuan Wenjian finished speaking, and immediately disappeared in front of Jiang Chen with the many Mahayana monks behind him. Jiang Chen could feel that Yuan Wenjian and the others did not leave, but were hiding in the dark. These guys obviously have to wait until he leaves Poxian universe before they leave without worry. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to them either. He returned to the Blood Fiend sect in a flash, and then discussed with the Blood Thousand Killers about leaving the Poxian universe. Ancestor, the 10 great immortals don't even plan to do it, what shall we do now? Seeing this scene before him, Jian Wushui couldn't help but whispered beside Jian Zhongshan. Jian Zhongshan's eyes flickered slightly. Wait, there is no place for the Blood Evil sect in the Poxian universe. They should leave with Jiang Chen in 3 days. The solitary blood domain is still the world of my Blood Sword Immortal sect. In the next 3 days, the Blood Thousand Killing and others are all trying their best to sort out the Blood Sect, and are willing to leave the Xianxia universe together with the Blood Sect disciples. Those who didn't want to leave, Blood Thousand Killing also gave some resources to them to leave the Blood Fiend sect. As for the resources that could be taken away from the Blood Fiend sect, the Blood Thousand Killings also took away all of them. On this day, the Blood Thousand Killings and others, after finishing sorting, directly under the leadership of Jiang Chen, boarded a starry sky battleship, and headed for the universe beyond the Poxian universe. Unexpectedly, the god realm that was torn to pieces by my Broxian universe would give birth to such an enchanting human emperor. Ji Junjian looked at Jiang Chen's departure direction and couldn't help sighing lightly. Now that the battle between Poxian universe and Tianxing universe is about to break out, there is such a peerless figure in God's domain. They want to invade God's domain again and find the legendary immortal steel. I am afraid it will not be easy. Chapter 2615. Starry Sky meets Deceased. The endless starry sky of the universe. A huge starry sky ship of thousands of feet shrouded in faint blood swiftly shuttled past. In the forefront of the star battleship, there are 3 figures standing proudly. These 3 figures are not others, they are Jiang Chen and the 2 masters and apprentices of Blood Thousand Killing. Master fell to the extreme, and I promised him that I would take good care of the blood evil sect. I didn't expect that I would finally fail to speak. Shui Yuntian looked at the Poxian universe that was getting farther and farther away, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. Don't worry, just let you evacuate temporarily. The battle between Poxian universe and the star universe is about to come, and it is a good thing for you to withdraw from Poxian universe at this time. Jiang Chen said indifferently. When the next time you come to Poxian universe, I promise you will make Blood Fiend the first immortal gate of Poxian universe. When Shui Yuntian heard Jiang Chen's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Jiang Chen is incomparably talented, and when he comes to Poxian universe alone, the top 10 immortals of Poxian universe are all 3 points jealous. Jiang Chen's identity is even more extraordinary. He is the emperor of God's domain. If he is willing to lead God's domain to help the evil spirit sect, it is not impossible that the evil spirit sect wants to return to the Poxian universe, or even become the first immortal gate of the Poxian universe. Then I would like to thank the Blood God sect. Shui Yuntian hugged his fists, and then solemnly said, if the Blood Fiend sect becomes the first celestial gate of Poxian universe will always be an ally of God's domain. He supported the Blood Evil sect, originally holding this kind of purpose. As long as the Blood Fiend sect can become the first immortal gate of Poxian universe, and have absolute right to speak in Poxian universe, the grievances between God domain and Poxian universe can be completely resolved. I don't know how God's domain is developing like this. Jiang Chen looked up at the direction of God's domain, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. It has been more than 10 years since he left God's domain until now. Based on the situation of God's domain, if there were no accidents, God's domain should have developed extremely well. The only thing Jiang Chen worried was that people from the fairy world would descend into the realm of God. God's domain is the place where the immortal king of longevity has fallen. When he was still in the realm of God, 2 people from the immortal realm came to the realm in order to find the whereabouts of the immortal king of longevity. If the people of the immortal realm come to God's realm again, God's realm may not be able to resist it. It was also because he was worried that people from the fairy world would come to God's realm, Jiang Chen decided to go back to God's realm. He could completely wander the cosmic starry sky with the Blood Evil sect for several months, and after the battle between Poxian universe and Heavenly Star universe, he would return to Poxian universe and kill Poxian universe by surprise. He fought inside and outside the star universe. Even if he couldn't destroy the Poxian universe, he might be able to greatly damage the Poxian universe's vitality. Coming from the fairy world to the lower universe is not an easy task. It was only 2 monks who crossed the peak of the tribulation that the immortal realm sent into the Poxian universe. Unless the immortal realm can come to a large number of Mahayana monks, it will be difficult to pose a threat to God's domain. The Poxian universe is not too close to God's domain, and the average starry sky battleship almost needs to navigate the starry sky of the universe for about 3 years. The starry sky battleship Jiang Chen and the others are riding on is the top starry sky battleship in the Blood Fiend cult. Its speed performance is 2 or 3 times higher than that of ordinary starry sky battleships. As long as there are no accidents, they only need a year or so to successfully reach the realm of God. Under this voyage, 1 year passed quickly. Jiang Chen and the others also appeared to be very smooth along the way, and hardly encountered any trouble. And their starry sky battleship has been infinitely close to God's domain. In the center of the star battleship, in a delicate room, Jiang Chen, who had been sitting cross-legged, finally slowly opened his eyes. This year, Jiang Chen has not been idle, and has been practicing in retreat in the star battleship. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already broken through the dominance peak in the broken immortal universe, Jiang Chen found that his cultivation base had not reached its limit. As he practiced, the cultivation level in his body continued to grow, although this growth became extremely slow. 1 year's time has still made Jiang Chen's body dominate divine power increased by a large amount. Jiang Chen had a hunch that once the dominance divine power in his body reached a point where he couldn't grow, he might only be able to complete the dominance realm. Maybe he can attack the legendary immortal realm and ask Tao to become immortal. It's been a year, and now I am not far from God's domain. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, and then he was about to go out to find 1,000 kills to find out about the situation. At the moment he just stood up, he found that the starry sky battleship that had been sailing fast, but suddenly stopped. 1,000 kills, what happened? Jiang Chen was shocked and couldn't help but hurriedly communicated to Shui Qianxia. Master, there is a battle ahead. Soon, the voice of Blood Thousand Killing also rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Fighting. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. This place was not far from God's domain. Could it be that the people of God's domain failed to fight here? Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment. His figure appeared at the forefront of the star battleship in a flash, and his eyes looked forward in response. I saw a cosmic starry sky hundreds of miles away from them, a huge sky-blue starry sky battleship floating on the cosmic starry sky. It looked particularly dazzling. Why would a starry sky battleship appear here? Jiang Chen looked at the sky-blue starry sky battleship. His complexion couldn't help but change slightly. The distance between the universe and the universe is very far, and the closest universe here should be the God's domain, and generally no people from other universes will appear. The ability of God's domain, even if it has developed rapidly over the years, I am afraid that it is simply not capable of building such a luxurious starry sky battleship. The starry sky battleship in front of you, in all likelihood, comes from other universes. But what kind of cosmic people are they, and what do they do when they come to the cosmic starry sky near God's domain? Just when Jiang Chen was frightened, a violent energy collision suddenly awakened Jiang Chen. I saw that outside the sky-blue starry sky battleship, a terrifying battle was erupting at this moment. A lacquered black shadow shrouded in the light of destruction, with no less aura than dominating the realm, is at war with several powerful men in the starry sky battleship. When Jiang Chen felt the aura in the destroying divine light that made him extremely familiar, his eyes couldn't help but condensed suddenly. Witching. This figure exuding endless destructive power turned out to be a witch torture. Chapter 2616. Kanglin Universe. Witch Punishment, the reincarnation of the ruined ruler of the gods in the ancient times. In the ancient land of the burial of the gods, Jiang Chen personally went to that place to retrieve the inheritance of the ruined master for the witch torture. Jiang Chen is naturally very familiar with the power of destruction and dominance. And the witch punishment did not disappoint him. During the time he left God's domain, he had already broken through the dominance realm. How could witch punishment be in a war with people in other universes in the starry sky universe? Jiang Chen stared at the three people who fought against the witch punishment. All three of them are strong in cultivating immortal martial arts, and their strength is extremely not weak. Almost all of them have reached the dominance level. Although witch punishment is the reincarnation of the ruined master, after breaking through the master realm, the combat power is far better than the general master realm, but it is still a bit difficult to fight one enemy three. If this continues, it won't be long before the witch punishment is about to be defeated by the three powerful masters. Witching, you don't need to make senseless struggles. Your God's domain cannot stop the pace of Kanglin Universe. If you obediently catch and surrender to Kanglin Universe, we may also consider forgiving you. A middle-aged blue robe looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and his indifferent voice also sounded in the starry sky. Kanglin Universe. Hearing the words of the middle-aged blue robe, Jiang Chen couldn't help passing a cold light across his eyes. It seemed that after he left God's domain, the Kanglin Universe that had emerged from an unknown place seemed to be catching the attention of God's domain. What are you guys? Wanting me to be witched to subordinate to your Kanglin Universe is just wishful thinking. Wu Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and sneered contemptuously. Toast and not eat fine wine. Since you have to find your own way to death, then we will do it for you. Let's shoot together and kill him. The middle-aged Lan Pao shouted angrily, and immediately together with two other powerful masters next to him, they once again brought the monstrous master power to the witch punishment. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's figure flashed across the starry sky for hundreds of miles. His figure had already appeared in front of the witch torture. Waving his hand was three sword oars hitting the blue-robed middle-aged three people. Boom, bang, bang. Sandao Jianqi carried the invincible strength, and instantly shattered the offensive of the middle-aged blue-robed trio. The blue-robed middle-aged trio hadn't reacted at all, and the three-sword chi had already hit them severely. The three of them trembled, and they all flew upside down thousands of feet away in the cosmic starry sky with pale faces. They looked up at the black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared in front of the witch torture, and there was an unconcealable panic in their eyes. It was just an understatement and knocked back their three martial masters. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him is simply terrifying. Seeing this familiar figure appearing in front of him out of thin air, Wu Xing was startled slightly, and then a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen to come back at this time. Jiang Chen turned around and smiled at Wu Xing and said, "Brother Wu Xing, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here unharmed." Wu Xing glanced at the blue-robed middle-aged three people on the opposite side, and couldn't help smiling bitterly. "If you don't come back, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold it anymore." What's the situation in Kanglan Universe? Why did they suddenly act on God's domain? Kanglan Universe, it seems that there has never been any intersection with God's domain, and it has been without grievances. Why did it suddenly come to attack God's domain inexplicably? Wu Xing shook his head. As the reincarnation of the ancient destruction lord of God's domain, Wu Xing has memories of previous lives, but he has heard of a universe like Kanglan Universe. However, he was certain that there had never been any intersection between God's domain and Kanglan Universe, and there was absolutely no reason to send someone to attack God's domain. If Kanglan Universe really wants to invade God's domain, why don't they do it before God's domain is revived? At that time, there was no martial art dominating the God's domain, and Kanglan Universe's occupation of the God's domain was just a breeze. But Kanglan Universe waited until God's domain had recovered and came to attack God's domain, which was really incredible. "My friend, this is a matter between my Kanglan Universe and God's domain. Please don't interfere." While Jiang Chen was talking to Wu Xing, the voice of the middle-aged man in the blue robe on the other side also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the middle-aged man in Lanpao. His mouth couldn't help but raised a playful smile. "You Kanglan Universe has already hid my door, do you think I should interfere with you? Are you from God's domain?" When the middle-aged Lanpao heard Jiang Chen's words, his expression suddenly changed. The blue-robed youth naturally felt the starry sky battleship hundreds of miles behind them. On that starry sky battleship, there are still many powerful cultivators who come from the cultivating universe. The blue-robed youth originally thought that the black-clothed youth was the person from the starry sky battleship behind, so he didn't want to interfere. Unexpectedly, this guy claims to be from God's domain. God's domain heavenly Tao has just been restored, and almost a handful of martial arts masters have been born. The strength of which punishment is already regarded as the strongest existence in God's domain. The strength of this black-clothed young man is unfathomable. How could he be from God's domain? "If you don't change your name or sit down, I will be the emperor of the world, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen stood proudly with his hands on his hands, and looked at the three middle-aged blue-robe faintly. "You Kanglan Universe are so courageous, you actually attacked my God's domain while your emperor was away. Immediately, you will be obediently caught, and the emperor can consider forgiving you." "Immortal, huh, what a big tone." The middle-aged Lanpao cast his eyes down, and said coldly, "No matter who you are, you can't stop my pace in the Kanglan Universe." When the middle-aged Lanpao's voice fell, he and the two domination realm powerhouses beside him tacitly joined forces to kill Jiang Chen. An ant-like existence, dared to be wild in front of the emperor. Jiang Chen sneered with disdain. The imperial sword in his hand flashed out of thin air, and then cut out with a fluttering sword. Waffen a sword. This sword instantly cut off all the offensives of the middle-aged blue-robed trio, and then fell lightly on the bodies of the trio. I saw the breath of the blue-robed middle-aged three people, like Tianhe bursting its bank, instantly collapsed. The cultivation base of the three of them has been cut off by Jiang Chen's sword. If it weren't for Jiang Chen not wanting the three of them to die, and directly shot to freeze the space, the figures of the three of them might have fallen directly from the cosmic starry sky. Seeing that Jiang Chen was just an understatement, he wiped out the three of them. In the blue-robed middle-aged three people's eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was finally an unprecedented panic. Chapter 2617. The Power of a Sword. The young man in black who claimed to be the emperor of God's domain in front of him was really terrifying. It was just an understatement to cut off the cultivation bases of their three powerhouse masters. With such strength, even in their Kanglan Universe, they are probably one of the few powerhouses. How could God's domain that had just recovered from its broken state be born such a strong man? This guy is really a monster that can't be described by common sense. Seeing that the three masters of the domination realm were so lightly dismissed by Jiang Chen Yejian, it took a long time for the witch torture to recover from the consternation. With the recovery of God's domain, as the reincarnation of the ancient destroyer lord, he should be able to break through the martial Tao lord faster than Jiang Chen. But now he realized that he still underestimated Jiang Chen's talent. Now Jiang Chen has not only broken through the realm of dominance, but his strength has reached an extremely terrifying level, leaving him far behind. Let's talk about it. What is the purpose of your Kandlin universe coming to God's domain? I can consider forgiving you not to die. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, looking indifferently at the terrified middle-aged three people in blue robes. I didn't expect that God realm still has such a powerful martial arts master like you. The middle-aged blue robe stared at Jiang Chen. I'm waiting for the order to come to God's realm to find the longevity immortal palace. If your God's realm is more acquainted, please obediently inform us of the whereabouts of the longevity immortal palace. Otherwise, even if your strength is extraordinary, you can save it. No God's domain. The words of the middle-aged Lan Pao made Jiang Chen's pupil suddenly shrink. People from Kandlin universe came to God realm, and they were related to the immortal king of longevity. Kandlin universe probably didn't know that the longevity immortal palace landed in God's domain, otherwise it would be impossible for Kandlin universe to remain silent during the years when God's domain was in a broken state. The time when Kandlin universe knew about the immortal king of longevity should have happened in recent years. When he was still in God's domain, the Red Flame immortal king of the immortal realm sent 2 disciples to the God's domain to inquire about the news of the immortal king of longevity. Kandlin universe came to search for the immortal palace of longevity. Is it related to the Qian clan of the immortal world? Jiang Chen thinks this is extremely possible. It is impossible for Kandlin universe to suddenly know about the immortal king of longevity. It must have been directed by others. And this person who instructed the Kandlin universe, in all likelihood, was the Qian clan of the immortal realm. The immortal world is the source of the universe, and it is not an easy task to descend from the immortal world to the lower universe. The Qian clan back then did not just send 2 Maudo boys who had passed the catastrophe period to God's domain. It would undoubtedly be much easier if a side of the lower realm universe came to attack God's domain. Just as Jiang Chen thought to himself, on the blue starry sky battleship that day, thousands of warriors from the Kandlin universe also rushed out of the starry sky battleship directly, and then killed them towards Jiang Chen. Most of these warriors in the Kandlin universe are in the realm of the gods, and the leader is a dozen or so half-step masters of the realm. Although these warriors of the Kandlin universe are not strong, they have cultivated a certain combination of strikes, which can condense everyone's strength a little, and the power that bursts out is almost no less inferior to the dominant realm. Jiang Chen's face became cold, and the man in his hand raised his hand with a wave of the Emperor's sword. A brilliant golden sword aura pierced the starry sky of the universe and slashed at the warriors of the Kandlin universe. How can these warriors of the Kandlin universe withstand the full blow of Jiang Chen, a strong man who dominates the pinnacle? This sword instantly defeated thousands of warriors in Kandlin universe with one blow. Thousands of warriors in the Kandlin universe had almost no resistance, and they were all annihilated under Jiang Chen's sword. After killing thousands of Kandlin universe martial artists, the golden sword light still did not dissipate, and it directly fell on the blue starry sky battleship behind that day. Only a loud noise was heard, and the Chenjiang star battleship was cut off in an instant, and fell towards the bottom of the cosmic starry sky. The blue-robed middle-aged 3 people looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in front of them, with all expressions of horror. With just a single sword, thousands of warriors in the Kandlin universe were wiped out, and even the starry sky battleship was cut into 2 parts. Boy, you dare to slaughter the people of Kandlin universe. Kandlin universe will definitely not let you go. The middle-aged blue robe stared at Jiang Chen sullenly, and a look of bitterness also appeared on his face. This time they attacked God's domain continent. Their Shuiyun Saint sect had dispatched nearly 70% of their power, and they were all killed by the black-clothed youth in front of them. From then on, their Shuiyun Saint sect is in the Kandlin universe. I am afraid they will be reduced to a second-rate force. My God's domain is not the place where your Kandlin universe should come. Anyone who dares to touch the Kandlin universe will kill you without mercy. Jiang Chen's voice fell indifferently, and directly dispersed into the solidified space. The 3 people whose cultivation bases were abolished could hardly survive in the starry sky of the universe, and fell directly into the endless abyss below. Jiang Chen, where exactly have your cultivation base reached now? Wu Xing said with a wry smile. I originally thought that by virtue of the inheritance of the Destruction Lord, I could catch up with you, but I didn't expect that the gap with you now is getting wider and wider. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I have good luck in Poxian universe, and I have reached the pinnacle of dominance by luck. Hearing the words of Wu Xing, he couldn't help taking a breath. Dominate the pinnacle. Even in the ancient times of God's domain, a powerful existence that could reach the pinnacle of dominance could be counted by almost one hand. At the peak of his predecessor, it was not enough to dominate the later period. Now Jiang Chen's strength is much more terrifying than his peak strength. I didn't expect you to have reached the pinnacle of dominance, which is great. Wu Xing came back to his senses, and quickly said to Jiang Chen, the situation in God's domain is not optimistic now. It should not be too late. Let's go back as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. There are people from the Kanglan universe in God's domain. Wu Xing nodded and said, the first group of people in Kanglan universe who attacked God's domain has already confronted God's domain in the Starry Sky Giant City. This is the second batch. After I got the news, I decided to come to the universe and Starry Sky to intercept and kill, otherwise God's domain the pressure will be even greater. I'll rush back to God's domain first, you go to the Starry Sky battleship behind, and come back with them. Now it is not far from God's domain, and with the speed at which he dominates the peak, it is even faster than the Starry Sky battleship. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to rush back to God's domain alone. Jiang Chen confessed a few words, and then directly turned into a streamer, rushing towards the direction of God's domain. Chapter 2618, The Danger of the Starry Sky. Outside God's domain, a giant starry sky. This is a fortress built by God's domain in the cosmic starry sky by gathering resources of God's domain in order to fight against the universe of broken immortal, in order to resist the universe of broken immortal from outside of God's domain. After God's domain defeated the expedition army that broke the fairy universe, it did not give up on the construction of the Starry Sky Giant City, and made the Starry Sky Giant City even stronger, becoming a place of experience for countless genius experts in God's domain. Over the years, God's domain has been calm, whether it is God's domain or the giant starry sky, it has been growing at a terrifying speed. This calm was suddenly broken by the 2-year-old predecessor. A starry sky battleship from Kanglan universe suddenly descended into God's realm, wanting to enter God's realm to find something. God's domain naturally would not allow the people of Kanglan universe to enter the God's domain, so a big battle broke out with the people of Kanglan universe. Since the resurrection of God's domain and heavenly path, Mingyuexin, which punishment and other strong masters have gradually been born, and half-step masters are countless, and this has turned away the people of the Kanglan universe. In the past 2 years, Kanglan universe will launch an attack on the Starry Sky Giant City for a period of time, causing extremely huge losses to God's domain, but after all, it has not been able to break the line of defense created by God's domain in the Starry Sky Giant City. In a great battle just a month ago, God's domain captured a high-level figure in Kanglan universe, and received from his mouth that a group of reinforcements from Kanglan universe was about to come to God's domain. Among this batch of reinforcements, there are at least 3 martial arts masters with cultivation bases reaching the dominance level, and there are countless half-step masters and strong, censored kings. Once Kanglan universe's reinforcements arrive, it will definitely break the balance, and God's domain may not be able to compete with Kanglan universe anymore. After a round of discussion, God realm would let the strongest Wu Xing go to the stars of the universe secretly to contain this batch of reinforcements from Kanglan universe. After the witch punishment left, God's domain lacked one of the power of the domination realm, so naturally he did not dare to face the Kanglan universe head-on. Over the past few days, the powerhouses of God's domain have almost always stayed behind closed doors, relying on the giant starry sky to deal with the people of the Kanglan universe. The Starry Sky Giant City, the Central Hall. Dozens of powerhouses of God's domain gathered in the hall at this moment. The head of the person is surprisingly a majestic woman who is like a fairy in the Moon Palace. The peerless woman is no one else, she is the Moon God Palace Lord Mingyu Xin, and she is also the first existence to break through the dominance realm after the resurrection of God's domain heaven and earth. In a battle with the expeditionary army of Poxian universe, Mingyuexin killed the Mahayana monk in Poxian universe by means of forbidden techniques, causing her realm to fall. After several years of cultivation, he has now recovered. On the left and right sides of Mingyuexin, there are the real person Kangming and Wu Zantian. The auras of the two are equally deep and incomparable, and they have clearly broken through the half-step dominant state and become the real martial masters. Except for the 3 of them, the rest of the people in the hall are undoubtedly not the powerhouses whose cultivation has reached the half-step dominant state. Including Jian Wuxin, Ji Yufeng'er, and Meng Qingshe, these gods and arrogances were all among them. Since the recovery of heaven and earth, God's domain has indeed developed extremely rapidly. In just 10 years or so, the strength of God's domain has increased many times over the previous year. Palace Master Mingyu, there has been no news after the witch punishment entered the cosmic starry sky. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. In the main hall, the real person Kangming suddenly broke the silence in the main hall, and said solemnly. Outside the starry sky giant city, among the first group of strong men from Kanglan universe to come to God's domain, there are a full 5 of the strongest masters. Although their god realm developed rapidly, in the end, the time was too short. Even with the witch punishment of going to the starry universe to intercept the reinforcements of the Kanglan universe, only 4 martial masters were born. Moreover, they didn't have a long time to break through the dominance realm, and their strength was slightly inferior to the martial masters of the Kanglan universe. Especially after the witch punishment left, it was undoubtedly more difficult for them to cope. If it weren't for Jian Wuxin, Ji Yufeng'er, and Meng Qingshui's peerless arrogance of God's domain after reaching the half-step dominance, they had some ability to contend with the martial arts dominance, and the situation would be even more unfavorable for them. But even so, if it continues like this, they might not be able to defend this giant starry sky at all. This giant starry sky city is already our only barrier. Even if we fight to the point of a single soldier, we must defend the giant starry sky city. Mingyu said indifferently. There is no news of witch punishment, it is the best news, which proves that he has contained the reinforcements of Kanglan universe. At the moment when Mingyuexin's voice just fell, the entire starry sky giant city made a loud noise that shook the mountains. Everyone's complexion changed suddenly. Over the years, God's domain has spent countless efforts on the giant starry sky, strengthening the defense of the giant starry sky one time at a time. In today's starry sky giant city, even the martial masters cannot easily break through the starry sky giant city's defenses. But Kanglan universe's strength is really too powerful. Even with the current defense of the giant starry sky, it would be impossible to withstand the repeated bombings of several martial masters in the Kanglan universe. I'm afraid that the defense of the giant starry sky is about to fail. Let's go out and have a look. Mingyu's cold heart flashed with cold light, and immediately his figure appeared above the starry sky giant city. True person Kangming and Wuzantian and other powerhouses in the realm of the gods also followed closely, directly emerging from the sky above the giant starry sky. Mingyuexin, do you think that with this giant starry sky, you can stop my pace in the Kanglan universe? Immediately, I will be able to give you a way out. Otherwise, until I break through the giant starry sky, it will be your death date. Outside the giant starry sky, a young man with a white coat fluttering and a handsome face stood proudly in the forefront, and his cold voice instantly resounded through the world. He stood there like this, and his whole body was exuding a terrifying aura of ice, as if it made the surrounding stars freeze. Beside the young man in white, there are 4 figures with monstrous aura standing side by side. Of these 4 people, each of them had no less aura than true man Kangming and Wuzantian, and they were obviously powerful men whose cultivation base had reached the dominance level. Behind the 5 dominating realm powerhouses, nearly 100 censored kings and thousands of realm gods on the starry sky battleship are all ready to go, as if only waiting for an order to launch an attack on the starry sky giant city. Universe Kanglan is almost all dispatched this time. It seems that they are planning to fight us to the death. Seeing the scene before him, the gaze of Kangming stunned slightly. Kanglan Cosmos reinforcements are coming. They can wait for the reinforcements to come before they can do it. Why do they fight to the death with us at this time? We use witch punishment to contain the reinforcements of Kanglan universe, and Kanglan universe can also use reinforcements to contain witch punishment. A cold light flashed in Mingyuexin's beautiful eyes. The matter is here, prepare to fight Kanglan universe to the death. Chapter 2619. War broke out. Witch punishment, the ruined ruler reincarnation in the ancient times, the combat power has almost no rival in the same realm. Especially after breaking through the dominance realm, his combat power was even more than 3 points higher than that of Mingyuexin, and he was now the #1 powerhouse in God's domain. In order to prevent the arrival of Kanglan universe reinforcements, Wu Xing went to the universe starry sky. Alone. For God's domain, this move is actually a helpless move. Even if the witch punishment can really contain the reinforcements of Kanglan universe, it has also divided the power of God's domain. Their god realm did not have an advantage in the face of the Kandlan universe, especially after losing the strongest combat power, of which punishment, they were even more at a disadvantage. Kandlan universe would choose to fight God's domain at this time, which was a matter of reason. Kandluan, my god realm and your Kandlan universe have no grudges in the past, and have no grudges in the near future. You must not deceive people too much. Mingyu stared coldly at the white-clothed youth. My god's domain will never surrender to you, Kandlan universe. If you insist on attacking God's domain, even if you are crushed to pieces, my God's domain will make you pay a heavy price for it. Mingyuexin, don't talk about these useless nonsense. Kandluan shook his head and said faintly, my Kandlan universe is not interested in your God's domain, but I just want to enter the God's domain to find something. As long as you let me wait to enter the God's domain, this battle can be avoided. Mingyu said coldly, in the realm of God, there is nothing you are looking for. Is there any? It's not that you have the final say, nor is it me. Kandluan said calmly, your God's domain can't stop it. Even if you can stop me this time, Kandlan universe will send stronger people to come. At that time, the only result of your God's domain is destruction. Stop talking nonsense, fight if you want, my God realm will accompany you. Mingyu's eyes were cold, and her figure flew out from the giant starry sky and appeared directly in front of Kandluan. In that case, it is as you wish. Kandluan's indifferent voice fell, the monstrous ice-dominating divine power whizzed out of his body, and then turned into 1,000 Jiang ice arrow, bursting at Mingyu's heart. Where the frostbolt passes, the space freezes. Even the powerhouse of God King Nine Heavens, I am afraid it will instantly turn into an ice sculpture. Upon seeing this, the real Kangming couldn't help but face Wu Zhan Tiandao beside him. Brother Wu, let's do it too. The defense of the giant starry sky is about to reach its limit. If you continue to rely on the defense of the giant starry sky, I am afraid that the entire giant starry sky will collapse, and the hard work of God's domain over the years will be destroyed. Wu Zhantian nodded, and immediately without any hesitation, he directly killed one of the Kandlan universe martial arts masters. Jian Wuxin, I stopped a martial arts master of the Kandlan universe, and the remaining 2 martial arts masters will depend on you. Mortal Kangming glanced at the 3 Jian Wuxin, then stepped out and appeared directly in front of a master of Kandlan universe martial arts. Jian Wuxin glanced at the situation in the field, and said solemnly, Master of martial arts, now only the 3 of us in God's domain have the ability to fight. I will hold one of them, and you 2 will join hands to deal with the other. Although there is only 1 step difference between domination realm and half-step domination, their strengths are different. The general half-step dominates. In front of the dominating realm powerhouse, there is almost no power to fight back. Jian Wuxin, Meng Qingxie, Ji Yufeng'er, the 3 of them are all peerless arrogances that are rare in God's domain. After the trio reached the half-step dominance, their strength far surpassed the ordinary half-step dominance. Even if the real dominance realm powerhouse, it is not easy to defeat them. I will contain one of them, you and Feng'er will join forces to deal with another martial master. Meng Qingshui's beautiful eyes flickered. As a sword repairman, you are good at attacking, and Feng'er Tianfeng is the same. I have the Moon God Stone, the sacred item of the Moon God Palace, which is more suitable to contain one of them. After Meng Qingxie finished speaking, without waiting for the 2 to speak, her figure floated out of the giant starry sky. Sister Qingxie. Upon seeing this, Ji Yufeng'er couldn't help showing a worried look in her beautiful eyes. Let's do it. What she means is to let the 2 of us join forces to defeat one of the domination realms with the strongest attacking technique. Only in this way can we resolve today's crisis. After Jian Wuxin finished speaking, his figure instantly rushed into the starry sky of the universe, and the power of the stars in the tens of thousands of miles of stars converged from all directions in an instant, turning into a series of stars and divine light, all of which was integrated into Jian Wuxin's body. In the face of this battle related to the life and death of God's domain, Jian Wuxin did not hesitate, directly condensing the stars and divine bodies, instantly raising his aura to a level comparable to the dominance of the realm. The star-censored body, in this cosmic starry sky, Jian Wuxin can almost make full use of it. 10,000 swords return to 1, kill. Jian Wuxin snorted coldly. Thousands of star sword auras condensed from Jian Wuxin's body, and then gathered into a star-bright galaxy giant sword, and slashed at the last martial master of the Kandlan universe. Ji Yufeng'er didn't hesitate at all, her figure directly turned into a red lightning, behind a huge and incomparable sky phoenix shadow, burning with fierce phoenix real fire, and Jiang Wuxia attacked the martial arts master. The two gods half-step dominance realm top celestial arrogant, each displayed the ultimate attacking magic. The terrifying power is enough to make the real martial masters retreat. How can the master of Kanglan universe martial arts rush to fight against such an attack? I saw that he was beaten thousands of feet away from Jiang Wuxia and Ji Yu Fenger's powerful offensive. Naturally, the two of them would not give the Kanglan universe martial arts a chance to breathe, and each exerted the strongest supernatural powers with all their strength, and greeted the martial arts master without reservation. And when Jiang Wuxia and Ji Yu Fenger suppressed this martial master, the situation on the other battlefields seemed a bit uncomfortable. Mingyu is the palace lord of the Moon God Palace, with unparalleled strength and talent, and is also the first existence in God's domain to break through the master of martial arts. When the Poxian universe came to God's domain, she used the forbidden technique to kill the Mahayana monk of the Poxian universe, causing her realm to fall and wasting a lot of time. On the opposite side of her, there is a Tianzhao figure in Kanglan universe who has reached the dominance level. Even if it is Mingyu Exen, it is difficult to get any cheap. Reality Kangming and Wu Zantian fought inextricably with their opponents, and it was difficult to tell the victory or defeat in a short period of time. Meng Qingshe looked a little strenuous when facing a martial arts master alone. She mastered the sacred moon god stone of the Moon God Palace, her physique bloodline evolved into the Taiyan divine body, and she was inherited from the Moon God Palace, and her cultivation level quickly reached the half-step dominance state. Although at the beginning, with the power of the Moon God Stone, Meng Qingshe was able to contend with the martial arts master. But urging the Moon God Stone would consume a lot of Meng Qingshe. Gradually, Meng Qingshe became embarrassed under the offensive of the martial master. Chapter 2620, Let You Taste the Taste of Life and Death. The thin old man that Meng Qingshe faced crushed the void and directly hit the moonlight barrier condensed by the moon-censored stone by Meng Qingshe. The moonlight barrier shattered, and Meng Qingshui's body trembled violently, and she stepped back on the starry sky again and again, and an extremely pale expression appeared on her beautiful face. After all, it still doesn't work. Meng Qingshe forcefully suppressed the churning aura inside her body, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The difference between dominating the realm and half-step dominating is really too big. Even with his current talent base, it is difficult to dominate the realm with a half-step master cultivation base. Unexpectedly, the little god's domain would give birth to so many peerless arrogances. Your talents are really terrifyingly powerful. The thin old man stared at Meng Qingshe, and there was an unconcealable exclamation in his eyes. Although the girl in front of her was only half a step away from the domination realm's cultivation base, she possessed power that was comparable to the domination realm. If it is some martial masters who have just broken through, I am afraid it will be really difficult to defeat them. Not only is the girl in front of her unparalleled talent, the other two little guys are also terrifying games of evildoers. The two of them joined forces and even defeated a martial arts master who was similar in strength to him. If these guys break through the dominance realm, I am afraid that even some monks who dominate the middle stage, they may not be able to win them. Meng Qingshe didn't speak. She took out a recovery pill and swallowed it, and then urged the moon god stone in her hand again. Haha. This treasure in your hand is extremely extraordinary. If your cultivation base breaks through the dominance realm, I will definitely not be your opponent, but unfortunately it is still too young after all. The thin old man smiled faintly, obviously not planning to waste time with Meng Qingshe. His feet slammed into the starry sky, and directly brought a terrible thunderstorm to Meng Qingshe with a punch. Meng Qingshe clenched the moon god stone in both hands, and was about to cast his magic formula to resist the powerful blow of the thin old man, but suddenly there was a burst of sound in the starry sky. An extremely bright golden sword light instantly pierced the sky, bursting from the stars of the universe thousands of miles away. This sword light was almost at its extreme, and it penetrated thousands of miles into the void almost in the blink of an eye, and smashed the thin old man's punch toward Meng Qing into nothingness. An icy voice also rippled in the starry sky of this side of the universe. Old thing, if you dare to hurt her hair, I will let you know what it's like to be better than death. As this very familiar voice sounded in the cosmic starry sky, Meng Qingshe also thought of something instantly, and a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Not only Meng Qingshe, but almost all the people in God's domain present showed excitement that could not be concealed. That kid finally came back. Rao is the always indifferent Ming Yuexin, and on that beautiful and unparalleled face, there is joy that can't be concealed. When he was in God's domain that year, that kid was the enchanting existence that overwhelmed all the Tianzhao in God's domain. Now so many years have passed, the strength must have reached an extremely terrifying point. With the existence of that kid, the crisis of God's domain today can be resolved. The skinny old man's complexion changed, his figure also retreated abruptly, his gaze also looked towards the depths of the starry sky of the universe. A young man in black had already stepped out from the depths of the cosmic starry sky, and then appeared directly in front of Meng Qingxie. "You are finally back." Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Meng Qingxie breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile of relief appeared on her pale cheeks. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Well, I'm back, you go take a rest first, and see how I can beat this old guy in a while and vent my anger for you." Meng Qingxie smiled sweetly, and then directly returned to the starry sky giant city. Although she didn't know what Jiang Chen's strength was now, Meng Qingxie had great confidence in Jiang Chen. Coming all the way from Shenwu continent, she has witnessed Jiang Chen creating miracles one after another, and she has never disappointed people. Since Jiang Chen has rushed back, today's crisis will definitely be completely resolved. Tisk tusk, where did the hairy boy come from? His tone is not small. Not far away, the thin old man heard Jiang Chen's words without putting him in his eyes, and he couldn't help but let out a sharp sneer. Although the black-clothed young man didn't have any aura in his eyes, people couldn't see his cultivation level at all. But in the eyes of the skinny old man, at the age of this black-clothed young man, his cultivation level can reach the half-step dominance level, which is already very against the sky. As a veteran master of dominance, although his cultivation has always stayed in the early stage of dominance, if he is singled out with a half-step dominance Tianzhao, he is still very confident. "Old thing, you played very well just now, right? My Jiang Chen's person, it's not like you can be bullied whenever you want." Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the thin old man faintly. "I said, it will give you a taste of what it means to be better than death. Boy, don't be ashamed to speak in front of the old man." The thin old man smiled at Jiang Chen Senran, and immediately his figure suddenly shot out at Jiang Chen. When he waved his hands, an overbearing thunder mark that destroyed the sky and the earth directly cut through the starry sky, like a thunder, and pressed against Jiang Chen. With a flick of Jiang Chen's finger, the seemingly aggressive thunder seal exploded above Jiang Chen's head with a bang. Seeing that his thunder seal was dispelled by Jiang Chen lightly, the skinny old man's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. "Boy, I look down on you a bit, lend me a punch again." The thin old man's eyes screamed in vain, and two breathtaking lightning flashes burst out of his eyes. The majestic dominator divine power turned into a huge fist, like a thunder mountain of 10,000 feet, and slammed towards Jiang Chen. "Come." Jiang Chen curled his mouth, squeezed his fist sharply, and threw out an understatement, banging with the fist of the thin old man. The sky-shaking explosion sounded through the starry sky. Jiang Chen stood proudly in place, while the thin old man stepped back a dozen steps on the starry sky before he stabilized his figure in amazement. He looked up at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and said in horror, "Domination Realm Tianzhao, who are you?" Jiang Chen was too lazy to answer the thin old man. His eyes lifted lightly, the soles of his feet were in the starry sky, and the whole person disappeared without warning. The thin old man's pupils shrank suddenly, and his figure quickly retreated. At the moment when the skinny old man was about to retreat, a black shadow appeared ghostly behind him, raising his hand and smashing it against his back. Chapter 2621, Invincible Jiang Chen. The thin old man was inexplicably cold. The dominating divine power in the body was madly surging, condensed into thunder and lightning on his fist, turned his hand to the back and punched it fiercely. Fists fisted, the skinny old man trembled, and the bones on his wrist made a clicking sound, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. And his body shape was like a kite with a broken line, hitting a distance of thousands of feet in the starry sky, and even the starry sky of the universe was smashed into an empty black hole by his birth. The thin old man stabilized his figure in embarrassment, and finally there was a touch of unconcealed panic in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. "God's realm human palace, human sovereign Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen's flat voice resounded in the starry sky, and his figure disappeared silently again. This scene suddenly changed the look of the skinny old man. Before he could react, a fiercely fierce punch suddenly hit his body and knocked him out again. Jiang Chen's body was like a shadow, and he didn't give the thin old man any chance to breathe. It was like hitting a sandbag, punching the thin old man's body one by one. Jiang Chen fisted to the flesh, directly hitting the skinny old man, and the screams of the thin old man continued to sound in the starry sky. Jiang Chen was like an eagle carrying a chicken, carrying the dying thin old man, and appeared directly on the battlefield where Jian Wuxin and Ji Yufeng'er were. "Feng'er, bring this old thing back to the giant starry sky, and let me hear." Jiang Chen casually threw the thin old man in front of Ji Yufeng'er and said with a smile. Ji Yufeng'er and Jian Wuxin looked at the skinny old man with only half his life left in front of them. Although they had already guessed that Jiang Chen's current strength would be very strong, and it was even possible to break through the dominance realm, they still did not expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so abnormal. A dignified master of martial arts, without any resistance, was beaten and maimed by Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang Chen, come on, you must defeat the nasty guys like Kanglan Universe." Ji Yufeng'er shook his fist, then said with a smile, and then dragged the thin old man towards the giant starry sky. Jian Wuxin didn't say much, and also turned around and withdrew to the starry sky giant city. Previously, in order to be able to defeat the powerhouse in front of him as soon as possible, he directly condensed the stars of the divine body, almost full of firepower. Such continuous offenses cost him a great deal. Now that there is Jiang Chen, a pervert that can easily kill the master of the martial arts, he doesn't need to force it, and it can be solved by Jiang Chen. After Jian Wuxin left, Jiang Chen's gaze also fell directly on the middle-aged man opposite. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, the middle-aged man only felt that his whole person was like an ice pit, shrouded in an inexplicable chill. The thin old man that the black-clothed youth faced just now was no better than him. Such a powerful master of the dominance realm, in front of the black-clothed youth, did not have any resistance at all, and was crippled by the black-clothed youth's fists. Such a powerful existence is simply not something he can handle. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate at all, turned around and fled towards the starry sky battleship behind him. The area dominates the initial cultivation base, but he is not yet qualified to escape in front of me. Since it is here, let me stay forever. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, stretched out his hand and pointed out at the middle-aged man. An invisible sword force instantly locked the middle-aged man who had fled in panic, causing his body to freeze directly in the starry sky. A sword finger puffed through the middle-aged man's vest, and the invisible sword chi spread from the middle-aged man's body, causing the middle-aged man's body to burst open in the stars. It's just an understatement, a strong master in the realm of dominance is completely extinguished. In the early stage of the domination realm, under the same circumstances, it was slightly inferior to the monks in the early stage of the Mahayana of the broken universe. When Jiang Chen had just broken through the dominance realm, he could easily kill the monks in the early Mahayana stage. Now, with his cultivation base that dominates the peak, killing this kind of guy who dominates the early days is no different from killing chickens and dogs. Jiang Chen's successive killings of two masters in the dominance realm also caused the look of the remaining three martial masters in the Kanglan universe to change drastically. The three people headed by Kang Luan hurriedly pushed back the opponent in front of them, and then gathered together in a tacit understanding, their eyes locked tightly on Jiang Chen. This black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared, killed their two masters in the dominance realm in just a few seconds. The situation was still very good just now, and it was reversed by the black-clothed youth in an instant. Kang Luan took a deep breath, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. One finger kills the strong man who dominates the early stage, even he can't do it at all. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him is even better than him. If they continue to fight, they might really be wiped out today. The only plan for this is to withdraw to the starry sky first, join the reinforcements sent by Kanglan Universe, and then make plans. Kangluan took a deep look at Jiang Chen, and then slowly withdrew towards their starry sky battleship with the two domination realm powerhouses beside him. I want to leave now. It's a pity that it's too late. My god's domain is not the place where you can come and leave if you want. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and his figure appeared above the heads of the three Kangluan in a flash. On his palm, there was a golden seal that was enough to open up the world, directly crushing the starry sky, and suppress the three Kangluan people below. The ancient seal of the Emperor, opened the seal of heaven. The expressions of the Kangluan trio changed abruptly, and they hurriedly shot with all their strength. The vast dominating divine power turned into a monstrous offensive, welcoming the repression of the Cadian divine seal. Under Jiang Chen's opening seal, everything was in vain. Even if the Kangluan trio tried their best, they couldn't stop the Cadian God's seal at all. They could only watch the Cadian God's seal come to suppress them. Under the desperate and horrified eyes of the Kangluan trio, the Cadian Shenyang crashed on their bodies. The three Kangluan people didn't even have time to scream, they were completely transformed into nothingness under the seal of the Cadian God. Chapter 2622, Defeat. 3 powerful masters in the dominance realm died like this. In the cosmic starry sky, everyone looked at this scene with dull eyes, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. 3 powerful masters in the dominant state, and one of them was an extraordinary young man, Tianzhao, who was all killed by Jiang Chen. This is simply incredible. Unexpectedly, this guy has grown to such a point. The real person Kangming came back to his senses, and there was an unconcealable exclamation in his old eyes. He clearly remembered that when he first met Jiang Chen in his clone of Ji clan in the eastern region decades ago, Jiang Chen had not broken through the divine king realm. In just a few decades, Jiang Chen has risen all the way against the sky and became the master of martial arts. Even among the powers of the domination realm, Jiang Chen's strength is probably almost invincible. Killing the ordinary powers of the domination realm is as simple as slaughtering a chicken and a dog. Now that Jiang Chen returns, the danger of God's domain can be resolved. Everyone listens to the order, let me destroy these invaders in the Kanglan universe. Ming Yu's cold voice fell, and he stepped out directly, and killed the remaining warriors in the Kanglan universe. True person Kangming and Wu Zantian did not hesitate at all, and made a bold move. If it weren't for Jiang Chen to rush back in time today, their God's domain would have paid a very heavy price, and even the God's domain was very likely to be captured by the Kanglan universe. Now Jiang Chen has returned strongly, killing the 5 powerful masters of Kanglan universe with his finger, and turning the situation around for God's domain. How can they easily let go of these invaders of Kanglan universe? The 3 masters of the realm are almost in no one's realm. Kanglan universe's group of half-step masters and censored king realm powerhouses did not have any resistance at all, and they were all crushed by the Mingyuexin trio. In the giant starry sky city, Jian Wuxin and others were also very excited, and directly led the many powerhouses of God's domain and above to kill the starry sky battleship of the Kanglan universe. Although this starry sky battle armor is not weak in defense, it is also unable to withstand the continuous bombardment of many God's domain powerhouses. Jian Wuxin and they attacked the star battleship, and on the starry sky battleship of Kanglan universe, the rest are some realm gods martial artists. How can they resist Jian Wuxin? The Kanglan universe warriors on the starry sky battleship were wiped out by Jian Wuxi. 1. Our God's domain has won. Excited expressions appeared on the faces of many warriors in the gods. These invaders of the Kanglan universe, who had faced off with God's domain in the starry sky giant city for 2 full years, were finally completely defeated by them at this moment. This starry sky battleship is not damaged much, take it back to the starry sky giant city to repair it. Mingyuexin looked at the starry sky battleship in front of him, and couldn't help but said to the real person Kanglan. Moral Kanglan not only has amazing martial arts talents, but also has excellent accomplishments in many aspects, and he should be able to repair this starry sky battleship. Owning a starry sky battleship is still very important to God's domain. The purpose of Kanglan universe was the same as that of Poxian universe, to find something in God's domain. And this thing seems to be very important to them. Whether it is the Poxian universe or the Kanglan universe, they will certainly not give up easily, and may make a comeback at any time. Even if Jiang Chen sits in God's domain, it is not enough to make God's domain worry-free. If you can own a starry sky battleship, you can leave a way out for God's domain. Even if God's domain is lost, some elite disciples can temporarily leave God's domain on a starry sky battleship, and then wait for an opportunity to return to God's domain. Real Kangming smiled slightly. Don't worry, leave this to me. Ever since God's domain began to build the starry sky city, Kangming has studied the starry sky battleship. As long as he is given enough materials, it may not be impossible to build a starry sky battleship. It was not difficult for him to repair the starry sky battleship in front of him. Wu Xing entered the universe and starry sky to intercept the reinforcements of Kanglan universe. I don't know what is going on now. Should we go to the universe and starry sky to check it out? Wu Zantian suddenly spoke. Mingyuexin nodded, and was about to speak, when a loud noise broke through the sky suddenly heard from the depths of the cosmic starry sky. A behemoth with a faint glow of blood shuttled across the starry sky of the universe, and then quickly came towards the direction of God's domain. This is a starry sky battleship. Looking at the behemoth coming quickly, Mingyu's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that Kanglin Universe's reinforcements are here? Upon hearing this, Master Kanglin and Wu Zantian couldn't help but sink slightly. The arrival of Kanglin Universe's reinforcements meant that which punishment might have gone wrong. Don't panic, Kanglin Universe's reinforcements will not come, they are my people. The three of Mingyuexin were slightly taken aback, and at this moment when they were stunned, the Scarlet Starry Sky battleship also shuttled through thousands of miles of space, and soon appeared in front of them. At the very front of the Starry Sky battleship, there was a figure that they were very familiar with. It was the witching punishment of the universe Starry Sky ahead to intercept the Kanglin cosmic reinforcements. And beside the witch torture, a man in a blood robe saluted Jiang Chen respectfully. Master. Jiang Chen, what is going on? Mingyuexin tilted her head to look at Jiang Chen, and a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. The breath of this blood-robed man, Mingyuexin is naturally not unfamiliar at all, almost exactly the same as those monks of the Blood Evil sect back then. Why does this quasi-Mahayana monk of the Blood Fiend sect call Jiang Chen his master? They are the ones I conquered in the Poxian universe. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and briefly introduced the situation to the three Mingyuexin. After hearing that Jiang Chen had entered Poxian universe for just a few years, he had subdued the Blood Fiend sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates of Poxian universe. The three of them did not recover from the shock for a long time. Especially Mingyuexin, she had personally experienced the battle that year, and deeply knew how powerful the Blood Fiend sect was. And Jiang Chen just went to Poxian universe for a round, and let the Blood Censor teach, the top immortal gate of Poxian universe, completely surrendered to his feet. This guy is really terrible. Mingyuexin couldn't help but shook her head secretly. She did not intend to pursue the grievances between Moon God Palace and Blood Fiend sect. I don't know how many years have passed since this matter, and the Blood Evil sect has surrendered to Jiang Chen, which is not a bad thing for God's domain. Among the Blood Evil cult cultivators that Jiang Chen conquered, there was also a powerful cultivator of the late Mahayana period, which was even better than the late God's domain domination period. With the help of such powerful people, God's domain can better cope with the next situation. Chapter 2623, See God's Domain and Heavenly Way, Kanglin Universe. This is a martial arts civilized universe tens of thousands of light years away from the southeast of God's domain. The martial arts of Kanglin Universe is prosperous, with countless powerful masters, and once more than one immortal who asked Tao to become immortal was born. Especially the Kanglin Saint sect, the first sect of the Kanglin Universe, the strength of the foundation is unfathomable. In the history of sacred sect of Kanglin, 3 immortal ancestors were born, and they successfully ascended to the immortal realm. The position of the Kanglin Saint sect in the Kanglin Universe is more than that of the Hunyuan Sword sect in the Poxian Universe. Kanglin Saint sect, the main hall of Kanglin. A middle-aged man dressed in a blue dragon print robe and exuding endless coercion, sat high on the throne in the center of the main hall. The middle-aged man is the sect master of Kanglin, Kangunhai. His complexion was gloomy, and an extremely cold breath filled his body, making the dozens of powerful masters in the hall seem to have a feeling of suffocation. The icy voice of Azure Cloud Sea, which did not contain the slightest sense of induction, finally broke the silence in the hall. Not long ago, my Kanglin Saint sect led by Kangluan to attack the 5 powers of the dominance realm, all of them have fallen. The Shuiyun Saint sect also heard news that the 3 martial masters they sent to aid have also fallen. As soon as Kangunhai said this, the expressions of everyone in the hall couldn't help but change drastically. The Divine Realm, like their Kanglin Universe, is a martial arts civilization universe. According to the news they got, the strength of God's domain at its peak was not much inferior to that of Kanglin Universe. There was a cosmic battle between God's domain and a Shushan universe, which caused the God's domain to collapse and become a party to destroy the universe. It wasn't until more than 10 years ago that God's domain gradually recovered from its disillusioned state. Today's God's domain, the strength is no longer at its peak, and the dominance level is strong, almost one hand can count it. Kangluan also sent back news that their 5 great masters were enough to suppress the gods, but they couldn't break the defenses of the gods for a while, and hoped that Kanglan Universe would send reinforcements to defeat the gods in one fell swoop. After the Kanglan Saint Sect and Shuiyun Saint Sect had a round of discussions, Shuiyun Saint Sect sent 3 powerful masters to lead a team to support. With the support of the 3 masters of Shuiyun Saint Sect, Kangluan should be able to easily defeat God's domain. The current situation is completely beyond their expectations. Kangluan and other 5 Kanglan Saint Sect masters, and the 3 Shuiyun Saint Sect masters, all fell. 8 powerful masters in the dominant state were wiped out. What happened in God's domain? How could the 8 martial masters of the Kanglan universe suddenly be wiped out? Sect Master, God's domain does not seem to be so simple on the surface. We may have to consider the matter of attacking God's domain from a long-term perspective. A white-haired old man who dominates the late stage said with a solemn expression. Among the 8 martial masters, there is also Kangluan, who is not inferior to the mid-dominant master Tianzhao. Even with his strength, he wanted to kill all the 8 people in Kangluan. It was not an easy task. Long-term thinking, how to think long-term. My ancestor of the Kanglan Saint Sect personally handed down the immortal order, let us invade God's domain at all costs, and find the longevity immortal palace in the lost God's domain as soon as possible. How can I be negligent? Azure Cloud Sea abruptly stood up from the throne, and his cold voice resounded in the hall. Wait, go down and prepare immediately, this time the main sect will go to God's domain in person. God's domain, a giant starry sky. Since Jiang Chen returned to destroy the invaders of the Kanglan universe in the first battle, the starry sky giant city has once again recovered its calm. Everyone's psychology is very clear that this calm is only temporary. Kanglan universe suffered a big loss in God's domain this time, losing 8 powerful masters, and it will definitely not let it go. Once Kanglan universe arrives again, the strength will probably become even stronger. In order to cope with the coming back of the Kanglan universe, everyone in God's domain is practicing frantically to improve their strength. Jian Wuxia and others dominated the realm of Tianzhao in half a step, all of them retreating hard, attacking the dominating realm. Jiang Chen naturally didn't sit idle either, and was still constantly improving his mastering power. About 3 months later, the dominating divine power in Jiang Chen's body finally reached a limit, and could no longer grow anymore. But even so, Jiang Chen still showed no signs of breakthrough. Now my cultivation level should have reached the limit of the dominating realm. The next step is to break through the immortal realm, but I don't know how to break through this immortal realm. According to the past breakthrough laws, as long as he cultivates to the limit in one realm, the system will prompt him to break through to the next realm. After reaching the limit of the dominance this time, even the system did not respond. The immortal realm should be the realm of the immortal in the immortal cultivation system. Once it breaks through, it will fly to the immortal realm. After the gods reach the peak of the dominant state, there is no response, and it is very likely that they will not be able to interact with the immortal realm, causing the immortal calamity to come, thus transcending the calamity into an immortal. Even in the ancient times of God's domain, the immortal realm seems to belong to the existence of legend, and almost no one has been heard of stepping into the immortal realm. It looks like I have to go to God's domain Tiandao to chat. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly hesitating, and he returned to God's domain from the starry sky with a flash of figure. With Jiang Chen's powerful strength to dominate the pinnacle, in the world of God's domain, almost one thought can be achieved, and he can instantly appear in any corner of the God's domain. Jiang Chen stepped on, and his figure appeared directly in the Longevity Immortal Palace. God, I know you should have woken up, come out and see you. Jiang Chen stood proudly outside the main hall of the Longevity Immortal Palace, his faint voice slowly resounded. As Jiang Chen's words fell, a strange wave suddenly rippled between the heavens and the earth, and a young man in white clothes who looked unpretentious and unpretentious also emerged out of thin air directly in front of Jiang Chen. The white-clothed young man stood there quietly, filled with an invisible and mysterious aura, as if he merged with the heaven and the earth. Jiang Chen, we finally met. Although I have been asleep since the war with Poxian Universe, I can still sense your presence in my subconscious. The white-clothed youth smiled slightly and said, I should thank you. If you hadn't appeared, God's domain might not have been today. You are welcome. I am also a member of God's domain, and I will naturally contribute to God's domain. Jiang Chen shook his head, then looked at the white-clothed youth and said, I came here today to ask for advice. I hope you can give me some advice. Chapter 2624, Kanglan Universe coming again. You should be asking about breaking through the immortal realm and flying up to the immortal realm, right? Shenyu Tiandao seemed to have guessed Jiang Chen's intention. Jiang Chen glanced at Shenyu Tiandao in surprise, and said with a smile, as expected of Shenyu Tiandao, it seems that you already know my purpose. God's domain, Tiandao said indifferently. In God's domain, every strong person who has reached your level will come to me to ask this question, and you will naturally be no exception. In God's realm, no one really breaks through the immortal realm. Hearing the words of God's domain, Tiandao, Jiang Chen also realized something, and a curious look appeared in his eyes. Yes, for example, the immortal king of longevity, it can be said that he walked out of God's domain. God realm heavenly Tao was silent for a moment and said, it's just that they all broke through eternal life and ascended to the immortal realm after leaving the God realm, so there is almost no record of the immortal realm powerhouse in the God realm. The words of God's domain heavenly Tao are also a disguised acknowledgement that there really is no way to break through the immortal realm in God's domain. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Why can't God's domain break through? I don't know. Since I became conscious, I have discovered that God's domain is like this. According to the truth, the immortal world is the source of all universes, and no universe can go beyond the shackles of the immortal realm rules. Once you reach your realm, you should trigger the immortal rules to induce the immortal catastrophe to descend and cross you to ascend to the immortal realm. At this point, God domain Tiandao paused slightly, and slowly said, I guess there should be a pair of invisible hands that control God domain, so that God domain is beyond the rules of immortality. If before going to Poxian universe, Jiang Chen would have some doubts about God's domain heavenly Tao's words. Jiang Chen knew very well in his heart that God's domain Tiandao's guess was really possible. After breaking the immortal universe, all the cultivators reached the peak of the Mahayana, the way forward was broken, and no one could ask Tao to become immortal. The situation in God's domain is actually not much different from the Poxian universe after Shanlu was cut off. And the breaking off of the fairy road in the Poxian universe seemed to be a secret manipulation by a big man, who had cut off the fairy road in the Poxian universe. God's domain, perhaps this is also very likely to be the case. This kind of means that can cut off a fairy road in the universe. I am afraid that even in the fairy world, there are not many people who can do it. What are they cutting off the fairy road in a lower realm universe? He couldn't understand, and he was too lazy to think. As far as I know, the laws of heaven are different in every universe. People in God's domain may not be able to trigger the immortal tribulation and ascend to the immortal realm if they go to other universes, right? Jiang Chen asked a very critical question. Why couldn't God's domain break above the domination? This is not something Jiang Chen can investigate now. The question he is most concerned about right now is how the people who have soared through the immortal realm in God's domain have broken through. This is normal, but there are exceptions to everything. Shenyu Tiandao smiled and said, for example, the people of Moon God Palace, they should have been rejected by the law of heaven and cannot exist in this world. But if I want, I can open one eye and close one eye. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. What do you mean? As long as you go to other universes and get the approval of that universe in heaven, you will be able to break through. Yes, the power that dominates the pinnacle is actually no weaker than some of the heavens of the universe. For example, I am not your opponent at all. Shenyu Tiandao nodded and said, if you go to the universe where the law of Tiandao is not too strong, then the Tiandao of that universe should also give you a bit of face. Thanks for your advice. Jiang Chen hugged his fist at God's domain heavenly Tao. Although God's domain heavenly Tao had told him how to break through, Jiang Chen had a feeling in his heart that this matter might not be as easy as God's domain heavenly Tao said. If it is so easy, the cultivators at the peak of the Mahayana universe can go to other universes to make breakthroughs, so why bother to break out a cosmic war with God's domain for an immortal monument that contains an opportunity for becoming immortal? He still has a lot of things to deal with now, and he is not in a hurry to break through the dominance and ascend to the immortal realm. After all things were resolved, he went to find a universe where the laws of heaven's Tao were not strong, and tried to know whether the method of God's domain heavenly Tao worked. Shenyu Tiandao shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. Jiang Chen, Shenyu has just recovered, it can be described as a waste of time. I also hope that you can solve many problems for Shenyu before you ascend. Don't worry, I will settle everything before I leave. Jiang Chen nodded, and suddenly he sensed something. His complexion changed slightly. There is news from the giant starry sky. the people of Kanglin Universe are here again, goodbye. After speaking, Jiang Chen didn't give God's domain Heavenly Tao a chance to speak. His figure flashed before disappearing in front of God's domain Heavenly Tao. Oh, the longevity immortal king really poses a big problem for God's domain. I hope that little guy can quickly accept the immortal king's inheritance and ascend to the immortal realm. Shenyu Tiandao looked at the point where Jiang Chen was leaving, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. His figure disappeared out of thin air in an instant. Jiang Chen left the immortal palace of longevity and stepped directly out of the universe of the gods. His figure has appeared above the starry sky giant city. At this moment, the powerhouses of the gods, headed by Mingyu Hardwich Punishment, have already gathered here and are waiting for them. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a huge starry sky battleship, slowly coming from the depths of the starry sky of the universe, and finally staying thousands of miles away from the starry sky giant city. This starry sky battleship is bigger than any starry sky battleship Jiang Chen has ever seen before. From a distance, it looked like a prehistoric beast lying across the starry sky of the universe. In the forefront of the starry sky battleship, there are a dozen figures standing proudly, and every one's aura is no less than the dominating realm. Especially the first middle-aged man wearing a blue dragon-patterned robe, his breath is even more unfathomable, and he has reached the pinnacle of dominance. Among the 10 powerful masters in the dominance realm, there are also powerful existences such as dominating the pinnacle. This time, Kanglin Universe obviously has lost its capital. While Jiang Chen was looking at the Kanglin Universe and his party, on the Kanglin Universe side, Kanglin Saint Sect Master Kang Yunhai's gaze swept slightly, and finally fell directly on Jiang Chen. Among the many powerhouses in God's domain, only this young man in black made him a little bit unable to see through. And this young man in black is also at the forefront of the powerhouses in God's domain, and obviously should be the leader of God's domain. The fall of the 8 powerful masters in the Kanglin universe is probably related to this unfathomable black-clothed youth. Chapter 2625, Defeat dominates the pinnacle. Azure Cloud C's eyes flickered slightly, and he stepped directly out of the starry sky battleship. His eyes locked on Jiang Chen tightly, and his faint voice resounded across the starry sky instantly. I really didn't expect that the god realm that just recovered from the ruin will have you such a world-shaking arrogant. The fall of the 8 powerful masters of the Kanglin universe, it should be inseparable from you. Jiang Chen slowly stepped out of the sky, and stood facing the azure cloud sea across 1,000 feet of starry sky. Yes, they were all killed by me. Anyone who dares to beat my god's domain idea, kill me. Azure Cloud Sea's eyes narrowed slightly. So, today are you planning to kill me as well? Jiang Chen said indifferently. If you leave with the people from Kanglin universe now, you may still have time. Otherwise, this place will be your burial place. Boy, your tone is not small depending on your young age. Kang Yunhai sneered and said, this suzerain has sent a message from the ancestor of the Kanglin Saint sect to come to God's domain to find the lost eternal palace. As long as you let me wait into the God's realm to find the eternal immortal palace, this suzerain promises not to move any part of the divine realm. The black-clothed youth in front of him was unfathomable, and Kang Yunhai even instinctively felt a hint of danger from him. There is such a person in God's domain. If they choose to attack God's domain, even if they defeat God's domain, their Kanglin Saint sect will have to pay a very heavy price. Before being forced to do so, Azure Cloud Sea was obviously unwilling to fight with God's domain. Jiang Chen shook his head and said blankly, my God domain does not have the longevity palace you are looking for, so leave quickly. Is there any? This suzerain can know it when he enters the realm of God. Kang Yunhai's eyes were cold. I can talk with you well, it is already considered as a face to you, don't toast or not eat fine wine. Jiang Chen snorted faintly. Today I want to toast and not eat fine wine, what can you do? You are stubborn, don't think that the sect master will give you a bit of face, you really think I will be afraid of you. Kang Yunhai yelled in anger into anger. Sacred sect Kanglin listens to the order, give me the level of God's domain. As the anger of Azure Cloud Sea fell, the starry sky battleship directly penetrated the starry sky and shot towards the starry sky giant city. On the starry sky giant ship, the aura of 10 masters in the dominance realm also exploded at this moment. Boy, although I know you are very strong, there is no one in God's domain who can handle it except you. As long as this sect master drags you down for a while, your God's domain will surely be defeated. Kang Yunhai looked at Jiang Chen faintly. and a smile appeared on his face as he held the winning ticket. That also depends on whether you can hold me back. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and he directly raised his hand and cut out at the azure cloud sea. There was no sound from this sword, but the air in the starry sky shook slightly. Numerous cracks suddenly broke between the sky and the earth, and finally turned into 1,000-foot thin void rift, and slashed towards the sea of clouds. Kang Yunhai's body shook, and bright icy lights exploded in the air. He squeezed his fist violently, and the ice soul divine light instantly turned into an ice dragon, carrying the ice power of the frozen world, colliding with the sword cut by Jiang Chen. Two extremely fierce forces erupted in the starry sky with a loud noise, and a monstrous starry sky storm swept all over the place. Azure Cloud Sea couldn't stop his figure. He exploded back several kilometers before stabilizing his figure, and the blood in his body was also tumbling at this moment. This kid is really a strong man who dominates the pinnacle. Azure Cloud Sea forced down the churning aura in his body, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes. Although both dominate the pinnacle, the black-clothed youth in front of him is a rare arrogant talent in the world, and his combat power is even more extraordinary. In this matchup just now, he was completely at a disadvantage. Kill the immortal sword art. Jiang Chen didn't give Kang Yunhai the slightest chance to breathe. He directly urged the killing immortal sword art to kill him with all his strength. Although this Azure Cloud Sea is a strong man who dominates the pinnacle, it is slightly inferior to the Yuantianqi of the Hunyuan sword sect of the Broken Universe in terms of combat power. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it was just a breeze to suppress the Sea of Clouds. His three styles of killing immortal sword art were displayed one after another, and it was almost impossible to fight against Azure Cloud Sea. The terrifying fairy sword aura raged in the cosmic starry sky, and in the end it was a sword that drove the Sea of Clouds into the depths of the cosmic starry sky. Jiang Chen ignored the Azure Cloud Sea that was slashed by his own sword, and directly stepped across the 10,000 Jiang space, blocking the front of the 10 powerful masters in the Kanglan universe. Jiang Chen slashed out with a fluttering sword, and the invisible mysterious sword light instantly penetrated the bodies of the two powerful masters in the front. The two of them hadn't reacted at all, and their cultivation base collapsed, and in the blink of an eye they turned into two mortals without the slightest cultivation base, falling towards the endless sky below the cosmic starry sky. In this scene, the expressions of those who were left behind in the domination realm of the Kanglan universe suddenly changed drastically. They only felt an inexplicable cold in their hearts, and they quickly retreated a distance of thousands of feet, and they looked at Jiang Chen with horror. The dignified sect master of Kanglan Saint Sect, the Azure Cloud Sea whose cultivation base reached the pinnacle of dominance, could not even hold this kid. Just when Jiang Chen defeated the two domination realm powerhouses with a single sword, a loud bang broke out in the depths of the starry sky in vain. I saw the body of Kang Yunhai flying out from the depths of the starry sky. His hair is messy, his complexion is pale, his clothes are not in good condition, and the censored wounds look incredibly hideous. Boy! You dare to hurt me, this suzerain will definitely break your corpse into thousands of pieces today. The Azure Cloud Sea is full of killing intent, and the vast ice dominates the divine power, and it also rushes out of his body madly. Kanglan divine art, frozen for thousands of miles. With a soft drink from Kang Yunhai, the cold ice dominates the divine power, and immediately transformed into a thick black layer of ice all over Kang Yunhai, causing the temperature of the starry sky to drop several times at this moment. The black ice layer continued to spread in the starry sky, as if to freeze everything around it. Chaos sword, break. Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent, and the divine body vision behind him suddenly condensed, as if he was slashed out with a sword. Under the gaze of countless gazes around, Jiang Chen and the other two shook the sky, like two meteorites, colliding together in the starry sky. The loud noise that shook the sky resounded between heaven and earth. The terrifying starry sky storm spreads away from the confrontation, and the dark cracks that are thousands of feet long, like a spider web, continue to spread in the starry sky. Kang Yunhai's figure trembled suddenly, and the whole person flew out suddenly again. Chapter 2626, Tongxianshu, True Immortal Lin. Seeing this scene, the faces of the powerful masters of Kanglan Saint Sect turned pale in an instant. The young man in black from God's domain in front of him was really too strong. Even the sect master of Saint Sect Kanglan, the Azure Cloud Sea, whose cultivation base has reached the pinnacle of dominance, has no resistance at all in front of this guy. The azure cloud sea, which was slashed by Jiang Chen with a sword, once again rushed out from the depths of the starry sky. He didn't care about the injuries all over his body, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, the extremely hideous voice, directly rippling slowly in the starry sky. Boy, I have to say, you succeeded in angering. No matter how enchanting you are, I will kill you today. Kang Yunhai's voice fell, and his hands quickly pinched a mysterious magic trick on his chest. With this Dao Fa Ju pinched out, the majestic dominating divine power in Azure Cloud Sea seemed to have been completely drained at that moment, and his face was already slightly pale, and now it became extremely pale. Behind the Azure Cloud Sea, the expressions of many powerful masters of the Kanglan Saint sect became solemn and solemn at this moment. They naturally knew what the tactics of Azure Cloud Sea meant. Kanglan Saint sect's art of communicating with immortals. Facing the black-clothed youth with the most enchanting evildoer in front of them, their sect master Kangdunhai, Kanglan Saint sect, had to use the technique of celestial communication, and the immortal had come. After exhausting his whole body's strength in Kangdunhai, after displaying the Kanglan Saint sect's immortality, the cosmic starry sky with a radius of 100,000 miles was trembling and trembling crazily. A series of mysterious and ancient runes appeared in the void above the sea of clouds. These rune roads are gathered together, as if opening a fairy gate leading to the fairy world. A man with a slightly illusory figure directly stepped out of the fairy gate. The man has a jade-like face, proudly walks into the world, and wears a white feather coat, as if not stained with dust. As soon as he appeared, the faint immortal might instantly overwhelmed this cosmic starry sky, and everyone couldn't help feeling like they wanted to worship. Sacred Sect Kanglan, welcome the arrival of the ancestors. Below, all the people of Saint Kanglan Sect, including the Master Kangdunhai of Saint Sect Kanglan, bowed their heads in front of the white-clothed man with a pious face. Is this the legendary art of immortality? Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the man in white arrogantly coming to the world, with a solemn expression in his eyes. The art of communication with immortals, this is a secret technique for communicating with immortals. You can invite immortals to come. When he used the Azure Emperor's sword in Poxian Universe, he was regarded by the people of Poxian Universe as the art of immortality. Unexpectedly, facing the sect master Kanglan Saint sect this time, he unexpectedly encountered the real immortal communication technique. The sovereign of Kanglan Saint sect used the art of Tongxian to summon the Kanglan Saint sect's ancestor to come. Although the ancestor of Kanglan Saint ancestor had only descended from an avatar, it was also a real avatar. What's going on here? How can sect master Kanglan summon such a powerful existence? In the giant starry sky, countless experts from God's domain looked at the white-clothed man who looked like an immortal overlooking the mortal dust, with all expressions of horror. This is the art of immortality, I had heard of it a little back then. Wu Xing said with a solemn expression, Sacred Sect Kanglan should have someone who has broken through the immortal realm and ascended to the immortal realm. Now the sect master Kanglan has used the art of communicating with the immortal to invite him from the immortal realm. Everyone couldn't help but suddenly change after hearing this. Although they didn't understand this so-called art of immortality, they knew a little about the immortal realm above the ruler. And the white-clothed man summoned by sect master Kanglan is actually related to the legendary immortal realm. The faces of everyone were extremely worried. Although Jiang Chen is incomparable in combat power, even the sect master Kanglan Saint sect who dominates the pinnacle can be suppressed, but he may not be the opponent of the white man. Where is the ant, dare to be disrespectful to my sacred sect of Kanglan? Above the void, the vast fairy sound shook the cosmic starry sky at this moment. The white-clothed man looked down below condescendingly, and the last pair of indifferent eyes were directly locked on Jiang Chen's body. At such an age, there is a cultivation base that dominates the peak. It is truly a rare peerless evildoer in the world. No wonder Saint Sect Kanglan summons the immortal to come. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and a monstrous war spirit broke out all over his body. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Although you are an unparalleled and stunning genius, you are still far from qualified to challenge this immortal. The white-clothed man shook his head and glanced at Jiang Chen indifferently. Your talent, it's a shame to kill. Obediently, you will be captured and surrendered to the Kanglan Saint sect. This immortal can consider forgiving you to die. Humph, if you want to kill me, it depends on your ability. Jiang Chen snorted faintly. If your deity can come, I may not have any resistance in front of you. But now you are just an avatar coming, so why should I be afraid? The mere ants dare to be presumptuous in front of the immortal. Even if you are a clone, the immortal can suppress you with a finger. A look of anger appeared in the eyes of the man in white. The white-clothed man moved, and he stepped on his feet, and the surrounding starry sky suddenly shattered and turned into a chaotic world. This chaotic world has spread from the feet of the man in white, and has been spreading from the top of Jiang Chen's head, as if to swallow Jiang Chen below in one fell swoop. The emperor's sword in Jiang Chen's hand trembled slightly, and the sword light that reached the sky broke through an immortal gate in an instant, and a shadow of Qingyi standing proud of the sword stepped out of the sky, and then slashed at the chaotic world with a sword. This sword directly divided the chaotic world that Jiang Chen had suppressed into two from the middle, into two halves. Only a loud noise was heard, and the chaotic world collapsed in the starry sky, turning into countless fragments and dissipating out of thin air. Seeing that Jiang Chen had wiped out the chaotic world with a single sword, the white-clothed man's eyes also couldn't help passing a look of surprise. "I didn't expect you to have such a sword immortal supernatural power, no wonder you dare to be rampant in front of this immortal. But with this sword immortal supernatural power, you want to compete with this immortal, but it's a little bit worse." The white-clothed man's proud voice fell, and he reached out and grabbed Jiang Chen in the sky, instantly solidifying the starry sky around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's energy and blood exploded to the extreme in an instant, the divine body vision chaos sword condensed from behind, and the terrible sword light clashed from the chaos sword, directly shattering the solidified starry sky around him. Jiang Chen looked up at the white-clothed man above the void, stepped directly up into the air, and controlled the chaos giant sword behind him, splitting the star vault with a sword, and slashed at the white-clothed man. Chapter 2627. Even if it's a fairy, I can't kill it. The white-clothed man's complexion did not change, and he directly stretched out a finger and lightly pressed it. A giant finger that looked like an Optimus pillar instantly collided with the chaos great sword. The space is shattered and the starry sky collapses. A wave of destruction ripples, spreading in all directions. Kang Yunhai and other strong men of Saint Sect Kanglan had to return to the Starry Sky battleship and retreated thousands of miles in a row. The Starry Sky giant city. Wu Xing and others all made their best efforts to resolve a part of the impact of Ripple of Destruction, and only then did the Starry Sky giant city not be affected by Ripple of Destruction. Yes, you can be proud of being able to dominate the cultivation base in a small area and connect me with 2 undefeated moves. Even if you are in the immortal world, you can be compared with you in the same realm. I am afraid that there are only a handful of them. The white-clothed man looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes also flashed with a touch of wonder. This child has a peculiar talent. If he can enter the immortal world, I am afraid at least he will have the appearance of a big Luo. Jiang Chen didn't say a word, he directly urged the killing immortal sword art without saying a word, and killed the man in white without reservation. Slash the immortals. 1 style, Tuxian style. The killing immortal sword Ju triple sword Ju was displayed by Jiang Chen almost in the blink of an eye. 3 dazzling, extremely brilliant sword lights were swayed out by Jiang Chen at the same time, and the entire starry sky seemed to be plunged into chaos, leaving only the 3 gorgeous sword lights. The 3 superpositions of the killing immortal sword art are also the first time that Jiang Chen has used this sword art with all his strength. The 3 swords are superimposed, and the power is more than doubled than the one alone. I saw that the starry sky where the man in white was located was torn by the 3 intertwined sword lights, and huge wounds were torn out. A flood of colorful energy rushed out of the void, as if the starry sky was weeping blood. It's really surprising that you are another amazing sword immortal power. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak after all. You will never know how far you are from the immortal. The man in white said lightly, and then he raised his hand and swept out towards Jiang Chen. A dazzling galaxy across the starry sky fell down quickly, as if the Tianhe collapsed, crashing down towards Jiang Chen. The 3 swords of Jiang Chen's killing immortal sword art were superimposed, and it seemed that he couldn't stop the terrifying energy pouring down, and he was directly overwhelmed by xianxia. Jiang Chen trembled all over, his whole body flew upside down 1,000 feet, a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, and his chest was dyed red. His face was pale, his hair was shabby, his clothes were in tatters, and his breath was instantly wilted. Jiang Chen. He also lost. In the giant starry sky, everyone headed by Wu Xingming Yu Xin, their complexions changed suddenly, and their hearts were like falling into an ice cellar. Even Jiang Chen can easily suppress the powerful existence that dominates the pinnacle. In front of this white man, there is no resistance. What else do they use to stop Kanglan universe in God's domain? God's domain, this time I am afraid it is really dangerous. Many experts in God's domain looked at this scene, and there was nothing but despair and sadness left in their hearts. Ji Yufeng'er saw that Jiang Chen was severely injured by the man in white, and his eyes were instantly red. Meng Qingshui's eyes were cold, and she was about to rush into the starry sky of the universe to help her out. If Meng Yuexin hadn't stopped him, I'm afraid he would kill the man in white without hesitation. Qingshui, calm down. Jiang Chen's talent strength is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. It is far beyond imagination and will never be easily defeated. Meng Yuexin looked up at Jiang Chen in the cosmic starry sky, but her faint voice seemed confident. In the eyes of Meng Yu, Jiang Chen's talent and strength are more than that of the human emperor who led the gods to defeat the immortal universe in the human emperor palace. Such a peerless character that is enough to astound the ages. Even if he is facing a real celestial clone, he will never just fall away like this. Is this the power of the immortal? It really isn't as powerful as usual. Jiang Chen swallowed a recovery pill, and forced down the churning aura in his body. His eyes became extremely solemn. His own cultivation has reached the limit of dominance, and his background is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even ordinary dominating peaks can be easily suppressed. This level of strength, even if it is not an opponent of true immortal, it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with a wisp of true immortal clone. But now he realized that he was a little underestimated. Even if it's just a clone of true immortal, it can't be contended by the domination realm. Now his divine body vision, Azure Emperor's sword technique, and the ultimate magical powers of killing immortal sword art have all been used once, but he still can't hurt the man in white. His only trump card now is the immortal monument. Boy, the power of the immortal prisoner can only suppress the body. This guy is just a clone, and the power of the immortal prisoner is not for him at all. If you want to solve this guy, you can only use the power of exterminating immortality. But you haven't broken through the true immortal yet, and using the power of exterminating immortality will probably pay a great price. The voice of the immortal monument also rang in Jiang Chen's mind. When Jiang Chen thought, the immortal steel appeared out of thin air in his palm. If he can't kill this clone of true immortal today, the entire god's domain will probably be destroyed, so how can he care about the price he has to pay? In any case, he also killed this strand of true celestial clone. Boy, if you don't enter a real fairy, no matter how amazing your talent is, you are no different from ants in front of me. Seeing Jiang Chen's actions, the white-clothed man couldn't help but shook his head and said, "Are you still going to do a senseless struggle? This immortal doesn't want to waste time with you. If you dare to resist, you will only die." Jiang Chen did not answer the man in white. He urged the Azure Emperor longevity art, and the dominating divine power in his body was poured into the immortal steel in his palm without reservation. Above the immortal steel, the bright fairy light burst out, and then turned into a 10,000 Jiang censored steel that suppressed the star dome. The white-clothed man looked at the immortal monument urged by Jiang Chen, and finally couldn't help but change slightly on the face of Ji Yu Jing Wubo. The little guy in the lower realm universe in front of him not only mastered more than one sword fairy magical power, but also obtained a real fairy weapon. Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent, his hands quickly condensed the Dao Dao Fa tactics, and the cold voice was also resounding in the starry sky. A true celestial clone, right? Even if I'm a celestial, Jiang Chen can kill me today. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the dominating divine power in his body was almost exhausted at this moment, and strands of hair also turned into gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just an instant, Jiang Chen had white hair fluttering, and he didn't know how old he was. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention, and directly controlled the immortal monument to suppress the white-clothed man, and his cold voice was constantly echoing in the starry sky. The power of extinguishing immortals, kill. Chapter 2628, Terrible Price. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, the immortal monument enveloped the white-clothed man with a terrifying force. The pupils of the man in white suddenly shrank, and his whole body exploded. His power that was originally enough to crush everything, under the suppression of the immortal monument, there was no resistance at all. The power of extinguishing the immortal on the monument had already engulfed the figure of the man in white, leaving only a frightened voice reverberating in the starry sky. "Boy, Benxian remembers you, you wait for me." Jiang Chen looked pale and stood proudly in the starry sky, with white hair flying in the sky, as if he had changed from a 20-year-old boy to a 56-year-old white-haired old man. He kept coughing up blood, but he was not angry at all, and instead laughed loudly. Kang Yunhai and other strong men of the Kanglan Saint sect were all staring dull at this moment, like a ghost, couldn't believe their eyes at all. This is their ancestor who asked the Saint sect of Kanglan to become immortal. The dignified ancestor celestial clone was actually destroyed by the guy opposite. Sect Master, this son is not the enemy of my Kanglan Saint sect, retreat quickly. An elder of Saint sect Kanglan said in horror. Even the ancestor immortal clone came and was killed by this kid, how could they be opponents? If they insist on attacking God's domain, I'm afraid they are very likely to be wiped out today. Kang Yunhai's complexion was hard to see the extreme. He never thought that there would be such a heaven-defying existence in God's domain. This time he personally visited God's realm, and even used the art of Tongxian to summon the ancestors to descend, but he still couldn't help this kid. Although Jiang Chen suppressed the ancestor immortal clone of Saint Kanglan and paid a great price, he summoned the ancestor immortal clone, and his power was also not 1 in 10. That kid also held a fairy weapon capable of suppressing the ancestral clone. Where did the azure cloud sea dare to entangle, and directly under an order, the starry sky battleship slammed towards the depths of the cosmic starry sky. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen did not pursue it, although he previously killed the 2 domination realms of Kanglan universe with a single sword, and Kangunhai had already lost its combat power at this moment. Kanglan universe still had 8 dominators, and one of them dominated the later existence. Even with the power of the Blood Fiend sect, God's domain is not cheap at all. And in his current state, he simply didn't have the ability to keep all the people in the Kanglan universe. Hope that Kanglan universe can stop for a while. Jiang Chen shook his head, then dragged his exhausted body and turned back to the giant starry sky. Brother Jiang Chen, are you okay? Ji Yufeng'er looked at Jiang Chen with white hair, and a worried look appeared on her delicate little face. What can I do? It's just to consume the transition and rest for a while. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, then looked up at Ming Yuexin and the others. Kanglan universe should not come to God's domain in a short time. I am going to retreat for a while, and then God's domain will be handed over to you. After speaking, Jiang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Meng Qingshui frowned and was about to catch up. Ming Yuexin seemed to see through Meng Qingshui's thoughts, and she couldn't help but shook her head and said, Qingshui, although the Moon God Stone has magical powers, I am afraid it may not be able to help him, so don't bother him. It is naturally not difficult to see with Ming Yuexin's eyesight. Jiang Chen urged the immortal monument to suppress the previous real celestial clone, and the price she paid was probably even greater than that of the Mahayana monk who killed Poxian universe back then. After leaving the starry sky giant city, Jiang Chen returned directly to the Longevity Immortal Palace without any hesitation. The power of the immortal steel to destroy the immortal, non-immortal cannot be condensed. Jiang Chen forcibly condensed the power of exterminating the immortal to kill the avatar of the true immortal, and his body naturally received a great backlash. This backlash power can be described as terrifying to the extreme. If his strength hadn't surpassed the general peak of dominance, I am afraid that Shouyuan would be swallowed up by this backlash power instantly. But even so, Jiang Chen's longevity is almost gone. The backlash force remaining in the body is still devouring Jiang Chen's few lifespans. Jiang Chen will come to the Longevity Immortal Palace where the vitality is extremely strong for the first time, and use the strength of the Longevity Immortal Palace to suppress the backlash in the body. Boy, fortunately, you have a good background. The backlash of the power of extinguishing immortality didn't kill you. But your current lifespan is probably only less than 100 years left. So you must break through the immortal realm as soon as possible, that is, become a true immortal, before you can completely dissolve the backlash in your body. And, before you become a true immortal, you absolutely can't forcefully use the power of exterminating immortals, otherwise no one will be able to save you. The voice of the immortal monument also rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Is there only less than 100 years of life left? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly when he heard the words. This time forcing the power of exterminating immortality, the price paid is really not terrible. Fortunately, his cultivation has reached the limit of dominance. As long as the method told by God's domain heavenly Tao is okay, he can find a universe at any time, break through the immortal realm, and fly into a fairy. 100 years should be enough for him. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it, sinking his heart and quickly entered the cultivation state. This time, forcing the immortal monument to condense the power of destroying the immortal, the price Jiang Chen paid was greater than ever. Jiang Chen spent a full year practicing in the Longevity Immortal Palace before completely removing the backlash from his body. Finally, the backlash brought about by the power of exterminating immortality has been resolved, but in the past year, my lifespan has been consumed by this backlash for 20 to 30 years. I am afraid that only 60 or 70 years are left. Now he must resolve the matter of God's domain as soon as possible, and then think of a way to break through. Thinking of God's domain, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twist his brows together tightly. The crisis facing God's domain now mainly comes from the Kandlin universe and the Poxian universe. Po Xian universe is now in a battle with the Sky Star universe, and there is no power that can threaten him at all. As long as he returns to the Poxian universe, he is completely able to join forces with the Heavenly Star universe to severely damage the Poxian universe. As for Kandlin universe, it is a bit troublesome. Kandlin universe was ordered by the great figures in the immortal realm to come to God's domain to find the immortal palace of longevity, and they would certainly not let it go. If Kandlin universe came again with the art of fascination, Jiang Chen would not be able to deal with it at all. Even if he can really solve the trouble of Kandlin universe, the immortal realm who knows the existence of the longevity immortal palace can still use other universes to deal with the divine realm. As long as the longevity immortal palace exists in God's domain may never have peace. Chapter 2629, Lu Zhaoqing's decision. It's really not the usual tricky thing. Jiang Chen sighed slightly in his heart. Unless God's domain can be so powerful that it is almost invincible, making all universes hard to shake, this is simply a dead end that cannot be solved. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen couldn't help looking at the direction of the main hall of the longevity immortal palace. The trouble should end it. To solve this deadlock, I'm afraid we have to rely on Lu Zhaoqing, the heir of the longevity immortal king. Now that my cultivation base has reached the limit of the dominant state, there is no point in continuing to practice. Let's go out and see the situation first. No matter what, he planned to take a trip to Kandlin universe to see if he could solve this trouble, and by the way, he would go to the heavenly way of Kandlin universe for a while to prepare for his breakthrough. Jiang Chen stood up, and when he was about to leave the longevity immortal palace, the longevity immortal palace suddenly made a loud noise like a shaking mountain. A powerful aura that resembled a resurrection of a giant dragon also permeated from the direction of the main hall of the longevity immortal palace. It seems that Lu Zhaoqing has successfully inherited the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately appeared outside the main hall of the longevity immortal palace in a flash, quietly watching the aura that filled the main hall. In this breath, there was the breath of the longevity fairy king, and there was also the breath of Lu Zhaoqing. The two breaths seemed to merge completely into one, and then they continued to rise upwards. The aura after this fusion climbed all the way to the peak of tribulation, and finally broke directly to the level of domination realm before slowly returning to peace. A petite figure that Jiang Chen was very familiar with also walked directly out of the main hall of the longevity immortal palace. This petite figure is exactly Lu Zhaoqing who Jiang Chen brought to the immortal palace of longevity from the Valley of Longevity. Today's Lu Zhaoqing has long since faded from the original immature. I saw that she was wearing a blue dress, and there was an aura of agility and dust all over her body, just like an elf fairy who was left in the world. Zhaoqing, have you reached the dominant state? Feeling Lu Zhaoqing's cultivation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a look of surprise in his eyes. Today, Lu Zhaoqing has not only broken through the domination realm, but his strength is far stronger than the average domination realm. In the entire God's domain, apart from what he thought, there would be no second person to be Lu Zhaoqing's opponent. Although Jiang Chen also knew that Lu Zhaoqing had an eternal body, and was the perfect heir to the immortal king of longevity. Once he inherits the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity, Lu Zhaoqing's growth will inevitably be terrifying. But Jiang Chen still didn't expect that after Lu Zhaoqing inherited the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity, he would directly become the master of martial arts. This is also Jiang Chen's understanding of the fairy king. It is really too little. The immortal king, even in the immortal realm, is a great figure who can shock a side of the immortal realm, and the longevity immortal king is the outstanding one among the immortal kings. Lu Zhaoqing perfectly inherited the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity. Isn't it easy to reach the dominance level? If it were not for the limitations of God's domain, even if Lu Zhaoqing broke through the immortality, it would not be difficult. Well, I have merged part of the strength left by Master Xianxia, and I have reached the dominant state. Lu Zhaoqing nodded, and then whispered softly, Brother Jiang Chen, thank you for taking me here, allowing me to get the inheritance of the immortal king from Master Xianxia. I am leaving God's domain. This time, I made a special trip to say goodbye to you. Leave God's domain. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then he thought of something. He couldn't help but looked at Lu Zhaoqing with a look of shock. Are you going to the immortal world? Lu Zhaoqing has never left the realm of God. Now that he is ready to leave after accepting the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity, he will go to the immortal realm in all likelihood. Master Xianxia said, now someone in the immortal world knows the whereabouts of the eternal immortal palace. As long as the eternal immortal palace exists in the divine realm, there will be no peace in the divine realm. I must bring the eternal immortal palace back to the immortal realm. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Zhaoqing, it is too dangerous for you to go to the immortal world now. The longevity immortal king suffered heavy losses in the immortal world that year, and had to forcibly take the longevity immortal palace into the lower universe. This shows that the longevity fairy king has extremely terrifying enemies in the immortal world. Lu Zhaoqing brought the longevity immortal palace back to the immortal realm, which could indeed resolve the crisis of God's domain, but Lu Zhaoqing, the descendant of the longevity immortal king, was in a dangerous situation. As the descendant of the immortal king of longevity, I must shoulder the responsibility of the immortal king of longevity. This is what I must face. Lu Zhaoqing smiled and said, Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry, Master Xianxia is not without a back hand in the immortal world, and my safety will not be a problem. Jiang Chen was silent for a while and said, if this is the case, then you are careful. Brother Jiang Chen, take care, I am waiting for you in the fairy world. When Lu Zhaoqing's voice fell, a mysterious force burst out in the longevity immortal palace, expelling Jiang Chen from the longevity immortal palace. Outside the Changshengtian palace, only the patriarch of the Zilin clan, Zi Tianmei, who also carried the Zilin clan, was moving towards the Changshengtian palace. He looked at Jiang Chen who had appeared outside the longevity immortal palace and couldn't help but clasped his fists to Jiang Chen. Little friend Jiang Chen, my Zilin clan wants to follow the young master and return to the immortal world. I will meet again in the future. After the Zilin clan entered the longevity immortal palace, they saw a slight tremor in the longevity immortal palace, and then rose up from the ground in an instant, turning into a stream of light that broke through the sky, and escaped into the endless void. And at the moment when the longevity immortal palace disappeared, Shenyu Tiandao also appeared directly beside Jiang Chen. Since she has obtained the inheritance of the immortal king, she has her own way to go. For God's domain, this has never been a good thing. If Kanglan universe comes again with the art of Tongxian, you may not be able to strike again. Kill a true celestial clone. Lu Zhaoqing returned to God's realm with the longevity immortal palace, and the immortal realm would no longer send people to God's realm for the sake of the longevity immortal palace. The crisis facing God's realm would naturally be solved. Lu Zhaoqing was under pressure in God's domain. I hope that little girl will be fine. He was beyond the reach of the immortal world, and he could only rely on Lu Zhaoqing himself. Although his current strength has few rivals in the universe, he might not be able to help Lu Zhaoqing if he were placed in the immortal world. Jiang Chen couldn't help but looked up at God's domain Tiandao. Since the crisis of God's domain has been resolved, it's time for me to leave. Shenyu Tiandao frowned slightly and said, it seems that you are also planning to break through the ascending immortal realm, but break the immortal universe. Jiang Chen said indifferently, don't worry, before that, I will go to Broxian universe and solve this matter completely. After all, the realm of God is his base camp. Even after he goes to the immortal realm, his friends and relatives will still live in the realm of God. Before leaving, Jiang Chen will naturally sweep away all threats to God's domain. Chapter 2630, The Change of the Celestial Universe, Back to the Starry Sky Giant City. Jiang Chen directly found the Blood Thousand Kill, and discussed the matter of returning to Poxian universe. Blood Thousand Kill couldn't help but said respectfully, Master, I also want to report to you about the Poxian universe. Recently, there have been some changes in the Poxian universe. Although he had no choice at the beginning, the Blood Fiend sect evacuated from Poxian universe to God's domain along with Jiang Chen. But as the leader of the Blood Evil sect, the Blood Thousand Killing naturally also made some arrangements in the Poxian universe in order to grasp the situation of the Poxian universe. Jiang Chen asked with a surprised look, as the battle between the Poxian universe and the Sky Star universe come to an end. Universal level wars, unless one party's strength can form a rolling, otherwise there will be no results so easily. Shui Qianxia shook his head, and then solemnly said, the Poxian universe is still in a stalemate with the heavenly star universe, but a major event has occurred in the Poxian universe. It is said that the legendary Podian ancient domain has appeared. Breaking the ancient realm, Jiang Chen seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. This ancient territory breaking heaven, is it related to the legendary celestial breaking immortal sect? Blood Thousand Kill was slightly startled. He obviously didn't expect that Jiang Chen would know of the existence of the Podian immortal sect. Po Tian Shanzong is a legendary force in the ancient times of Po Xian universe. It's just that, for some reason, Poxian universe has few records about Po Tian Shanzong. Now in the entire Poxian universe, not many people know that Po Tian Shanzong exists. He also only learned something about Podian immortal sect from Shuiyantian not long ago. Unexpectedly, the master already knew about the existence of the Podian immortal sect. Blood Thousand Killing expression solemnly said, yes, the ancient Po Tian sect is where the legendary Po Tian immortal sect is located. Since the destruction of the Po Tian immortal sect, the Po Tian ancient realm has also disappeared, but now it has suddenly appeared. At the Tianyu Taoist ruins, he had heard Lu Qingyi, the chairman of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, mentioned many things about the heaven-breaking immortal sect. This Podian immortal sect, a peerless sect that has been dominating the Poxian universe for countless times, even the immortal who asked about becoming immortal, did not know the geometry. In the heyday of Podian immortal sect, even Hunyuan Zhanzong could not be compared with it. Podian immortal sect disappeared from Poxian universe. Overnight, which kind of disappearance is the disappearance in the true sense, leaving almost no trace in the Poxian universe? Except for a very small number of people in Poxian universe, most people didn't even know that there was such a sect as Po Tian Shanzong. And the disappearance of Podian immortal sect was also the beginning of the severance of Poxian universe's immortal road. Since then, the Poxian universe has never given birth to a real fairy. Even the Taoist Tianyu, who was hailed as the last immortal in the broken immortal universe, could not really ask about becoming immortal in the end, but was killed by an invisible big hand at the last moment. Po Xian universe immortal road is cut off, and Po Tian Shanzong has a very close relationship. Now that Po Tian Shanzong reappears in Po Xian universe, it may be possible to find the secret of breaking off Po Xian universe's immortal road in that place. Although Poxian universe's immortal road is cut off, it doesn't have much to do with him. But the situation in God's domain is very similar to Poxian universe. Unraveling the secret of breaking the fairy road in Poxian universe, and the problem of God's domain not being able to ascend to the immortal realm, may be solved. If it is possible, Jiang Chen naturally hopes to solve this problem for God's domain. People in God's domain have to travel to other universes if they want to ascend to the immortal realm, and then negotiate with that universe in heaven. This is also a very troublesome thing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raised his head and looked at the Blood Thousand Killer and said, you guys prepare, we will return to Poxian universe in 3 days. Lu Zhaoqing returned to the immortal realm with the Longevity Immortal Palace. The immortal realm has no threat from the immortal realm, and Kanglan universe will certainly not easily invade the immortal realm. In Ming Yuexin and other 4 powerful masters, their strength has become stronger and stronger. Jian Wuxin and Meng Qingshe had also reached the critical moment of breaking through the dominance realm, and they should be able to break through the dominance realm soon. Regarding the current God realm, Jiang Chen was still very relieved. Now that the Poxian universe and the Heavenly Star universe are at a stalemate, he is now going to Poxian universe, and as long as he joins forces with the Heavenly Star universe, he will surely be able to severely damage the Broxian universe. As for the Podian immortal sect that suddenly came out, he naturally had to see it. Shui Qianxia answered with excitement, even if he went down to prepare. When Jiang Chen evacuated the Poxian universe together, the Blood Fiend sect was also forced to do so. If it is possible, the Blood Thousand Killing naturally hopes to bring the Blood Evil sect to kill the Poxian universe again. There is their route. Today's Jiang Chen is even better than when he left Poxian universe. Even the true celestial clones summoned by Kanglan universe using the art of communicating with celestial beings were all killed by Jiang Chensheng. And the current Poxian universe is constrained by the Heavenly Star universe. Jiang Chen has the ability to lead them back to Poxian universe. Outside the Starry Sky Giant City, Jiang Chen bid farewell to the Ming Yuexin trio, and took the Blood Fiend sect headed by Blood Thousand Kills and embarked on the journey to the broken universe again. Outside the Poxian universe, there is a majestic starry sky giant city. Two young men stood on the wall of the giant starry sky, watching the endless starry sky quietly. If Jiang Chen appeared here at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize them at a glance. These two were the two guards he encountered for the first time. In Poxian universe, brother, our starry sky giant city has drawn a lot of power from the front battlefield this time. It seems that the battlefield with the Sky Star universe, the situation is probably very bad. The younger guard whispered to the blue guard beside him. Yes, even the last Mahayana monk has already gone to support him. The blue robe guard sighed lightly. It is said that in the Poxian universe, the legendary Podian ancient domain has also appeared. Today's Poxian universe is really eventful. When the young guard heard the words, he couldn't help but ask curiously, where is this ancient realm? The blue robe guard shook his head and slowly said, I don't know too well. I heard that it is related to a strong sect in the ancient era of Poxian universe, and it is very likely to be related to the secret of breaking off Poxian universe's immortal road. The young guard suddenly said, no wonder the 10 great immortals have to mobilize the power of the starry sky giant cities everywhere. I am afraid that it is also closely related to the emergence of this ancient world. This matter has nothing to do with us, we just need to guard this starry sky giant city. The blue-robed young man said solemnly, now that the starry sky giant city is defending its emptiness, we have to work hard and we must not make the same mistake the last time. Chapter 2631, The Horror of the Blood Sword Immortal Sect. When the young guard heard this, his complexion also instantly became unsightly. For a moment, they led a starry sky battleship of a true disciple of the evil blood sect into the universe of broken immortals, and as a result, the true disciple of the evil blood sect turned out to be a traitor to the evil blood sect. The most hateful thing is, the blood evil sect traitor, with the emperor of God's domain, mixed into the Poxian universe, and upset the Poxian universe. In the end, even the blood fiend sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates, rebelled out of the Poxian universe with the emperor of God's domain. Because of this incident, the two of them were not only severely punished by the sect, but also had to guard this starry sky giant city for 100 years. As long as the thought of this happened, the young guard was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Senior brother, don't worry, that time was just an accident. In the giant starry sky we guarded, there are generally few people appearing. The young guard couldn't help but curl his lips. Just as the voice of the young guard fell, the cosmic starry sky in front of him was rippling with violent fluctuations. The two of them were shocked, and they couldn't help but look up suddenly, and they saw a huge monster emitting a faint blood glow, galloping toward the giant starry sky. The blue guard's pupils suddenly shrank. This is the starry sky battleship of the blood fiend cult. Blood demon cult. The youth guard's complexion changed suddenly. The blood evil sect rebelled out of Poxian universe, and left Poxian universe with the emperor of God's domain, but now he is back. Quick, open the defensive formation of the giant starry sky. The blue-robed youth quickly exclaimed with a look of horror. The blood evil sect has betrayed the Poxian universe, and the Poxian universe has no place for the blood evil sect. Now that the blood fiend sect is suddenly returning to the immortal broken universe, it must be a bad person. The young guard did not hesitate, and quickly ordered the opening of the defensive formation of the star giant city. Now that the battle between the Poxian universe and the heavenly star universe has become fierce, the legendary Podian ancient domain has suddenly appeared, and the power of their starry sky giant city has been drawn away 9 out of 10. The guards responsible for guarding the giant starry sky are their 2 half-step Mahayana cultivators who are the strongest. Now they can only use the defensive formation of the starry sky giant city to stop the blood evil sect. With the opening of the defensive array of the giant starry sky, a faint light curtain of stars also instantly enveloped the giant starry sky. And at the moment when the rippling array was opened, the huge scarlet starry sky battleship in the cosmic starry sky also traveled through the tens of thousands of miles of starry sky and came to the outside of the starry sky giant city. Blood thousand kills, it really is your blood evil sect. Looking at the blood thousand kills and Jiang Chen standing proudly in the forefront of the starry sky battleship, the expressions of the 2 guards in blue robes turned into anger in an instant. Back then, the blood thousand killing, the blood evil sect, rebelled and brought the god realm human sovereign beside him into the Poxian universe. This guy came back with the emperor of God's domain. Blood thousand kill looked at the 2 blue robe guards, and couldn't help but smiled slightly. It seems that we are really destined. I didn't expect to meet you again in this starry sky giant city. It's for the sake of acquaintance. Let us enter the universe of broken immortals. I don't make it difficult for you. Blood thousand killings, now your blood evil sect is my traitor to the Poxian universe, and everyone in the Poxian universe is punishable by everyone. Wanting us to let you into the Poxian universe is simply wishful thinking. The blue guard shouted coldly. Hee. The courage of the two is commendable. It's a pity that you don't even have a Mahayana monk in this starry sky city. With this unique formation, it can't stop the pace of my blood fiend sect. Shui Yuntian gave a faint chuckle, and stretched out his hand to face the giant starry sky lightly. A huge, censored hand grabbed it on the starlight curtain, causing the starlight curtain to collapse. The formation of this giant starry sky can only resist the power of the monks in the early Mahayana period. And Shui Yuntian's cultivation base has already reached the late Mahayana stage, and the cultivation base has been slightly improved over the years, and it is only half a step away from the Mahayana peak. How can his power be resisted by the formation of the giant starry sky? Shui Xianxia glanced at the two blue-robed guards with pale complexions, and couldn't help but turned his head to look at Jiang Chen. Master, do you want to kill all the people in the giant starry sky? Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, no, just go back to the Jieshui Tianyu. This time he returned to Poxian universe. Jiang Chen had no intention of concealing it, but he could just leave these guys to send a letter to the top 10 immortal gates, so that the top 10 immortal gates of Poxian universe would know that Jiang Chen is back. Hearing the words, the Blood Thousand Killing didn't say much, and directly ordered the Starry Sky battleship to pass through the Starry Sky giant city and enter the broken immortal universe. The Starry Sky battleship appeared in the Silent Blood territory, and finally landed in the sky above the Blood Fiend sect. The huge movement of the Starry Sky battleship's arrival quickly attracted the attention of many people, and the figures quickly emerged from the Blood Fiend sect below. Who would dare to run wild in my Blood Sword Immortal sect sight? A half-step Mahayana elder stepped into the sky with a blue thunder sword, and his cold stern shout instantly rang through the world. Blood Thousand Killing glanced at the old man indifferently. I didn't expect that the mountain gate of my blood evil sect would also become the trump card of your Blood Sword Immortal sect. It seems that your Blood Sword Immortal sect has had a good time in Broxian universe these years. Hearing this, the half-step Mahayana old man couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked towards the Starry Sky battleship. When he saw the three-headed figures on the star battleship, his expression instantly became horrified. Blood Thousand Kills, why are you? In those days, the Blood Evil sect and the Emperor of God's domain have rebelled against the Poxian universe, and the Poxian universe has no place for the Blood Evil sect. The Blood Thousand Killing suddenly brought the Blood Evil sect and returned to the Poxian universe. This Blood Sword Fairy sect half-step Mahayana elder dared to have the top 10 stays, and quickly turned into a sword light, fleeing towards the sky warehouse in panic. The Blood Fiend sect, one of the top 10 immortal gates of the broken universe. For a long time, the Blood Fiend sect almost suppressed their Blood Sword Immortal sect. The strength of their Blood Sword Immortal sect guarding this place can't compete with the Blood Evil sect at all. He must leave this place as soon as possible, and return the news of the Blood Fiend sect to Poxian universe and return to the Blood Sword Immortal sect. Blood Thousand Killing smiled coldly, and rushed out towards the old man with a flash of figure. After the identity of the Master Jiang Chen was exposed, the Blood Sword Immortal sect was the first to jump out and fall into the rock, not thinking about the Master's help to their Blood Sword Immortal sect. For the people of the Blood Sword Immortal sect, Blood Thousand Kills naturally didn't have the slightest affection. How can he let this old guy leave now? His blood-colored real essence burst out, directly turned into 1,000 Jiang blood knife, and crashed down at the old man who was fleeing in panic. Chapter 2632, Compromise. As the leader of the Blood Evil sect, Blood Thousand Kill has used the resources of the Blood Evil sect in recent years, and his strength has also increased very quickly. The cultivation base of Blood Thousand Kills has already reached the peak of the quasi-Mahayana period. If it weren't for the cosmic starry sky that couldn't break through, the Blood Thousand Kill would have already broken through the Mahayana period. With the strength of Blood Thousand Kills, it is more than enough to crush an ordinary quasi-Mahayana monk. The censored long sword fell down, and the quasi-Mahayana elder was full of sword light, desperately resisting it, but he was still slashed out. The second knife of Blood Thousand Killing had already been cut down again, directly slashing the old man in half. The quasi-Mahayana elder was solved in an understatement. The Blood Thousand kill directly brought the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, cleaned up the disciples of the Blood Sword Immortal sect, and took back the territory that originally belonged to the Blood Fiend sect. Quiet Blood Universe, Blood Sword Fairy sect. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in the middle of a hall with his eyes closed. Beside him, the sect master of the Blood Sword Immortal sect had no blood, but stood there quietly. Jiang Chen just opened his eyes slowly, looking at Jiang Wushui and said indifferently, "Noxu, let's talk. What is the matter when you came to see me this time?" "Old ancestor, Hunyuan Zhanzong once again sent someone to pass an order to let you go to Hunyuan Zhanzong to discuss things." Jiang Wushui said quickly, "It has been delayed for so long, and I am afraid that it will make the 10 great immortal sects dissatisfied." "Forget it, just go to Hunyuan Zhanzong." Jiang Chen shook his head, and immediately raised his head to look at Jiang Wushui. "The situation of the Poxian universe is not optimistic now. I am afraid it will be difficult to return in a short time. I will leave the Blood Sword Immortal sect to you." Jiang Wushui nodded, just as he was about to speak, but suddenly he sensed something. His expression suddenly changed drastically. Jiang Chen frowned. "What's the matter?" Jiang Wushui took a deep breath and slowly said, "Ancestor, there is news from the giant starry sky that not long ago, the Blood Evil sect returned to the Poxian universe." On Jiang Chen Gujing Wubo's face, there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed. Back then, he led the Blood Sword Immortal sect into the Blood sect. In fact, he wanted to cooperate with the 10 great sects to completely destroy the Blood sect. Unexpectedly, the 10 great immortals were afraid of Jiang Chen, the Emperor of God's domain, but allowed Jiang Chen to leave Poxian universe with the Blood Evil sect. Although Jiang Chen had a hunch for a long time, the Blood Evil sect was very likely to make a comeback, but he did not expect that this day would come so soon. With the strength of the Blood Fiend sect, he definitely did not dare to easily return to the Poxian universe. Now that he is back, he must have something to rely on. If Jiang Chen had guessed right, the Blood Evil sect's support, in all likelihood, would be the Emperor of God's domain who made the top 10 immortal gates extremely jealous. Back then, the 10 great immortals dispatched a full 3 Mahayana peak monks, and they just forced the God's domain man-sovereign back. Now that the Broken Universe and the Sky Star Universe are fighting, the top 10 immortal gates may not be able to gather a few Mahayana peak monks to deal with the Emperor of God's domain. If at this time, the Emperor of God's domain took the Blood Evil sect to kill the quartet in the Poxian universe, and flanked inside and outside the Sky Star universe, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. And their Blood Sword Immortal sect bears the brunt, and it will definitely become the first target of the Blood Fiend sect to solve. Immediately summon all the powerhouses outside of the Blood Sword Immortal sect, and the sect enters the first level combat readiness state. Jiang Chen looked extremely solemn. Although Blood Sword Immortal sect's strength has improved a lot in recent years, it is far from the strength to contend with that Emperor of God's domain. He can only pray in his heart now that the 10 great immortals can send Mahayana peak monks to come as soon as possible, otherwise the Blood Sword Immortal sect will be dangerous. The Starry Sky battlefield of the battle between the Broken Universe and the Starry Universe. The 10 great immortal masters headed by Yuan Wenjian were also gathered on a Starry Sky battleship, and the atmosphere seemed solemn. Just now, they apparently also received the news that the Blood Fiend sect and the Emperor of God's domain have returned to the Poxian universe. At present, more than 70% of the power in the Poxian universe has been confined to the Starry Sky battlefield, and only a part of the remaining power has also been sent to explore the ancient world of Podian. The Emperor of God's domain suddenly returned to Poxian universe with the Blood Fiend sect. For them, it was nothing more than worse. Everyone, the Emperor of God's domain and the Blood Fiend sect returns, and the situation of the Po Xian universe is getting more and more severe. What can you do to deal with it? Yuan Wenjian, the master of Hunyuan Sword sect, swept his eyes slightly across the crowd, breaking the tranquility in the field. Tai Immortal sect Ancient Sword Sovereign coldly snorted, "I said long ago that the Emperor of God's domain cannot be allowed to leave easily. At the beginning, we should take advantage of the Heavenly Star universe to destroy it at all costs. It's useless to say anything now, and the Emperor of God's domain is not so easy to kill." The promised Shanzong Xianxia shook his head and said, "The top priority is to consider how to deal with the Emperor of God's domain and the Blood Fiend sect." The Blood Fiend sect was originally one of the top 10 immortal gates in the Poxian universe, and its strength was not weak. Coupled with a cultivation base that is not inferior to the Mahayana pinnacle, and has mastered the art of immortality, it can be described as very tricky. Even if they reluctantly pulled out a Mahayana peak monk to the Silent Blood territory, they couldn't deal with the God territory human emperor at all. If more Mahayana peak monks were sent, it would be difficult to resist the attack of the star universe. The current Poxian universe has completely fallen into an uncomfortable situation. Send someone to the peace talks. A white-haired old man in the late Mahayana slowly said, "Our best choice now is to first stabilize the God's domain human emperor and the Blood Fiend sect, and then repel the Sky Star universe before making plans." Yuan Wenjian frowned slightly. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to stabilize them. Poxian universe and God's domain were originally in a state of hostility. Back then, Poxian universe even almost wiped out God's domain. Now that the Poxian universe is constrained by the Sky Star universe, how could the Emperor of God's domain give up the opportunity to fall into trouble at this time? Tell the God's realm human emperor about the matter of breaking the sky and ancient realm." The grievances between Poxian universe and God's domain began with the opportunity of becoming immortal. The ancient world of Po Tien, and the mystery of breaking the immortal road of Poxian universe may be unlocked. Naturally, there is no need for the immortal monument to be an enemy of God's domain. More importantly, it seems that God's domain can't break through the martial arts to dominate the flying immortal realm. The Emperor of God's domain is only half a step away from asking Tao to become an immortal. He will definitely be interested in the breaching ancient realm. The white-haired old man is indifferent. Yuan Wenjian's eyes flickered slightly. In order to break the current situation of the immortal universe, they really could only temporarily compromise. It is indeed a way to use the ancient territory to attract the attention of the Emperor of God's domain. You can even use the power of the Emperor of God's domain to help them solve the mystery of the ancient realm. Yuan Wenjian raised his head, his gaze fell directly on Yuan Tianqi's body. "Elder Tianqi, you can go to the Jieshui Tianyu yourself." Chapter 2633, Yuan Tianqi Arrival. After clearing out the people of the Blood Sword Immortal sect and regaining the Blood Fiend sect, Jiang Chen did not take the next step. "Master, do we directly attack the Blood Sword Immortal sect, and destroy the Blood Sword Immortal sect before the top 10 immortal gates send the strong?" Shui Qianxia stood behind Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice. The Blood Sword Immortal sect has always been the biggest obstacle restricting the development of the Blood Fiend sect. Returning to the Poxian universe this time, the Blood Thousand Killer naturally wanted to destroy the Blood Sword Immortal sect. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, let's talk about it when the people from the top 10 immortals come." With Jiang Chen's current strength, a little Blood Sword Immortal sect can be destroyed with a finger, so naturally he wouldn't take it too seriously. Hunyuan Zhanzong and other top 10 immortals will surely act upon hearing the news of his return. He also wanted to see the attitude of Poxian universe before deciding what to do next. This time he is returning to Poxian universe. Jiang Chen's main purpose is to solve the worries of God's domain, and take a trip to the legendary Podian ancient domain. If it is possible, Jiang Chen does not intend to die with God's domain. Po Xian universe can also be regarded as a large universe with a strong strength, and the top immortal gates have a long heritage. Even if Shanlu is cut off, it should not be underestimated. It is impossible to completely destroy the Poxian universe in a short period of time. And he didn't have so much time to waste on Poxian universe. Jiang Chen planned to talk to Poxian universe, and then transformed the Blood Fiend sect into one of the best immortal gates in Poxian universe, and restrained Poxian universe. With the current development speed of God's domain, as long as God's domain is given 100 years, the strength will definitely be able to increase more than 10 times. Even if Poxian universe still wants to do something to God's domain, it may not be able to do anything to God's domain. Waiting like this did not last long. A Mahayana peak aura that made Jiang Chenpo familiar, descended on the sky above the Blood Fiend sect. Feeling the sudden arrival of the breath, Jiang Chen couldn't help muttering to himself, and his figure appeared in the sky above the Blood Fiend sect in a flash. He looked up at a familiar figure standing outside the Blood Fiend sect in the sky, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Elder Tianqi, I didn't expect that the person sent by the 10 great immortal sects was you. I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here without any problems." Yuan Tianqi stared at Jiang Chen with gloomy eyes. "Human Emperor Jiang Chen, I let you leave at the beginning of the 10 great immortal gates, so that you can no longer step into the universe of broken immortals. Now you are coming back with the Blood Fiend sect. Put us in your eyes, right? Elder Tianchi, don't talk about these useless nonsense. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, you are breaking the universe, and now you don't have the ability to deal with me, otherwise, you won't be the only one to come. Yuan Tianchi's complexion was not very attractive and said, what do you want? Although Poxian universe is now controlled by the Heavenly Star universe, if you really want to be an enemy of Poxian universe, my Poxian universe will also make you pay for it. Quote. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. What should I do? It depends on the attitude of your top 10 immortals. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, the universe of Po Xian invaded God's domain back then was just to find an opportunity to become an immortal. Yuan Tianchi was silent for a while and said, if I guessed right, you should know some news about the ancient territory, right? Jiang Chen smiled without saying a word, quietly waiting for Yuan Tianchi to follow. Baotian ancient territory, it has disappeared since Poxian universe immortal road was cut off. Now Podian ancient territory reappears, or it may solve the mystery of Poxian universe immortal road severance. Yuan Tianchi looked up at Jiang Chen and said, once the mystery of the severance of the immortal road is solved, I will not be guilty of breaking the immortal universe to invade your God's domain continent for that immortal monument. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. So, are you planning to reconcile? You are not going to chaos in the celestial cosmos, and our celestial cosmos will not do anything to you. This is the best choice for both parties. Yuan Tianchi faintly said, Baotian ancient territory, you can explore it. Although you are not a person from Poxian universe, the situation in God territory is very similar to Poxian universe. You should also be interested in Podian ancient territory, right? Well, as long as you don't bother me, I won't do anything to the people in the universe. Jiang Chen hadn't planned to entangle too much with Poxian universe, Yuan Tianchi's proposal, naturally he was very pleased to comment. Human sovereign Jiang Chen, I hope you don't play tricks this time. Otherwise, even if I pay a price, it won't make you feel better. After speaking, Yuan Tianchi instantly turned into a sword light and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. Master, do you really plan to get along with them in peace? Shui Qianxia hesitated slightly and said, I feel that they want to use you to explore the ancient realm of the broken sky, and solve the mystery of the severance of the fairy road in the broken universe. With Jiang Chen's current strength, almost no one in Poxian universe could help him. Even the top 10 immortal gates of Poxian universe had no choice but to compromise and seek peace from Jiang Chen. But once the fairy road in the Poxian universe is reconnected, the top immortal gate in the Poxian universe can communicate with the ancestors of the immortal world through celestial arts. Please come. Even the Blood Sword Immortal sect had once appeared the ancestors of the ascending immortal realm. At that time, I am afraid that it is a Blood Sword Fairy sect, which can cause great trouble to them. Although Jiang Chen was unparalleled in strength, he once killed an ancestor celestial clone, but that was also under the premise of paying a great price. And Poxian universe is far more than one immortal gate owning the ancestor immortal. The reconnection of Poxian universe and immortal road is actually not a good thing for them. Don't worry, I have my own plan. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. No matter what their purpose is, I'm going to take a trip to the ancient territory. Although Podian ancient territory is related to the mystery of the severance of Poxian universe's immortal road, it is by no means an easy task to reconnect Poxian universe's immortal road. The black hand behind these things is most likely a big figure from the fairy world. Jiang Chen went to Podian universe, mainly to understand the specific situation, not to help Poxian universe to reconnect with immortal road. If Poxian universe Shanlu can be reconnected, he will take the secret of Shanlu's reconnection in his own hands. The Blood Thousand Killer was a little worried and said, Master, if you go to the ancient breaching realm, the Blood Fiend sect may not be able to secure a foothold in the Poxian universe. The Blood Fiend sect has now become the public enemy of the immortal universe. If you lose the protection of Jiang Chen, the 10 immortal gates will move their hands and feet casually, and it will be difficult to survive in the Poxian universe if you use the blood to teach. Don't worry, I said that if you will make your blood evil sect the #1 celestial gate in the universe, you will definitely not fail to say anything. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, you have a censored ancestor at the peak of the Mahayana. As long as he is in charge, even if it is the top 10 immortal gates, he would not dare to easily attack that censored sect. Chapter 2634, Swallowing Immortal Jedi, Breaking the Ancient Realm. Blood Yin Patriarch, When Shui Qianxia heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't help but startled slightly. The censored ancestor, the blood evil sect, has been famous in the universe, breaking the immortal universe thousands of years ago, and is now an old monster at the pinnacle of Mahayana. With the current situation of the Poxian universe, if there is a Mahayana peak monk in the blood fiend sect, he can really sit back and relax. Didn't the censored ancestor return to the blood evil sect that day have been suppressed by Jiang Chen? Is the censored ancestor still alive? But even if the ancestor of Shuiyan was really alive, he would not willingly sit on the censored sect for him. Jiang Chen didn't speak, he directly summoned the immortal monument, and then moved into the mysterious space inside the immortal monument. I saw the central area of this space, the chains of the power of the three prisoners, firmly confining the three figures here. These three figures are naturally the three who were suppressed in the immortal monument by Jiang Chen. Tai immortal sect Zhuang Xuankang, the former leader of Zuxia sect, Shui Shadian, and the ancestor of Shuiyan. Feeling the appearance of Jiang Chen, old ancestor Shuiyan couldn't help but suddenly opened his eyes. Boy, you are finally willing to show up, let this ancestor go out quickly. Old bloody ancestor, do you want to go out? Jiang Chen smiled and stretched out a finger. Simple, I only have one condition. If I surrender to me, I will let you out. The censored ancestor's complexion sank. It is impossible to want this ancestor to submit to you. Old bloody yin, why are you so excited? Now the blood evil sect thinks that I use it. If you submit to me, you will still be the ancestor of the blood evil sect. I will only enslave you for 100 years, and you will be free after 100 years. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and looked at the censored ancestor faintly. Whether to go out and continue to be the ancestor of the blood evil sect, or to be suppressed forever in this dark celestial monument, you choose for yourself. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the censored ancestor fell silent. For Jiang Chen's proposal, the censored ancestor was obviously moved. As a superb monk at the peak of Mahayana, the censored ancestor was naturally unwilling to be suppressed in this ghost place like this. For 100 years, for the Mahayana monks, it was just a matter of a few seconds. If only being enslaved by Jiang Chen for 100 years, it would not be unacceptable. The censored ancestor's eyes flickered slightly. How can this ancestor believe that you will return me free in 100 years? I, Jiang Chen, have always said everything. You have no choice but to believe in me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. What's more, within 100 years, I will ask about becoming immortal. When there is a difference between immortals and places, I may not have enslaved you in the immortal world. The censored ancestor's complexion changed slightly, and he directly looked up at Jiang Chen and said, okay, this ancestor accepts your terms. The censored ancestors decided to leave this ghost place first. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. In that case, hand over a drop of Yuan Ying's blood. The blood of Yuan Ying is the lifeblood of Yuan Ying, a cultivator. Once you have mastered the blood of the ancestor of the censored yin, you can use this drop of the blood of the soul to easily injure or even kill the opponent's soul. The ancestor Shuiyan didn't hesitate either. He directly forced a drop of dark golden blood from Yuan Ying and floated in front of Jiang Chen. Where are you two? Jiang Chen received the blood of the ancestor Shuiyan, and couldn't help looking at the two blood evil spirits with a smile. I am also willing to accept the terms. Shui Shadian didn't say much, and directly gave a drop of his own blood. Since even the ancestors chose to surrender, what else does Shui Shadian have to insist on? Naturally he decided to follow the ancestors to leave this place first. Only Zhuang Xuankang, who was first suppressed by Jiang Chen here, still showed no sign of surrender. He just raised his eyes and glanced at Jiang Chen, and then continued to meditate with his eyes closed. Jiang Chen also didn't bother to pay attention to Zhuang Xuankang. He entered into the immortal monument this time to conquer the two censored ancestors and enhance the strength of the blood evil sect. Now that the goal is achieved, it doesn't hurt at all whether Zhuang Xuankang surrenders or not. Jiang Chen retracted the idea of the immortal monument space, directly urged the immortal monument, dissipated the power of the prisoners that imprisoned the two censored ancestors, and released the two from the immortal monument. He glanced at the two of Shuiyan ancestors lightly. You two, stay in the blood evil sect in the future, and assist the blood thousand kills. Ancestor Shuiyan nodded. He was originally a member of the blood fiend sect. Although the leader of the blood fiend sect has changed, the censored ancestor is now bearish. Now that he was already enslaved by Jiang Chen, he had to obey Jiang Chen's orders unconditionally. Now Jiang Chen just asked him to guard the blood evil sect, and the censored ancestor was naturally very willing to accept it. Solved the worries of the blood evil sect. Jiang Chen didn't stay too much in the blood evil sect either. He left the blood evil sect alone and embarked on the journey to the ancient realm. Podian ancient territory, the location of the peerless immortal gate Podian sect in the ancient times of Poxian universe, is located in the east of Poxian universe master world. After the destruction of the Podian immortal sect, the Podian ancient territory also disappeared in the dust of history. The place where the heaven-breaking ancient territory was originally located is also turned into a Jedi, known as the Swallowing Immortal Jedi, which claims that even immortals can swallow it. No one can get out of it alive when entering the immortal swallowing Jedi universe. Even if Poxian universe knows some secret top immortal gates, they dare not send people to the Tunxian Jedi to explore. In just over a year ago, Tunxian Jedi has suddenly undergone earth-shaking changes, and it is no longer as dangerous as it used to be. After entering Tunxian Jedi, many people walked out of it alive. They also brought out a message from inside. That is, the ancient realm of Podian, which has disappeared from Poxian universe for an unknown number of years, has reappeared. The Lonely Blood territory is located to the west of the Poxian universe's main world, and it is undoubtedly very far away from the heaven-swallowing Jedi in the east. With Jiang Chen's current strength to dominate the pinnacle, it is only a matter of breathing to cross a region of the Poxian universe. Jiang Chen's figure had already appeared outside the Tunxian Jedi. He stood proudly in the air with his hand in hand, and couldn't help looking at the Tunxian Jedi in front of him. This immortal swallowing Jedi was originally supposed to be the ancient territory of Poxian universe, but for some reason, it was separated from Poxian universe by some mysterious force. It is precisely because of this that people who enter the immortal swallowing Jedi will never go back. Now the mysterious power of Tunxian Jedi is obviously gradually weakening, so the separated Tunxian Jedi once again appeared in Poxian universe. Only those who enter the Tunxian Jedi can come out alive. After looking at the Tunxian Jedi for a while, Jiang Chen strode directly towards the Tunxian Jedi without any hesitation. Chapter 2635, Woman in White Dress. After entering the Tunxian Jedi, Jiang Chen quickly discovered that the entire immortal tuning Jedi seemed to be shrouded in a violent spatial storm. The sky is full of dark space cracks. These cracks, like scars on God's body, were dark and deep, and I didn't know where to lead. Occasionally, Jiang Chen could still see strange animals with strange shapes emerging from the cracks in the space. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, and immediately landed directly on the ground from midair. The space of the immortal tuning Jedi was too weird, even Jiang Chen didn't dare to fly in the air easily. If you accidentally get involved in those spatial cracks, the ghost knows where it will go. Ho, censored, ho ho. Just when Jiang Chen landed on the ground, the few strange beasts in midair that emerged from the cracks in the space also discovered the existence of Jiang Chen, and directly roared towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lifted his palm slightly, and the majestic dominating divine power immediately turned into an invincible sword energy, gently piercing the space, and smashing out all the strange beasts that were as high as tens of meters. The breath of these strange beasts is somewhat similar to the Zilin clan of the Longevity Immortal Palace. Could it be that they also came from the fairy world? Jiang Chen looked up at the dark space cracks in the sky, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Can these space cracks still lead to the immortal world? Jiang Chen quickly shook his head and denied the idea in his mind. The immortal world is the source of the universe, and the only way for the lower universe to enter the immortal world is to transform the mortal into an immortal and ascend to the immortal world. But to ascend to the immortal world, the warrior must cultivate to the realm of dominating perfection, and the immortal cultivator must reach the realm of Mahayana perfection before they can trigger the immortal calamity, and thus become immortal. Whether it is the realm of martial artists' dominance of consummation, or the realm of Mahayana consummation of immortal cultivators, it is not something ordinary people can reach. In countless lower universes, one era may not be able to give birth to one. Even if you reach the realm of dominating perfection or Mahayana perfection, you still have to face the terrifying immortal calamity. This level even wiped out those who wanted to ask questions about becoming immortal. If you pass through these spatial cracks in front of you, you can go to the immortal realm, which is too far-fetched. Jiang Chen tossed his happy thoughts and moved on. As he continued to deepen, the strange beasts he encountered became stronger and stronger. Jiang Chen even encountered a giant python comparable to a Mahayana monk. Its body, like a winding mountain range, hung in the void, and its pupils were filled with blood-red light, which was extremely censored and brutal. Below this giant python, there is a 5-person team coming to swallow the sky to explore. The strength of these 5 people is not weak, and they have all reached the tribulation period, and the strongest one has the cultivation base of the quasi-Mahayana period. Among them, the quasi-Mahayana monk, Jiang Chen, is no stranger at all, and it is Lu Qingyi, the president of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, who once had an intersection with him. In front of this giant python, Lu Qingyi and the 5 monks did not have any resistance at all. They saw the giant python opened its blood basin, and a terrifying swallowing force shrouded the 5 people. Lu Qingyi swallowed into her belly. With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, the dazzling golden ancient seals gathered in his palm, smashing out like a small sun, exuding incomparably flaming golden light. The golden ancient seal shattered, the engulfing power with an invincible force, and then crashed on the body of the giant python. The python suddenly uttered a earth-shattering wailing, and the blood of the scaly python was dripping down like raindrops. I saw the giant python's abdomen, and Jiang Chen's mark directly smashed a huge blood hole that was several feet long. Seeing that his mark had not been able to kill the python, Jiang Chen also had a look of surprise in his eyes. The giant python in front of me is really not so powerful in its flesh. He condensed the heavenly god seal just now, although he didn't use his full strength, but this seal could easily wipe out a monk in the early Mahayana period. This giant python suffered only a little skin trauma, and it actually resisted the imprint. Seeing Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared in sight, Lu Qingyi was taken aback for a moment, and immediately rubbed his eyes vigorously, almost unable to believe everything in front of him. Lu Qingyi is naturally no stranger to this peerless young man who explored the relics of the Tianyu Taoist with him. Jiang Chen made trouble in the holy city of Hunyuan and killed several Mahayana monks from the top 10 immortals. Only then did Lu Qingyi realize that this fellow came from God's domain and claimed to be the emperor of God's domain. After the end of the Fairy Gate Conference, the top 10 immortal gates came to the Blood Evil sect at the same time, expelling the gods and blood gods emperor and the Blood Evil sect out of the universe. Why did this one return to the Poxian universe, and also appeared in this immortal swallowing Jedi? It seems that during the time he entered the swallowing immortal Jedi, there might be something major happening in the Poxian universe. The painful python uttered a terrifying roar, and the blood-red gaze suddenly looked towards Jiang Chen, which looked particularly ferocious. "You big snake, your skin is quite thick." Jiang Chen glanced at the giant python faintly, and when he was about to call out the human emperor's sword to cut it, he suddenly sensed something. I saw a bright fairy light in the distance, shooting at extreme speed from the end of the horizon. Among the dazzling fairy lights, there was a woman in a white dress faintly. She was graceful, beautiful, and not enough to Ling Chen, just like a real 9-day fairy. The jade hand of the woman in the white skirt gently raised her hand, and a stream of light cut through the void, passing through the python's 7-inch neck. The python head, which was like a mountain peak of Beizong, was directly chopped off by the woman in the white skirt, and countless dark red blood poured down like a fountain waterfall. Jiang Chen looked at the white skirt woman in front of him with some curiosity. The woman in the white dress looked extremely young, but she already had a Mahayana cultivation base, and her combat power was probably even stronger than those of the Mahayana Tianzhao in Poxian universe. The aura of the white-clothed woman in front of him is very similar to the 2 disciples of the Qian immortal clan who descended from the immortal realm to the divine realm. This woman in white dress is afraid that she also comes from the fairy world. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, shocked in his heart. The genius disciple of the fairy world unexpectedly appeared in this place. Is there really a channel connecting the immortal realm and the immortal universe in this breaching ancient realm? This place is not where you can come. If you don't want to fall like this, leave quickly. Just when Jiang Chen's heart was shocked, the woman in the white skirt finally spoke slowly. Her faint voice is extremely cold, not mixed with the slightest emotion, as if from the sky. Chapter 2636, The Reason. Why Shanlu was cut off. The fairies are bothering you. Jiang Chen looked at the woman in the white skirt and couldn't help but smiled faintly. I wonder why the fairy appeared in this place. Hearing Jiang Chen's name, the cold eyes of the woman in the white skirt couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen more. I have said everything here, so I can do it for myself. After finishing speaking, the woman in the white skirt did not give Jiang Chen a chance to speak. Jiang Chen looked at the back of the woman in the white skirt leaving, and a slight smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. This ancient territory is really getting more and more interesting. Withdrawing his gaze, Jiang Chen couldn't help looking back at Lu Qingyi and the others behind him, and said with a faint smile, "Chairman Lu, we meet again." Lu Qingyi took a deep breath, then held a fist and saluted Jiang Chen. Lu Qingyi has seen the Emperor of God's domain. Although Poxian universe and God's domain were in a hostile state, at this moment in this Podian ancient domain, Jiang Chen had just saved their lives, and Lu Qingyi had to come forward to see him. "Chairman Lu doesn't have to be so cautious, you can still call me Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen waved his hand and asked with a smile, "Why are you here in this ancient realm?" Lu Qingyi smiled bitterly, "Because I have come into contact with some information about the breaching heavenly immortal sect. I know a little bit about this breaching ancient realm, so I was sent to explore this breaching ancient realm." Jiang Chen asked curiously, "I don't know how much President Lu knows about the Podian universe. Can you know the origin of the woman in the white skirt just now?" Lu Qingyi suddenly hesitated, wondering if he should answer Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen seemed to see through Lu Qingyi's worries, and smiled slightly. "Before I came to the ancient territory, I had already met the people of the 10 great immortals, and they supported me in coming here." Lu Qingyi was slightly startled. Although he didn't know what kind of agreement Jiang Chen and Poxian universe had reached, since the top 10 immortals all agreed that Jiang Chen had come to Poxian ancient territory, he had nothing to hide. The situation in the ancient territory is far more complicated than imagined. Lu Qingyi slowly said, "If I guess right, then the woman in the white skirt should come from a force in the fairy world called Be an Immortal Palace." Immortal world, Be an Immortal Palace. Although Jiang Chen had already guessed in his mind, he couldn't help being surprised when he really learned the identity of the woman in the white skirt. He stared at Lu Qingyi solemnly. "This ancient territory, is there really a channel connecting the universe and the realm of immortality? I don't know this, and I don't know how the white skirt women appeared here." Lu Qingyi shook his head, and immediately said astonishingly, "But there is one thing I can be sure of, it is possible to cross the tribulation and become immortal in the ancient territory." Jiang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly and looked at Lu Qingyi in horror. He was going to fully urge the power of domination realm consummation to try to trigger the immortal tribulation, but he gave up after thinking about it. He is not a person who breaks the universe, and whether he can cause the immortal calamity in this ancient realm is unknown. He still has some things to deal with in the lower universe, and he is not ready to ascend to the immortal world, but he doesn't want to trigger the immortal calamity at this time. Lu Qingyi nodded and said in a deep voice, "Through the inscription I once got and some things discovered after entering the ancient territory, I can be sure that this is true." Lu Qingyi didn't have the slightest reservation at this moment, and she told all the information she knew. After coming out of the Tianyu Taoist ruins, Lu Qingyi spent a lot of time studying the stone stele that records about the Podian immortal sect, and obtained a lot of unknown information. The annihilation of Podian immortal sect was actually related to the ancestors of Poxian universe who ascended to the immortal realm. It is said that the ancestor of the Podian immortal sect has produced a very remarkable figure, gathering the soaring immortals of the Poxian universe, establishing a power in the immortal world, and even threatening the Be an Immortal Palace. Be an Immortal Palace made a bold move, taking advantage of the fact that this power had not yet grown up, and killed all the ancestors of the Xianxia universe, and even the Shantianjin sect of the lower realm universe suffered a disaster due to this. In order not to let the people of Poxian universe have the slightest chance to stand up, Be an Immortal Palace cut off the immortal road of Poxian universe, and this cut off the immortal road of Poxian universe. Hearing these secrets described by Lu Qingyi, Jiang Chen was also shocked. The reason why the fairy road of Poxian universe was cut off turned out to be caused by those ancestors who ascended to the immortal realm. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the horror in his heart, and asked curiously, "How can you be sure that this ancient realm can soar?" Lu Qingyi slowly said, "This is what I only confirmed not long ago. Although not many people know about Podian immortal sect in Poxian universe has some immortal gates with a long history, but they also know a little bit. For countless years, many of these immortal gates have also entered the Swallowing Heaven Jedi. Especially some of the Mahayana peak monks who are about to come to the end, many will come to fight for a blog, hoping to solve the mystery of breaking the immortal road of the universe. After these people entered Tuntianjedi, they never went out again. People who broke the universe naturally thought that these people had fallen into the heaven-swallowing Jedi. Not long ago, Lu Qingyi and the others made a mistake and discovered the traces of the monk in the universe. Some of these cultivators were all famous figures in the Poxian universe. Even after a long time lapse, Lu Qingyi had even heard their names faintly. Some of these monks have fallen here. Some even triggered the celestial calamity, and their deity was destroyed in the celestial robbery. Even those who successfully survived the immortal calamity soared to the immortal realm under the guidance of the people of Be an Immortal Palace. He quickly caught a key question from Lu Qingyi's words. The ancient territory can fly into an immortal, but it must be guided by the Be an Immortal Palace. In this sky-breaking universe ascending to the immortal realm, I am afraid that I must join the Be an Immortal Palace and become a member of the Be an Immortal Palace. It seems that in the current Poxian universe, it is this Bianxian Palace that controls everything behind the scenes. Be an Immortal Palace cut off the immortal road of the Poxian universe without knowing what means, leaving only the place where the Podian ancient territory can be transformed into an immortal. And if you want to fly through the catastrophe and ascend in this place, you must become a member of the Be an Immortal Palace. Except for the place of Podian ancient territory, other places in Podian universe can hardly cause a mortal calamity. Even if the heavenly feather Taoist evildoer shocked the world, he didn't know what method he used to trigger the tribulation and successfully overcome the tribulation, but he was still killed when he became a fairy. The black hand behind the killing of Taoist Tianyu, in all likelihood, came from Be an Immortal Palace. The Be an Immortal Palace is obviously enslaving the Poxian universe in this way, so that the Poxian universe will always be under the control of the Be an Immortal Palace. Chapter 2637, Podian Shanzong Site. The current situation of Poxian universe was caused by the so-called Be an Immortal Palace in the immortal realm. Jiang Chen couldn't help sighing in his heart. Compared with the fairy world, the strength of the lower universe is still too weak after all. Even in the Poxian universe where countless ancestors were born, there was still not much power to fight back in front of the Be an Immortal Palace, and eventually the Poxian universe had such a miserable ending. The immortal road of Poxian universe was cut off, and the black hand behind the scenes was Be an Immortal Palace, so what caused the inability of God's domain to ascend? In the history of God's domain, even at the peak of the ancient catastrophe, no one seemed to have ascended in God's domain. Occasionally, those who fly into immortals are all going to other universes to enter the immortal realm. There is no such thing as offending the immortal bigwig in God's domain, and being targeted by a certain immortal bigwig like Broxian universe. Even God's domain Tiandao didn't know why this happened in God's domain. As if God's domain was born to be unable to ascend to the immortal realm, this was really incredible. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen cast aside his thoughts. He thought of the woman in the white skirt before, and asked curiously, the broken universe has been completely controlled by Be an Immortal Palace, why would Be an Immortal Palace send someone here? It is extremely difficult for the nether universe to ascend to the immortal realm, but it is also not easy for the people in the immortal realm to descend into the nether universe. Be an Immortal Palace sent the Mahayana disciples here, and it would certainly pay a lot of money. But Be an Immortal Palace still did this. Could it be that there is nothing in this ancient realm that makes Be an Immortal Palace very concerned about it? They should be here for the ruins of the Podian immortal sect. Baoshan Shanzong Zushan was able to rise in the fairy world because it was said to have obtained a treasure against the sky. At the last moment, they seemed to do their best to send this treasure back to the universe. Even though Be an Immortal Palace destroyed the Podian immortal sect, it did not find the whereabouts of that treasure. Lu Qingyi slowly said, if I guessed right, the purpose of Be an Immortal Palace should be for that heaven-defying treasure. The ancestor of the broken sky immortal ancestor, flying from the lower realm to the immortal realm, still able to create a power, is definitely a rare Tianzhao figure. Such a character was still defeated by Be an Immortal Palace. The strength of Be an Immortal Palace in the immortal world is certainly not weak. Such an immortal power still values the treasure obtained by the Podian immortal Zongzushan so much, it can be seen that this treasure is by no means ordinary. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but raised his head to look at Lu Qingyi. President Lu, do you know where the Podian immortal sect site is? Lu Qingyi hesitated slightly and said, we found a place, most likely to be the site of the Podian immortal sect, but it is too dangerous for us to approach it. Take me to see it. Now that he came here, he had to go to the ruins of Podian Shanzong to see it. Lu Qingyi nodded. The God's domain human sovereign in front of him has the powerful strength to defeat the Mahayana peak monk. In the lower universe, almost few people can pose a threat to him. With Jiang Chen, they could go to Patianxianzong ruins to explore. If possible, Lu Qingyi naturally hopes to put that treasure Lu in the universe. That treasure was sent to the lower realm by the ancestors of the Poxian universe at all costs, and it was also the only opportunity for the Poxian universe to resist the Being Immortal Palace and get rid of the slavery of the Being Immortal Palace. The group of 6 people did not hesitate, and swiftly moved towards the depths of the Podian ancient realm. With the presence of Jiang Chen, the group of people went forward very smoothly in the ancient territory, and basically did not encounter any obstacles. Even if he occasionally encountered a fierce Mahayana beast, he was slashed by Jiang Chen lightly. They came to a mountain range shrouded in a gloomy mist. In the mountains, there is a vaguely ruined wall exuding the atmosphere of ancient times, and the scale looks extremely magnificent. Even if he doesn't know how many years have passed, Jiang Chen can still feel that there are still some powerful coercion and formations in the mountains, which is enough to demonstrate the extraordinariness of this place. Jiang Chen looked far away through the gloomy fog, and soon discovered to his horror that this huge mountain range in front of him seemed to have fallen from the sky by a palm print, and a palm was smashed into ruins. On that palm print, there seemed to be a breath that made Jiang Chen feel depressed, which was definitely not the power possessed by the cultivator of the universe. Young Master Jiang Chen, this should be the site of an ancient sect. It is very likely that it is the Podian Immortal Sect. At this moment, Lu Qingyi's voice also rang in Jiang Chen's ears. As a person who breaks the universe, it is natural not to call Jiang Chen the Emperor, and the name Jiang Chen is not appropriate, so he is only respected as the son of Jiang Chen. In fact, without Lu Qingyi's reminder, Jiang Chen can almost be sure that this place is the site of the Podian Immortal Sect. Back then, the universe of Poxian was destroyed overnight, and it was shot and destroyed by this palm. And in all likelihood, the person who took this palm was a certain fairy from the Being Immortal Palace in the Immortal Realm. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Chen shook his head, tossed his happy thoughts, and then strode into the mountains. Entering the gloomy mist-shrouded mountains, Jiang Chen felt the breath of the mountains, and a strange look passed across his eyes. The breath in this mountain range is somewhat familiar. He seemed to sense something, and he couldn't help looking towards a certain direction on the right. There, an illusory shadow was also condensed out of thin air. The black shadow stared at Jiang Chen and his group with murderous aura, and the cold voice instantly resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Those who break the heavenly immortal sect without permission, die. As this cold voice fell, the black shadow directly brought up a terrible black storm and swept towards Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen was expressionless, raised his hand and pointed out, smashing the black storm. Standing with his hands behind him, he faintly looked at the dark shadow. Are you from the heaven-breaking immortal sect? The celestial breaking immortal sect in front of him was somewhat similar to the Kunsu sect of the ancient emperor's mausoleum in the divine region continent. If he guessed right, before the demise of the Babadian immortal sect, the powerhouse of Babadian Shanzong also arranged a large formation here to make the people of Babadian Shanzong immortal and form a special energy body. The Podian immortal sect obviously wanted to protect that treasure in this way. The black shadow did not answer Jiang Chen. The cold voice that did not contain the slightest emotion sounded again, and then continued to burst towards Jiang Chen. Chapter 2638, Tiandao Peak Master Shang Tiandao. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head. This black shadow didn't seem to have memories of his life, but was instilled with an order to guard the heaven-breaching immortal sect. Anyone who attempts to break into the heaven-breaking immortal sect will be the enemy of the black film and television. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, raising his hand to slap the bursting black shadow into powder. All the way deep into the ruins of the Podian immortal sect, Jiang Chen encountered a lot of dark shadows, but they were all downplayed by Jiang Chen with a flash. Although Podian immortal sect is the ancient strongest sect of Poxian universe, it is impossible to have a strong existence beyond the peak of Mahayana. Even if the powerhouse of the shattered celestial sect was resurrected, few people could pose a threat to him. These energy bodies gathered by the indestructible will of the strong will of the heaven-breaking immortal sect are not worth mentioning in front of him. Jiang Chen and the others went deep while investigating the situation of the Podian immortal sect ruins. Although the Patianxianzong site has long been photographed into ruins, there are still some buildings that have survived. However, due to too long time, most of the buildings here have been weathered. Jiang Chen and the others inspected several broken buildings and killed many energy bodies, but they didn't find anything. Young Master Jiang Chen, the Podian immortal sect ruins are extremely large. Our current location should be a side peak. If I guess right, the highest peak in the center is the main peak of the Podian immortal sect. At this moment, Lu Qingyi suddenly said beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the towering mountain peak at the end of his sight and couldn't help but smile faintly. If this is the case, then go to the main peak. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he was about to take Lu Qingyi and the others towards the main peak. When he just stepped into a step, he sensed something from a ruin not far ahead, and he couldn't help but said indifferently, "Do you want me to invite you out, or get out by yourself?" As Jiang Chen's voice fell, an illusory black shadow slowly condensed from the ruins. The black figure is tall, holding a dark ghost-headed sword, and a strong, censored spirit spread from the sword, causing Lu Qingyi and others to tremble. Mahayana period. This energy body in front of me might at least have the strength not inferior to the Mahayana monks. Jiang Chen looked at the dark shadow and said lightly, "You are not weak, and the means of hiding your breath are also good. I almost never found you intruders. From the moment you set foot here, you are destined to fall here." The black shadow's voice, which is not mixed with the slightest emotion, resounded like a muffled thunder in Jiang Chen's ears. "Finally, I came across an energy body with consciousness." Jiang Chen looked at the dark figure with his complexion, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "With your strength during your lifetime, your status in the Podian Immortal sect must not be low, right?" The strength of these energy bodies of Podian Immortal sect was much weaker than before. Generally, the energy body formed by Mahayana monks is at best the combat power of quasi-Mahayana monks. With Jiang Chen's eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that the energy body in front of him is very strong, and its strength may have reached the middle stage and even the late stage of the Mahayana. Such a character was probably a powerful existence whose cultivation reached the pinnacle of Mahayana before his death. "I am one of the 12 peak masters of the Podian Immortal sect, the peak master of Tiandao Xianxia." A bloodthirsty blade flashed suddenly in Black Shadow's eyes, and the monstrous breath also instantly diffused from his body. Jiang Chen was not affected at all by the surging weather radiating from his complexion to heavenly Dao. He still stood with his hand holding his hand, and looked at Xianxia Dao with a calm face. "The Podian Immortal sect was destroyed in the past, and your will is immortal. With this energy body remaining here, it is not for the purpose of holding the treasure, for breaking the immortal universe. Save a glimmer of hope. Now that we come to take away that treasure, it's better than the people of Bean Immortal Palace get it, right? Boy, how can this peak master be deceived by a mere brat of you? You are not the one who breaks the immortal universe, and the aura on your body is definitely not something ordinary monks can possess. I think you are the person sent by Bean Immortal Palace, right? The people of Bean Immortal Palace should be killed." Shang Tiandao's voice fell, his hands shook suddenly, and the sound of thunder blasted above the ghost head sword, and a flash of weird blade flashed in the void. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and the human emperor's sword traversed a stunning trajectory in the void, slicing extremely accurately on the blade of Shang Tiandao. Seeing that his attack was easily blocked by Jiang Chen, Shang Tiandao's expression remained unchanged. I saw his footsteps tremble, and it was the man and the knife that shot towards Jiang Chen. 4 Elephant Heaven Sword First Style, Chun Yu. As Xianxia Dao cut out with this knife, the endless sword aura seemed to have turned into a continuous spring rain, covering the world where Jiang Chen and the others were located. Each of these powers, like a continuous spring rain, carries a terrifying energy that is enough to make the Mahayana monks fearful. Even the monks in the early Mahayana period would be completely destroyed by this sword. It's worthy of being one of the 12 peak masters of the Podian Immortal sect. I am afraid that this sword technique is also a sword technique from the fairy world. Feeling the power contained in Shang Tiandao's sword, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. Although Shang Tian Dao, the so-called 4 Elephant Heaven Dao, was extraordinary, it was still a bit worse than the sword art of killing the immortal passed to him by the longevity immortal king. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, he directly urged the killing immortal sword art, turned it into a shocking sword, and collided with the sword cut by Xianxia Dao. There was a loud bang in the sky. Shang Tiandao's illusory figure flew upside down a distance of several hundred feet. He looked up at Jiang Chen, and the killing intent in his eyes became more intense. "Shanshu, are you really a person from Bean Immortal Palace?" Jiang Chen shook his head, and said indifferently, "I am not from Bean Immortal Palace, and I have no intention of killing you. Tell me what the treasure guarded by the heaven-breaking immortal sect is." Although this Xianxia was only a condensed energy body with indestructible will, its strength was more than 3 points higher than that of ordinary middle Mahayana cultivators. Coupled with the Sixiang heavenly sword mastered, even the average late Mahayana monk may not be its opponent. However, this level of strength is still not enough in front of Jiang Chen. His cultivation has already reached the consummation of domination. Compared with the Xianxia heavenly sword, the killing sword art is only stronger than the Xianxia heavenly sword. How could xianxia's sword be his opponent? If it hadn't been for him to retain a bit of strength just now, that sword would be enough to completely destroy Shang Tiandao. Shang Tiandao stared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Back then, the Being Immortal Palace made a move, and the inheritance of the immortal universe and immortal Tao was broken. If you are not from the Being Immortal Palace, how can you master the real immortality? Chapter 2639, Podian Immortal Sect Master Peak. I am not a member of Being Immortal Palace, nor am I a person who breaks the universe. Jiang Chen looked at Shang Tiandao impatiently. You now have only two choices, either answer my question obediently or die. Shang Tiandao smiled coldly and said, the things that I am guarding the celestial Shanzong are only qualified to possess the peerless figures of the Xianxia universe. The master of this peak has long been a person of death, and you actually wanted to threaten me with life and death. Ridiculous. Senior, although young Master Jiang Chen is not the person who broke the universe, he is definitely not the person of Being Immortal Palace. Now the people of Being Immortal Palace have come here. If there is no Master Jiang Chen to stop it, the treasures you are protecting so hard will most likely fall into the hands of Being Immortal Palace. I don't think seniors don't want to see this happen, right? At this moment, Lu Qingyi couldn't help but stepped forward and said respectfully to Shang Tiandao. Shang Tiandao's eyes flashed rapidly. He raised his head and glanced at the direction of the main peak, and the overbearing blade light around him also converged a lot in an instant. With a wave of his palm, the ghost head knife disappeared. He glanced at Jiang Chen and his group, and said indifferently, in this case, the Peak Master will give you a chance. As long as you go to kill a disciple of the Being Immortal Palace, the Peak Master will help you get the guardianship of the Podian Immortal Sect, treasure. After speaking, Shang Tiandao disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen glanced at the place where Shang Tiandao disappeared, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The people from Being Immortal Palace have already arrived at the Podian Immortal Sect site, and it is very likely that they have even gone to the Podian Immortal Sect Master Peak. However, Shang Tiandao, the Podian Immortal Sect Master, did not go to support him, but has been hiding in this mountain. Obviously a bit weird. Either this guy can't leave the mountain in front of him in his current state. Either this guy might have some other purpose. Jiang Chen was too lazy to think, and directly led Lu Qingyi and others towards the main peak of Patianxian sect. The Podian Shanzong site is extremely large, with a total of 12 huge peaks. Jiang Chen and the others walked from the Tiandao peak to the main peak, passing two of the peaks in the middle. Among these two peaks, Jiang Chen and the others did not encounter such powerful energy bodies as Tiandao Peak Master Shang Tiandao, and even ordinary energy bodies are extremely rare. Young Master Jiang Chen, Podian Immortal Sect has 12 peaks, and each peak should have a figure comparable to Tiandao Peak Master Shang Tiandao. Could it be that the peak owners of these two peaks have been taken by Being Immortal Palace? People are gone, Lu Qingyi said solemnly. Let's go to the main peak of Podian Shanzong to find out. The energy bodies of these two mountain peaks indeed seem to have been cleaned up. The powerful energy body like the Heavenly Blade Peak Master Shang Tiandao is definitely not that easy to clean up. Even the woman in the white skirt they met at the beginning was not easy to get rid of an energy body like the Heavenly Blade Peak Master Shang Tiandao. The energy bodies condensed by the indestructible will of the Podian Immortal Sect originally existed to protect that treasure. Now that the people of Being Immortal Palace are coming, if they are not destroyed by others, they will inevitably gather at the peak of the Podian Immortal Sect and guard the treasure. But that day, Peak Sword Master Shang Tiandao had been hiding in the Peak of Heaven Sword, and he must have some ulterior motive. Because there was no energy body blocking, Jiang Chen and the others went very smoothly. Not long after, Sect Master Peak of Podian Immortal appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen looked up and saw that the mountain peak was like a huge pillar, extremely steep, towering into the sky, as if it had pierced a huge hole in the sky. Outside the Podian Immortal Sect's main peak, energy fluctuations of distance erupted. I saw two men in brocade robe with extraordinary bearing, fighting a group of energy bodies from the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect in a terrifying battle. These two auras were very similar to the women in the white skirt they had encountered before, and they were all Tianzhao figures who had reached the Mahayana stage in their cultivation, and had unparalleled combat power. Rao faced the desperate siege of a group of energy bodies, and the two men in Jinpao did not panic at all. After rolling over two energy bodies with the strength of the Mahayana period, the two of them completed a unilateral slaughter against a group of energy bodies. Senior brother Yun, why hasn't senior sister Shi Yao here yet? Are we waiting for her now, or are we going to get in first? A burly young man looked at the handsome young man beside him, and said helplessly. The handsome young man's eyes flashed, and he said faintly, "Don't worry about her, this time the Green Cloud Immortal Palace sent us here, but it cost a lot of money. We are limited in time, so we went straight to grab it. Let's talk about the treasures. Coming here this time to seize that treasure is related to his future position in Bean Immortal Palace. Although his junior sister has not been in Bean Immortal Palace for a long time, he is unparalleled in talent and evildoer, even more so than him. Once the junior was allowed to obtain treasures for Bean Immortal Palace this time, it was very likely that he would threaten his position in Bean Immortal Palace. As the handsome young man said, he was about to go to the main peak of Patianxian sect. He had just taken a step, but he suddenly sensed something, and he couldn't help but stop suddenly. With his faintly blue eyes, he couldn't help turning around and looking in a certain direction behind him, and his cold stern voice instantly rang through the world. Someone hide sneakily in the dark, get out of me. Seeing that the handsome young people had discovered their existence, Jiang Chen did not continue to hide, but he took Lu Qingyi and them out of the dense forest in strides. The person who broke the universe. The handsome young man looked at Jiang Chen and the others, his eyes condensed slightly. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and looked at the handsome young man lightly. Unexpectedly, Bean Immortal Palace sent so many Mahayana Tianzhao lower realms this time. It seems that Bean Immortal Palace really lost money for that treasure. Jun Meiqing glanced at Jiang Chen and the others contemptuously. A mere group of ants in the lower realm universe, can you still prevent this young man from failing? Can you stop it? You'll know if you try. Jiang Chen said indifferently, unless you immortals in Bean Immortal Palace come in person, no one can take that treasure away from under my nose. Boy is arrogant, I will meet you if I am the same. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant voice, the burly young man was furious and directly took the lead. He squeezed his palm, a fierce fist, directly pierced through the void, and hit Jiang Chen suddenly. Dongtian fist. With this punch, I saw that the space in front of Jiang Chen instantly turned into a black hole, just like an ancient murderer opened his mouth, trying to swallow Jiang Chen into that terrible black hole. Chapter 2640, Let's go with you too. Boy, let you see what the power of a fairy is. The burly young man punched out, and a sneer appeared on his face. Although this Dongtianquan is not a fascinating technique, it is also a true celestial level boxing skill in Bean Immortal Palace. Put it in the lower universe, it can definitely be regarded as the supreme magical power that suppresses everything. Even an ordinary Mahayana monk in the lower realm universe, the burly youth has the confidence to kill with a punch. Facing the punch from the burly young man, Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and he did not move half of his footsteps. He just raised his hand gently, and struck out with the same punch. Jiang Chen's punch looked simple and unpretentious, but at the moment it was punched, it exploded with the power of nothingness and terror. The two fists intersected like a thunderstorm, and a loud noise erupted, and a terrifying storm of destruction instantly swept the world, instantly turning everything around them into nothingness. The burly young figure trembled, and the whole person stepped on the ground and retreated more than 10 steps away. Every time he took a step back, the soles of his feet made a huge pit of 3 feet in the ground. The burly youth forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. The fairy world and the lower universe are completely different worlds. Even under the same realm, the monks in the fairy world can easily crush the monks in the lower universe. He is a genius from the Bean Palace of the immortal realm. Although only the cultivation base of the early Mahayana is enough, he is enough to crush the monks of the middle Mahayana in the lower universe. Even the monks in the late Mahayana of the lower realm universe are completely capable of fighting. He didn't expect in any way, but the black-clothed youth in front of him would have such a terrifying strength. Jiang Chen glanced at the burly youth with contempt, and said faintly, "The genius of the immortal world, it seems that this is nothing more than that, you two will go together. Boy, you don't want to be rampant, just now it was just a momentary carelessness." The burly young man burst into anger, and the majestic true essence mana instantly turned into endless thunderous air, spreading all over his body. The thunder blasted, and the terrifying power of thunder, centered on the burly youth, quickly spread in all directions. ZZ. These thunder powers were intertwined in the sky above Jiang Veri's head, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a huge thunder light ball, smashing down towards Jiang Chen like a meteorite. On the surface of the thunder sphere, the thick thunders roamed like a dragon and snake, shattering all the surrounding space, as if they were about to destroy the world. Jiang Chen urged the Azure Emperor's longevity art. The majestic dominating power poured into the human emperor sword, turning into a bright golden sword energy to rise into the sky. The golden sword aura slammed into the thunder ball, and the dazzling light burst into the void. I saw that. Golden sword aura directly penetrated through the thunder sphere of light, splitting the thunder sphere of light into two from the middle, and then slashed towards the burly youth with the momentum of thunder. The burly young man had no time to evade, and was directly flew out by the golden sword aura. The burly young man stabilized his figure, and a mouthful of blood finally couldn't help but squirted out wildly. The gaze looking at Jiang Chen finally showed an unprecedented panic. Jiang Chen retired with a punch before because he was careless and didn't use all his strength. But I didn't expect to make an all-out effort this time, and also displayed the Being Immortal Palace's unique knowledge he had mastered, and he was still defeated by the black-clothed youth on the opposite side. How could such an enchanting genius be born in the mere lower universe? Seeing that the same thing didn't even have any strength to fight back in the hands of the black-clothed youth opposite, the pupils of the handsome young man couldn't help but shrink slightly. His figure flashed, and he appeared directly next to the same person, staring at Jiang Chen firmly. I didn't expect that the Poxian universe could even give birth to a genius like you. He is very clear about the strength of the thunder. Even with his strength, it is almost impossible to understate and defeat the same as the black-clothed youth. He also finally understood why Being Immortal Palace cared so much about Poxian universe. Back then, there were many talented evildoers in the universe of Po Xian ascending to the immortal realm, posing a great threat to the Being Immortal Palace. The Being Immortal Palace will be the first to be strong, destroying the ascending immortals in Poxian universe, and destroying Poxian universe's strongest sect Patianxianzong, enslaving Poxian universe, and does not want to give Poxian universe any chance to stand up. Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, Poxian universe would be able to give birth to such a genius. If the black-clothed youth in front of him can get that treasure, once he enters the fairy world, his growth rate will reach a very terrifying point. At that time, this guy might really cause a huge trouble to Being Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and looked at the handsome young man lightly. This is not where you should be. If you don't want to fall here, you can quickly roll back to Being Immortal Palace. Although the two Mahayana disciples of the Being Immortal Palace were far better than the Mahayana Tianzhao of Po Xian universe, they were just like that in front of Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's strength, it is naturally easy to crush the two. After all, these two people came from the Being Immortal Palace in the immortal realm, and they will inevitably have some trump cards on them, and maybe they can invite immortals to come. Now that he has very little lifespan left, it is simply difficult to urge Shanbei Town to kill the immortal clone. Once these two guys are forced to use such whole cards, the situation will be very troublesome. The handsome young man's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. Although the black-clothed youth in front of him is extremely extraordinary, as a genius disciple of Being Immortal Palace, how could he easily retreat? This son is extraordinary, let's do it together. The handsome young man didn't answer Jiang Chen, and directly spoke to the similarity beside him, then blasted out a punch and hit Jiang Chen. Swallowing God Fist. The handsome young man didn't have the slightest reservation, and as soon as he shot, he used the top celestial technique of Being Immortal Palace. With this punch, the space shattered, the strong wind howled, like a meteor falling, and the giant spirit censored, hammered it, terrifying. Zhen Shitian lay, the same yelled, his hands also changed rapidly, and a palm print containing the might of the billowing thunder was quickly formed, and it was like a thunder mountain of thousands of feet, and it was pressed down against Jiang Chen. In the face of the siege of the two Being Immortal Palace disciples, Jiang Chen didn't change his face and was not afraid. The sword light on the imperial sword in his hand exploded, and the two styles of killing immortal sword art were displayed one after another. The terrifying sword light with the terrifying power of Tuxian killing the gods, respectively slashed at the two Being Immortal Palace disciples. Chapter 2641, Shake the Immortal Blow. Boom, boom, two loud noises broke out in the field. A terrible energy storm swept across the world, blasting the ground into a huge pit. The two silhouettes also flew out from the huge pit in embarrassment. The handsome young man Yun Fenghua looked pale. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and forced down the churning aura inside his body. The gaze looking at Jiang Chen also showed an incredible horror. And not far from Yun Fenghua's side, the resemblance of the burly youth is even more miserable. He saw his clothes shattered and his 7 orifices were bleeding, and his whole person looked like a censored man. The strength of these two Being Immortal Palace disciples was extremely strong. Together, even the late Mahayana cultivators of the nether universe may not necessarily be their opponents. But this level of strength is still no different from ants in front of Jiang Chen. Yun Fenghua suppressed the horror in his heart, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen's body. Yun Fenghua never thought of it anyway. He was a dignified disciple of the Being Immortal Palace genius, who would be beaten by a young genius from the lower universe with no power to fight back. The black-clothed young man in front of him, no matter the cultivation technique or the sword technique he had just performed, compared with their unique knowledge of the Being Immortal Palace, they were even better. How could such enchanting existence appear in Poxian universe, the lower realm universe enslaved by their Being Immortal Palace? Who am I? You don't need to know. Jiang Chen looked at Yun Fenghua expressionlessly. Within 10 breaths, roll back to Being Immortal Palace, or die. Boy, whoever you are, don't want to be wild in front of my Being Immortal Palace. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, Yun Fenghua's eyes couldn't help flashing a flash of anger into anger. I saw him put his hands together and quickly displayed a mysterious technique. The art of immortality. Seeing Yun Fenghua's movements, Jiang Chen's eyes shrank suddenly. The method Yun Fenghua used at this moment is almost the same as the magic art used by Kanglan Universe Kangdunhai. This guy wants to invite the immortals from Being Immortal Palace to come by using the art of fascination. At the beginning, Azure Clouds asked the immortal clone to come. He paid a great price in order to kill the immortal clone. If Yun Fenghua allowed the immortal clone of Being Immortal Palace to descend, it would be even stronger than the immortal of Kanglan Universe. Even Jiang Chen would be unable to compete with it. Therefore, how could Jiang Chen give Yun Fenghua a chance to use the technique of immortality? Slaying Immortal Sword Art, Tuxian. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly urged the last heavy sword art of killing Immortal Sword Art with all his strength, and without hesitation, he slashed at Yun Fenghua with a sword. This sword is almost reaching its limit. Even with Yun Fenghua's strength, he didn't react at all, and he was already split in half by Zhangguang. Yun Fenghua looked at Jiang Chen unwillingly, and only had time to spit out a word, and the whole person was completely crushed into nothingness by a terrifying sword energy. At the moment Yun Fenghua was wiped out by Jiang Chen, a sudden roar came suddenly, as if it had crossed endless space and time. The ants in the lower realm universe dared to kill this fairy disciple and die for me. As this roar descended, a radiant palm of an immortal man appeared to break open a heavenly gate, descending from above the 9 heavens, carrying an unrivaled mighty immortal might, towards Jiang Chen's suppression. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank, and the Azure Emperor's longevity art instantly turned to the extreme, and he directly displayed the last form of the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship, the Azure Emperor's one sword. A cyan phantom stepped out of the fairy gate, and then raised his hand as a sword collided with the bright palm of the fairy gate. The sky trembled and the void collapsed, like the end of the day. Jiang Chen trembled, and the whole person stepped back on the ground for more than 10 steps, and there was also a pale look on his face. In the void space above the 9 heavens, an extremely angry voice came again. Boy, wait for this immortal, I will kill you. Jiang Chen stared at the voice that seemed to be farther and farther away from above 9 heavens, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The immortal clone of Being Immortal Palace summoned by Yun Fenghua was really terrifying. Even if it was a blow from the opponent through the endless time and space, he had tried his best to withstand the blow. Fortunately, he decisively killed Yun Fenghua just now. Once he was allowed to successfully perform the art of Tongxian, let the immortal clone of Being Immortal Palace descend, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other side, Lei looked at the scene in horror with the same face, almost unable to believe his eyes. Although Yun Fenghua had not been able to fully perform the immortality art, he was beheaded by the black-clothed youth on the opposite side. But his art of communicating with immortals also made the person in Being Immortal Palace sense, and he also landed a blow across the endless time and space. The one behind Yun Fenghua was not an ordinary fairy, even in their Being Immortal Palace, he was a well-known expert. Even if it was a blow that was dropped across the endless time and space with a clone, it was not something that the monks at the pinnacle of the Mahayana universe in the lower realm could contend with Qing Yi. But I didn't expect the same. The blow from the strong man in Being Immortal Palace was actually blocked by the black-clothed youth on the opposite side. Such an enchanting character, even in the immortal world, is probably an extremely rare peerless enchanting person. How could such a terrifying enchanting character be born in the universe of the mere lower bounds of the universe? The Emperor of God's domain, it's really not an ordinary horror. Lu Qingyi and the others stared at Jiang Chen in an arrogant position, and it was a long time since it had been difficult to recover from the shock. In front of the Emperor of God's domain, the Mahayana Tianzhao of the immortal realm was almost like an ant. Even the real immortal's blow was taken down by Jiang Chen's abrupt sword. Lu Qingyi finally understood why the top 10 immortals had to compromise at the beginning and chose to let Jiang Chen leave the Poxian universe. This one indeed has the terrifying strength that makes the 10 great immortal gates of the Po Xian universe fearful. After Jiang Chen defeated the attack of the immortal in Being Immortal Palace with a single sword, he looked directly at the other disciple of Being Immortal Palace with a cold stern look. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, the resemblance only felt that my heart couldn't help but feel inexplicably cold. He dared to have the slightest hesitation, and quickly took out a piece of celestial bright jade plate to crush it, and immediately the whole person was wrapped in a celestial blossom, and disappeared into place out of thin air. Only the next one was frightened. The voice resounded in heaven and earth. Boy, you wait, my Being Immortal Palace won't let you go. Chapter 2642, Meet the Woman in White Dress Again. Being Immortal Palace, when I break through the real immortal and enter the immortal world, I will find you to settle this account. Jiang Chen looked at the place where the sameness disappeared, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. The blow that the immortal of Being Immortal Palace struck across the air just now, even if he was a monk at the peak of the ordinary Mahayana, he would be seriously injured if he did not die. If it were not for his extraordinary strength, it would be difficult to take the previous palm. Sooner or later, he will find the immortal in Being Immortal Palace to avenge today's palm. President Liu, you are waiting for me here. I will go to Patianxian Sect Master Peak to see. Jiang Chen retracted his gaze, and then faintly said to Lu Qingyi and the others, and he walked directly into the Podian Immortal Sect Master Peak. Brother Lu, shall we follow? Behind Lu Qingyi, a monk who crossed the peak of the tribulation looked at Jiang Chen, who had disappeared from their sight, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Lu Qingyi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it, we can't stop what this person wants to do, and it doesn't make any sense to keep up. Just wait here. Even the people of Being Immortal Palace in the immortal realm had been repelled by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen really wanted to hit the treasure, they couldn't stop it at all. This Podian Immortal Sect ruins, but has many powerful energy bodies, even many energy bodies that are not inferior to Mahayana monks. With their strength, let alone preventing Jiang Chen from getting that treasure, losing Jiang Chen's asylum, it would be a problem for them to survive here. Jiang Chen entered the Podian Immortal Sect Master Peak, and his powerful spiritual consciousness was released like a tide, and he investigated the situation of the entire mountain. He seemed to feel something. The whole person rose directly into the sky, turning into a sword rainbow that penetrated the sky and the earth, tearing the sky in an instant, and heading towards the center of the mountain. In the void, layer upon layer of broken array restrictions continued to explode in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's figure had already appeared in front of a huge fairy palace. The immortal hall is towering into the clouds, 100 feet high. This immortal palace is also the most perfectly preserved building in the entire Podian Immortal Sect. Even if the heaven-breaking Immortal Sect suffered an extinction disaster and was slapped into ruins by the Immortal Palace of Being, this immortal palace did not seem to have been affected at all. Outside the fairy hall, hundreds of energy bodies with strength no less than that of the tribulation period are guarded here. When they see Jiang Chen's appearance, they directly bring up monstrous energy fluctuations and charge towards Jiang Chen with murderous aura. With a volley of the Emperor's sword in Jiang Chen's hand, a sword light slashed out in an understatement, killing more than a dozen energy bodies into nothingness in an instant. It's no wonder that no energy body is seen elsewhere on this main peak, and it seems that they have already gathered here. The treasure guarded by the Podian Immortal Sect should probably be in this immortal palace. He didn't have any hesitation. The sword light on the imperial sword in his hand kept flashing, and every time the sword was cut out, more than a dozen energy bodies were instantly cut off. Almost all of the hundreds of energy bodies outside the fairy hall were killed by Jiang Chen. After solving these energy bodies, when Jiang Chen was about to enter the hall to find out, a violent shout was also suddenly heard from the fairy hall. "Who is going wild in my podian Shanzong?" With this stern shout, the three breathtaking phantoms also burst out from the fairy palace. The breath of each of these three phantoms is almost not weaker than that of the heavenly sword peak master Shang Tiandao. These three phantoms, in front of them should all be the superb monks at the peak of the Mahayana sect. The three of them stood proudly, staring at Jiang Chen coldly with their illusory eyes. "Are you the person sent by Be an Immortal Palace?" Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not from Be an Immortal Palace. I just heard that you have a wonderful treasure in the Podian Immortal sect, so I want to come and see it. No matter who you are, the treasures guarded by the Podian Immortal sect are not something you can get involved." The golden robe phantom in the middle shouted coldly, "Get out of the Podian Immortal sect immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being rude to you." Regarding the threat of the golden robe phantom, Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. He looked up at the golden robe phantom and couldn't help but smiled faintly. "You Shantian sect guarded that treasure at all costs. Didn't you just hope that someday someone could use this treasure against the Be an Immortal Palace? Let me see. If the treasure you guard is really valuable, I can consider destroying the Be an Immortal Palace for you." Jinpao Void's complexion was cold, and the terrifying energy directly turned into a sword that shook the sky, as if splitting the sky and the earth, and slashed at Jiang Chen with a sword. Jiang Chen raised his hand and waved. A dazzling sword aura on the human emperor's sword instantly pierced through the world, defeating the sword of the golden robe void. "For the sake of you being a generation of outstanding people before your lifetime, I didn't want to do anything with you, but if you have to do this, then you can blame me for the invisible action." Jiang Chen shook his head and directly swung his sword towards the Jinpao Void and killed the three people. These three people are all the top monks at the peak of the Mahayana sect. If they were in the peak state during his lifetime, the three of them might even cause some trouble for him. With the trivial energy body, how can it pose the slightest threat to him? The imperial sword in Jiang Chen's hand was constantly waving, and sword auras continued to be cut out one after another. The three energy bodies headed by the golden robe phantom were all defeated by Jiang Chen's sword aura, and the original illusory body became even more illusory. Jiang Chen glanced at Jinpao Xiang lightly. "You can't stop me, let me go." Jinpao Xiang stared at Jiang Chen steadily, without any intention of retreating. They survived in this situation, and they existed to protect the treasure. Now that it's hard to wait for the descendants of the ancestors and immortals to come here to get that treasure, how can they let this guy be easily disturbed? Jiang Chen shook his head, and the sword light on the human emperor's sword skyrocketed instantly. Just when he was about to make an all-out effort to kill the three Jinpao phantoms, a cold voice was suddenly heard from the hall. The sudden voice also made Jiang Chen stunned. He couldn't help but raised his head and looked towards the fairy hall, and saw a beautiful woman in white skirt walking out of the fairy hall slowly. "Why is she?" Jiang Chen looked at the woman in the white skirt with a look of astonishment in his eyes. The woman in the white dress in front of him was no one else, but the woman in the white dress he had just encountered when he entered the Podian Immortal sect site. Isn't the woman in the white skirt a member of Be an Immortal Palace? How could these volitional energy bodies of the Podian Immortal sect let her come here? Chapter 2643, Xian Shanbao. Jiang Chen looked at the woman in the white skirt who slowly walked out of the main hall, and a curious look appeared in his eyes. Be an Immortal Palace, this is the chief culprit who destroyed the heavenly immortal sect. The current situation of breaking the immortal road in Poxian universe was also caused by Be an Immortal Palace alone. Be an Immortal Palace and Poxian universe are already immortal enemies of life and death. This woman in a white dress, who was suspected of being a disciple of the Be an Immortal Palace, came to the core of the site of the Podian Immortal sect, and wanted to save the will energy body of these Podian Immortal sect powerhouses. The identity of the woman in the white skirt should be more than just a disciple of Be an Immortal Palace. "It's you. I didn't expect you to come to this place." The woman in the white skirt looked at Jiang Chen with a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She obviously didn't expect it. Not long ago, the young man she met outside Podian Shanzong was able to come to this place, and could suppress the three power bodies of Podian Shanzong comparable to the late Mahayana with one enemy and three. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Who are you?" The woman in the white skirt whispered, "My name is Ling Ziyao, I come from Bian Immortal Palace, and I am also a descendant of Ling Podian, the founder of the Podian Immortal Sect." No wonder this woman in white dress can come to the site of Podian Immortal Sect without any hindrance. It turned out to be the descendant left by Ling Podian, the ancestor of Podian Immortal Sect in the immortal world. It seems that the forces founded by Ling Podian in the immortal realm were eventually destroyed by the Bian Immortal Palace, but they also left some behind, and they were not completely uprooted by the Bian Immortal Palace. Ling Ziyao, the woman in the white skirt, was not only Ling Podian's descendant, but also mixed into the Bian Immortal Palace and descended to the Poxian universe with the help of the Bian Immortal Palace. This Ling Ziyao has extraordinary talents, and if she were to be protected by the treasure guarded by the heaven-breaking immortal sect, her future achievements would be limitless. That Ling Podian is worthy of being a generation of outstanding people born in Poxian universe. Even if he has fallen, he still lays down a counterattack against Bian Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim secretly in his heart. Since Bian Immortal Palace was able to suppress the stunning and brilliant Ling Podian, the strength of the immortal realm might be extraordinary. Ling Podian's plan to fight Bian Immortal Palace is still not an easy task. You should be here for the treasure of the Shantian sect. I can give that treasure to you, but you must promise me one condition. Just as Jiang Chen thought to himself, Ling Ziyao's voice rang again. Little Lord, following Ling Ziyao's words, the expressions of the three heaven-breaking immortal sects will energy bodies change drastically. They have been guarding here for so many years, and now they have finally waited for Ling Ziyao, who has the blood of the ancestor, to come and inherit that treasure, allowing them to see the hope of the rise of the Podian Immortal Sect. Now Ling Ziyao actually wants to give the treasure they guarded at all costs to this kid in front of them. How can they accept this? The three seniors don't have to say much. I have my own plans. Ling Ziyao waved her hand, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, as long as you nod your head, that treasure is yours. Jiang Chen glanced at Ling Ziyao in surprise. You came here, didn't you come here for that treasure? Ling Ziyao's beautiful eyes flashed with a ray of wisdom. The purpose of my trip was originally to find a suitable owner for that treasure, but I never thought about bringing it back to the immortal world. Ling Ziyao knew very well that with Bian Immortal Palace's attention to that treasure, even if she brought that treasure back to the immortal world, Bian Immortal Palace would not allow her to grasp that treasure. Instead, it would fall into Bian Immortal Palace, the hands of Xianxia Palace. She came to the lower realm on this trip, and originally planned to find a suitable owner for that treasure in the lower realm in preparation for dealing with the Bian Immortal Palace in the future. The black-clothed youth who was similar to him at this age was able to grow up to such a point in the lower realm universe that even in the immortal realm, he is probably a rare peerless genius, and he is undoubtedly an excellent candidate to inherit that treasure. Jiang Chen glanced at Ling Ziyao in surprise. This woman is not only extremely talented in cultivation, but she also seems to be wise. Jiang Chen had vaguely guessed Ling Ziyao's conditions, but he didn't rush to answer. Instead, he asked curiously, can you tell me, what is the treasure that your ancestors got back then? Jiang Chen knew very well that Ling Ziyao's condition for giving him that treasure was to deal with Bian Immortal Palace in all likelihood. This Bian Immortal Palace, in other words, is also a force of the immortal world, and it must not be so easy to deal with. He also had to look at the value of the treasure of Podian Immortal Sect, whether it was worthy of him and Bian Immortal Palace as an enemy. You follow me. Ling Ziyao didn't talk nonsense either, turned around and headed towards the palace behind. Jiang Chen followed Ling Ziyao into the palace, passed through numerous arrays and prohibitions, and soon came to the deepest hall of the palace. Ling Ziyao's hands changed rapidly, and she skillfully played a magic trick. The hall suddenly made a loud noise like a shaking mountain, and a stone pillar directly over 1 meter also emerged from the center of the hall. Above the stone pillar, there is a mysterious small tower that continues to rise. This mysterious little pagoda is black in its entirety, with an ancient aura, and there is a power that Jiang Chen can't see through it, giving people an extremely mysterious feeling. I didn't expect to encounter it here. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the mysterious black tower, the somewhat surprised voice of the immortal monument also rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen's heart moved. Senior knows the origin of this small black tower. Tisk tusk. This small tower is a strong immortal treasure. Even in the entire fairy world, there are only a handful of treasures comparable to it. That Ling Podian was lucky, he was able to obtain this treasure. Unfortunately, after all, he failed to completely control it and truly became the owner of this treasure. The immortal steel sighed in Jiang Chen's mind with some regret. Listening to the tone of the immortal monument, this small black tower is an extremely rare treasure in the immortal world. If this treasure can be obtained, even if it is an enemy of being immortal palace, it may be very worthwhile. Boy, if this small pagoda was born in the immortal world, it would be enough for countless great figures to beat their heads, so what is a small being immortal palace? The immortal tablet said astonishingly. The last master of this small tower was based on the power of this small tower. In just 3,000 years, he became the immortal emperor and became the youngest immortal emperor in the fairy world. If you can control this, the small tower will definitely benefit infinitely in the future. Chapter 2644, Shang Tiandao with bad intentions. Jiang Chen was shocked in his heart. Senior, what is the origin of this small tower? Although he didn't know the specific level of immortals in the immortal world, he also knew that the immortal emperor was stronger than the immortal king, and he was a peerless existence standing at the apex of the immortal world. This small black tower can actually make people aspire to the position of immortal emperor for 3,000 years. Even if it is the immortal emperor's talent and peerless, it is already very scary. The immortal steel was silent for a moment and said, I don't know. Few people in the entire immortal world probably know the origin of this small tower. Jiang Chen, this small tower is called the Tower of Time, and it possesses an incredible power of time. Our ancestor relied on this to cultivate for 1,000 miles. It is a pity that being immortal palace did not wait for the ancestor to fully grow up. The existence of the Tower of Time. Just as Jiang Chen was talking with Shanbei, Ling Ziyao's faint words rang again. Okay, I promise you. When I enter the fairy world in the future, I will definitely help destroy the being immortal palace. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately raised his head to look at Ling Ziyao and said, but I am not a person who breaks the universe, are you still willing to choose to believe me? You are very strong, and almost no one in the lower universe is your opponent. If you want to forcibly seize the Tower of Time, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop you at all. In that case, it's better to make a bet. Ling Ziyao said calmly, what's more? You are not a person who breaks the universe, it's actually a good thing. Now Poxian universe is completely under the control of being immortal palace. People in Po Xian universe must accept the enslavement of being immortal palace if they want to ask questions about becoming immortal. If Jiang Chen was the person who broke the universe, it would be difficult to get rid of the shackles of being immortal palace. If it were to ascend to the immortal realm from other universes, with Jiang Chen's talent and the power of the Tower of Time, it would surely be able to grow rapidly. Ling Ziyao didn't hesitate, and directly passed the tactics for controlling the Tower of Time to Jiang Chen. This technique is just a superficial technique that controls the Tower of Time, and it cannot really control the Tower of Time. If you want to control the Tower of Time, everything can only depend on yourself. Back then, the ancestor of the heaven-breaking immortal sect, in fact, he doesn't really control the Tower of Time. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately displayed the technique Ling Ziyao taught him without hesitation. But even so, it took him 3 full days and a lot of effort to get the Tower of Time in front of him. It deserves to be the treasure of the fairy world, it's not easy to control. Feeling the little dominating power left in his body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his heart. With his current strength, manipulating this Tower of Time is simply more tiring than a fight with a monk at the peak of the Mahayana. Boy, you should be thankful that the tower spirit of this small tower is still asleep. Otherwise, unless you get the approval of the small tower, even the fairy king of the fairy world, trying to control it is by no means an easy task. The voice of the immortal monument also rang again. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then asked curiously, Senior, I don't know what exactly does this time tower do. Although he has collected the Tower of Time, at least the Tower of Time needs immortal power to be able to activate it. Before asking Dao Chengxian, he didn't know what purpose this small tower was. The Tower of Time has the most mysterious power of time in the world, and you will know it when you break through the real queen. When the fairy steel said this, his tone couldn't help but paused slightly. Boy, your cultivation has reached the level of dominating consummation. It doesn't make any sense to stay in the lower universe, don't waste time, break through to the fairyland as soon as possible. Jiang Chen was clear in his heart. The last time he used the power of the immortal monument to destroy the immortal, his lifespan was very little left, and there was not much time to waste. Once the matter of the broken universe is resolved this time, he must break through to become an immortal and go to the immortal realm. Ling Ziyao looked at Jiang Chen, who had collected the Tower of Time, and couldn't help but whispered, "Jiang Chen, the Tower of Time is yours. I should also go back to the fairy world. I hope you can remember your promise." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, since I promised you, Jiang Chen, I will never go wrong. I'm waiting for you in the purple flame world of the immortal realm. Don't come to be an immortal palace to find me before breaking through Da Luo." Ling Ziyao's voice fell, and immediately smashed a piece of jade metal. The whole person was wrapped in a fairy light, and quickly disappeared into this world. Luo. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly hesitating, and he couldn't help asking in his heart, "Senior Shanbei, what is the realm of Da Luo?" in Ling Ziyao's mouth. "You now dominate the realm to break through eternal life. You are the so-called true immortal in the immortal world. Above the true immortal is the heavenly immortal, above the celestial immortal is the golden immortal, and then there is Da Luo immortal. Da Luo immortal is also considered a strong person in the immortal world. Only under the fairy king." Ling Ziyao told him not to go to be an immortal palace to look for her before breaking through Da Luo. It seems that Da Luo immortal is definitely sitting in be an immortal palace. For him now, this matter is still too far away. The most urgent task at the moment is to solve the matter of the broken fairy universe first, and then find a way to ascend to the fairy realm. Jiang Chen's eyes stayed for a moment where Ling Ziyao disappeared, and immediately appeared outside the palace with a flash of figure. With a slight glance, he saw the three volitional energy bodies that were still waiting outside the palace. "What, are the three want to prevent me from taking this treasure?" Jiang Chen looked at the three will energy bodies in front of him and couldn't help but smile faintly. The golden robe phantom headed for a moment in silence and said, "Since the young master has decided to give it to you, I shall wait to obey it, let alone we can't stop you. I just hope you don't forget to promise the young master." Jiang Chen nodded, just about to prepare to speak, but suddenly he sensed something and could not help but suddenly raised his head and looked towards the void. I saw an illusory figure, quickly rushing towards the Podian Immortal Sect Master Peak. This figure had already landed in front of Jiang Chen and the others. This phantom that suddenly descended was the Heavenly Sword Peak Master Shang Tiandao that Jiang Chen had seen not long ago. Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy suddenly rushed over, fearing that it was not good intentions. "Shang Tiandao, what are you doing here?" Jinpao Phantom looked at Shang Tiandao, his expression sinking slightly. Shang Tiandao sneered and said, "Ling Chengkong, the Tower of Time is the treasure that I have guarded by immortal breaching sect at all costs. It seems that it's not very good for you to let a person who is not breaching universe take away like this." Jinpao Xiang's eyes were cold, and he coldly shouted, "Shang Tiandao, this is what the young master meant. Do you want to disobey the young master's order?" Chapter 2645, The Purpose of Shang Tiandao. Jiang Chen looked at the sudden appearance of Shang Tiandao, his eyes couldn't help but narrowed slightly. When he first met Shang Tiandao, Jiang Chen had already vaguely felt that this guy should have some ulterior motive. Now that Shang Tiandao suddenly came to the main peak of Podian Immortal Sect, in all likelihood, he also came for that treasure. What does the young master mean? For someone who has already joined the Bian Immortal Palace, Shang Tiandao has never admitted that she is my young master. Shang Tiandao sneered and said, "In the sky, Bian Immortal Palace is the chief culprit who destroyed the Podian Immortal Sect. You actually handed my treasure guarded by the Podian Immortal Sect to the people of Bian Immortal Palace. You are worthy of my Podian Immortal, the ancestor of the ancestor." Ling Chengkong said solemnly, "Shang Tiandao, you are going to talk nonsense here. Xiao has the blood of the patriarch, how could he be from Bian Immortal Palace? But she is now a disciple of Bian Immortal Palace." Shang Tiandao coldly snorted, "Even if her eternal ancestor's bloodline is what? Who knows if she has betrayed the Podian Immortal Sect and has taken refuge in the Bian Immortal Sect? Shang Tiandao, you are presumptuous." Ling Chengkong was furious, and a monstrous aura directly oppressed Shang Tiandao. "The blood of the patriarch, how can you insult you at will?" Shang Tiandao had no expression on his face, and was not at all affected by Ling Cheng's air pressure. He glanced at Jiang Chen indifferently, and an icy glow flashed in his eyes. "Lift Sky, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Today I will never allow this kid to take me away from the Heavenly Pride Immortal Sect. The treasure." Shang Tiandao, something happened in the ancient territory breaking the sky not long ago. I asked you to wait for you to come to the main peak to guard the treasure left by the ancestor. As a result, all of you were indifferent. Now, are you embarrassed to come and guard the treasure left by the ancestor? Ling Chengkong said with cold eyes, I think you came here this time because you didn't mean it at all. I just don't want the treasure of Shantian sect to fall into the hands of outsiders. A blazing light flashed through Shang Tiandao's eyes. Ling Zongkong, the treasure left by the patriarch back then, but a supreme celestial treasure. If we leave it for our enlightenment, we may not be unable to ask Dao Chengxian, get rid of the current state and take revenge on Being Immortal Palace. Shang Tiandao did not conceal his purpose anymore. In fact, after surviving with this consciousness energy body, Shang Tiandao had some thoughts in his mind. He wanted to obtain the immortal treasure left by the ancestor of the Podian Immortal, and wanted to use that supreme immortal treasure to try to break through to become an immortal and get rid of his current state. The supreme immortal treasure has always been on the main peak, and it is guarded by Ling Chengkong and others, and he doesn't know the method to control that supreme immortal treasure, so he hasn't done anything. Ling Ziyao, who had the blood of the ancestor, suddenly came, and naturally let Shang Tiandao see an opportunity. Shang Tiandao wanted the two Being Immortal Palace disciples and the black-clothed youth in front of him to come to the main peak and Ling Chengkong to fight for both losses, and then he would come forward to take advantage of the fisherman. It's just that he didn't expect that the development of the matter completely exceeded his expectations. The two genius disciples of Being Immortal Palace were easily crushed by Jiang Chen, a mysterious youth from the outer universe. What surprised Shang Tiandao the most was, after this mysterious young man came to the main peak, he did not fight against Ling Chengkong and the others. Instead, with the help of Ling Ziyao, he obtained the supreme fairy treasure from the heaven-breaking immortal sect. Shang Tiandao had already regarded that supreme immortal treasure as something in his bag. How could he let Jiang Chen take it away so easily? Even if things didn't develop as he expected, he had to come forward. Shang Tiandao, you really want to take in the fairy treasure left by the ancestor? Ling Chengkong looked at Shang Tiandao with a sneer on his face. Don't forget, you are already dead. Now you are just a body of will energy remaining in the formation, and you still want to ask Dao Chengxian, don't have your dream of spring and autumn. Shang Tiandao said with a crazy face. Everything in this world, even a grass or a stone, as long as there is enough opportunity, there is a chance to ask about becoming immortal. As long as we master the supreme immortal treasure, it may not be impossible. Shang Tiandao, you are already crazy. Any creature in this world can ask Dao to become immortal, but we no longer have that possibility. Ling Chengkong shook his head, and immediately said with a calm expression on his face, well, my existence originally existed to protect the fairy treasure. Now that the fairy treasure has a master, we don't need to exist anymore. After Ling Chengkong finished speaking, a series of mysterious handprints quickly condensed between his palms. When Shang Tiandao saw this, he thought of something in an instant, and his expression suddenly changed. He is going to destroy the formation. You still don't take action at this time. When will you wait? Following Shang Tiandao's words, the 5 energy bodies with monstrous auras also erupted on the main peak of the Podian Immortal Sect in an instant, and then brought an energy storm that ruined the sky and killed the earth directly towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 of Ling Chengkong quickly counterattacked with all their strength, and finally they were blasted to a distance of thousands of feet by the 5 people, and their body became extremely transparent and illusory. They are just a condensed energy body with indestructible will, and once energy is consumed, it is very difficult to replenish. Just now when they fought Jiang Chen, a lot of energy had already been consumed. And the 5 energy bodies in front of him were all figures of the 12th peak master level of celestial breaching immortal sect before his death, and their strength was not much inferior to them. Given the situation of the 3 of them, how could they withstand the sudden attack of these 5? Ling Chengkong stared at the 5 energy bodies in front of him, and couldn't help but laughed at himself. No wonder you all dismissed my orders. It turns out that you were all bewitched by Xianxia Dao. A slightly old energy body looked at Ling Chengkong faintly. Sect Master, you are right to the peak master. The supreme immortal treasure left by the patriarch may not be prevented from becoming immortal and getting rid of the current state. Why are you so obsessed with it? It's you who are obsessed with me. Ling Chengkong coldly said. Back then, when the celestial breaching immortal sect was destroyed, you are all in shape. Even if the immortal treasure is against the sky, it will not be possible to resurrect you. let alone ask Dao to become immortal, you should stop wishing. Everyone, what are you doing nonsense with him? First destroy them and take back the immortal treasure left by the ancestor. Xianxia Dao was full of murderous aura, and he immediately took the lead, bringing a smashing energy knife, and slashing at the volley. Little brother, the three of us stop them, you can leave with Shanbao, as long as you leave the scope of Podian immortal sect, they can't help you. Ling Chengkong spoke to Jiang Chen, and rushed towards Shang Tiandao and the others. Chapter 2646, Kill All. The 9 paths are comparable to the energy-body confrontation of the monks in the late Mahayana period, and a terrifying energy storm swept across all directions, almost breaking the heaven and earth of the main peak of the heavenly immortal sect. Facing the siege of the 6 Shangtiandao, the 3 of Ling Chengkong could hardly resist, and they were defeated soon. You. Why aren't you leaving? Ling Chengkong held the almost transparent figure in embarrassment, and looked back at Jiang Chen, who was still standing still, and couldn't help but exclaimed anxiously. Since the young master handed over the supreme immortal treasure of the breaching immortal sect to this young man was their only hope for the breaching immortal sect. Although the strength of the young man in front of him is not weak, Shang Tiandao 6 had been an extremely strong person at the peak of the heaven-breaching immortal sect's Mahayana before his life. The 6 people joined forces. Even if they were the monks at the peak of Mahayana, it would be difficult for them to get away easily. Why are you leaving? Jiang Chen glanced at Shang Tiandao and the others calmly. It's nothing more than a few volitional energy bodies. It's not enough to threaten me. If these 6 people were in their peak state during their lifetime, they might still cause some trouble to Jiang Chen. Based on their current state, even if 6 more come, he will be wiped out. Boy, dare to speak up when you die. Shang Tiandao stared at Jiang Chen murderously. Hand over my supreme immortal treasure of the heaven-breaking immortal sect, I can consider keeping a whole body of you. Shang Tiandao, I spared your life at Tiandao Peak that day, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to your door to die. Jiang Chen shook his head and said faintly, you, the supreme immortal treasure of the heaven-breaking immortal sect, are on my body. If you have the ability, come and get it. Everyone, this boy is so powerful, everyone will kill him together. Shang Tiandao was clearly very clear. Just because he was not Jiang Chen's opponent at all, he directly greeted the 6 people beside him to kill Jiang Chen together. From the point of view that you were once members of the Celestial Shanzong, I didn't want to destroy you. Since you have to find your own way, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and the imperial sword in his hand was directly cut out with a fluttering sword. This sword pierced through the body of one of the energy bodies silently. The energy of this energy body dissipated at an extremely terrifying speed in an instant, and its body gradually became transparent and illusory at a speed visible to the naked eye. This strength is comparable to the will energy body of the late Mahayana, and it dissipates without a trace between the heavens and the earth. This scene suddenly changed the expressions of Shang Tiandao and the others. Rao was the Xianxia sword who fought Jiang Chen, and he didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so strong that he could easily kill an energy body with a strength equivalent to them with a single sword. Where did they dare to hesitate, and they quickly each displayed their strongest blow and blasted towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't bother to waste time with Shang Tiandao and the others. He directly displayed the Azure Emperor's sword and summoned the Qingyi sword immortal to cut it out from the immortal gate. This sword, with the power to destroy everything, instantly annihilated Shangtiandao and their offensive, and then all the figures of Shangtiandao were shrouded in that terrible sword light. Shang Tiandao and the others suddenly looked desperate and horrified, frantically urging their energy to resist the sword light shrouded in them. With Jiang Chen's current strength and full use of the Azure Emperor's sword, even the cultivators at the peak of the Mahayana cannot easily resist it, let alone the remaining energy bodies of Shang Tiandao and the others. Puff puff puff. Jian Guang was unstoppable, and soon the illusory figure of Shang Tiandao and others was completely wiped out into nothingness. This sun! What a terrifying strength! Ling Chengkong stared at the scene in front of him with a dull expression, and he did not recover from the shock for a while. Although the black-clothed youth in front of him is young, he possesses the strength. Compared with the peak period of their lives, I am afraid they are even better. Even if it was their heaven-breaking immortal sect, they had never borne such a peerless evildoer against the sky. Ling Chengkong finally understood why young master would choose to call that fairy treasure into the hands of the black-clothed youth in front of him. With the talent of this black-clothed youth, if he gets the supreme immortal treasure from the ancestor again, he is afraid that his achievements in the future will not be under the ancestor. If the young master could have such a support in the future, perhaps he would really have a chance to compete with Be an Immortal Palace. Your talent, I am afraid that few people in the entire lower realm universe can compare with you, but it is worthy of the fairy treasure that the ancestor got back then. Ling Chengkong hugged Jiang Chen, and said solemnly, I also hope that your excellency will enter the fairy world in the future and take care of Miss Xiao a little bit or two. Ling Mo is grateful. Don't worry, since I took your immortal treasure from the heaven-breaking immortal sect, I will help her destroy the Be an Immortal Palace. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he walked out without looking back. Outside the main peak of Patianxian, Lu Qingyi and several monks carefully hid in a hidden place, their eyes locked on the main peak of Podian Immortal Sect. Brother Lu, a great battle should have erupted on the peak of the Podian Immortal Sect. It is now calm, should we go in and take a look? A monk who crossed the peak of the tribulation said eagerly. Lu Qingyi said solemnly, Are you crazy? Just now, the energy body with 5 or 6 Mahayana stages entered the Patianxian sect master peak. Killing you at random is as simple as pinching an ant. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Brother Lu, the treasure left by the patriarch's ancestor, that is the real supreme treasure, wouldn't you be tempted? The tribulation monk's eyes flickered slightly and said, Pursuing wealth and danger, with the terrifying power of the Emperor of God's domain, we must be able to fight against these Mahayana energy bodies of the Podian Shanzong, and we may not be unable to take advantage of the fisherman. Lu Qingyi's complexion changed slightly. The treasure that the patriarch obtained back then was absolutely extraordinary. The Be an Immortal Palace would not spend a huge price, forcibly sending the disciples under the door here, wanting to get that treasure. How can a treasure that the forces of the immortal world want to get from Be an Immortal Palace, how can it not be exciting? Lu Qingyi finally defeated the impulse with reason, and did not choose to enter the peak of Podian Immortal Sect. No matter what the current situation of Podian Immortal Sect Master Peak is, the supreme immortal treasure left by Podian Immortal Sect Patriarch is definitely not something he, a small quasi-Mahayana monk, can get his hands on. Chapter 2647, Fight Yuantianhua Again. Seeing that Lu Qingyi was unmoved, the monk Dujia was about to speak, but a faint voice rang abruptly in their ears. Duan, why are you so anxious to call me to come here? The sudden voice surprised the monk Dujia. He raised his head slightly, and saw an old figure appear in front of them out of thin air. He could not help but bowed and saluted. Elder, you are here. Lu Qingyi has seen seniors. Lu Qingyi was shocked and hurriedly saluted the visitor. The person here is not someone else, but the great elder of Hunyuan Zhanzong, the Mahayana pinnacle monk Yuan Tianhua. He obviously didn't expect that Duan had secretly notified Yuan Tianhua to come. Yuan Tianhua said indifferently, Let's talk, what is happening here, what about Jiang Chen and others? Elder, it's like this. Duan didn't conceal the slightest concealment, and quickly introduced what happened to Yuan Tianhua. I heard that the breaking off of the immortal road in the broken universe was caused by the Be an Immortal Palace of the immortal world. It took Yuan Tianhua a long time to recover from the shock. At this moment, what Yuan Tianhua cares most is undoubtedly the supreme immortal treasure left by the patriarch's patriarch. He looked up at Patianxian Sect Master Peak, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. You mean? God's domain Emperor Jiang Chen is at Patianxian Sect Master Peak at this moment, and he is very likely to get the treasure left by Patianxian Sect Master. Duan quickly nodded and said, Elder, shall we go in and find out now? Yuan Tianhua's eyes flickered slightly. For Jiang Chen, the Emperor of God's domain, Yuan Tianhua was also very jealous. But the treasure left by the patriarch's patriarch is the supreme immortal treasure that the Be an Immortal Palace in the immortal realm wanted very much, so he naturally didn't want to give it up easily. Yuan Tianhua took a deep breath, and was about to head towards the main peak of Patianxian Sect. It's just that he has just taken a step, he has already sensed something, and he can't help but raise his head and look at the main peak of the Podian Immortal Sect. A figure flashed out from the peak of the Podian Immortal Sect Master. Yuan Tianhua looked at the visitor, his eyes condensed suddenly. Because the figure that flashed from the Podian Immortal Sect Master Peak was no one else, it was the Emperor Jiang Chen from God's domain. Jiang Chen also quickly sensed the existence of Yuan Tianhua. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Yuan Tianhua, I didn't expect you to come too. The ancient territory reappears, the old man will naturally come and take a look. Yuan Tianhua took a deep breath and stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, the Supreme. Immortal treasure left by the patriarch must have fallen into your hands. There are countless volitional energy bodies of the breaching immortal sect, and many Mahayana energy bodies have gathered in the main peak before, and it is almost impossible to prevent Jiang Chen from obtaining the immortal treasure. Now that Jiang Chen walked out of the main peak unscathed, he had probably already put the fairy treasure in his bag. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and it seemed that this old guy also wanted the idea of playing the Tower of Time. Yuan Tianhua said indifferently, Jiang Chen, the celestial treasure of the patriarch was left for me to break the celestial universe. You are not the one who breaks the celestial universe, so just carrying the celestial treasure in this way is not very good. Yuan Tianhua, don't say these are useless. Wuhua Tianbao has always been obtained by those who are predestined. Jiang Chen smiled coldly and said, if you want the immortal treasure left by the patriarch, you have to see if you have that ability. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. He flipped his hand and took a photo. The countless bright golden lights instantly turned into a censored seal of punishment, like a golden ancient sacred mountain, with the power to crush everything, heading towards Yuan Tianhua's suppression. He wants to solve the threat of Poxian universe to God's domain. The best way is to weaken Poxian universe's strength. Yuan Tianhua is the great elder of Hunyuan Zhanzong and a rare Mahayana monk in the universe. Since he took the initiative to send it to the door, Jiang Chen didn't mind destroying it first. Seeing that Jiang Chen did not hesitate to do it, Yuan Tianhua's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. The true essence of his body was turbulent, and an imaginary sword light instantly condensed on his right hand, which was smashed out with a sharp sword. Chi! The sword light exploded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye it turned into 1,000 Jiang's sword energy to split the void, severely smashing on Jiang Chen's immortal seal. The sky-shaking impact sounded, and the sword chi and the imprint of Zuzi were instantly detonated, like a scorching sun exploding, turning the entire void into chaos. The blow was fruitless. Jiang Chen raised his eyes slightly, his expression remained unchanged, and another seal of the Cadian god struck Yuan Tianhua. The terrifying golden, censored seal, directly with the power to suppress everything, instantly shattered the void above Yuan Tianhua's head into nothingness. Hunyuan Jianyu, Ning! Yuan Tianhua's pupils shrank, and he lifted up his dry fingers and swiped in the air. A gleaming jade-like sword light appeared in the air, and thousands of sword lights appeared in midair in the blink of an eye, each of which contained a terrifying force capable of penetrating the space. Swish swish, as Yuan Tianhua pointed out, thousands of rain and sword aura, like 1,000 arrows, shot at Jiang Chen's seal of opening the sky. The sharp sword auras hit the Cadian god seal like raindrops, but they didn't have the slightest impact on the Cadian god seal. Jiang Chen's current strength has reached the limit of dominating the realm, and his strength is a bit stronger than when he fought against Yuan Tianhua in Hunyuan Holy City. Nowadays, even a cultivator at the pinnacle of Mahayana like Yuan Tianhua couldn't easily resist the blow he made with all his strength. Although Yuan Tianhua's sword aura was strong, it was also difficult to shake Jiang Chen's seal of opening the sky. In a series of explosions, the Cadian god seal was still unstoppable, destroying all the sword energy, and the remaining power was once again suppressed towards Yuan Tianhua. With Yuan Tianhua's palm moving, a silver ancient sword instantly emerged from his palm. Holding the silver ancient sword in his hand, he raised his hand to cut out a spiral of sword aura, hitting the suppressed Cadian divine seal. The terrible impact sound resounded through the world again. Yuan Tian's body trembled slightly, and the whole body flew upside down a distance of several hundred feet. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and his eyes became more solemn. In the first battle in Hunyuan Holy City, Yuan Tianhua already knew that Jiang Chen's strength was not inferior to him at all. When he faced Jiang Chen back then, at least he barely had the power to fight. In the end, Jiang Chen had only severely wounded him by relying on the mastery of immortality. Now that several years have passed, Jiang Chen's strength seems to be much more terrifying than the first battle in Hunyuan Holy City. Chapter 2648. Suppress. Jiang Chen didn't give Yuan Tianhua any chance to breathe. The human emperor sword flashed out of thin air in his palm, and the killing immortal sword art was fully displayed without hesitation. The dazzling sword light of the fairy light, with a terrifying power that even an immortal could kill, slashed towards Yuan Tianhua in the distance. The sword light fell, and the place it passed was like being struck by a meteor, leaving an incomparably bright space crack, which lasted for a long time. Feeling the horror of Jiang Chen's sword, Yuan Tianhua's expression also instantly became extremely solemn. He took a deep breath, and the true essence mana in his body was crazily injected into the silver estimate in his hand, and the sword light was like a raging wave, bringing the mighty power of the world and drawing a perfect arc in the air. Yuan Tianhua's figure moved, he took a step forward, and his body pulled out a series of afterimages in the void. Each afterimage was lifted lightly, with the silver ancient sword in his hand overflowing with sword energy, constantly evolving in the midair a series of mysterious yin-yang tai chi patterns. Hunyuan Liangyi sword, Yuan Tianhua shouted angrily, directly urging the yin and yang tai chi pattern condensed by the sword chi, and suddenly cut out with a sword. The world was shaking with a huge roar, and even Lu Qingyi, who had stepped back thousands of feet, couldn't help feeling frightened. Under Lu Qingyi's gaze, two equally terrifying sword auras crashed into each other like a comet hitting the earth. Thunder light exploded, sword energy burst, heaven and earth shook. I saw a bright and dazzling light spreading in all directions from the intersection of the two. The mighty energy almost swept the entire sky above the heaven-breaching immortal sect. The dazzling brilliance of the sky has not completely dissipated, the sword light on the Emperor's sword in Jiang Chen's hand has skyrocketed again, and the second style of killing immortal sword art also slashed at Yuan Tianhua without reservation. Yuan Tianhua forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and quickly urged the silver ancient sword again, displaying the supernatural powers of the Hunyuan sword sect, and colliding with Jiang Chen's killing immortal sword art. The loud noise that shook the sky continued to explode, causing the world to boil. Yuan Tianhua trembled all over, and his whole body flew backwards in embarrassment. Before he could stabilize his figure, Jiang Chen's third style of killing immortal sword art was once again slashed towards him. Yuan Tianhua raised his sword to greet him, and the silver ancient sword in his hand was instantly cut into dim light by this sword. And his whole person was hit hard, and he was instantly slashed out by Jiang Chen with this sword. Yuan Tianhua stabilized his figure, and could no longer suppress the churning breath in his body, a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly from his mouth. He looked up at Jiang Chen who was opposite, and his heart was also extremely frightened. Today's Jiang Chen is much stronger than when he was in Hunyuan Holy City. Even the monks at the peak of Mahayana did not have much resistance in front of them. Jiang Chen, don't think that if I wait to give you a bit of face, you really think that we can't help you. Yuan Tianhua took a deep breath and stared at Jiang Chen coldly and sternly. Leave the immortal treasure of the breaching immortal sect, everything is easy to say. Otherwise, I will never die with you. You are too much nonsense. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, directly urging the Emperor's sword, and ruthlessly killed Yuan Tianhua. Yuan Tianhua's complexion changed, and his sword light exploded. The whole person turned into a mixed Yuan sword energy, merged with the heaven and the earth, and disappeared directly between the heaven and the earth. Is this another trick? Seeing that his offensive couldn't touch Yuan Tianhua at all, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. In the first battle in Hunyuan Holy City that day, Yuan Tianhua used this trick Hunyuan Jian to escape. In the end, he displayed the Qing Emperor's sword and summoned the Qingyi sword immortal. Only then did he defeat Yuan Tianhua with one sword. Now that Qing Emperor Yijian has been unable to summon the conscious Qingyi sword immortal, it's probably unknown whether he can crack Yuan Tianhua's trick. It seems that it is not easy to kill the old guys at the pinnacle of Mahayana like Paxian universe. Although with his current strength, it is not too difficult to defeat a cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana. But the old guys at the pinnacle of Mahayana in Paxian universe, every one of them might be the same as Yuan Tianhua, with some life-saving hole cards. Jiang Chen, my Hunyuan Jian dun is not that easy to crack, unless you, like last time, use the technique of immortality and invite immortals to come. But as far as I know, the art of immortality can't be used uncontrollably, right? Even if you can kill me by using the art of Tongxian, don't want to leave the universe of Paxian alive. At this moment, Yuan Tianhua's voice of nothingness also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Really, you really think I can't deal with you without that trick? Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and the immortal monument also appeared directly out of thin air in his palm. The power of the immortal prisoner, give me the town. Jiang Qingqing Emperor Longevity's secret art turned to the extreme in an instant, and the mastering power in his body poured into the immortal monument with all his strength. The light above the immortal monument was radiant, and it instantly turned into a monument of 10,000 feet, suppressed in the void where Yuan Tianhua was. Next moment, a terrible mysterious power rippling from the monument of the gods. Even if it was Yuan Tianhua's figure that was fused with the heavens and the earth, it was still being pulled out by the power of the immortal steel. Yuan Tianhua looked desperate and horrified, and the whole person was struggling madly. Under the envelope of the power of the immortal prisoner, all Yuan Tianhua's resistance was in vain. Yuan Tianhua's figure was completely engulfed by the 10,000 Jiang censored monument in the void under the envelope of the power of the immortal prisoner. With Jiang Chen's current strength, once the immortal monument is activated to condense the power of the prisoner, anyone can easily suppress it unless it is an immortal. The power of this immortal prisoner is also very expensive to Jiang Chen when it is used. Even if Jiang Chen's current cultivation level reached the perfect state of dominance, he might have reached the limit if he used the power of the immortal prisoner 2 or 3 times in a row. If not, with the power of this prisoner, he would be able to suppress all the Mahayana peak monks in the broken universe. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall on Lu Qingyi and others who were thousands of feet away. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, Lu Qingyi and the others turned pale in an instant. Even the monks at the peak of Mahayana like Yuan Tianhua were easily suppressed by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, they wouldn't have any resistance at all. President Lu, please tell me the people of the 10 great immortals. Jiang Chen will look for them soon. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and his figure disappeared in front of Lu Qingyi and the others. Chapter 2649, The Decision of the Top 10 Immortals. Outside the Poxian universe, a giant starry sky stands tall in the cosmic starry sky. The powerhouses in the universe, headed by Yuan Wenjian, gathered in the main hall of the star giant city, and the atmosphere in the hall was also solemn. Yuan Wenjian and the others assembled their forces to break the celestial universe, and fought a fierce battle with the Tianxing universe, trying to defeat the Tianxing universe. As a result, not only did they fail to get the slightest advantage from the star universe, but they lost a lot and had to return it. And not long after they returned to the giant starry sky, they received news about the ancient territory. Especially after learning that Jiang Chen had obtained the immortal treasure left by the ancestor of the Podian immortal sect and suppressed the great elder Yuan Tianhua of the Hunyuan sword sect, Yuan Wenjian's complexion became extremely difficult to look at. Everyone, that God's domain human sovereign exists in Poxian universe, and it is an untimely bomb for Poxian universe, and it must be solved by finding a way. Yuan Wenjian's eyes swept slightly in the hall, and the cold voice slowly sounded in everyone's ears. A few years ago, after World War I in Hunyuan Holy City, Yuan Wenjian was afraid of Jiang Chen and received news that the star universe was about to attack, so he did not choose to fight Jiang Chen recklessly, but expelled him from Poxian universe. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to make a comeback again less than a few years after leaving Poxian universe. As Poxian universe faced the invasion of the heavenly star universe, Yuan Wenjian had to choose to compromise again, and sent Yuan Tianhua to negotiate with Jiang Chen, and planned to use Jiang Chen to explore the secrets of Podian ancient territory for them. Yuan Wenjian didn't expect that Jiang Chen actually got the fairy treasure left by the ancestor of the Podian immortal in the Podian ancient realm, and even their Hunyuan sword sect great elder Yuan Tianhua was suppressed. How can Yuan Wenjian not be angry in his heart? I said at the beginning that you can't let the divine realm human sovereign leave the Poxian universe, otherwise there will be endless troubles. You didn't listen to it at the beginning. Tai Immortal Sect Master Gu Jianjun's expression is not very good looking and said, now that we are completely controlled by the star universe, how can we deal with the Emperor of God's domain? The science and technology civilization of the Tianxing universe has become more and more powerful. Even with their strength in breaking the immortal universe, it is impossible to take advantage of it at all. In this war, in order to defeat the star universe, they even sent out the ancestor-level figures who hadn't been born in a long time in the great immortal gates, but they were still repelled by the star universe. And that God realm human sovereign, the cultivator who was not inferior to the Mahayana peak in strength, even mastered the legendary art of immortality, and it was not an easy task to deal with. If they send a Mahayana peak monk, they will end up like Yuan Tianhua, easily suppressed by that guy. Even if 2 Mahayana monks were sent, it might not be possible to get the slightest advantage from Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen came back this time, he also brought the Blood Evil sect back to the Poxian universe, and even the censored Yin ancestor of the Mahayana peak of the Blood Evil sect had been subdued by him. If they want to deal with Jiang Chen and the Blood Fiend sect, they must send at least 3 or even more Mahayana peak monks. The superb cultivator at the peak of Mahayana, even in the broken universe, is rare. Even with the hidden power of the various immortal gates, the number of Mahayana peak cultivators is only a dozen. Now Hunyuan Zhanzong Grand Elder Yuan Tianhua has been suppressed by Jiang Chen. If they send 3 or 4 Mahayana peak monks to deal with Jiang Chen and the Blood Fiend sect, the power of the Starry Sky battlefield will be empty. Once the Heavenly Star Universe is killed, they will be hard to resist. If the Heavenly Star Universe invades the Poxian Universe, the consequences would be even more disastrous. No matter what, we must take back the supreme celestial treasure left by the Patriarch. Zi Yunxiao, the master of the Promise Immortal sect, twinkled in his eyes. If we can get that supreme immortal treasure, it will certainly be of great help to us in repelling the Heavenly Star Universe. Yuan Wenjian took a deep breath and slowly said, for the current plan, it seems that we have to take a risk. Then we will split up, leaving some of them to pretend to attack the Star Universe to delay time, and the other to kill. Go back to the Fairy Universe and solve the Emperor of God's domain and the cult of the Blood Fiend as quickly as possible. Is this too risky? Once the universe sees through, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ji Jianjun frowned slightly and said, in my opinion, it is better to find a way to bring the Emperor of God's domain here, and to lay a net of heaven and earth to wait for work. Now Poxian Universe faced the Sky Star Universe, which could not have any advantage. If they divide the power of the immortal broken universe into 2 parts, not only will it be very dangerous for the people who stay here to constrain the universe, but it is still unknown whether the remaining part of the people can smoothly resolve Jiang Chen. The Emperor of God's domain is not a fool, how could he come here so easily? Yuan Wenjian shook his head and said in a deep voice, what's more? The Emperor of God's domain can also contact the people of the Star Universe. Once he joins forces with the Star Universe, the situation will still be very troublesome by then. Ji Jianjun was surprised. If they managed to attract Jiang Chen to come here, Jiang Chen might really be able to use the plan and join forces with the Star Universe. When the time comes, they will be attacked on their backs and belly, and the situation will still be very bad. So be it. A cold light flashed in Yuan Wenjian's eyes, and his expression decisively said, immediately prepare, the 3 of us will personally lead the team to the Jieshui Tianyu to kill the Emperor of God's domain and the Blood Fiend sect. Since Jiang Chen returned to Poxian Universe with the Blood Fiend sect, the Blood Sword Immortal sect shrank, waiting for the 10 great immortal sects to send strong men to suppress Jiang Chen and the Blood Fiend sect. In the end, the 10 great immortals only sent Yuan Tianhua to come to stabilize Jiang Chen and the Blood Fiend sect, and acquiesced in their existence. Although Jian Chongshan was very unwilling, he did not dare to make the slightest change. It wasn't until Jiang Chen left the Blood Evil sect and went to the ancient realm that broke the sky, Jian Chongshan gathered some strength, and wanted to destroy the Blood Evil sect first. The censored ancestor and the former leader of the Blood Evil sect, Shui Shadian, were all subdued by Jiang Chen. This time he attacked the Blood Evil sect, not only failed to destroy the Blood Evil sect, but paid a very heavy price. If it weren't for Jian Chongshan to see that the situation was not good, and he decided to escape directly, I'm afraid he would be left in the Blood Evil sect forever. Fleeing back to the Sword Mountain of the Blood Sword Immortal sect, directly started the protective sect battle, making the entire Blood Sword Immortal sect enter the first level guard state to prevent the Blood Evil sect from attacking the Blood Sword Immortal sect. Fortunately, the Blood Fiend sect did not choose to act on the Blood Sword Immortal sect. Jian Chongshan shrank in the Blood Sword Immortal sect in such a panic, until today he finally waited for the great news. The 10 immortal gates are finally about to take action on Jiang Chen and the Blood Fiend sect. Chapter 2650, War broke out. Ancestor, are the 10 great immortals really going to deal with Jiang Chen and the Blood Evil sect this time? Jian Wushui's eyes couldn't help but an expression of excitement appeared. A few years ago, after Jiang Chen and the Blood Fiend sect were forced out of the Poxian universe by the 10 immortal sects, the Blood Sword Immortal sect once again became the master of the solitary blood territory, and it developed extremely rapidly, vaguely acquiring the Blood Fiend sect. The trend of becoming one of the top 10 fairy gates of the broken fairy universe. All of this was vanished because of the return of Jiang Chen and the Blood Fiend sect. The last time they attacked the Blood Fiend sect, they almost wiped out the strength accumulated by the Blood Sword Immortal sect over the past few years. Jian Wushui was very clear in his heart. As long as Jiang Chen and the Blood Fiend sect were in this silent blood territory, their Blood Sword Immortal sect would never come out, and there would even be a crisis of destruction at any time. Now that the 10 great immortals decided to eliminate Jiang Chen and the Blood Fiend sect, Jian Wushui was naturally very excited. Yes, in order to solve them this time, the 10 great immortals sent 4 cultivators from the Mahayana peak to the Silent Blood territory. Jian Chongshan also swept away the previous haze, and said with a murderous aura, "This time, we must cooperate with the 10 immortal gates to completely destroy the Blood Evil sect, and don't give them any chance to turn over." After Jiang Chen came back from the Podian ancient realm, he didn't rush to make any movements, but kept watching the changes. When Lu Qingyi passed on to the 10 great immortals, the people of the 10 great immortals would definitely act. Today's Jiang Chen doesn't necessarily want to destroy the Poxian universe. He just wants to quickly resolve the matter of the Poxian universe, and then seek the opportunity to break through eternal life and ascend to the realm of God. As long as the top 10 immortal gates of Poxian universe are willing to make a blood oath and stop attacking God's domain, Jiang Chen will not just sit down and talk with the top 10 immortal gates of Poxian universe. Of course, if Poxian universe insists on being an enemy of God's domain, he doesn't mind joining forces with Heavenly Star Universe to severely damage Poxian universe and make Poxian universe completely lose the ability to invade God's domain. Whether it is a war or a peace, it depends on how the 10 immortal gates of the immortal universe choose. Jiang Chen's waiting didn't last long. On the third day when Jiang Chen returned to the Blood Fiend sect, waves of extremely powerful auras filled the sky directly above the Blood Fiend sect. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and his figure appeared above the Blood Evil sect. He swept his gaze slightly, and saw 4 silhouettes with monstrous auras standing proudly on a void outside of the Blood Fiend sect. 3 of them, Jiang Chen, are no strangers at all, and they are the suzerains of the 3 top immortal gates in the Poxian universe. Beside the 3 of them, there was also an old man who looked dying and withered. The aura on his body was inferior to that of Yuan Wenjian and the 3 of them, and he was obviously also a superb cultivator who had reached the pinnacle of Mahayana. Below the 4, the ancestor Jian Chongshan of the Blood Sword Immortal sect also brought a group of monks, aggressively besieging towards the Blood Fiend sect. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. Looking at this posture, Poxian universe didn't seem to want to reconcile with him, but wanted to destroy him in the Blood Fiend sect at all costs. "Everyone, haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here unharmed." Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Yuan Wenjian and the others, his faint laughter resounded instantly in the world. "Jiang Chen, I let you leave Poxian universe a few years ago. I didn't expect that you would dare to return to Poxian universe with the Blood Evil sect. Wouldn't it be too bad for me?" Yuan Wenjian snorted coldly, and there was a deep chill that filled his body. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Yuan Wenjian, don't talk nonsense, talk about the purpose of your trip." Yuan Wenjian stared at Jiang Chen coldly. "Hand over the supreme immortal treasure you got in Podian Shanzong, and then get out of Poxian universe forever, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. It turns out that you are here for that fairy treasure." Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "It seems that I still underestimated the temptation of that fairy treasure to you. Now Poxian universe is fighting the Tianxing universe." Yuan Wenjian and the others gathered 4 Mahayana peak monks to deal with him at this time, but it was not a wise choice. But even so, Yuan Wenjian still did it. It seems that they want to get the fairy treasure left by the patriarch's patriarch at all costs. "Jiang Chen, stop talking nonsense, I'm the fairy treasure of the universe, you can't get involved." Yuan Wenjian obviously didn't want to waste time with Jiang Chen, and stared at Jiang Chen murderously. "Hand over the immortal treasure, I can still consider forgiving you for not dying. Humph, if you want Shanbao, it depends on whether you have the ability." Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. He originally wanted to have a good talk with the top 10 immortal gates of Poxian universe. Since these guys wanted the idea of building the Tower of Time, there was no need to talk about it. Don't talk nonsense with him, do it, just in case it changes later. The cold voice of Jiyu Jianjun fell, and he stepped out directly, and the breath of the Mahayana peak burst out without reservation. In order to deal with Jiang Chen, they took a huge risk this time and descended from the Starry Sky battlefield to the Silent Blood territory. Every time they stay here, the Starry Sky battlefield has to bear an extra risk, so they must fight quickly. 4 monks at the peak of the Mahayana, the top 10 immortals really look up to you. At the moment Jiyu Jianjun started his hand, the censored ancestor's figure appeared out of thin air directly beside Jiang Chen, and said in a deep voice, "I can stop one for you, and the remaining 3 are on your own." After the censored ancestor finished speaking, he did not wait for Jiang Chen to speak, and directly stood in front of Ji Jianjun. Ji Jianjun's expression turned cold. "Old bloody yin, there were many strong men of your blood evil sect who fell in God's domain back then, and now you have betrayed the universe and are with the emperor of God's domain." Ancestor Shuiyin coldly snorted. "Ji Jianjun, how this ancestor is going to behave is not your turn to say anything about it. Old bloody ancestor, since you have to seek your own death, then I will fulfill you." The voice of the ancient sword king fell, and a green ancient sword condensed out of thin air in front of him. He grabbed the cyan ancient sword, and the human sword merged into one, turning it into a cyan sword energy that separated the world and slashed at the censored ancestor. Upon seeing that censored ancestor, the monstrous blood evil spirit also surged out of his body overwhelmingly. And when Ji Jianjun was fighting against the censored ancestor, Yuan Wenjian and other 3 Mahayana peak cultivators also did not hesitate at all. They directly came over to Jiang Chen with a monstrous aura. Chapter 2651, One Enemy 3. Jiang Chen, since you have to find your own way, I will fulfill you today. Yuan Wenjian snorted coldly, and a sword aura shining with golden rainbow light burst out of his sleeves. The golden sword light skyrocketed, and instantly turned into a 1,000-meter golden flood dragon. With the terrifying energy that destroys everything, it rushed towards Jiang Chen. As the sect master of Hunyuan Sword Sect, Yuan Wenjian not only has already reached the peak of Mahayana in his cultivation base, but his talents are also very strong. His strength, even among all Mahayana pinnacle monks in the broken immortal universe, is one of the top existences. This sword cut was enough to easily kill an ordinary Mahayana monk in a second. Even the monks at the peak of the Mahayana would have to retreat. Below, xianxia felt this terrifying blow from Yuan Wenjian, and his eyes instantly became extremely solemn. Yuan Wenjian, the master of Hunyuan Sword Sect, is one of the most powerful people in Poxian universe, and there is almost invincible existence in Poxian universe. Beside Yuan Wenjian, there were 2 superb cultivators at the pinnacle of Mahayana. Although he also knows that Jiang Chen's strength is unparalleled, but it is not an easy task to fight 1 against 3. Don't worry. With Jiang Chen's strength, no one should be able to get him unless the real immortal comes in person. Shui Yuntian's expression was extremely calm. Shui Yuntian was very clear about the strength of this God's domain human sovereign. This guy is not only a superb monk whose strength can beat the Mahayana peak, but also a variety of whole cards are emerging in an endless stream. Since the First World War in Hunyuan Holy City a few years ago, Shui Yuntian has witnessed one after another Mahayana peak monks, folded in Jiang Chen's hands. Especially in the first battle in the universe outside the realm of God, Jiang Chen even killed a real celestial clone. Even though the 3 of Yuan Wenjian were powerful, they might not be able to treat Jiang Chen well. The golden water dragon ripped through the sky and appeared directly on top of Jiang Chen's head. It was made up of countless sword auras, and each sword aura was enough to kill the monks in the early Mahayana in Xingyi. Facing the terrifying blow of Yuan Wenjian, Jiang Chen stood there motionless until the golden water dragon appeared above his head, then slowly raised the human emperor's sword and swung it lightly. The heavens and the earth roared, and a bright sword aura on the human sword instantly spread out in the void, colliding with the golden flood dragon. The golden dragon with a mighty rainbow, under Jiang Chen's sword, did not make any waves at all, and was killed by Jiang Chen's sword. And at this moment, Zi Yunshao's cold anger resounded through the world. The Emperor of God's domain, take my promise immortal sect's supernatural powers a try, yin and yang promise. Zi Yunshao screamed coldly, and the aura on his body burst out unreservedly. Void trembling, a black and white finger with a huge size of 1,000 feet, suddenly appeared like a huge pillar in the sky, and then with the force of crushing the void, it suppressed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and the first style of killing the immortal sword art was also instantaneously condensed, and the terrifying sword light of the immortal glow spread like a tide in the void. Xianxiao's huge fingers across the sky were also submerged in the sword light like a tide in the blink of an eye. Liangyi promise shield. Zi Yunshao's expression suddenly changed, a black and white circular shield flew out of Zi Yunshao's body, and then turned into a light shield, covering Zi Yunshao's entire body. And at this moment, the dazzling sword light of the fairy gate in the void was also booming. Promise Shanzong Defense Supreme Treasure 2 Instrument Promise Shield's resounding defense, almost like paper, collapsed at the touch of a touch. Zi Yunxiao trembled all over, and the whole person stepped into the void and flew thousands of feet away in embarrassment. Zi Yunxiao pressured the surging aura in his body, and couldn't help but feel a touch of horror that could not be concealed. He and Yuan Wenjian were both extremely top cultivators at the pinnacle of Mahayana. Now that the Emperor of God's domain has forcibly shaken the two of them one after another, he still has the absolute upper hand. The Emperor of God's domain in front of him, but still masters the legendary art of immortality. Now that he hasn't used the art of Tongxian, he can fight one against two. If it is to use the art of Tongxian, even if the three Mahayana peak cultivators join hands, I am afraid it may not be able to deal with Jiang Chen. It has long been heard that the Emperor of God's domain is unparalleled in the world, and it is indeed well deserved when I saw it today. Let's take the old blow. At this moment, the remaining thin old man was enveloped in a hazy layer of chaotic sword light. He looked solemn, and the seemingly flat voice in his mouth was like a spring thunder, rippling in the air. Come. The moment the thin old man spoke, his figure faded out of thin air, turning into a light and shadow as thin as a thin film, and finally disappeared completely in place. The thin old man's body was divided into three, forming a triangle shape that firmly surrounded Jiang Chen. These three figures are all like the essence, their body is shrouded by a strong chaotic sword light, and the horrible waves humming vigorously in the void. Behind Jiang Chen, a thin old man was holding a black long sword with dense runes carved on it, exuding a sharp edge that could penetrate the void. On the left and right sides of Jiang Chen, the other two thin old men are holding white long swords and the other holding golden long swords. These three long swords were obviously not ordinary, even if they were not inferior to the human sword in Jiang Chen's hands. Three thin old men at the pinnacle of Mahayana, plus three peerless swords, were terrifying. And powerful enough to shake the world. Is this the three talented sword formation of Sansheng ancestors? Yuan Wenjian looked at the scene before him, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Sansheng ancestor, Hunyuan Zhanzong is now the oldest ancestor-level figure, and his cultivation has already reached the peak of Mahayana. The three-talent sword formation he created, even in Hunyuan Zhanzong, is a famous supreme supernatural power. 1. In order to maximize this magical power, Sansheng ancestor exhausted his life's efforts to create three peerless magic weapons, which are the three swords of heaven, earth and man in the hands of Sansheng ancestor. When the three-born ancestor Wei shocked the fairy universe, he used the strength of the three-talented sword to crush the countless Mahayana peak monks of the fairy universe and became the well-deserved first powerhouse in the fairy universe. Although the Sansheng ancestor has long been hidden from the world over the years, Yuan Wenjian knows better than anyone how terrifying the strength of the Sansheng ancestor today is. Now the Sansheng ancestor has fully displayed the Senkai sword array. Even if the God's domain human emperor is capable of reaching the sky, it is not an easy task to block the Senkai sword array. Chapter 2652, Invincible Monument. This sword formation is kind of interesting. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly, and without hesitation, he directly performed the second form of the killing immortal sword art. A sword was directed at the thin old man behind him. In his perception, the breath of the skinny old man behind him was the deepest. Perhaps it should be the body of the skinny old man. As long as the body of the skinny old man can be solved, the sword formation can break without attack. Do you really think this is my ontology? Seeing Jiang Chen attacking him, the thin old man couldn't help showing a weird smile. I saw that he did not evade, and directly urged the black long sword in his hand to kill Jiang Chen. On the left and right sides of Jiang Chen, the two thin old men also shot at the same time, slashing at Jiang Chen with a sword. Jiang Chen was surrounded by terrifying sword aura, as if he was besieged by three Mahayana peak monks. Faced with the full blow of the skinny old man, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He first killed the thin old man holding the black long sword with a single sword, and then wiped out all the offensives of the remaining two thin old men into nothingness with two light swords. And just when Jiang Chen was about to take full action against the remaining two thin old men, the thin old man who had been slashed by a sword once again condensed out of thin air behind him. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. The sword formation displayed by the skinny old man was indeed extremely delicate. The clone was destroyed, but it could condense again overnight. As long as the skinny old man is immortal, he can stand invincible by virtue of this formation. but it is not easy to find out the body of the skinny old man. Just now, he clearly felt that the breath of the person behind him should be the body of the thin old man. But at the moment he cut out with a sword, the skinny old man instantly shifted his shape and position, causing the clone and the main body to swap positions. Boy, your talent is unparalleled and you are the only one I have seen in my life. However, unless the true celestial descends, you will still be able to get rid of the sword formation of the three talents. The thin old man looked at Jiang Chen, and three identical voices came from three different directions. Jiang Chen smiled coldly and said, "Then you can keep your eyes open and see how I can break your so-called three-talented sword formation." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, the aura that dominates the consummation realm also burst out of him without reservation. Upon seeing this, Yuan Wenjian couldn't help but promptly reminded him, "Three-born ancestor, be careful, this guy can perform the magic of immortality." With the strength of the Sansheng ancestors, even the superb cultivators at the peak of Mahayana like them would be helpless with the three-talented sword formation, but the divine realm human sovereign in front of him was an exception. This guy, but mastered the real art of immortality. The art of immortality. The skinny old man stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Broxian universe and the immortal road is cut off. It is impossible for anyone to use the art of passing the immortals. Although I don't know how you fooled Yuan Wenjian and the others, it is absolutely impossible. It's the art of immortality, right? You guessed it right, I really don't know how to use immortality. For a long time, these guys in Poxian universe regarded his Qingdi sword, the last form of his Qingdi swordsmanship, as the art of piercing the immortals. Although Qingdi Yijian was able to summon the Qingyi sword fairy to come, it was very similar to the so-called immortal art, but it was indeed not a immortal art. Today's Azure Emperor Yijian can no longer summon the consciousness of the Qingyi sword immortal, and it can only be regarded as a more powerful sword move. But even if the consciousness of being unable to summon Qingyi sword immortal descended, it should not be too difficult to use Jiang Chen's current strength to use this sword to defeat the so-called Sansheng Patriarch sword formation. At this moment, Jiang Chen had no plans to use the sword of the Qing Emperor. Although with his strength, he is completely unafraid of the three Mahayana peak monks in front of him, but it is not easy to solve the three with his own power. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, he directly moved his mind and summoned the immortal monument. The power of the prisoner of the immortal steel, even with Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, is not easy to display. Now he is in the peak state, fully able to use the power of the immortal monument to easily suppress the monks at the peak of the Mahayana. Once it was delayed, even Jiang Chen couldn't bear the consumption of the three Mahayana peak cultivators. When there is not much power left in his body, he will not have the ability to urge the immortal monument to suppress the three Mahayana monks in front of him. Jiang Chen is ready to fight and make a quick decision. If it is delayed for too long, the situation will be even more unfavorable for him. The power of a mortal prisoner, town. As Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, a magic formula quickly changed between his palms, and then he moved the immortal monument in his palm. The immortal light skyrocketed above the immortal monument, and instantly turned into a huge monument exuding heavenly majesty in the sky above Jiang Chen's head. This. What is this? Looking at the giant monument above Jiang Chen's head, the three-born ancestor also instinctively felt a trace of crisis, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He suppressed the horror in his heart. The sword qi in the three figures burst out, almost all at the same time rushing towards Jiang Chen. The ancestor of the three births had just made a move. On the giant monument of Zhenchen, two invisible chains crashed and landed, binding the body of the ancestor of the three births with great precision, and then under his horrified gaze, he moved his body. Drag into the huge monument to the sky, and as its body was suppressed by the power of the prisoner, the remaining two clones also burst apart in the void. Seeing that the Sansheng ancestor was immediately suppressed by the giant monument urged by Jiang Chen, Yuan Wenjian and the others were all sluggish, almost unable to believe their eyes. Facing the supreme sword formation displayed by the ancestor of the three lives, Jiang Chen could only contend with it by using the art of Tongxian, letting the Qingyi sword fairy descend. Once Jiang Chen casts the immortality skill, even if he defeats the three-born ancestor, his body strength will consume his appearance. When the time comes, they can take the opportunity to take action and defeat it in one fell swoop. This time, Jiang Chen didn't use the magic of immortality at all. Instead, he sacrificed a mysterious stone tablet and suppressed the three-born ancestor with just a few clicks. Yuan Wenjian stared at the giant monument above Jiang Chen's head, as if thinking of something in his mind. The frightened voice also instantly sounded in this piece of heaven and earth. Xian, Shanbao, is this the supreme fairy treasure left by the ancestor Podian Shanzong? Chapter 2653, Suppress All. Yuan Wenjian stared at the giant monument of Jiang Chen above Jiang Chen's head, his expression also looked terrified. The immortal treasure that Jiang Chen sacrificed was really terrifying. Even beings as strong as Sansheng Patriarch are easily suppressed. How will they contend with Jiang Chen next? In order to deal with Jiang Chen this time, Yuan Wenjian took a great risk and gathered 4 superb cultivators at the peak of Mahayana and descended on the blood evil sect. They only need 1 person to contain the censored ancestors, and the remaining 3 to work together to suppress Jiang Chen. It shouldn't be too difficult. Although Jiang Chen mastered the legendary art of immortality, but this technique of inviting immortals to descend cannot be performed at will. Anyone who wants to invite immortals to come has to pay some price. The immortal clones summoned by the art of immortality can't last too long. According to Yuan Wenjian's original plan, he was prepared to use the Sansheng Patriarch's Senkai sword formation to fight against Jiang Chen's immortal art. As long as the 3 born ancestors can resist Jiang Chen's art of immortality, or even fight Jiang Chen with both losses. At that time, he will join forces with Zi Yunxiao to deal with Jiang Chen, who is no longer in his peak state. Isn't that easy? Yuan Wenjian counted thousands of things, but it didn't count that Jiang Chen had mastered this supreme immortal treasure. Even the 3 born ancestors who condensed the 3 talented sword formation were suppressed by Jiang Chen's immortal treasure in the blink of an eye. How does Nima still play? Don't worry, this is not the supreme immortal treasure left by the Patriarch's Patriarch. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at Yuan Wenjian, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lifted up a ghostly arc. Did you not break the immortal universe for this thing and aggressively invade my god's domain? The fairy monument. Yuan Wenjian's eyes flashed, and he looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. You actually mastered that legendary monument. When the immortal steel came out, the great immortal gates of the Poxian universe fought for this, but in the end no one was able to unlock the secret of the immortal steel and control it. The immortal steel escaped into the realm of God, and in order to get the steel back, Poxian universe launched an invasion of the realm of God. That battle even almost destroyed the entire God's domain. But after all, they underestimated the power of God's domain, and in the end they couldn't break into God's domain and retrieve the immortal monument. But I didn't expect that from now on, that legendary monument would be controlled by the Emperor of God's domain in front of me. Sect Master Yuan, what shall we do now? Just when Yuan Wenjian was frightened, Zi Yunxiao's somewhat solemn sound transmission also rang directly in his mind. Withdraw. Yuan Wenjian's eyes flickered slightly, and a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. From the moment Jiang Chen sacrificed the immortal monument to suppress the 3 born ancestor, Yuan Wenjian had already understood very well that their plan to kill Jiang Chen to seize the immortal treasure had failed today. The immortal monument in Jiang Chen's hand was mysterious and unpredictable. They hadn't even seen it before, and the 3 born ancestor was inexplicably suppressed by the immortal monument. Once they continue to stay here, I am afraid that they will follow in the footsteps of the Sansheng ancestors with a little carelessness. Yuan Wenjian no longer hesitated at the moment, his figure flashed out toward the sky. Want to leave? Since you are here, leave it to me forever. The power of the immortal prisoner, suppress me. Jiang Chen sneered, and directly used the power of the immortal prisoner again. After coming out of Podian ancient domain this time, Jiang Chen planned to talk to the top 10 immortal gates of Poxian universe, but didn't want to smash to the end. However, he did not expect that the people of the 10 great immortal gates of the broken immortal universe could not stop Shanbao's temptation. They took a huge risk and transferred 4 Mahayana peak cultivators from the Starry Sky battlefield and chose to take the initiative to act on him. Now that the Sansheng ancestors have been suppressed by Jiang Chen, the remaining 3 are the masters of the 3 top immortal gates in the Poxian universe. If all 3 of them could be suppressed, it would be enough to greatly hurt the vitality of the entire broken universe. Po Xian universe cannot protect itself under the attack of Tian Xing universe, so where does it have the ability to pose a threat to God's domain? Even if he paid some price today, he would have to suppress Yuan Wenjian and others, and completely resolve the matter of Po Xian universe. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, on the giant monument of Jiang Chen above his head, 2 chains evolved from the power of the immortal prisoner, directly encircling Yuan Wenjian with the power to imprison everything. Yuan Wenjian's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly urged the true essence mana in his body to resist. All his struggles are in vain. The chains formed by the power of the prisoner immortal directly entangled Yuan Wenjian's body more and more tightly, and finally entangled Yuan Wenjian's body into the monumental monument of heaven. After suppressing Yuan Wenjian, Jiang Chen also had a pale look on his face. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention at all, his eyes were fixed on Zi Yunxiao's body, and the prison immortal technique was once again fully deployed. With a look of despair and horror on his face, Zi Yunxiao quickly fled towards the distance in panic. Although his speed is fast, the power of the prisoner on the monument is even faster. In just the blink of an eye, the power of the prisoner imprisoned Zi Yunxiao's body, and then dragged it into the immortal monument. The technique of imprisoning immortals, this is a power that claims that even immortals can be imprisoned. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it may not be possible to imprison real immortals, but it is easy to imprison such a Mahayana peak monk. Although the immortal prison technique is domineering, it is also very terrifying to Jiang Chen's consumption. After casting the immortal prison technique 3 times in a row, almost all the power in Jiang Chen's body has been exhausted. He gritted his teeth, and immediately swallowed a power recovering pill. His gaze fell on the Jiyu Jianjun who fought against the censored ancestor, directly stimulating the power of the immortal prisoner again. Jiyu Jianjun, who had been trying his best to deal with the censored ancestor, couldn't help but reveal a touch of unconcealed panic in his eyes. Yuan Wenjian and other 3 Mahayana peak cultivators joined forces, not only failed to deal with Jiang Chen, but in less than a moment, he was easily suppressed by Jiang Chen alone. The souls of the dead in the ancient Sword King's heart are all gone, whereas the mind entangled with the censored ancestor, directly turning into a sword light to penetrate the sky and the earth. As soon as this sword light soared into the sky, it was pressed down by the chains that were transformed by the power of the prisoner. Rao is Jiyu Jianjun's sword intent soaring to the sky, but it is impossible to shake the power of the prisoner at all. In the end, Jiyu Jianjun did not have any accidents, and was directly suppressed by the power of the prison immortal in the immortal monument. The overlord of the 3 top immortal gates of the Poxian universe, plus the old monster at the pinnacle of Mahayana, the ancestor of the 3 births, were all suppressed by Jiang Chen with the supreme immortal monument. Chapter 2654, Star Wars. After Jiang Chen urged the prisoner's power to suppress Jiyu Jianjun for the 4th time, the giant monument above his head also dissipated suddenly, turning into a palm-sized stone tablet and falling into Jiang Chen's palm. His face, which was originally slightly pale, was already completely bloodless at this moment. Although the power of the prisoner is not as terrifying as the power of destroying the immortal, it is still not an easy task to use. The power of the prisoner was used 4 times in a row. Even with Jiang Chen's background, it was obviously overwhelming, and even his body was backlashed. Although this backlash power is far from being comparable to the backlash power of the immortal extinguishing power, at least 10 days and 8 days must be cultivated before he can return to his peak state. This immortal monument is really an invincible immortal treasure. In the void, the censored ancestor stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded, and he didn't get back to his senses for a while. Although the censored ancestor had known for a long time, Jiang Chen's strength was unparalleled, and he also possessed this supreme immortal treasure that could suppress the Mahayana peak monk. Jiang Chen actually suppressed all 4 of them so easily. These are the 4 superb cultivators at the pinnacle of Mahayana. Suppressing a Mahayana peak monk is as simple as trying to fetch things. As long as Jiang Chen had this immortal monument in his hand, he would be almost invincible in the lower realm universe. Broxian universe, I'm afraid it will be over. Old ancestor Shuiyan shook his head, and couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. Now that the Poxian universe and the Tianxing universe broke out in a cosmic level battle, the 4 Mahayana peak monks were suppressed by Jiang Chen, which was almost equivalent to instantly weakening the top power of the Poxian universe by 1/3. The immortal universe, which could not have much advantage, would fall into a disadvantage in an instant, and it would even be impossible to resist the attack of the heavenly star universe at all. Even if it can be resisted, Broxian universe will probably pay a very heavy price for it. In the Poxian universe, there is also Jiang Chen, the human emperor of God's domain who is no less threatening than the sky star universe. If this guy wants to take the opportunity to make a move, Poxian universe will really be over. The 10 great immortals actually lost. Below, with the Blood Sword Immortal Sect powerhouse attacking the Sword Heavy Mountain of the Blood Evil Sect, his face was pale at the moment, like a bereaved concubine. This time the 4 Mahayana peak monks of the 10 great immortal gates descended. They were unable to obtain the God realm human emperor, but were suppressed by all the immortal monuments they sacrificed. Ha! Jiang Chen, do you think that the 10 great immortal gates will come, and your blood sword immortal sect will be able to follow to pick up the bargain? Now that you are here today, leave it to me forever. The cold light in the eyes of Blood Thousand Killing skyrocketed, and he unceremoniously led the Blood Evil sect powerhouse towards Jiang Chen and the others to kill. Today's Blood Fiend sect, except for the old man at the peak of the Mahayana, the Bloody Ancestor, there are still 2 late Mahayana existences, the Blood Fiend Heaven and the Blood Cloud Heaven. Jiang Chen's support is nothing but the powerhouse of the top 10 immortal gates. Now that the 4 Mahayana peak monks sent by the 10 great immortals have been suppressed by Jiang Chen, what has he used to contend with the Blood Evil sect? Blood Sword Immortal sect, this time is completely planted. Beyond the broken fairy universe, a giant starry sky. Dozens of Mahayana cultivators gathered together, and the atmosphere in the hall was also solemn. Sitting in the first place was a white-haired old man with a childlike face and a fluttering hair. This white-haired old man is exactly the Azure Cloud ancestor of Hunyuan Zhangzong, and a Mahayana peak monk who is as famous as the Sansheng ancestor. After Yuan Wenjian and the others left the Starry Sky Giant City, the Grand Ancestor of the Starry Sky was in charge of the affairs of the Starry Sky battlefield. The Ancestor Kangyan has always led the strong men of the broken universe to bluff, making the illusion of attacking the Sky Star universe at any time, delaying time for Yuan Wenjian and the others. The Star universe couldn't figure out the details of Poxian universe for a while, so naturally he didn't dare to attack rashly. Although they concealed the sky and crossed the ocean and successfully dragged the Star universe, Yuan Wenjian and the others had an accident when they dealt with the Emperor of God's domain. They got the news from Poxian universe that Yuan Wenjian and other 4 Mahayana peak monks were suppressed by the Emperor of God's domain. This news is tantamount to a bolt from the blue for many powerful people in the universe. The 4 cultivators at the peak of the Mahayana were unable to deal with the God's domain human emperor. How terrifying is the God's domain human emperor's strength? Losing the power of the 4 Mahayana peaks, their confrontation with the star universe, I am afraid that they will also be completely at a disadvantage. Everyone, today's Broxian universe can be described as internal and external troubles. What can you do to deal with it? The Ancestor Kangyan was silent for a long time, and finally broke the silence in the hall. Kang Yun, things may not be as bad as imagined. On the side of the promised Shanzong, an indifferent black-robed old man said lightly, the 4 of them are still alive now, aren't they? Just because the 4 of them are still alive, the God's domain human sovereign looks even more terrifying. The Azure Cloud ancestor said with solemn eyes, you should know that it is more difficult to live a Mahayana peak monk than to kill a Mahayana peak monk. 2. Now is not the time to think about this. An old man in Taoist robe of the Tai Immortal sect said in a deep voice, the people of the star universe should know what happened in the xianxia universe soon. Let's think about how to deal with the attack of the star universe next. Hearing this, the expressions of the 2 ancestors of Kangyan couldn't help but change slightly. The news that the 4 Yuan Wenjian were suppressed by Jiang Chen, even if they were concealed for a while, could not be concealed for the rest of their lives. They would be known to the universe sooner or later. Once the star universe knew that the Poxian universe had lost the combat power of the 4 Mahayana peaks, how could they miss such an opportunity? While the 3 of them were talking, there was a sudden rumbling noise in the void, and the entire Starry Sky Giant City was shaken as if by an earthquake. The star universe has attacked the giant Starry Sky. Feeling the movement from outside the giant Starry Sky, the expressions of Kangyan Old Ancestor and others became extremely gloomy in an instant. After Yuan Wenjian and the others left, the Azure Cloud ancestors made a series of arrangements so that the heavenly star universe did not dare to attack the Poxian universe easily. The universe of stars suddenly hit the giant Starry Sky. From this it can be seen that the people in the Tianxing universe probably already know what happened in the Poxian universe. The ancestor Kangyan took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, everyone, the star universe is coming so aggressively this time. Now the situation is extremely unfavorable for our breaching universe. Prepare to fight. Chapter 2655. Go to Kanglan Universe. Breaking the universe, the world of solitary blood. After Jiang Chen suppressed the 4 Mahayana peak cultivators of Poxian universe with the power of a prisoner, he directly entered a state of retreat. This time, in order to suppress the 4 Yuan Wenjian, Jiang Chen forcibly used the power of the prisoner 4 times, and his body naturally suffered the backlash of the power of the prisoner. After a 10-day retreat, Jiang Chen finally cut the backlash caused by the excessive use of the power of the prisoner from his body. After leaving the customs, Jiang Chen called the Blood Thousand Kill in front of him for the first time and asked about the situation of Poxian universe. After Yuan Wenjian and other 4 Mahayana peak cultivators were suppressed by Jiang Chen with immortal monuments, Po Xian universe was greatly injured, and was completely at a disadvantage in the battle with the Tianxing universe. The cultivator of Poxian universe with Hunyuan Zhanzong Kangyan ancestor as his hand resisted with all his strength, but failed to withstand the attack of the star universe. The Sky Star universe was not forgiving, and it directly broke into the Poxian universe in one fell swoop, and soon occupied several regions in the east of the Poxian universe. The Star universe is a science and technology civilization universe. Many of the technologies they have created are better at fighting in the starry sky of the universe. After breaking into the Poxian universe, the combat power of the Tianxing universe has obviously become much weaker. Under the leadership of the Kangyan ancestor, Poxian universe finally blocked the attack of the Sky Star universe. However, with the current strength of Poxian universe, there is no ability to expel the Heavenly Star universe from Poxian universe, and only a few areas in the east of Poxian universe can be occupied by any Heavenly Star universe. As long as the Heavenly Star universe is not expelled by the Poxian universe will not have the opportunity to invade the gods. He also left a nail like the Blood Fiend sect in this Poxian universe, and he firmly monitored the every move of Poxian universe. Today's Poxian universe has no longer been able to pose any threat to God's domain, and it is time for him to look for a breakthrough opportunity. 1,000 kills. If the Star universe invaded the Poxian universe today, Poxian universe also doesn't have the energy to deal with the Blood Evil sect. With the strength of the Blood Evil sect, it is completely enough to gain a foothold in the Poxian universe. I only have one request: don't let Poxian universe have the opportunity to invade God's domain again, otherwise I will blame me for being rude to you. Jiang Chen glanced at xianxia and said lightly. The Blood Thousand Killer was shocked. Master, are you leaving the Poxian universe? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, it's time to leave. Now that the crisis in God's domain has been resolved, what he has to do next is to break through the immortal and resolve the backlash brought about by the power of extinction. According to the method given by Shenyu Tiandao, he wants to break through the immortal. The only way is to go to other universes to find the heavenly path, and get anything from the heavenly path of one universe, thereby triggering the immortal calamity and breaking through the immortal. This broken universe was cut off by Being Immortal Palace, and Heavenly Tao is probably already under the control of Being Immortal Palace. He might not be able to bypass Being Immortal Palace if he wants to break through. Jiang Chen didn't want to deal with Being Immortal Palace after entering the fairy world. He had obtained the Tower of Time left by the Patriarch's Patriarch, and once he entered the Green Cloud Immortal Palace and was spotted by the strong man in the Green Cloud Immortal Palace, the consequences would be disastrous. Being Immortal Palace has the power of Da Luoxian. He was a true immortal who had just ascended into the immortal world, but he was far from being able to compete with Being Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen obviously did not intend to enter the fairy world from the Poxian universe. He planned to enter the fairy world through other universes, and develop silently for a period of time before considering the affairs of the Being Immortal Palace. After confessing something, Jiang Chen didn't stay too much in Poxian universe, and directly boarded the Starry Sky battleship prepared by Blood Thousand Killing for him, leaving Poxian universe and heading towards the endless universe Starry Sky. In the endless starry sky of the universe, a blood-colored Starry Sky battleship shuttled quickly from the silent starry sky of the universe. Inside the star battleship, Jiang Chen sat quietly in a luxurious cabin, his eyes locked tightly on a simple scroll in front of him. This scroll is a huge starry sky map. The Poxian universe has a long history and is extremely powerful. Naturally, the exploration of the universe and the starry sky is much more than that of God's domain. Before Jiang Chen left, Blood Thousand Kill gave him the starry sky map saved by the Blood Fiend sect. On this starry sky map, almost all the detailed information of several universes around Poxian universe is marked out. Including the Heavenly Star universe, God's domain universe, and the Kanglan universe that appeared in God's domain not long ago, almost all appear on this map. Jiang Chen glanced across the map one by one. A total of 10 universes are marked on the map with detailed information, including their location, what civilized universe they belong to, and the distance from the fairy universe, all have detailed records. Among these 10 universes, 2 are scientific and technological civilization universes, and 3 are martial arts civilization universes, and the rest are all cultivating civilization universes. Jiang Chen's gaze was also directly focused on the 3 martial arts civilization universes. The science and technology civilization universe is different. He entered the science and technology civilization universe, and he may not be able to break through the immortal immortality with the method given to him by the God's domain and heavenly Tao. If you enter the universe of Shushan civilization, you may encounter more trouble if you are not careful. Relatively speaking, entering the martial arts civilization universe should be much simpler. Jiang Chen's first consideration was the martial arts civilization universe. In the 3 martial arts civilization universes, apart from God's domain, Kanglan universe and another Tianyan universe remain. Of the 2 universes, Kanglan universe is relatively close, while Tianyan universe is farther apart. According to the description of the strength of each universe on the map, Tianyan universe seems to be the only universe that has reached a 5-star rating. This shows that the strength of Tianyan universe is extremely powerful. The more powerful the universe, the more powerful the heavenly Tao was born, and it will undoubtedly be more difficult for Jiang Chen to force it into submission by force. On this day, Yan universe was naturally eliminated by Jiang Chen. It seems that I can only go to Kanglan universe first to take a look. Jiang Chen looked at the starry sky map in front of him, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Judging by the strength of Kanglan Holy Sect, the first power of the Kanglan universe, apart from the birth of the immortal true immortal, Kanglan universe's strength should not be much stronger than that of the peak of God's domain. At the peak of God's domain heavenly Tao, it is estimated that he would have the strength to dominate the peak, otherwise it would not be possible to be destroyed by the broken universe. If Kanglan universe's heavenly Tao had only this level of strength, it would not be too difficult for him to suppress the Kanglan universe's heavenly Tao by force. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly ordered to go in the direction of Kanglan universe. Chapter 2656, Kanglan Shengzong Recruitment Conference. Kanglan Universe, the holy city of Kanglan. An inconspicuous small courtyard in the west of the city. A slender black-clothed young man stood proudly in the courtyard with his hands up. The young man in black is no one else, it is Jiang Chen who came from Poxian Universe all the way to Kanglan Universe. In the universe of martial arts civilization, there are generally no restrictions on the access of martial arts practitioners. After Jiang Chen resisted the Kanglan Universe a year ago, he entered the Kanglan Universe smoothly. This year, Jiang Chen has been searching for the whereabouts of Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao is illusory, and most people don't even know the existence of Heavenly Tao, let alone know the whereabouts of Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao. After several inquiries, Jiang Chen even visited several Jedi in the Kanglan Universe Master World, but still did not find anything. In desperation, Jiang Chen had to come to the holy city of Kanglan. This Kanglan holy city belongs to the Kanglan Holy Sect, the first power of the Kanglan Universe. It is the first holy city of the Kanglan Universe and is the only place to go to the Kanglan Holy Sect. The reason Jiang Chen came here was to seek an opportunity to enter the sacred sect of Kanglan. If anyone in Kanglan Universe knew the whereabouts of Kanglan Universe Heaven's Path, it was probably Kanglan Saint Sect. In that battle a few years ago, Jiang Chen killed many powerful men in Kanglan Universe. If he went directly to the Kanglan Saint Sect with his original identity, even if the Kanglan Saint Sect knew the whereabouts of the Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao, he might not easily tell him, maybe it would cause some unnecessary troubles. Although with his current strength, he is not afraid of the Kanglan Saint Sect, but the Kanglan Saint Sect is an immortal eternal existence after all. Once Kanglan Saint Sect is forced to invite immortals to come, it is also extremely troublesome for him. Jiang Chen will stay in the Kanglan Holy City, waiting for an opportunity to find the opportunity to blend into the Kanglan Holy Sect. And this opportunity is today, because today is the day when Saint Sect Kanglan recruits new disciples once a year. Brother Jiang Chen, the recruitment conference of Saint Kanglan Sect is about to begin, let's go to Saint Sect Kanglan quickly. At this moment, a young man in blue robe who looked like he was in his 20s, with a handsome face, rushed into Jiang Chen's courtyard with excitement. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the blue-robed youth with a faint smile. Isn't it the Kanglan Saint Sect recruiting disciples? What's so exciting? This blue-robed youth was called Mo Fan, and he was the only friend Jiang Chen met when he came to Kanglan Holy City. Because when Jiang Chen came to Kandlin Holy City, it was just when the Kandlin Holy Sect's recruitment conference was about to be held. The entire Kandlin Holy City was already overcrowded, so Jiang Chen couldn't find a place to stay. By coincidence, Jiang Chen met Mo Fan, and Mo Fan brought him his residence. Of course I am excited. Last year I was only a little short of passing the assessment of Saint Kandlin Sect and becoming a disciple of Saint Kandlin Sect. Mo Fan clenched his fists. This time I must pass the assessment and become a disciple of the Kandlin Sect. Whether he can enter the Kandlin Saint Sect this time is not only related to his future, but also to the life and death of the Mo family. There is only one way in front of Mo Fan, that is, only success, no failure. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, and even if you don't succeed, it's actually not a big deal. Jiang Chen has heard this guy talk about Mo Fan. The reason why he insisted on entering the Kandlin Saint Sect was mainly because the hostile forces of the Mo family gave birth to a genius and entered the Kandlin Saint Sect. If no one in the Mo family can become a disciple of the Kandlin Saint Sect, they will definitely be suppressed by the hostile forces, and will even suffer annihilation as a result. Since Jiang Chen met this guy, it was a fate. Even if Mo Fan really failed to enter the Kandlin Saint Sect, he would take action to resolve the crisis for Mo family. Jiang Chen could vaguely feel that Mo Fan's failure to join Saint Kandlin Sect was by no means as simple as failing the assessment. As the first sect of Kandlin universe, Saint Sect of Kandlin, although the requirements for recruiting disciples under the sect are naturally very high. But at Mo Fan's age, being able to possess the cultivation base of the heavenly god realm is also a rare genius among the general god-king forces. Such a genius may not be enough compared to the top geniuses of Saint Kandlin Sect, but to join Saint Sect Kandlin and become a disciple of Saint Kandlin Sect, there is no problem at all. If there were no accidents, this time Mo Fan would be destined to end in failure. Let's go to see the recruitment conference of Saint Kandlin Sect. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and walked directly towards the outside of the courtyard. The Kandlin Shengzong recruitment conference was held at the central square of the Kandlin Holy City. Jiang Chen and the other two came all the way from the west of the city to the central square. There was already a crowd of people around the huge square. As the well-deserved first sect of Kandlin universe, Kandlin Saint Sect is almost the holy place of cultivation that all warriors in Kandlin universe dream of. Here is the best environment of Kandlin universe, the most abundant resources, and the most powerful heritage. Once entering the Kandlin Saint Sect, it is equivalent to leaping over the Dragon Gate, and the future is limitless. Countless casual practitioners and small families in Kandlin universe all wanted to take a fight at the recruiting conference of the Kandlin Saint Sect and strive for a chance to leap into the Dragon Gate. Jiang Chen used the Hunyuan Yiki technique to simulate the aura to the 6th order Tianxian, and then found a place with Mo Fan, quietly waiting for the start of the new recruiting conference of Saint Kandlin Sect. Jiang Chen and the others had just stood for a while, and a somewhat discordant voice instantly passed into their ears. "Oh, isn't this our great son? I didn't expect you to participate in the recruitment meeting of Saint Kandlin Sect again this year. It seems that the elimination last year still didn't make you give up." Jiang Chen frowned slightly, and couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound, and saw a sneer, eagle-eyed youth walking towards them. Mo Fan looked at the oncoming eagle-eyed youth, his face suddenly cold. "Jin Shao, what are you doing?" "Naturally I came to participate in the recruitment conference of Saint Kandlin Sect." The young eagle-eye smiled proudly. "After today, 2 of my Jin family will become disciples of the Kandlin Saint Sect. You Mo family, from now on will be destined to be stepped on by my Jin family." Hearing the words of the young eagle-eye, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. This guy in front of him should be the hostile force of the Mo family that Mo Fan said. Mo Fan clenched his fists, and the gaze looking at the young eagle-eye almost burst into flames. Just as he was about to attack, a palm was lightly resting on his shoulder. At the same time, a faint chuckle also sounded. "Don't have general knowledge with him. If even his kind can become a disciple of Saint Kandlin Sect, you will definitely become a disciple of Saint Sect Kandlin." Chapter 2657, Talent Test. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Mo Fan quickly calmed down, and he couldn't help but said with gratitude, "Thank you Jiang Chen." In Kandlin Holy City, private fights are strictly prohibited. If it hadn't been stopped by Jiang Chen, he had just acted directly on the impulse just now, and I'm afraid he would be driven out of Kandlin Holy City if he hadn't participated in the assessment. This Jin Shao came to anger him deliberately, probably with such a purpose. "Jin Shao, You don't want to provoke me with agitation, I won't be fooled by you. Mo Fan looked at Jin Shao coldly, and even ignored it. In this sacred city of Kanglan, as long as he doesn't take the initiative, the people of the Jin family don't dare to do anything with him. Everything will be discussed after passing the assessment of the sacred sect of Kanglan. HMPH, Mo Fan, you are lucky. But the gate of Saint Kanglan sect is not something you can enter if you want. Seeing that his purpose had been seen through, Jin Shao couldn't help but snorted, then gave Jiang Chen a malicious look before turning around and leaving. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, this time I'm afraid it will hurt you. Your actions just broke Jin Shao's good deeds, and the Jin family probably won't let it go. Mo Fan looked at Jin Shao's leaving back and couldn't help but said apologetically. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and didn't take the matter to heart at all. It's okay, it's not a big deal. The Jin family that Mo Fan spoke of was nothing but the power of a censored king who was seated by a censored king. These forces are not even second-rate forces in the Kanglan universe. He wanted to destroy the Jin family, but it was just a matter of a few moments. As Jiang Chen and the two were talking, two violent spatial fluctuations suddenly rippled in the void of the square. Two human figures also slowly emerged from the void. On the left is a majestic middle-aged man in brocade, and on the right is a white-haired old man with a crane-haired childlike face. The auras of the two are incomparably vast, and they are both powerful in the dominant state above the censored king. Brother Jiang Chen, the middle-aged man in Jinpao is named Kang Tiankui, and he is the lord of Kanglan Holy City. The white-haired old man on the right is the elder of Kanglan Holy Sect Kang Wuhui, both of whom are well-known. Powerful in the dominance realm. Looking at the two figures in the void, Mo Fan couldn't help but introduce to Jiang Chen in a low voice. His face also showed a look of admiration. Powerful masters, even in the Kanglan universe, are rare. They are peerless powerhouses admired by countless people. Jiang Chen nodded, but his expression didn't change much. He has defeated even a strong leader like Sect Master Kanglan. How can he take these two early dominating guys in his heart? The auras of these two guys are extremely strange. Obviously they are not the powerhouses who have descended from the divine realm by Saint Kanglan sect, and they have saved a lot of trouble. This can also see the strength of Saint Kanglan sect. At the beginning, Saint Sect Kanglan had fallen into his hands with several masters, and then the master of Saint Sect Kanglan came with a dozen or so powerful masters, and the two in front of him meant that Saint Sect Kanglans there are more than 15 strong masters. Such strength, even if compared to the Hunyuan sword sect of Po Xian universe, I am afraid it will not be much inferior. With the arrival of the two powerful masters of the Kanglan Saint sect, the originally noisy square also instantly became quiet. Everyone's eyes gathered on the two of them, quietly waiting for the start of the recruiting conference. Everyone, today is my annual recruitment conference held by Saint Sect of Kanglan. Next, we will conduct the first round of recruitment conference and talent test. According to the usual practice, the talent test is divided into 1 to 9 stars, and only those with a talent of 5 stars or above can pass the first round of assessment. In addition, if the talent reaches the 8-star and 9-star talents, they can directly become a disciple of the Saint Sect of Kanglan. In the void, Kang Lan Shengzong elder Kang Wuhui glanced slightly across the square, and a faint voice instantly resounded through the audience. When he spoke, he waved his palm, and a treasure that was 100 meters high and shaped like a mirror fell directly in the center of the square. Jiang Chen looked at the situation in front of him, and suddenly rolled his eyes. It seems that the recruitment conference of Saint Kanglan sect, like most forces, is an old method. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, thinking about his talent for a few stars. If his talent star is too high, directly entering the Saint Kanglan sect will definitely attract the attention of the high-level Kanglan Saint sect. Zhang He, 4-star talent, failed. Zhao Liang, 6-star talent, pass. Just as Jiang Chen secretly pondered, the talent test of the Saint Sect Kanglan recruitment conference had already begun. On the square, one after another young men and women walked to the mirror in the center of the square in an orderly manner, constantly completing the first round of tests. Some people are excited because of passing the assessment, and some are desperate looking at their talent star. Mo Fan, Saint Sect Kanglan recruits disciples, are there no restrictions on age? Jiang Chen looked at the people who stepped forward to test their talents, and a strange look passed in his eyes. Just now, Jiang Chen actually saw a burly middle-aged man who came to participate in the recruitment conference of Saint Kanglan sect, which is really incredible. Sacred sect Kanglen recruits disciples. The most important thing is the potential of talent. There is really no limit to age. However, in general, many people with outstanding talents want to enter the Kanglen Saint sect. They will participate in the Kanglen Saint sect's assessment early, and will not be dragged to a very large age. Such people are generally no school and no school. He's a casual repairer, wanting to come and try his luck. And the older the person, the lower the potential. Even if they pass the talent star assessment, it will be difficult for them to pass the later assessments. Mo Fan explained softly. Jiang Chen nodded, then chuckled softly. The time is almost up, let's go to queue for the test too. The two didn't hesitate anymore, and directly joined the team lining up for the talent test. The requirements for the talent test of St. Kanglen sect were indeed very high. Of those who came to participate in the talent test, almost half of the talent stars failed to reach more than 5 stars and were directly eliminated. The remaining ones who passed the assessment were almost 5-star and 6-star talents. Even those with 7-star talents were extremely rare, let alone those with 8-star and 9-star talents. How on earth are the talent levels of St. Kanglen Divine Sect to be divided, so that there is not even an 8-star talent? Jiang Chen looked at the situation in front of him, with a strange expression in his eyes. Kanglen Saint Sect's talent test level, the 7-star talent means the potential to break through the censored king realm, the 8-star talent has the potential to break through the dominance realm. As for the 9-star talent, it has the potential to transcend the master realm. It is a legend. Talent in China, Mo Fan slowly said. As far as I know, since the establishment of Saint Sect of Kanglen, there have been only a handful of 9-star talented disciples born. Chapter 2658, 8-star talent. 8-star talent corresponds to domination realm, and 9-star talent corresponds to immortal realm. If the talent stars are divided in this way, this is somewhat reasonable. Powerful masters, even in the Kanglen universe, are extremely rare, and it is rare to be born for thousands of years. Even the Saint Sect of Kanglen, wanting to give birth to a disciple who has the potential to break through the dominance is by no means an easy task. Jin Xiao, 6-star talent, pass. While Jiang Chen was talking, the guy who tried to provoke Mo Fan also stepped forward to test. A satisfactory 6-star talent, passed the talent test. The Jin family unexpectedly produced another guy with a 6-star talent. Mo Fan looked up at Jin Xiao's talent star, his expression became more and more solemn. The Jin family had already produced a fellow with 7-star talent. After entering the Kanglen Saint Sect, he was favored by an elder and accepted as a disciple. As long as there are no accidents, that one will definitely be able to become a powerhouse in the Divine King realm in the future. Now this Jin Xiao's talent star has also reached 6 stars. Once entering the Kanglen Saint Sect, no matter if there is enough opportunity, the 6-star talent may not be able to break through the Divine King realm. Even if he couldn't break through the censored king realm, he could at least become a strong man in the heavenly realm. This level of strength, whether in their Mo family or Jin family, is one of the best. Once these two guys grow up, it is definitely not a good thing for their Mo family. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry, that guy's talent is more than 1.5 stars worse than yours. Your talents are at least 7 stars or more, maybe 8 stars are possible. Big brother Jiang Chen, you don't need to comfort me. 7-star talent is so easy." Mo Fan smiled bitterly. "I tested it once last year, and it was only a 6-star talent." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "Last year was last year, and this year is this year. Maybe something miracle will happen this year." There was a flash of light in Jiang Chen's mind just now, and suddenly he thought of a good way. With his strength and identity, a slight change in the Kanglen Saint Sect might cause the attention of the senior Kanglen Saint Sect, not to mention exploring the whereabouts of the Kanglen Universe Heavenly Tao. Jiang Chen decided to use Mo Fan to help him explore the whereabouts of Kanglen Universe. He intends to let Mo Fan perform better in the assessment, and even get the favor of the high-level Kanglen Saint Sect, and become the core disciple of the Kanglen Saint Sect, so that he can get in touch with the core secrets of the Kanglen Saint Sect. If the Kanglen Saint Sect really has news about the Kanglen Universe and Heavenly Tao, Mo Fan will surely be able to come into contact with this secret by then. The talent test is proceeding in an orderly manner. After about half an hour, it was finally Jiang Chen's turn. Seeing this, Mo Fan couldn't help but look up at Jiang Chen and said, "Brother Jiang Chen, you can test first." Jiang Chen nodded without delay, and went directly to the test. He slowly placed his palm on the mirror in front of him, and a halo suddenly appeared on the mirror, and stars continued to emerge from the mirror. Jiang Chen quietly watched the changes in the mirror. At the moment when 6 stars appeared on the mirror, he moved his palm away from the mirror by a grain of rice without the trace, and then slowly retracted his palm. The deacon of Kanglan Saint Sect who was in charge of the test looked at the speed of Jiang Chen's star growth. He thought he would be at least a 7-star talent, but he didn't expect that he was stuck at the 6-star talent suddenly terminated, and he couldn't help being stunned at the moment. Froze. Although he had some doubts in his mind, he announced the results of Jiang Chen's test. Jiang Chen, 6-star talent, pass. Mo Fan looked at Jiang Chen, who turned calmly and walked to him, and suddenly said with a puzzled look, "Big brother Jiang Chen, why do you only have a 6-star talent?" In his impression, Jiang Chen was mysterious and powerful, and his talent strength should be far above him. I am afraid that he should also have a 7-star talent, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to only test a 6-star talent. I just practiced longer than you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, then patted Mo Fan on the shoulder with his hand and said, "Mo Fan, it's your turn, come on." Mo Fan suddenly only felt a warm current spread over his body, which made him feel a lot more comfortable in an instant. Mo Fan didn't hesitate right now, nodded vigorously, then took a deep breath and strode towards the mirror that tested his talent. The moment his palm was placed on the test mirror, the stars on it also skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Mo Fan's talent star has broken through 6 stars and reached 7 stars, and there is still no stopping trend. Mo Fan's talent star directly broke through 7 stars and reached 8 stars. 8-star talent. There was an uproar in the square. Saint Sect Kanglan's new recruiting conference, the first 8-star talent was born. Many people couldn't help showing a look of envy, jealousy and hatred in their eyes towards Mo Fan. 8-star talent, this is a peerless genius who has the potential to become a strong master of the realm. Once such a genius person enters the Kanglan Saint Sect, he will definitely be trained by the Kanglan Saint Sect. An 8-star talented genius, cultivated by the Kanglan Saint Sect, as long as there are no accidents, he will be able to grow into a master of dominance in the future. 8-star talent, how is it possible? Jin Xiao stared at Mo Fan's test results dully, almost unable to believe his eyes. When this guy came to Kanglan Saint Sect for testing last year, he only had a 6-star talent. Why did he suddenly become a monster with an 8-star talent after only 1 year? The talent potential, unless there is any special opportunity, is generally fixed, and will not increase too much as the cultivation base grows. Could it be that this year, Mo Fan has gotten some incredible opportunities? Jin Xiao's eyes were gloomy to the extreme in an instant. Mo Fan tested the 8-star talent, which meant that he could directly become a disciple of Saint Kanglan Sect without participating in the subsequent assessment. They want to deal with Mo Fan like last year, and do some tricks in the subsequent assessments to prevent him from becoming a disciple of Saint Sect Kanglan, which is almost impossible. With Mo Fan's 8-star talent, once he became a disciple of Saint Kanglan Sect, he would definitely be able to become the core disciple of Saint Kanglan Sect. This is definitely very bad news for their Jin family. I actually tested out the 8-star talent, how is this possible? Mo Fan stared at his test results blankly, and he didn't recover from the shock for a while. When he participated in the Kanglan Shengzong recruiting conference last year, he only tested the 6-star talent. Why did he inexplicably test the 8-star talent this time? Chapter 2659, Into the Kanglan Saint Sect. Mo Fan rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking that he was dazzled. It wasn't until Deacon Kanglan Shengzong announced the test results that Mo Fan had to believe a fact. He really tested out the 8-star talent. Brother Jiang Chen, I tested out the 8-star talent. Mo Fan returned to Jiang Chen's side, his head still a little dizzy, as if he was in a dream. He came to the Kanglan Saint Sect to test, but it was just a fairly satisfactory 6-star talent. In this year, although his cultivation base increased slightly, he did not get any adventures against the sky. How could he change from a 6-star talent to an 8-star talent inexplicably? Naturally, Mo Fan would not have thought that, in the final analysis, it would appear when Jiang Chen patted him. When Jiang Chen tested it before, he had already gotten to know the treasure of Kanglan Saint Sect, which was used to test the star of talent. Perhaps it is limited by grade. This treasure can only be used to test the talent grade of warriors below the Divine King realm. Once the power of the Divine King realm and above, it will almost unsurprisingly explode, reaching the highest 9-star level. Jiang Chen had previously put a piece of power on Mo Fan, although it was not enough to make Mo Fan's test directly explode, but it was more than enough for him to test the score of the 8-star talent. Mo Fan, congratulations. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I said before that a miracle will happen this year, right? Mo Fan was taken aback for a moment. There was a flash of light in his mind, and he seemed to understand something in an instant. After Mo Fan's test was over, the talent test continued. In the next test, many geniuses with 7-star talent appeared, but geniuses with 8-star talent never appeared again. The talent test of the Kanglan Saint Sect's recruitment conference finally came to an end. Everyone, the talent test is over. Please go to Saint Kanglan Sect on your own if you pass the first round of assessment, and you can become a formal disciple of Saint Kanglan Sect by passing the 3 passes set by Saint Kanglan Sect. At this moment, the voice of Kang Wuhui, the elder of Saint Sect of Kanglan, resounded through the audience again. Brother Jiang Chen, let's go. I am very familiar with the 3 passes outside Saint Kanglan Sect. This time I will definitely pass the 3 passes and join Saint Sect Kanglan. Hearing what Kang Wuhui said, Mo Fan couldn't help but said to Jiang Chen excitedly. Jiang Chen smiled and said to Mo Fan, you seem to have forgotten one thing. The 8-star talent does not need to participate in the subsequent assessment. You are now a disciple of Saint Kanglan Sect. I know, but Sacred Sect Kanglan didn't stipulate that the 8-star talent can't participate in the subsequent assessment, right? Mo Fan obviously has no plans to enter Saint Kanglan Sect directly, and is preparing to participate in the next assessment with Jiang Chen. You go to Kanglan Saint Sect and wait for me first. I will definitely be able to pass the assessment to enter Kanglan Saint Sect. Jiang Chen shook his head, then smiled faintly. Go, someone has already come to pick you up. Mo Fan was taken aback for a while, and immediately raised his head in response, and saw Kang Wuhui, the elder of Saint Sect Kanglan, stepping straight towards him. Mo Fan, you will always have an 8-star talent. You don't need to participate in the following assessments. Follow me to enter the Kanglan Saint Sect. After entering the sect, you will be the core disciple of the Kanglan Saint Sect. You can worship any master of the Kanglan Saint Sect. Be a teacher. As soon as Kang Wuhui said this, countless people were jealous, and the gaze looking at Mo Fan became a little mad with jealousy, and they wished to replace him immediately. After entering the sect, he is the core disciple of Saint Kanglan Sect, and he can worship any strong master of Kanglan Saint Sect as his teacher. Such treatment is definitely something that any Kanglan Universe warrior can dream of. Brother Jiang Chen, then I'll go to Kanglan Saint Sect to wait for you first. Mo Fan hesitated slightly, and finally decided to go to Kanglan Saint Sect first. Mo Fan had vaguely guessed that he could measure the 8-star talent this time, and he should have a close relationship with Jiang Chen. Although he didn't know why Jiang Chen wanted to hide himself, it was to help him test the 8-star talent, but he believed that Jiang Chen wanted to enter the Kanglan Saint Sect. It should be easy. Kang Wuhui's gaze paused slightly on Jiang Chen, and he didn't say much immediately, and immediately disappeared into the sky with Mo Fan. After Mo Fan and the other 2 left, Jiang Chen slowly mixed in with the crowd who passed the talent test, and headed towards Saint Kanglan Sect. The distance between Kanglan Saint City and Kanglan Saint Sect is not far away. In less than half an hour, Jiang Chen followed everyone to the feet of Saint Kanglan Sect. Jiang Chen looked up and found that the mountain road leading to Saint Kanglan Sect was divided into 3 distinct areas, which should be the so-called 3 barriers. With Jiang Chen's eyesight and perception, these 3 levels can be seen clearly at a glance. This first level, shrouded by a translucent purple phantom array, should be a phantom array. Many people who entered the first level were quickly trapped in it, with various expressions such as confusion, struggling, hideous, and smirking on their faces. If you are not determined, you will get lost in the illusion and cannot pass at all. The next second level is located halfway up the mountainside of Saint Sect of Kanglan, where the area is steep, with countless cliffs, covered by a purple-black cloud and mist, and there are many giant beasts transformed by the black mist. The strength of these giant beasts is extremely not weak. Most of them are in the 1st rank to the 6th rank of the gods. Even if an ordinary genius of the gods' realm wants to pass through here unharmed, it is by no means an easy task. As for the last level, there is an invisible coercion. As long as you stare at this coercion to pass, you can become an official Kanglan Saint Sect disciple. And when Jiang Chen looked at the 3 levels set by Saint Kanglan Sect, many people had already begun to break through with all their strength. Some of the more determined people passed the phantom array of the first level almost instantly, entered the second level, and fought with the phantom beasts transformed by the black mist. Whether it is the first or second level, people are eliminated almost every moment. Only a handful of geniuses who have achieved the 7-star talent have overcome obstacles all the way and reached the third stage with a strong force, approaching the sacred sect of Kandlin. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen entered the phantom array of the first level without a hassle, and began to break through. Although the phantom array in the first level had no impact on him at all, he still stayed in the phantom array for a while before entering the second level. He struggled with the phantom beasts in the second level for a while, and came to the third level. For Jiang Chen, the coercion of the strong master in the third stage was almost negligible. However, he still struggled to withstand the oppression of the third pass, embarrassedly entered the Kandlin Saint sect, became the 26th person who passed the 3 passes, and officially became a disciple of the Kandlin Saint sect. Chapter 2660, Trouble with Door-to-Door, Xianxia Kandlin, the residence of the outer disciple. Jiang Chen sat quietly in the room assigned to him by Saint Kandlin sect. Opposite Jiang Chen, it was Mo Fan who had already entered the Kandlin Saint sect with the elder of Kandlin Saint sect. Jiang Chen looked at Mo Fan and couldn't help but smiled slightly. You have just entered the sacred sect of Kandlin, you should handle your own affairs first, and what to do with me in such a hurry, consider which one of the dominant realm to be your teacher. Is it? Mo Fan shook his head, and said with some worry, Brother Jiang Chen, I know that my 8-star talent should be related to you. I know my own talent very well, and I am not qualified to be a disciple of the strong master of Kandlin Saint sect. Although Mo Fan didn't know exactly what method Jiang Chen used to get him to measure the 8-star talent, if he defeated the master of sacred sect Kandlin's dominating realm as a teacher, he would be noticed over time. At that time, Saint sect Kandlin might become ashamed and angry, and the consequences might be unimaginable. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If I can give you this 8-star talent, I can make you worthy of this 8-star talent, so don't worry. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Mo Fan's tight heartstring relaxed slightly. For some reason, although Jiang Chen seemed to be not much older than him, every word he said made him feel convinced. Since Jiang Chen said there would be no problem, there must be no problem. He directly looked up at Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, do you need my help when you enter Saint Kandlin sect? With Jiang Chen's abilities, it would be easy to test the 8-star talent and even the 9-star talent. However, he became a disciple of Saint Kandlin's outer sect in a low-key manner, instead allowing him to test out his 8-star talent. Mo Fan was not a fool. He naturally saw the purpose of Jiang Chen's entry into Saint Kandlin sect. He didn't want to attract the attention of Saint Kandlin sect at all. He asked himself to test out his 8-star talent, and he should want to do something for him in Saint Kandlin sect. Although Jiang Chen's purpose for helping himself is not simple, Mo Fan is still very grateful to Jiang Chen. Without the help of Jiang Chen, he who only had 6-star talents, would probably be hindered when he entered the third pass of Saint Kandlin sect as he did last year, and thus failed to pass the pass, and he would not be able to become a disciple of Saint Kandlin sect. Their Mo family was bound to be suppressed by the Jin family, and even suffered annihilation. Now with the help of Jiang Chen, he has measured the 8-star talent, and has the opportunity to worship the strong master of the Kandlin Saint sect as his teacher. Even the Jin family would not dare to touch them at all. For this alone, Mo Fan was very grateful to Jiang Chen in his heart. You are very smart, I really want you to do something for you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I need to inquire about some things in Saint Kandlin sect, but my identity should not be exposed in Saint sect Kandlin, so I want you to inquire about it for me. What news is Jiang Chen going to find out? Mo Fan couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words. What he worries most is that Jiang Chen and Xianxia Kandlin are hostile, and he may be very uncomfortable if he is caught in the middle. It would be much simpler if only to ask him to inquire about the news. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at Mo Fan, and slowly said, I want to find out about the Kandlin Universe Heavenly Tao. Kandlin Universe Heavenly Way. Mo Fan suddenly couldn't help but startled slightly. Although Mo Fan also knew that in every universe, there existed the Tao of Heaven. Every time they break through the heavenly calamity that comes, it is related to the way of heaven. But heaven is illusory, mysterious and unpredictable. Even the Kandlin Saint sect, who is the first sect of Kandlin Universe, might not know much about Kandlin Universe Heavenly Tao, right? Mo Fan also knew very well that if anyone in Kanglan Universe knew the whereabouts of Kanglan Universe Heavenly Path, it must be Kanglan Holy Sect. Brother Jiang Chen, as long as the Kanglan Saint Sect has news about the Kanglan Universe and Heavenly Tao, I will definitely find out for you, and wait for my good news. Mo Fan made a promise to Jiang Chen, and then bid farewell to Jiang Chen and left. Jiang Chen stayed at the outer gate of Saint Kanglan Sect in a low-key manner, waiting for news from Mo Fan. Although Jiang Chen is already very low-key, the trouble is still coming. Jiang Chen stayed in his room as always, waiting for Mo Fan's news, but the door of the room was suddenly knocked open. 4 or 5 menacing figures rushed in directly from the outside. The leader is a burly young man with a fierce appearance, and his cultivation has reached the level of a quasi-world god. According to Jiang Chen's knowledge, the quasi-world god's cultivation base is one of the best in the outer gate of the Kanglan Saint Sect, and the status of this burly young man at the outer gate of the Kanglan Saint Sect should be extremely high. Behind this burly young man, there were 4 disciples from the celestial realm. One of them, Jiang Chen, was no stranger at all. It was Jin Shao who had a conflict with Mo Fan in the holy city of Kanglan not long ago. Jiang Chen immediately understood that this guy was the cause of all the troubles today. Now that Mo Fan has become the core disciple of Saint Kanglan Sect, this kid can't deal with Mo Fan. Obviously he wants to cast his anger on himself. What do you mean? Why did you break into my room for no reason? Jiang Chen looked up at the few people in front of him, his expression incomparably plain. Newcomer, do you know the rules? You don't even come to our boss to report for so long since you started. I think you don't want this outsider to be a fool, right? Behind the burly young man, a small attendant of the third order deity sternly shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at him, and said impatiently, "What is your boss? Why should I ask him to report? Before I don't want to do it, get out of me right away." Boy, you are very arrogant. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the burly young man couldn't help but suddenly cold. Don't think that you have an 8-star talented friend, so you can ignore my Zhao Mang. Boy, senior brother Zhao Mang is the top 3 disciple of Saint Kanglan Sect's outer sect. You don't even pay attention to senior brother Zhao. Why don't you just kowtow to senior brother Zhao? Jin Shao gave a sharp stern to Jiang Chen, and a sneer appeared on his face. In the Kanglan Holy City that day, if this guy didn't stop him, he would be able to anger Mo Fan and let Mo Fan do it in the Kanglan Holy City, thus completely losing the opportunity to enter the Kanglan Holy Sect. Now Mo Fan has not only entered the Saint Sect of Kanglan, but also detected the 8-star talent, and has directly become the core disciple of Saint Sect of Kanglan. For Jiang Chen, Jin Shao naturally hated him. Now at the outer door of Saint Kanglan Sect, even Mo Fan can hardly protect this kid at all times. How can he easily let this kid go? He urged Zhao Mang and brought someone to Jiang Chen's trouble. Chapter 2661, Information. Within 10 breaths, if you don't get out by yourself, don't blame me for asking you to go out. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Jin Shao, he just said a little, and then closed his eyes again. In the eyes of Jiang Chen, a group of hairy boys in the celestial realm are no different from the ants on the ground, and he can be wiped out instantly by simply moving his fingers. If it were normal, Jin Shao and others dared to run wild in front of him like this, I am afraid they would have already turned into cold corpses. Now in this Kanglan Saint Sect, Jiang Chen just wanted to wait low-key for the news of Mo Fan's exploration of the Kanglan universe and Heavenly Tao, and didn't want to make extravagances, so he hadn't done anything. If these guys have to live and die, they can't blame him. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't look at himself at all, Zhao Mang smiled angrily at once. Boy, dare not put me in the eyes of the outer gate of the Kanglan universe, you are the first in history. You still have 5 breaths. Jiang Chen didn't seem to hear Zhao Mang's words at all, and he didn't even bother to open his eyes. Boy, you have a seed. Today I will let you know what the consequences will be if you offend Zhao Mang at the outer gate of Saint Kanglan Sect. Zhao Mang's body suddenly filled with a sharp chill. Get on me, interrupt his limbs. As soon as Zhao Mang said this, the 2 attendants behind him rushed towards Jiang Chen murderously. Jiang Chen sat there with his legs cross-legged motionless. A cold word suddenly came out from his mouth. The 2 disciples of Saint Sect Kanglan who rushed towards Jiang Chen felt as if they were hit hard. They all trembled, a mouthful of blood spurted out of their mouths, and the whole people flew out like a broken kite toward the outer door of the room. This scene also changed the complexions of Zhao Mang and Jin Shao. The two who had just shot were both old men from the outer door of St. Candlin sect. Although their talents were not too outstanding, they had been in Saint Sect Candlin for several years, and they already had the cultivation base of the 3rd and 4th levels of the celestial god. Now this guy actually took the two of them severely by virtue of the power of a drink. At the outer gate of St. Candlin sect, even a disciple whose cultivation base has reached the 5th rank of the heavenly god is simply difficult to do. This kid in front of him, I am afraid that at least he has the cultivation base of the 6th rank of the gods. Zhao Mang stared at Jiang Chen steadily. Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such strength. In Sacred Sect Candlin, once the cultivation base breaks through the realm god, he can be directly promoted to the inner disciple. Outer sect of Candlin Saint Sect, the strongest are Zhao Mang and other 3 quasi-world censored disciples. Except for the 3 of them, the 6th order Tianxian is already one of the best in the outer gate of St. Candlin sect. Jiang Chen, the guy who had just joined the St. Candlin sect, had the strength of the 6th order god. The strength of this kid is so strong. While Jin Xiao was shocked in her heart, she couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, he acted cautiously and didn't do it directly. Instead, he found Zhao Mang, the disciple of the outer sect quasi-realm god, otherwise he would die in Jiang Chen's hands. The time is up. Since you don't want to go out, I'll ask you to go out personally. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and he raised his hand and waved lightly. Zhao Mang hadn't even reacted at all. They were hit by an invisible palm force, and then quickly flew out toward the door of the room. Zhao Mang stabilized his figure in embarrassment, a mouthful of blood finally squirted out wildly. He looked up at the room where Jiang Chen was, and there was an unprecedented panic in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that the new guy inside had such a terrifying strength. With the strength of his quasi-world god, he didn't have any resistance at all, and he was lightly slapped and slapped flying by the opponent. This is definitely only the real-world gods can do it. Is the one inside, a genius who has attained the realm of gods in cultivation. A genius at the realm of the gods, even if he enters the inner gate, is more than enough. How can he become the outer disciple of St. Candlin? Brother Zhao, this person clearly has the cultivation base of the realm god, but he has mixed into the St. Candlin sect and hides in the outer gate of the Candlin sect. It must be unkind. Let's report to the elder without delay. Jin Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, his eyes gloomy and authentic. Zhao Mang's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately led everyone to leave Jiang Chen's residence. It's really troublesome. It seems that I want to keep hiding in the Saint Sect of Candlin. I am afraid it is impossible. I don't know if Mo Fan will gain anything. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked at the direction where Zhao Mang and others were leaving. He couldn't help but let out a low whisper. And Mo Fan seemed to hear Jiang Chen's call. Not long after Zhao Mang and others left, Mo Fan, who had disappeared for half a month, came directly to Jiang Chen. Big brother Jiang Chen, what happened? Did the kid Jin Xiao encourage people to trouble you? Seeing that there seemed to be traces of fighting in Jiang Chen's room, Mo Fan's expression couldn't help but sink slightly. It's just a small matter, it's no big deal. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and immediately asked directly, have you found something when you came to see me today? Mo Fan nodded and said, I recently checked all the ancient books of Candlin Shengzong, and indeed I found records about the Candlin universe and heavenly Tao in some ancient books. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Let's talk about it. According to the records in the ancient books of the Candlin Sacred Sect, in an era before the Candlin Sacred Sect ruled the Candlin universe, a transcendent force appeared in the Candlin universe, attempting to control the Candlin universe and heavenly Tao, and ultimately defeated both. Later, the ancestor of Candlin Shengzong, Candlin's ancestor, met with Candlin universe and heavenly Tao by chance, and reached a certain agreement, and founded the Candlin Shengzong. After the establishment of the Candlin Saint Sect, it also became the first sect to dominate the Candlin universe. Mo Fan didn't conceal it either, and told all the information he found. Since the founding ancestor of the Candlin Saint Sect and the Candlin universe heavenly Tao had an intersection, it can be seen that the Candlin Saint Sect should know the whereabouts of the Candlin universe heavenly Tao in all likelihood. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, looked up at Mo Fan and said, other than this, is there any other news? Mo Fan said astonishingly, since Candlin Holy Sect was founded, only Candlin Holy Sect has ever had an immortal who broke through the dominance realm and ascended to the immortal realm. And when they broke through, they all seemed to have left the Candlin Holy Sect. There is no record of where this place is. Chapter 2662, Old Man Xianxia. When Jiang Chen heard the words, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Although the Kanglan Saint sect is the well-deserved first force in the Kanglan universe, under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible that only the Kanglan Saint sect can give birth to immortals in the huge Kanglan universe. The agreement between Kanglan Ancestor and Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao should be related to this matter in all likelihood. And the ancestors of Kanglan Universe who broke through and ascended, and left the Kanglan Saint sect before ascending, they must have gone to find the Kanglan Universe Heaven Tao. The place where the ancestors of Saint Sect Kanglan went before they ascended, should be the place where Universe Heaven Tao of Kanglan was. Where is this place? I am afraid that the entire Kanglan Saint sect knows only a handful of people. Big brother Jiang Chen, before I came, I asked my master. Although he didn't say anything, I think he should know that place. Or should I take you to see my master? When Jiang Chen thought to himself, Mo Fan's voice rang again. Jiang Chen nodded, just about to speak, but suddenly he sensed something. He couldn't help but smiled faintly. It looks like you don't need to go, I'm afraid your master has already come. And at the moment when Jiang Chen's voice fell, an old man's shadow with a slightly rickety figure also appeared directly in front of Mo Fan. Dominate the pinnacle. Jiang Chen looked at the old man who appeared out of nowhere, his eyes narrowed slightly. During this period of time, Jiang Chen vaguely perceives two auras that dominate the pinnacle in Saint Sect of Kanglan. One of them is naturally the Sect Master Xianxia of Kanglan Saint Sect, and the other one should be the old man in front of him. Your Excellency is really extraordinary, you can discover the existence of the old man. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the old man also looked up at Jiang Chen, and a look of surprise passed in his muddy old eyes. Upon seeing this, Mo Fan suddenly panicked and said, Master, why are you here? When you entered the Kanglan Saint sect that day, I felt a trace of power from you that did not belong to you. The old man smiled faintly. Recently, you have been reading ancient books, looking up information about the Kanglan Universe and Heavenly Tao, and you also asked me about the whereabouts of the Kanglan Universe and Heavenly Tao. Can I see the clues? Mo Fan hurriedly said, Master, brother Jiang Chen came to Kanglan Saint sect, just wanting to inquire about the whereabouts of Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao, and he has no other meaning. The old man didn't answer Mo Fan, but stared at Jiang Chen firmly. Old man Xianxia, I don't know who you are. He couldn't see through the details of the black-clothed youth in front of him, and even vaguely felt an extremely dangerous aura from him. This black-clothed youth is probably also a peerless powerhouse whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of dominance. Such a young master of the pinnacle, Rao is the experience of the old man Xianxia, that is the first time I have met in history. The Emperor of God's domain, Jiang Chen. Since the Kanglan Saint sect ruled the pinnacle powerhouses, Jiang Chen didn't have the need to continue hiding, and directly said his identity. Elder Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank. Are you the Emperor Jiang Chen from God's domain? Shengzong Kanglan received the immortal order handed down by his ancestors, and went to God's domain to search for the longevity immortal palace in the lower realm of the universe, and suffered heavy damage from the Emperor of God's domain. Although he did not participate in that battle, the Sect Master Kangunhai, Saint Sect Kanglan, went with the top 10 dominance realms, but ended up in a disastrous defeat. Azure Cloud Sea finally invited the immortals to come by using the art of communicating immortals, but the ancestor immortal clones they invited were all born and died by Jiang Chen. The battle power of this God's domain human sovereign has even surpassed the pinnacle of dominance, and is almost invincible in the lower realm universe. The old man Xianxia obviously didn't expect that this God's domain human emperor would come to their Kanglan Saint sect. Jiang Chen, back then, our Saint Sect Kanglan was only ordered to come to God's domain to find the immortal palace of longevity. Now the immortal palace of longevity is no longer in God's domain. I don't have any deep hatred between the universe of Kanglan and God's domain. You don't have to hold on to it, right? The old man Xianxia took a deep breath and said slowly. This son is too enchanting, but can kill the existence of the ancestor's clone. Even if he joins hands with Azure Cloud Sea, he may not be his opponent. Even if their Kanglan Saint sect could really deal with Jiang Chen, their vitality would be greatly injured afterwards. Senior, don't worry, Jiang Chen came on this trip and never thought of being an enemy of Saint Kanglan sect. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, my predecessors must have heard of the situation in my God's domain. I came to look for the Kanglan Universe Heavenly Path this time, just wanting to make a breakthrough by taking advantage of my precious land. He originally thought that he had killed a few strong masters of Saint Candlin's sect, severely wounded Saint Sect Candlin's master, and even killed the avatar of Saint Candlin's ancestor. Saint Candlin should be extremely hostile to him, so he didn't want to easily reveal identity, but he didn't expect that the old xianxia in front of him didn't seem to want to be an enemy of him. Knowing this, he could come and visit Saint Candlin's sect with all his glory, so why bother? Do you want to break through the immortal realm in Candlin universe and ascend to the immortal realm? The old man xianxia was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help but smiled bitterly. Then you may be disappointed. If the Candlin universe can break through, I won't be trapped in the dominance peak for tens of thousands of years. Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but frown. Didn't your founder of Saint Candlin sect have reached an agreement with Candlin universe? Couldn't even your people from Saint Candlin sect break through? In the old days, the Candlin Saint sect's dominating pinnacle powerhouse, as long as he went to the place where the Candlin universe heaven Dao was, he would indeed have a chance to break through and ascend. The old man xianxia said solemnly, but since 1,000,000 years ago, Candlin universe heavenly Dao seems to have deliberately tore up the agreement with Candlin Saint sect, and even the powerful masters of Candlin universe can't go to that place at all. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly figured out the outline. Candlin universe heavenly Dao and Candlin Saint sect ancestor met. I am afraid the situation was not very good, and I had to agree to some conditions of Candlin Saint sect ancestor. Now that Candlin universe and heavenly Dao obviously does not intend to continue to fulfill the agreement with the Candlin ancestor. Jiang Chen was silent for a while, then raised his head to look at the old man xianxia and said, "Senior, can you take me to the place where Candlin universe heaven Dao is?" No matter what, Jiang Chen decided to go to Candlin universe heavenly Dao for a while. He can only go to the more powerful Tianyan universe. And the heavenly way of the Tianyu universe is probably even more difficult to deal with than the heavenly way of the Candlin universe. Elder Xianxia's eyes flashed with brilliance. There is not much left in his birthday, and Jiang Chen's strength is unparalleled. This time maybe he can use Jiang Chen's power to fight for a win. Chapter 2663, Qingkangu, Candlin Universe, Qingkangu. This is where Qingkang Saint sect is located in the ancient strongest sect of Candlin Universe. Before the rise of Candlin Saint sect, Qingkang Saint sect was the only master of the Candlin Universe. Qingkang Saint sect deliberately wanted to control the Tao of Heaven, but in the end he was hit hard by the Tao of Heaven. Later, Candlin Universe Heavenly Dao and Candlin Holy Sect's founder Candlin Ancestor joined forces, and completely destroyed Qingkang Holy Sect. After Qingkang Saint Sect was destroyed, Candlin Universe Heavenly Dao has been hidden in Qingkang Valley, and Qingkang Mountain became a Jedi in Candlin Universe. Except for the Candlin Saint Sect who reached an agreement with Candlin Universe, almost no one can enter Qingkangu. But since millions of years ago, even the strong of Candlin Saint Sect could not enter Qingkangu. In the past millions of years, no one in the Saint Sect of Candlin has been able to break through the immortal realm and ascend into a fairy. At the mouth of Qingkang Valley, there are two towering mountain peaks, like two divine swords pierced into the sky. The peaks are as high as thousands of meters. The entire entrance is surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Little friend Jiang Chen, this is Qingkangu, and it is also the location of Candlin Universe Heavenly Dao. The old man xianxia looked up at Qingkangu, with a solemn expression. Since 1,000,000 years ago, there has been a mysterious barrier in Qingkangu, and even the strong who dominates the peak can hardly break it. Heavenly Dao enchantment. Jiang Chen stared at Qingkangu in front of him, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. With his strength, it is naturally not difficult to sense the barrier at the entrance of Qingkangu. The aura of this enchantment was vaguely similar to the God Realm Heavenly Dao he had seen before, and obviously it should have been laid down by the Candlin Universe Heavenly Dao. Jiang Chen was expressionless. He directly summoned the human emperor sword, slashing it out with all his strength. This sword touched the Heavenly Dao enchantment around Dao Qingkangu, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it did not make a half wave at all. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even a sword that was slashed out with all his strength without using any martial arts supernatural powers, even a general master of the domination realm could hardly resist. The Heavenly Dao enchantment laid down by the Candlin Universe Heavenly Dao is really extraordinary. Little friend Jiang Chen, this is useless. The power of heaven is extraordinary, and the power of the lower realm universe seems to be hard to shake at all. The old man Kang Ya shook his head and said, since the cultivation base reached the peak of dominance, the old man Kang Ya had come to this place more than once, almost exhausted all kinds of means, and finally failed to shake this heavenly enchantment. Since the power of the lower realm universe is useless, let's try it with Shanshu. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and the Azure Emperor longevity art instantly urged it to the extreme, and then cut it out with a flat sword. This unremarkable sword instantly landed on Qing Kanggu's heavenly Tao barrier, suddenly rippling with strange waves. Jiang Chen could feel that the energy of the Tao enchantment that day seemed to be weakened a lot by Jiang Chen's sword. Sure enough, it seems that the heavenly Tao enchantment can't resist the power of the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship greeted the heavenly barrier in front of him with all his strength. Qingdi with a sword, under the successive offensives of Emperor Jiang Chenqing's swordsmanship, the Tao enchantment couldn't bear it at all that day, and it exploded directly. The heavenly Tao barrier. Was it broken like this? The old man Kang Ya stared at the scene in front of him with dull eyes, and he did not recover from the shock for a long time. The old man Kang Ya knew how powerful the heavenly Tao barrier in Qing Kanggu was better than anyone else. Over the past million years, Saint Sect Kanglan has more than one strong man who dominates the pinnacle trying to break through the heavenly barriers, and they all return in the end. However, he didn't expect that the Emperor of God's domain in front of him would break the heavenly Tao barrier with such an understatement. Although the old man Kang Ya also knew that Jiang Chen had extraordinary strength and had the terrifying power to kill the immortal clone. But he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be able to break through Qing Kanggu's heavenly barrier so easily. The old man Kang Ya took a deep breath, and an expression of excitement appeared in his eyes. Now that Qing Kanggu's heavenly Tao barrier has been broken, as long as he enters Qing Kanggu and finds Kanglan Universe heavenly Tao, perhaps he will have the hope of breaking through and ascending. After Jiang Chen broke through the heavenly Tao barrier, he swiftly flew towards Qing Kanggu with the old man Kang Ya. As soon as he entered Qingkang Valley, Jiang Chen felt the world change instantly, as if he had stepped into another world. The surrounding area was dim, even the sky seemed to be chaotic, and the surrounding was gray. With the strength of the two Jiang Chen, they can only know the situation within a few hundred feet. Both of them are powerhouses who dominate the pinnacle. Naturally, there is nothing that can make them fear in the universe of the lower realm, and they are directly walking towards the depths of Qing Kanggu. At this moment, the surrounding mist was tumbling, surging towards Jiang Chen and the two, and was directly shaken by the power of the master surging out of the two of them. The fog dissipated, and a black shadow that was as fast as lightning hits the old man Kang Ya directly. Elder Kang Ya waved his palm, and the big hand of ice like a wave shot directly out of the sky, shooting a dark shadow on the ground. The black shadow that appeared suddenly was a dog-shaped creature with a length of 10 feet. The whole body was pitch black, with scales on its body, and its breath was almost comparable to the domination realm. It was struggling to get up from the ground without even dying after receiving a blow from the old man Kang Ya. This is a Futian dog, a strange animal raised by Kanglan Universe heavenly Tao. It has copper skin and iron bones, and its flesh is extremely hard. It has a power comparable to the dominance of the realm. According to my Kanglan Holy Sect's records, Kanglan Universe heavenly Tao controls a group of Futian dogs, no less than 100. Looking at the Futian dog, the old man Kang Ya directly swung a palm knife again and beheaded the Futian dog, with a solemn look on his old face. 100 Futian dogs are equivalent to 100 dominating realms. If hundreds of Futian dogs shot at the same time, even the old man Kang Ya who dominated the pinnacle could not help but feel a tingling scalp. A bunch of ants, don't worry, let's go. Jiang Chen didn't care at all, and continued to go deeper. The more you go inside, the denser the surrounding gray mist, desperately invading, but it is difficult to cause any harm to Jiang Chen and the others who dominate the pinnacle. Before the two of them had gone far enough, there was a sudden violent fluctuation in the space in front of them, and hundreds of dense black shadows also appeared directly in Jiang Chen's line of sight. These hundreds of black shadows vary in size, but each one is somewhat similar to the Futian hound previously killed by the old man Kang Ya, and most of them have an aura comparable to domination realm. The strongest of them is even enough to dominate the late stage. What appeared in front of them was the army of Futian dogs raised by Kanglan Universe Heaven. Chapter 2664, Go through the barriers one after another. Little friend Jiang Chen, be careful, this army of Futian dogs is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The old man Kangya looked at the Futian dog army in front of him, with a solemn expression. It is said that there were 3 peak powers in the Qingkang Saint sect that year, and they fell into the hands of the Futian dog army. Since the Futian dog army can kill the 3 peak powers of Qingkang Saint sect, it means that the combat power is even more terrifying than the 3 powers that dominate the peak. It is definitely not an easy task for the 2 of them to deal with these Futian dog army. Since I have come here today, I have decided on the Kanglin Universe Heavenly Tao. There are hundreds of Futian dogs in a mere kill. Let's do it. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and he swung his sword directly towards the Futian dog army. The old man Kangya gritted his teeth, and the power to dominate the peak exploded with all his strength. There is not much left in his lifespan. If he can't break through the immortal realm, once the time limit comes, he is destined to die. Now that Jiang Chen broke Qing Kanggu's heavenly Tao barrier and took him into Qing Kanggu, he would have to fight for it. The golden sword aura on Jiang Chen's emperor sword soared into the sky, turning into a sky full of sword rain and shrouded the army of Futian dogs. The cold air surging between the old man Kangya's palms turned into icy waves, surging out toward the army of Futian dogs. Both of them didn't have the slightest reservation, and wanted to kill the Futian dog army in one fell swoop. An unexpected thing happened. The powerful offensive of the 2 Jiang Chens did not necessarily come close to the 100 feet of the Futian dog army, but was instantly annihilated into nothingness by an invisible force. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise in his eyes. It's interesting, these Futian dogs even know how to use formations. Jiang Chen was still wondering how these Futian dog army killed the 3 peak masters of Qingkang Saint sect. Compared with the general domination realm, Domination Peak is totally different. These hundreds of Futian dogs gathered together, and may be able to make the strong man who dominate the pinnacle mess around, but it is not an easy task to kill the strong man who dominates the pinnacle. Seeing that these Futian dogs actually used formations to block their attacks, Jiang Chen understood in an instant. Back then, the 3 domination peaks of the Qingkang Saint sect were probably killed by these Futian dogs using the formation method. Little friend Jiang Chen, what shall we do now? Old man Kang Ya's complexion was also ugly to the extreme. The 2 powerful masters who dominate the pinnacle work together, and they can't even shake these Futian dogs. How can this be played? Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, catch the thief first and capture the king first. As long as the Futian dog that dominates the late stage is solved, their combined attack will break without attack. The old man Kangya frowned and said, that's said, but it's not an easy task. Now that these Futian dogs have formed a formation, their previous attacks were not even close to the 100 feet of these Futian dogs. How easy is it to solve the headed Futian dogs? Jiang Chen didn't answer the old man Kangya. When he moved his palm, the immortal monument appeared out of thin air from the palm of his hand. The immortal steel rose up into the sky and appeared on the head of the Futian dog army, turning into a 10,000 Jiang censored steel. Jiang Chen urged the law, quickly condensed the power of the prisoner, and locked the headed Futian dog. The chain formed by the power of the prisoner directly penetrated the formation defense of the Futian dog army without any hindrance, and it would confine the head Futian dog. This power is comparable to the Futian dog that dominates the late stage, and without any resistance at all, it is dragged into the immortal monument by the power of the imprisoned immortal. After suppressing the Futian dog headed by the power of the prisoner, Jiang Chen once again urged the emperor's sword to kill the Futian dog army. Seeing that Jiang Chen easily suppressed the headed Futian dog again, it took a long time for the old man Kangya to recover from his horror. Regardless of the heavenly Tao enchantment outside, or the Futian dog that once killed the 3 domination peaks, Jiang Chen easily cracked it. This kid's methods are really endless. The old man Kangya shook his head, and immediately rushed towards the Futian dog army again. The fact is just as Jiang Chen had expected. As the Futian dog headed by Jiang Chen was suppressed, the formation of these Futian dogs collapsed instantly. Without the blessing of the formation, Jiang Chen and the old man Kang Ya, the 2 masters of the pinnacle, are almost like no one. Hundreds of Futian dogs were killed by the 2 of Jiang Chen almost in the blink of an eye. After solving these Futian dogs, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raised his head and looked into the depths of Qing Kanggu, Kanglin Universe Heavenly Tao. Besides these Futian dogs, there should be other powers in control, right? The old man Kangya was stunned for a moment, and then he thought slightly. According to the records of the sect, there should be a flame bird that dominates the peak. I have sensed the breath of the divine bird, not far away from us. It seems that there should be the place of Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, directly soaring into the sky, cutting through the sky, and rushing towards the front. A crimson mountain appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the other two. Jiang Chen carried his hands on his back and stepped in. Just as Jiang Chen and the others approached the range of 100 meters high in the valley, a shrill cry suddenly came from the valley. I saw a red light rising into the sky. Amidst the red light, a giant bird of hundreds of feet loomed out. The giant bird was burning with flames, its pupils were like car lights, and its hair was red and shining, and its ferocious and violent aura came over the sky. The power of that kind of power has made you feel great. The old people are all discolored for it. What a terrifying flame bird. As soon as this flame bird came out, the surrounding temperature rose sharply, and its aura rose steadily, as if it was never ending. The brutal and ferocious aura, mixed with spiritual power, made the old man Kangya feel a suffocation. Jiang Chen, be careful, the strength of this flame bird may surpass the pinnacle of dominance. The old man Kangya looked solemnly. The oppression brought by this flame bird was too great. The old man Kangya had a hunch that if he were to fight alone, with his own strength, he would fall into the hands of this flame bird in all likelihood. Jiang Chen glanced at the old man Kangya faintly. We are already here, and we only have the last step to see the Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao. Are you willing to just give up like this? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the old man Kangya couldn't help but a flash of decisive light in his eyes. He saw his white hair flying, and the fighting spirit in his eyes surged like a raging wave. Chapter 2665, Tiandaoshan. The old man Kangya dominated the surge of divine power, turned into 1,000 Zhong ice skates, and slashed at the flame bird. With a roar of anger, the flame bird spit out glazed sacred fire, and the burning sky changed its color. Luli Shenhe and Chenjiang ice skates collided instantly. The shocking explosion sounded all over the world. The old man Kangya trembled, and his whole body stepped back more than 10 steps in the void. He suppressed the churning aura in his body and quickly said to Jiang Chen, "Little friend Jiang Chen, the strength of this flame bird is too strong. Let's take action together. Give it to me." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and with his white palms, an open, censored seal lightly shot towards the flame-censored bird. The flame bird neighed constantly, as if carrying a tens of thousands of pounds on his body. Its 1,000-foot-long body was full of flames, and even the pupils seemed to have sparks sputtering out. The burning heaven divine fire exuding from the flame divine bird's body was simply the divine opening divine seal that was suppressed from above its head. But the huge body of the flame god seal was pressed by the Cadian god seal to keep falling from midair. In the end, the Cadian divine seal directly pressed the flame divine bird, and slammed it heavily on the ground, printing a palm print on the ground. This palm print is over 1,000 feet, like the palm of an immortal printed on the world. In the palm print, the flame bird has long been crawling on the ground in a panic. No matter how hard it struggles, it is difficult to get up from the ground at all. The old man Kangya was dumbfounded. Although the old man Kangya knew that he was also the master of the pinnacle, Jiang Chen's strength was far above him. But he still did not expect that this flame bird, which he was not an opponent at all, would be suppressed by Jiang Chen's palm print. The old man Kangya just understood how big the gap between him and Jiang Chen was. It was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Jiang Chen condescendingly looked down at the flame bird, and said indifferently, "Take us to the Kanglan Universe Heavenly Path, and spare you not to die." The flame bird stared at Jiang Chen fiercely, as if to swallow Jiang Chen. "I have given you a chance to survive. Since you have to find your own way, then I will make you perfect." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and a golden glow on the palm of his hand condensed again. At the moment when Jiang Chen was about to take a shot, an indifferent voice waved directly across this piece of heaven and earth. "You are so presumptuous, dare to run wild on my sight." This voice was illusory, it made people unable to tell the direction, and didn't know where it came from. Jiang Chen looked up at the void, and said indifferently, "Kanglan Universe Heaven, you are finally willing to show up. I thought you would stay in the dark forever. People from the outer universe, dare to come to my turf and stray wildly." Kanglan Universe Tiandao coldly snorted. "The people of Saint Sect Kangya, so brave, dare to bring people from the outer universe into my territory." The old man Kangya said solemnly, "Heaven, my ancestor Kanglan once had an agreement with you. Now you have blocked Shin Kanggu, so that my holy sect Kanglen also completely loses the opportunity to become a fairy. Isn't it too unkind? I'm not kind, so how kind is your patriarch of Saint Kanglen? Kanglen Universe Tiandao coldly snorted. Since 1,000,000 years ago, my agreement with your Kanglen Saint sect has ended. Your ancestors asked for all this. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Kanglen Universe and Heavenly Tao, I am not interested in interfering with the grievances between you and the Kanglen Saint sect. I came to you before this trip, just wanting to make a breakthrough. Borrowed land breakthrough, Kanglen Universe Heaven said coldly. You forcibly broke my Heavenly Tao barrier and destroyed my army of Futian dogs, and now you have wounded the Qian divine bird. Wanting to borrow ground to break through is simply wishful thinking. If this is the case, then I will only kill this bird first, and then I will look for you, until you are willing. Jiang Chen's icy voice fell, his palm opened the censored seal, and when he flipped his hand, he smashed at the flame bird on the ground. Kanglen Universe Tiandao shouted angrily, and an invisible palm fell from the sky, crushing the seal of the Cadian censored that smashed towards the flame bird into nothingness. A misty blue phantom also emerged from the void out of thin air. As soon as the blue phantom appeared, a palpable heavenly power filled the world. Jiang Chen glanced at the flame bird below, and then at the Kanglen Universe heavenly path in the void. He couldn't help but smiled faintly. No wonder you are so nervous about this flame bird. If I guess right, this flame bird is it a part of you? Kanglen Universe Heavenly Tao didn't speak. He saw light flickering all over his body, and the flame divine bird on the ground instantly turned into a flame of divine light, submerged into Kanglen Universe Heavenly Tao body. Kanglen Universe's Heavenly Tao's divine might that filled his body also became even more terrifying. It's terrifying. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from Kanglen Universe, the expression of old man Kangya also instantly became extremely solemn. Kanglen Universe Tiandao did not rush to start with Jiang Chen, but stared at the old man Kangya coldly. The people of Kanglen Holy Sect, get out of Qingkang Mountain quickly, otherwise I promise that Kanglen Universe will never have you again. A place for Saint Kanglen Sect. Old man Kangya's complexion changed slightly. This Kanglen Universe Heaven Tao is beyond imagination. If he insists on continuing today, he can only expect Jiang Chen to suppress the Kanglen Universe Heavenly Path. I am afraid that Saint Kanglen Sect will really be expelled from Kanglen Universe. The old man Kangya's eyes changed slightly, and finally decided to block it for himself. There is not much left in his lifespan. If he can't win an opportunity to break through immortality and rise to immortality today, he will probably fall completely. Although Kanglen Universe Heaven Tao is powerful, Jiang Chen's combat power is also against the sky, and even the immortal clone can be smashed, and he may not be unable to compete with God Domain Heaven Tao. Tian Tao, although you control the order of the Kanglen Universe, you have no right to deprive all the martial artists of the Kanglen Universe of the opportunity to become immortal. The old man Kangya took a deep breath and looked up at Kanglen Universe Heavenly Tao. Today, I am old Kangya, I want to win a bright future for all Kanglen Universe martial artists. Kanglen Universe Tiandao stared coldly at the old man Kangya. Since you Kanglen Saint Sect insists on seeking your own death, then I will fulfill you. Kanglen Universe's voice fell, and the monstrous heavenly power turned the sky into a thunder and purgatory, and the terrifying power of thunder with the energy of destroying the sky and the earth came towards the overwhelming envelopment of the two Jiang Chen. Chapter 2666, Battle Kanglen Universe Heavenly Path. Faced with the blow of Kanglen Universe's control of Tianlei, old man Kangya's expression suddenly changed. The power of thunder that Kanglen Universe Heavenly Tao controls at this moment is 10 times more powerful than the thunder tribulation that he broke through the dominance realm in the first place. Even with Elder Kangya's current strength, he instinctively felt a slight threat of death from these thunder powers. Kanglen Ice Holy Art, where did the old man Kangya dare to hesitate? The dominating divine power in his body instantly urged to the limit, and the mysterious and incomparable ice power instantly emerged from the old man Kangya. These ice powers, with all the power of the ice, spread around the old man Kangya. Even the power of the terrifying thunder that descended from the void fell extremely slowly under this terrifying power. The old man Kangya shot with all his strength, and it only delayed the power of thunder in the void for a moment. The power of thunder broke through the shackles of the power of ice, and once again landed towards them. Elder Kangya's pupils shrank, and he was about to desperately resist. Jiang Chen on the side finally made a move. Above the long sword in his hand, there was a dazzling slaughter sword aura that greeted the falling thunder. This sword directly separated the Thunder Sea in the void from the middle. The skill of the fairy sword is a bit capable, no wonder you dare to run wild in front of me. Kanglan Universe Tiandao smiled coldly, the god thunder of heaven's punishment, which was more terrifying than before, blasted down at Jiang Chen and the others again. Facing the thunderous offensive of Kanglan Universe, Jiang Chen was not afraid, and directly swung his sword to face the terrifying god thunder of heaven's punishment. Jiang Chen exploded with all his strength, and his magical powers, one after another, constantly collided with Kanglan Universe and Heavenly Tao. Two equally terrifying forces constantly collided in the void, making the sky and the earth pale, the sun and the moon shining, and the entire sky above Qing Kanggu turned into chaos in such a terrifying confrontation. With the strength of the old man Kangya, Rao had to retreat under the terrifying confrontation between the two. He stared at the center of the confrontation between Jiang Chen and Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao, his expression also looked extremely solemn. This kind of terrifying battle, even if he is the strong man who dominates the peak, it is difficult to intervene at all. He could only resist in his heart now, and Jiang Chen was able to defeat the Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao. Not only is it difficult for him to leave Qingkang Valley alive today, even the sacred sect of Kanglan will be completely removed from the Kanglan Universe. Kanglan Universe Tiandao is full of majesty and staring at Jiang Chen. Boy, I didn't expect that your cultivation base in the dominating realm would have such strength, but I underestimated you. Kanglan Universe Tiandao's heart was also shocked by the continuous confrontation. The mysterious young man from the outer universe in front of him is definitely the most powerful dominance he has ever seen since his birth of consciousness. This guy is not only a bit outrageous in his background, but also has countless immortality skills. With his current power, it is even difficult to get the slightest advantage from the opponent's hands. You are also much stronger than I thought. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Kanglan Universe Heaven, with a touch of solemnity in his eyes. In the battle just now, he had all the means, such as the divine body vision, the killing of the immortal sword art, the Qingdi swordsmanship and other amazing magical powers, almost all of them were used again, but in the end he still couldn't help the universe. Although Kanglan Universe and Heavenly Tao couldn't help him for the time being, this kind of battle caused Jiang Chen's strength to be consumed extremely quickly. But the power of Kanglan Universe and Heavenly Tao, in this Kanglan Universe, is inexhaustible. If this continues, he will probably be consumed alive by Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao in the end. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and looked up at Kanglan Universe Heaven Tao and said solemnly, I only want you to help me break through eternal life and ascend to the immortal realm. It doesn't seem to do any harm to you, so why are you so persistent? I have nothing to do with you, so why should I help you? Kanglan Universe Tiandao said with a cold smile. Boy, although I have to admit that you are the most powerful domination realm I have ever seen, but in this Kanglan Universe, I can't even think about it. Since you have to do this, then I don't want to talk nonsense with you, let's fight. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the majestic dominating divine power surged out of his body again. It is imperative for Jiang Chen to break through the immortal realm and ascend to the immortal realm. If he couldn't make a breakthrough in Kanglan Universe, he could only go to the more powerful Tianyan Universe. Tianyan Universe and Heavenly Tao, I am afraid that it is even more difficult than the Kanglan Universe and Heavenly Tao in front of me. Instead of going to Tianyan Universe, it would be better to fight in this Kanglan Universe. With his current situation, it is not a wise move to continue to consume the Kanglan Universe Heavenly Path, and it must be done quickly. With a move of his palm, Jiang Chen directly sacrificed the immortal monument without hesitation. He urged the immortal steel with all his strength, and the immortal steel instantly turned into a steel of the Tianshan of Wanzhong town, standing above Jiang Chen's head. The bright fairy light emitted from it made Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao instinctively feel a hint of danger. This. What is this? Kanglan Universe Tiandao stared at the immortal steel above Jiang Chen, his expression could not help but change drastically. Jiang Chen controlled the immortal steel and looked at Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao calmly. This is an immortal steel that can suppress immortals. I have urged this steel to kill an immortal clone, but I haven't tried to kill it. God, do you want to try? Hearing the words of Kanglan Universe Tiandao, his complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look at. Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao could feel the power emanating from this immortal monument. What Jiang Chen said was the ruins. If this guy urges the immortal monument at all costs, even if he can't be killed, he may be injured again. He had to reach some agreements with the ancestor of Kanglan because he suffered heavy losses in the war, and now he has finally recovered to his peak state. Naturally he does not want to be injured again. Okay, I can help you break through the immortal realm and ascend to the immortal realm. Kanglan Universe Tiandao's eyes changed slightly, and finally he chose to compromise. Little friend Jiang Chen, seeing that Kanglan Universe and Heavenly Tao compromised under Jiang Chen's pressure, the old man Kangya also flew in quickly, and an unprecedented excitement appeared on the old face. Jiang Chen actually suppressed Kanglan Universe Heaven's path, forcing Kanglan Universe to choose a compromise. This also means that as long as he hugs Jiang Chen's thigh tightly, he will have the hope of breaking through and ascending. Chapter 2667, Imprint of Heaven, Immortal Tribulation is Coming. Jiang Chen ignored the old man Kangya, but looked at Kanglan Universe with a curious look. The more people in Kanglan Universe break through and ascend, it should be of great benefit to you. Why do you want to stop Kanglan Universe? People who break through and ascend. This is because their ancestors of Saint Sect Kanglan forced me. Kanglan Universe Tiandao glanced at the old man Kangya, and said coldly, I reached an agreement with the ancestor of Kanglan and lent half of the origin of the sky to that old fellow. Originally, it was agreed that the number of people who broke through and ascended in the holy sect of Kanglan reached 5. After he was in position, he returned to my source of heaven, but the old thing broke his trust in me. The origin of the way of heaven is the core power of the way of heaven. If Kanglan Universe had a breakthrough in immortality, his origin of heaven would also be improved, which would indeed be of great benefit to him. For example, today the origin of Tao was intercepted by the ancestor Kanglan in half, and the benefits were also taken away by half. If the ancestors of Kanglan hadn't deceived people too much, how could Kanglan Universe Heaven's path prevent Kanglan Universe martial artists from becoming immortal, so that they would injure 800 enemies and 1,000 themselves? Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head secretly. No wonder Kanglan Universe Tiandao would block Qingkang Valley and no longer give the people of Kanglan Holy Sect a chance to break through and ascend. It turned out that it was the founder of Kanglan Holy Sect who wanted to take half of the heavenly origin of Kanglan Universe for himself. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then looked up at Kanglan Universe Heavenly Road. I want to make a deal with you, I don't know if you are willing. Kanglan Universe Tiandao coldly snorted. There is no need, you humans are too cunning, I can't believe you. I will give you the Kanglan Universe's mark of heaven, let you trigger the ascension of immortal tribulation, there is nothing else to talk about. You don't need to rush to refuse, listen to my deal first. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, after I enter the fairy world, I will find the ancestor of Kanglan, and let him return to your origin of heaven. After the ancestor of Kanglan returns to the origin of heaven, you must not prevent the people of Kanglan Universe from breaking through, before the people of my God's domain. Come to Kanglan Universe to make a breakthrough, you also have to help them, how about it? Kanglan Universe's gaze flickered slightly, and even Zhan nodded and said, okay, as long as Kanglan Ancestor returns my origin of heaven, I won't have any problems. If this kid can really make Kanglan Ancestors return to the origin of the heavens, and allow Kanglan Universe and the people of God's domain to break through and ascend, it will be profitable to him without any harm. Kanglan Universe is naturally happy. Even if this kid couldn't let old ancestor Kanglan return to the origin of heaven, he wouldn't have any loss. For Jiang Chen's offer, Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao did not refuse. Kanglan Universe and Heavenly Tao no longer hesitated at the moment, his hands condensed the tactics, and quickly condensed a Heavenly Tao mark into Jiang Chen's body. This immortal imprint is the key to triggering the immortal catastrophe to break through the immortal realm and ascend the immortal realm. With your strength to dominate the perfect realm, as long as you are in the cosmos, you can activate the immortal imprint at any time and cause the immortal calamity to come. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, thank you very much. With this imprint of the Heavenly Tao, he will have almost no problems if he wants to break through the immortal realm and ascend to the immortal realm. Little friend Jiang Chen, seeing this, the old man Kangya couldn't help showing an envy look in his old eyes, and wanted Jiang Chen to get a mark of heaven on his behalf. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao directly said indifferently, you don't need to say more, I will not give the imprint of Heavenly Tao to Kanglan Saint Sect for the time being. When you enter the fairy world, let Kanglan Ancestor return the origin of Heavenly Tao to me, he will naturally have the opportunity to break through and ascend. That's fine too. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at the old man Kangya and said, old man Kangya, you have also seen it, it's not that I won't help you. Why don't you wait for a while, after I enter the fairy world, I will definitely find you as soon as possible. Patriarch, solve this matter. Whether the people of Kanglan Universe could break through and ascend, Jiang Chen didn't care much, but he wanted to leave a path to becoming immortal for the people of God's domain. After entering the immortal realm, he will definitely find the ancestor of Saint Kanglan, and get back half of the origin of Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao. Then the old man is waiting for the good news from little friend Jiang Chen. Although the old man Xianxia was unwilling, he finally nodded. The situation that they can't break through right now can be said to be caused by the founder of the Kanglan Saint sect for his own benefit. Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao was pitted by Kanglan ancestors half of the origin of Heavenly Tao, and they didn't have a good impression of Kanglan Saint sect. Now it seems impossible to give him the imprint of Heavenly Tao and give him a chance to break through. His opportunity can only be pinned on Jiang Chen. Don't worry, I will solve the matter in a few years or decades. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the old man Xianxia. Please send someone to God's domain for me and tell them that I can go to the immortal realm. Those who dominate the pinnacle of the God's domain can come to Kanglan with the token of the human palace. The universe breaks through and soars. Okay, the old must be brought here. After the old man Xianxia finished speaking, his figure flashed immediately before turning into a stream of light and rushing towards the outside of Qingkang Valley. After the old man Xianxia's figure disappeared, Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze and took a slow and deep breath. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is owed. He is about to break through the realm of immortality and ascend to the immortal realm of the source of the universe. Boy, if you want to set off for the immortal robbery crossing the robbery soaring, don't stay in this Qingkangu, my place can't stand your toss. Kanglan Universe Heaven took a look at Jiang Chen, and disappeared without a trace in a flash. This time I broke through the realm of immortality, and I don't know whether the system directly blocked the immortal robbery. Hearing what Kanglan Universe said, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. He shook his head, and appeared outside Qingkangu in a flash. This time the breakthrough came, but the immortal calamity that was above the heavenly calamity, Jiang Chen had no absolute certainty whether the system could block the immortal robbery. Just in case, Jiang Chen still did not choose to trigger the immortal tribulation in Qingkangu. Standing proudly on the void outside Qingkangu, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and decisively aroused the imprint of heaven in his body. The imprint of heaven and Jiang Chen merged into one in an instant, and the world was trembling at this moment. There seemed to be an immortal gate wide open above the 9 heavens. The thundercloud containing the vast immortal might surged out of the immortal gate and swept hundreds of thousands in an instant. Inside. Is this the immortal robbery? Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the mighty thundercloud, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The immortal calamity that dominates the realm of breaking through the immortal realm is really extraordinary. If it is a general dominance, I am afraid that just touching the fairy thunder in the void, it will instantly be annihilated under the fairy thunder. Chapter 2668, Break through immortality and enter the world of immortality. Is this the immortal calamity that broke through the immortal realm, really terrifying? Hundreds of miles away, the old man Xianxia, who had just left Qingkang Valley, also instantly sensed the immortal calamity triggered by Jiang Chen, and his pupils suddenly shrank. This immortal calamity seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. The old man Xianxia even had a hunch that even if Kanglan Universe Heaven Tao now gave him a mark of Heavenly Tao, it would be difficult for him to survive the tribulation of immortal tribulation. It seems that for the next period of time, he needs to make some preparations. At that time, Jiang Chen can really let the ancestor return to the origin of Kanglan Universe Heavenly Tao, so that Kanglan Universe martial artists' breakthrough and ascent will no longer be restricted. I am afraid that he will fall under this immortal calamity in all likelihood. Old man Xianxia's thoughts flashed, and his figure quickly disappeared into the sky. Outside Qingkangu, Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void with his hands, his eyes fixed on the tumbling immortal tribulation above the 9 heavens, and he was already ready to meet the immortal tribulation with all his strength. The mighty thundercloud rolled over the 9 heavens for a while, as if it had lost its goal, and soon gathered towards the fairy gate, and finally disappeared completely in the fairy gate. The system in my body can even block the immortal tribulation. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the fairy thunder that had scattered all over the 9 heavens. Only one left was completely returned to the fairy gate, and he couldn't help showing a look of surprise. This immortal robbery is overwhelmingly powerful. Even with Jiang Chen's strength, I am afraid it will take a lot of effort to get through. Now that the system can block the immortal robbery, it can be regarded as saving him a lot of trouble. Shanji, the source of the universe, I'm Jiang Chen here. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and looked up at the fairy gate in the sky. He no longer hesitated at the moment, he stepped out directly, and plunged into the fairy gate. Where is this kid sacred? Even the immortal robbery has given way. In Qingkangu, Kanglin Universe Heavenly Dao looked at Jiang Chen, who had disappeared in the immortal gate, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. As one of the Universe Heavenly Dao, Kanglin Universe Heavenly Dao is naturally very clear that there are some special divine bodies in this world that can ignore the laws of Heavenly Dao and directly ask Dao to become immortal without their control. But with such an existence, it is impossible to ignore the immortal robbery. Jiang Chen needs his Heavenly Dao imprint to trigger the immortal tribulation, obviously not a special divine body that can ignore the Heavenly Dao law. But after Jiang Chen triggered the immortal tribulation, he caused the immortal tribulation to retreat like this. Kanglin Universe Tiandao looked at the fairy gate that disappeared with Jiang Chen, and a look of hope appeared in his eyes. This son is really not an ordinary mysterious evildoer. Maybe this guy can really make old ancestor Kanglin return his half of the origin of heaven. The heavenly fertile soil, Sendai leisurely, towering high above the clouds. This is a side of Sendai. If there is xianxia flowing, it will bloom with fairy lights. On the top of this Sendai, there are two celestially flowing figures standing quietly. They looked down at the earth and looked at a spatial vortex above Sendai. This Sendai is the passage between thousands of universes in the fairy world. In the vast immortal world, these immortal passages are countless, and they are controlled by forces of all sizes in the immortal world. This time there are 6 people who have soared into immortals at the same time. My Lu family guards this immortal passage. It seems that it hasn't been such a grand occasion for a long time. Above the clouds, one of the young men looked at the 7 ripples on Sendai, somewhat surprised and authentic. Beside the young man, another middle-aged man with red eyebrows nodded and said, "It's really been a long time since I have appeared. I hope that 2 good seedlings can appear this time." Just as the two were talking, in the passage of Shanfen, someone had already walked out slowly. The visitor was a handsome young man dressed in white. He had just walked out of the Shanfen passage, his body couldn't help but suddenly shook, and he staggered to the ground, as if bearing a heavy load of tens of thousands of caddies. Is this the immortal realm? It is far from being comparable to the lower realm universe. The young man took a deep breath, the originally relaxed and comfortable look instantly became extremely solemn, and even his body was trembling faintly. Shanfen is different. The gravity, space, and even the laws of the immortal realm are one level higher than the lower realm universe. Young men first entered the fairy world, and for a time it was difficult to adapt to the environment of the fairy world, and was extremely embarrassed by the environment of the fairy world. Above the clouds, the expressions of the 2 immortals were extremely indifferent. As the envoy of Shanfen Channel, they have long been accustomed to this. These people who can ascend to the immortal realm are all in the lower realm of the universe without being superior and dominating one side. But as soon as he entered the world of immortality, he was just the most humble member. After the white-clothed youth appeared on Sendai, another figure soon walked out of the Shanfen passage. This person was obviously more unbearable than the previous white-clothed young man. As soon as he appeared on Sendai, he was directly pressed by the monument to kneel on the ground, and he couldn't struggle for a long time. Too weak. Seeing this, the 2 immortals above the clouds could not help but shook their heads secretly. The immortals who soared up from the lower universe are all at the level of false real immortals. But from their adaptation to the fairy world environment, one can see the strength of their talents. The talents of the 2 guys who appeared in Sendai first are not very good. The first person can adapt to the environment of the immortal world, but if they are trained a little, there is still room for growth. As for the second person, I am afraid that there is no hope of breaking through the real immortal for life. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 envoys, the third and the fourth appeared soon. The 2 of them fell on Sendai, and the situation was also not optimistic. They both gritted their teeth and tried hard to adapt to the environment of the fairy world. Immediately afterwards, the 5th person slowly walked out of the Shanfen passage. This is a handsome young man with abundance of gods, dressed in a silver feather robe, floating on the leading Sentai. This is the fairy world. The young man felt the environment of this immortal world, but his expression was much calmer than the previous 4. Compared with the lower realm, the pressure of the universe is much greater, but it is barely able to bear it. The young man muttered to himself, and immediately looked towards the cloud with a sense of gaze, seeing the two figures, his gaze condensed slightly. These two guys are a bit strong. Above the clouds, the two envoys looked at the silver-clothed youth, and their eyes could not help but a look of surprise appeared. They have guarded the passage of immortals for many years, and they have attracted no 1,000 immortals, but also 800 immortals who have soared from the lower realm of the universe. And there are only a handful of people who are as calm and unhurried as the silver-clothed youth. The middle-aged man with red eyebrows looked at the silver-clothed youth below, and nodded in satisfaction. This person has extraordinary talents and should soon be able to convert all his body power into immortals, and step into the realm of real immortals. Chapter 2669, Beihanxianyu, the people of the lower universe ascended to the immortal realm. Although they experienced the immortal calamity and condensed immortal crystals in their bodies, the power in their bodies had not completely transformed into immortal essences. The state they are in is called the pseudo-real wonderland. Only when the power in their bodies is completely transformed into immortal essence can they truly become a true immortal. And how quickly they adapt to the environment of the immortal world represents the speed of their immortal yuan transformation. For example, the speed of the 5 people in front of each others. Immortal yuan transformation is almost completely different. If it is said that the first young man to appear on Sendai, it will take a year for the body's power to completely transform into Shanyuan. And the last silver-clothed youth probably only needs 1 month. This is the gap in talent heritage. As the middle-aged with red eyebrows spoke, a ripple once again rippled in the passage of Shanfen, and a young man in black stepped out from it. It was Jiang Chen who had soared from the Kanglan universe. Is this the fairy world? Jiang Chen felt the environment of the immortal world. His expression did not change at all, and he looked around calmly. Around him, there were 5 human figures with auras that were very similar to him. Obviously, they should have also ascended into the fairy world from the lower universe. In addition to these 5 people, there are 2 dazzling celestial figures above the clouds. Even Jiang Chen, who has just broken through, feels a dangerous aura from the 2 of them at this moment. These 2 people should be immortals from the immortal world. Another guy with a good talent. The red-browed middle-aged glanced at Jiang Chen with a little surprise. The voice that contained a faint immortal might also sounded directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Attracting Sendai will help you and others to transform Shanyuan. No wonder we have never reminded you. You have 3 days to stay on attracting Shantai, adapt to the environment of the fairy world, and transform your body's power into Shanyuan. Jiang Chen and the others didn't hesitate when they heard the words. They directly sat cross-legged on the Shandai platform to enter the state of cultivation, transforming their internal strength into immortal yuan. With the speed of the system 100 times faster, Jiang Chen used the power of attracting Shantai to transform more than 90% of the dominating divine power in his body into immortals, and he was only 1 step away from the realm of false realm and the realm of realm. When he felt the situation of the other 5 people beside him, he only showed 20% of the sense. The 5 guys who had just ascended next to him, the silver-clothed youth who had transformed the most Xian Yuan, were only less than 20%. As for the remaining 4 people, the Shanyuan transformation is not even 1 level, and the weakest one has barely adapted to the environment of the fairy world in these 3 days. If the 2 guys in Union were to know that he had transformed into 9 cents, then he wouldn't be treated as a monster. When he first entered the immortal world, he was too small, and Jiang Chen didn't want to be too public, so he planned to keep a low profile. In the end, these 2 were pretty good. In just 3 days, one immortal yuan was close to 20%, and the other had reached 20%. They are indeed creatable. The middle-aged Chimay nodded with satisfaction. With the talents of these 2 people, within a month, they will be able to enter the realm of real immortals from the false real immortals. If these talents are cultivated a little, it is not impossible to break through the heavenly immortals and even the golden immortals in the future. The time has come. The middle-aged Chimay spoke slowly and awakened the 6 people on Sendai. The 5 people, including Jiang Chen, opened their eyes and ended their cultivation state. However, there is one person who is greedy to attract the power of Sendai and continues to practice cross-legged, greedily absorbing the power of Sendai. The middle-aged red eyebrows looked cold, and immediately flicked his sleeves, and a wave of celestial power shook out and swept across the person who hadn't gotten up. The man had no time to react. His figure was like a broken kite flying upside down from Sendai, and a mouthful of blood spurted out like a fountain. This scene suddenly made the hearts of several people on Sendai feel inexplicably cold. These immortals in the immortal world are really not ordinary domineering. The middle-aged red eyebrows glanced indifferently at the guy who had been hit hard by him, and said coldly, no matter what your status and strength in the lower universe. But in this fairy world, you are just the weakest pseudo-immortal. You dare to violate it. Reverse my orders. Don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. Jiang Chen and the others were slightly embarrassed, and they didn't say much. Even if they are aloft in the lower universe and dominate one party, in the immortal world they are pseudo-immortals who are not even true immortals. How dare they challenge the middle-aged with red eyebrows? The person who was hit hard didn't even dare to take a mouthful of the atmosphere. His face was pale, and the gaze that looked at the middle-aged man with red eyebrows was full of horror. Here is the introduction of Sendai, and has been guarded by the Liu family for nearly 1,000 years. I am Liu He, the envoy of the Liu family. I will only say what I am going to say. Listen to it yourself, otherwise you will be at your own risk. Liu He looked at the 6th Jiang Chen, and his indifferent voice rang directly in the ears of the 6th Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was calm, standing still, and the other 5 people did not even dare to make the slightest noise, waiting for Liu He's following. Liu He first introduced Jiang Chen and the others. The immortal realm of the immortal world consists of 6 realms: the true immortal, the heavenly immortal, the golden immortal, the big Luo immortal, the immortal king, and the immortal emperor. Jiang Chen and the others are now located in Kangyan State in the northern cold immortal region in the northern part of the immortal realm. Kangyan State is the westernmost state of the 18 states in the northern cold immortal territory. The master of the northern cold immortal territory is the northern cold immortal king who has a reputation in the immortal world. North cold immortal territory, I don't know how far it is from the purple flame immortal territory in Ling Ziyao's mouth. When Jiang Chen heard Liu He's introduction, he couldn't help but murmured in his heart. Jiang Chen quickly shook his head without thinking too much. In his current situation, going to Purple Heaven to find Ling Ziyao was still too far away. The most urgent task at the moment is to gain a firm foothold in this northern cold immortal territory, and then see if you can find the Kanglan ancestor of the Kanglan Saint sect, and get back the origin of the heavenly Tao for the Kanglan universe heavenly Tao. That Kanglan ancestor also ascended to the immortal realm from the Kanglan universe, so he must be in this northern cold immortal realm. Just as Jiang Chen thought to himself, Liu He's faint voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears again. There are only 2 paths before you now. One is to work as a miner in my Liu family, mining for 3 years, can regain freedom, then may become my outside disciple of Liu family. Liu He's faint words made the complexions of several people on Sendai not look good. They are able to cross the catastrophe and become immortals in the lower realm universe. Almost all of them are among the best in the lower realm universe. Now that he enters the fairy world, he can only become a miner of the Liu family. Even if they already knew that the immortal world was not so easy to break into, it would be difficult for them to accept such a change of identity. Chapter 2670, Choose the Way. Of course, those of you with outstanding talents and strengths can directly become peripheral disciples of the Liu family as long as they pass my assessment. When Liu He said this, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Jiang Chen and the young man in silver clothes. Among the 6 people who ascended this time, only Jiang Chen might be eligible to be directly disciples of the Liu family. In addition to joining the Liu family, you have a second way to leave on your own and to wander through the fairy world alone. As Liu He said this, all of them showed a look of eagerness. Obviously, these guys didn't want to join the Liu family, they planned to make a fortune in the immortal world by themselves. After all, although they can only be regarded as fledgling little rookies in the fairy world, they were once big figures in the Megatron universe in the lower universe. Naturally, they all have their own arrogance. How can they be reconciled to become Liu family miners? Looking at the expressions of several people, Liu He couldn't help but sarcastically said, I know you must be thinking at this moment, since you are free, who would want to join my Liu family and become a lowly miner. But before you make a choice, I want to remind you that if you guard Sendai by yourself, there are already no fewer than 1,000 ascenders, but if you don't enter my Liu family and go alone, 100 may not be able to survive. After hearing what Liu He said, the expressions of several people couldn't help but change slightly. Ascenders in the lower universe have a survival rate of less than 1%. If they didn't join the Liu family today, they would fall into this immortal world out of 10. All of a sudden, several people became a little hesitant. Liu He simply ignored the changes in the expressions of several people. With a move of his palm, a 3-jong jade steel surrounded by fairy lights landed directly in front of Jiang Chen and the others. In my Lu family, if you don't want to be a miner, you can attack this monument with all your strength. This monument has 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. As long as you can light up orange, you can directly become a disciple of the Lu family. Of course, if you can lights up yellow and can be directly an official disciple of the Lu family. As for the higher ones, I won't say much, because I have guarded Sendai for 100 years and I have never met one. After Lu He finished speaking, he stood with his hands directly behind him, and looked at the 6 Jiang Chen with indifferent expressions. I have already said everything I have said, so choose your way. Hearing this, several people couldn't help but glance at each other. Senior, I would like to enter the Lu family. Do I only need to attack the jade with all my strength? In the end, the young man in silver took the lead to speak. Stepping into the immortal realm, they are almost at a loss for those who enter and leave. They can only know 1 or 2 from the ancient books of the lower universe, but it is also very limited. And the immortal world can be described as a crisis for these false immortals. If they did not choose to join the Lu family, it would be a life of 9 deaths for them, and the silver-clothed youth obviously did not want to take this risk. For his talent and strength, the silver-clothed youth still has a certain degree of confidence. He believes that even if he joins the Lu family, he should not become a miner. At least he can become a disciple outside the Lu family. It seems that you are not a stupid person. Hearing the words of the silver-clothed youth, a faint smile appeared in Lu He's eyes. In the fairy world, strength is respected, and hiding strength is not good for you. The more talented you are, the more talented you can be in my Lu family. The resources and status obtained are higher. When Lu He spoke, he couldn't help but glanced at Jiang Chen. This guy's aura is extremely mysterious. Even he can't see through it. Obviously it should be hiding part of his strength. He also vaguely looked forward to whether this guy could directly become an official disciple of the Lu family. The silver-clothed youth took a deep breath, and immediately energized the strength in his body with all his strength, and an immortal element containing the power of thunder slowly diffused out of his body. The silver-clothed youth screamed and slammed a punch directly on the test jade monument. The punch hit the test jade tablet, only a slight collision sound, and then disappeared without a trace on the jade tablet. When the silver-clothed youth saw this, his pupils couldn't help but shrank slightly. In the lower realm universe, his full punch was enough to instantly collapse thousands of miles into nothingness. Now that he has come to the fairy world, he has only such a little power. It is even impossible to leave the slightest trace on this test jade tablet. At this moment, a strange wave suddenly appeared on the test jade tablet, and a dazzling orange light suddenly rose from the test jade tablet. In that orange brilliance, there was even a hint of yellow faintly mixed in. When Lu He saw this, he couldn't help but nodded slightly. Yes, you are qualified to be a disciple of my Lu family. The test jade monument has 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, and red represents the worst talent. If there is no great opportunity, I am afraid I can only stay in the real fairyland for the rest of my life. Orange represents the talent of the gods. If it can stimulate the yellow light, it means that the golden gods can be expected. There was a ray of yellow light in the orange light of this silver-clothed youth, and at least he was talented in heaven. If there is enough opportunity, it is not impossible to break through the golden fairy. This kind of talent, even in their Lu family, is considered good. The silver-clothed youth slowly took a deep breath and gave a slight salute to Lu He. For the fairy world, now he is completely aware of it. As the silver-clothed youth joined the Lu family, the other 4 quickly made a decision. In their current situation, they had no choice but to join the Lu family. Although the Lu family would not force them to join, they did not dare to gamble, especially in this unknown world of immortality. Once the bet was lost, the price paid would be lives. 3 years, for them, it was nothing more than a matter of fingertips. Working as a miner in the Lu family for 3 years is better than losing his life outside. If they can stimulate the orange light on the test jade steel, they can also directly become disciples outside the Lu family, just like the silver-clothed youth. The 4 of them didn't hesitate anymore. They all stepped forward to test one after another. The talents of the 4 people are obviously far worse than those of the silver-clothed youth. They shot with all their strength, but it was like a breeze blowing on their faces, and it could make the slightest change in the test jade monument. Seeing this scene, the 4 of them couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. It seems that it is not an easy task to directly become a peripheral disciple of the Lu family. Lu He didn't focus too much on the four of them, and looked directly at Jiang Chen and said indifferently, "What is your name?" "It's your turn." The immortal yuan that this son transformed on Shantai was 1 point more than that of the silver-clothed youth, and his talent strength was only stronger than that of the silver-clothed youth. This guy should be able to arouse yellow light on the test jade monument. Out of 10. Chapter 2671, Pursuit of the Lu Family. Seeing that Lu He asked about Jiang Chen, the eyes of the silver-clothed youths all fell on Jiang Chen's body. With this guy's previous performance on Sendai, he would definitely be able to become a disciple of the Lu family. Even if he were a formal disciple, it might not be impossible. "Jiang Chen, Jr., sorry, I have no plans to join the Lu family." Jiang Chen shook and said slowly, "I have my own way to go, so I plan to venture into the fairy world by myself." Joining the Lu family, although you can get the asylum of the Lu family, you will also be restricted by the Lu family. Jiang Chen didn't want to be bound by the Lu family, and even this northern cold immortal territory was not his long-term stay, so naturally he didn't plan to join the Lu family. As Jiang Chen said this, Lu He's expression instantly turned gloomy. "Boy, you have to think about it. With your talent, you should be able to enjoy the treatment of a formal disciple when you enter my Lu family. The future will be limitless. It is not good for you to be alone in the immortal world." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, senior, for reminding me that I have already decided. Since you have decided what else to do here, get out of here." Lu He's faint cold snort fell, and he directly raised his hand with a wave, and a majestic force of the immortal origin swept towards Jiang Chen. The cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he finally endured it and did not fight back. He deliberately made the appearance of being shaken by Lu He's wave, and appeared directly hundreds of meters away from Sendai, then turned and stepped towards the vast immortal world. Upon seeing this, Lu He couldn't help passing a look of surprise in his eyes. He looked up at the direction Jiang Chen was leaving, and his eyes couldn't help flashing a cold light. This son is not weak in talent. Since it can't be used by my Lu family, there is no need for it. Lu Feng, you go. Kill him. An immortal only transformed 20% of a false true immortal. Even with some talent, with the cultivation base of Lu Feng's third-grade true immortal, killing him was just a breeze. In the fairy world, there are 3 realms of true immortal, heaven and golden immortal, each of which is divided into 9 ranks. But starting from Da Luoxian above the golden immortal, there is no 9th rank. Da Luo Xian is also called Da Luo Xian Zun. Even in the fairy world, it belongs to the strong side of Megatron. Beside Lu He, the young man responded, and Zan even chased in the direction where Jiang Chen left. Seeing this scene, the silver-clothed youth and others were inexplicably cold. What you don't get is ruined. At this moment, they finally understood why the ascending people in the lower realm smashed into the immortal realm alone, why the survival rate would be less than 1%. This fairy world seems to be much more cruel than they thought. Leaving Sendai, Jiang Chen wandered in the fairy world, spreading out his spiritual knowledge, and remembering everything about 1,000 square meters in his mind. As the source of the universe, the immortal world is suppressed by the immortal path between the heavens and the earth, which is totally different from the lower universe. In the lower realm universe, Jiang Chen's divine consciousness can span a distance of thousands of miles in a flash. In the fairy world, Chenjiang has already reached its limit. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, and he walked slowly, but he was thinking about the next plan in his heart. The immortal world is full of crises, and with his pseudo-genuine strength, it is almost impossible to move in the immortal world. The most urgent task at the moment is to find a hidden place first, convert all the power in the body into immortals, and step into the realm of real immortals. With his talent background, as long as he stepped into the realm of true immortals, few of the true immortals should be able to pose a threat to him. He really has the ability to protect himself in the fairy world. Just when Jiang Chen decided to find a hidden place to practice, he suddenly sensed something. Li Meng flashed in his eyes. He could not help turning his head slowly, and looking behind him, the faint cold snort also instantly resounded through the world. "Since it's here, get out of it." As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a slightly surprised voice slowly resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. "It's worthy of the existence of daring to choose to break into the immortal realm independently. As expected, I have some ability." A figure that made Jiang Chen very familiar also appeared out of thin air from 1,000 feet behind Jiang Chen. The person here is not someone else, but Lu Feng, who was sent by Lu He to chase Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at Lu Feng, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. I'm already away from xianxia, do you have to be so aggressive in the Lu family? You chose this path yourself, and you can't blame others. If you enter my Lu family, you can be a peripheral or even a formal disciple. It is not impossible to become a heavenly immortal or even a golden immortal in the future. Lu Feng shook his head and said, it's a pity. You can't do the road, you go to Wangquan, who can you blame? Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly cold. Just because I refused to join the Lu family, your Lu family will kill me. Do you really think I am the ant you want to need? Yes, it seems that you people who have ascended to the immortal world from the lower universe are indeed no different from the ants in my eyes. Your life and death are all controlled by us. Lu Feng looked at Jiang Chen with a mocking look on his face. How about people like Jiang Chen who have ascended to the immortal realm, even if they are in the lower realm of the universe? Now that he enters the immortal world, it is the tiger who has to lie on his stomach, and the dragon also has to lie on his back. Jiang Chen looked up at Lu Feng and suddenly smiled. Why are you laughing? Lu Feng snorted faintly. You can still laugh when you die. Jiang Chen shook his head, his eyes calm. When I first entered the fairyland, I wanted to keep a low profile, but your Lu family has to be aggressive. If that's the case, don't blame me. When the voice fell, a majestic force of the immortal origin also instantly diffused from Jiang Chen's body. Before entering the immortal world, I killed the immortal clone. Today, Jiang Chen asked Dao to become immortal. Even if it is a real immortal, how difficult is it to kill? Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words and feeling the majestic power of the immortal essence in Jiang Chen's body, Lu Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. The powerful pressure of the third-rank real immortal, like a tornado gust, oppressed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and the human emperor's sword suddenly let out a trembling sword groan, and fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Although Lu Feng in front of him was a real immortal, Jiang Chen could feel that the strength of this guy was not strong. With his strength, even when he first entered the world of immortality, he might be completely capable of fighting against one. 3 days after receiving Shantai, Jiang Chen had already transformed 90% of his body's power into Xianyuan, and he was only one step away from the realm of real immortals. With his current strength, perhaps it is not enough to move horizontally among the true immortals, but it should not be too difficult to kill the true immortal in front of him. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Feng indifferently. The imperial sword in his hand was directly cut out with a fluttering sword. Chapter 2672. Kill the real fairy. The killing intent in Lu Feng's eyes skyrocketed, and his expression was extremely cold. A pseudo-real immortal who had just ascended into the immortal world, with an ant-like existence, dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Today he knows just how big the gap is between the real celestial beings in the fairy world and the false real celestial beings that soared in the lower realm of the universe. The immortal essence surged in Lu Feng's body, and a long sword surrounded by immortal light in his hand, slashed out like a mountain. The bright light of the sword cut through the space at this moment and slashed towards Jiang Chen. This sword with the mighty power, after touching Jiang Chen's fluttering sword, it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea in an instant. Lu Feng's pupils shrank, and his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. We look down upon you. I didn't expect that the Xianyuan in your body has been transformed by 90%. Above Sendai, you really hide your strength. After 3 days of practicing in Sendai, the transformation of the immortal essence in the body reached 90%. With such an enchanting existence, it was the first time they met in the Lu family who had been guarding Sendai for so many years. This son, I'm afraid there is a talent of Da Luo. Da Luo immortal venerable, even in the entire cold immortal realm, that is an extremely rare powerhouse. In Kenyan state where the Lu family is located, Da Luo Shanzun is one of the few. Their Lu family is just a second-rate force in Azure Cloud state, and they have only a handful of golden immortals. Da Luo Shanzun, that is the existence that their Lu family must look up to. Lu Feng stared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes, and his killing intent became more and more intense. Although a genius with the talent of Da Luo may not be able to become the immortal venerable Da Luo, but as long as this child is given some room to grow, there is almost no problem in becoming a golden immortal. A talented and enchanting golden immortal, that is enough to pose a great threat to their Lu family. Such an enchanting genius must be used by his Lu family, otherwise, he must cut the grass and roots to avoid future troubles. Boy, although I have to admit that your talent is indeed beyond imagination. But no matter how enchanting genius, you have to have the opportunity to grow up. If you join the Lu family, you can even be my core disciple of the Lu family. With the full training of the Lu family, the Golden Immortal and even the Da Luo Immortal can be expected. Lu Feng stared at Jiang Chen with piercing eyes. If you change your mind now, maybe it's still too late. The Lu family had never had a genius with the talent of Da Luo Shanzun. If he could bring this kid back to the Lu family, he would definitely benefit from it. I just left to take in Sendai, your Lu family sent you to kill me. I don't bother to be with you when such a villain walks through. Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Feng indifferently, and sneered, even if I want to join a force, it will definitely not be your Lu family. When Lu Feng heard the words, the breath of the third stage true immortal also burst out with all his strength in an instant. Boy, I have given you a chance, since you have to find your own way, then I will make you perfect. Lu Feng's words came down, and the heaven-breaking sword's light condensed by Xian Yuan came to Jiang Chen again next time. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, the sword light on the Emperor's sword in his hand exploded, and a sword that did not evade directly greeted the slashing light of the sword. With Jiang Chen's inner strength, even if he just broke through the ascending immortal realm, he might not have the power to fight the first-grade real immortal. After attracting Sendai for 3 days, with the help of the system's hundredfold increase, the degree of transformation of the immortal in his body has exceeded 90%, and he is only one step away from the first-grade real immortal. Even facing this third-rank real immortal in front of him, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest fear at all. Jiang Chen exploded with all his strength, killing the immortal sword art 3 styles one after another, completely suppressing Lu Feng, the third-rank true immortal, and defeating him steadily. Especially the last sword, directly smashed Lu Feng upside down and flew hundreds of feet away in embarrassment. Lu Feng pressed the surging aura inside his body, his expression also looked horrified. Although this guy had already transformed 90% of the Xian Yuan in his body, he was still in the realm of pseudo-genuine. And he, a third-rank true immortal, was so easily suppressed by the opponent. Naturally, Lu Feng didn't know that Jiang Chen's background was extraordinary, and he cultivated a very high-rank immortal technique Qingdi longevity art. Even though the immortal essence in his body had been transformed by 90%, compared with Lu Feng, the third-rank true immortal, they are only strong but not weak. Jiang Chen mastered the sword art of killing the immortal, which was also created by the powerhouse of the immortal king realm. In the nether universe before, Jiang Chen could hardly exert the power of the killing immortal sword art. Now using the immortal Yuan to urge the killing immortal sword art, the power has not only increased tenfold. With this kind of power, even a 4th-grade true immortal can fight. Wouldn't it be easy to suppress Lu Feng, a 3rd-grade true immortal? Boy, although your talent is extraordinary, you have to think clearly about the consequences of being an enemy of my Lu family. Lu Feng took a deep breath, his eyes looking at Jiang Chen looked extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense at all, he just waved the Emperor's sword and killed Lu Feng mercilessly. Lu Feng's complexion changed drastically, and his figure flashed into the distance. Although the boy in front of him is still in the realm of pseudo-true immortal, Xian Yuan has already transformed 90%, and his combat power is far surpassed that of his 3rd-rank true immortal, and he is not even inferior to the 4th-rank true immortal. If he continues to fight this kid, he might really be at risk of falling. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and the third style of Qingdi's sword technique, Qingdi's sword, was also unreservedly displayed. In the void, a blue phantom came across the sky in an instant, then stared at Lu Feng who was fleeing, and then raised his hand to draw a sword. This sword was silent and did not cause half waves, but it penetrated 100 miles of space in an instant. Lu Feng, who was fleeing into the distance, hadn't even reacted yet, and his whole body was split in half by a sword light and a sword. Qingdi's sword technique Qingdi's sword, with Jiang Chen's current strength, used his full strength, and his power also increased tenfold. Even if it was a 3rd-rank true immortal like Lu Feng, he didn't have any resistance at all, and he was killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword. Killing Lu Feng with a sword, Jiang Chen appeared beside Lu Feng's corpse in a flash, and pulled out a fist-sized fairy crystal from his body. An immortal crystal of a 3rd-rank true immortal is a good tonic for Jiang Chen. If it can be absorbed, it should be able to improve a lot of strength. How can Jiang Chen easily let it go? That, Shanjing obviously didn't want to fall into Jiang Chen's hands, and was constantly struggling in Jiang Chen's hands. After struggling to no avail, Lu Feng's face finally appeared on the fairy crystal. He stared at Jiang Chen ferociously and said with a frightened expression, "Jiang Chen, let me go quickly, otherwise my Lu family will never let you go." Chapter 2673, Sanpan Junxian. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and the palm of the hand holding the Xian Jing exerted a slight force, and the vast Xian Yuan directly poured into the Xian Jing, completely obliterating Lu Feng's fairy soul. Since the Lu family sent this guy to chase him down today, it proved that Lu family did not intend to let him go. In that case, why should he be merciful? In an understatement, Lu Feng's fairy soul was obliterated, and Jiang Chen disappeared in the same place in a flash. Now that Lu Feng has been killed, there is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation between him and the Lu family. And although the Lu family is only a second-rate force in Kangyan Prefecture, and it is not even a second-rate force in the northern cold immortal territory, there are golden immortals. With his current strength, let alone a golden immortal, as long as the Lu family sends a high-level true immortal, he has no power to fight back at all. The most urgent task at the moment is to find a place to practice in retreat and improve the strength. Now that the Xian Yuan in his body has been transformed into 90%, he will soon be able to break through the real fairyland from the false real fairy. By then absorbing Lu Feng, the third-rank true immortal crystal, might be able to break through the second-rank true immortal in one fell swoop. He is now in the realm of pseudo-true immortal, and he has a combat power comparable to the fourth-rank true immortal. Once you reach the second-rank true immortal, I am afraid that it will be at least comparable to the sixth-rank true immortal, and even the seventh-rank true immortal can fight. The Lu family should not be able to easily send out Jingxian and Tianxian to deal with him, a false real immortal who had just entered the world of immortality. As long as he can reach the second rank or even the third-rank true immortal, the high-rank true immortal of the Lu family shouldn't be a concern. Leaving the place where Lu Feng was killed, Jiang Chen flew all the way for 2 hours, and finally stopped in a desolate mountain range. He searched for a hidden cave in the mountains, and then quickly entered a state of retreat. Jiang Chen then transformed the last trace of strength in his body into Immortal Yuan. Ding! Your Immortal Yuan transformation is complete, successfully breaking through a real immortal product. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but opened his eyes suddenly. With a move of his palm, he directly took out Lu Feng's fairy crystal, preparing to absorb the energy of the fairy crystal to continue to improve his strength. Boy, now that you break through the real fairyland, you can try to open the Tower of Time, which should make your cultivation more effective. At this moment, the voice of the immortal monument suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. I forgot about it, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and as soon as he moved his palm, the Tower of Time appeared in his palm. He looked at the Tower of Time in his palm and couldn't help asking in his heart, "Senior, what is the use of the Tower of Time?" The Tower of Time uses infinite seconds, and its most basic function is to accelerate cultivation. You will know when you activate the Tower of Time and enter the Tower of Time. Hearing this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and directly injected Xian Yuan into the Tower of Time. A strange brilliance burst out, suddenly from the Tower of Time, which enveloped Jiang Chen's entire body. Jiang Chen found himself in the space inside the Tower of Time. There was a burst of information in Jiang Chen's mind out of thin air. Inside the Tower of Time, there are a total of 7 floors. Where he is now is the first floor of the Tower of Time. The speed of time here is 10 times that of the outside world. 1 day from the outside world, 10 days have passed in the Tower of Time. Cultivating in the Tower of Time is equivalent to 10 times faster than in the outside world. The Tower of Time, like his system's 100 times experience, is completely a cheating device for cultivation. And this is only the first floor of the Tower of Time, and the speed of time elapsed in each subsequent floor is even more terrifying than the first floor. Even if it is the second level, it needs the cultivation base of Heavenly Wonderland to be able to enter it. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could only open the first layer of the Tower of Time. Jiang Chen also finally understood why Ling Podian, the ancestor of the Podian Immortal sect, could grow up in such a short period of time that the Bian Immortal Palace and other Da Luo forces were jealous. This Time Tower, indeed, has some such terrifying ability. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Although he can only open the first floor of the Tower of Time, he is already very satisfied with the 10 times the flow rate of the first floor. With the Tower of Time, coupled with the 100-fold experience of the system, Jiang Chen's strength will undoubtedly increase to a very terrifying level. First absorb the fairy crystal to improve your strength. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately entered the cultivation state on the first floor of the Tower of Time, and began to absorb the fairy crystals to improve his strength. Ding! You absorb the power of the third stage true immortal crystals and get 300*100 immortal yuan. In this way, Jiang Chen continuously absorbed the power of the fairy crystal, and the fairy essence in his body also continued to grow at a terrifying speed. After Jiang Chen sucked like crazy, in less than half a month, the power of Xian Jing had been absorbed by Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen's cultivation has also reached the peak of the first-rank true immortal from the early stage of the first-rank true immortal. It is also only one step away from the second-tier real immortal. A pleasant system prompt finally sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You succeeded in breaking through the second real immortal. With the help of a third-rank true immortal crystal, it took about 20 days for Jiang Chen to successfully break through the second-rank true immortal from the first true immortal. 20 days, this is the elapsed time in the Tower of Time, and only 2 days have passed by the outside world. In 2 days, the breakthrough from the first-rank true immortal to the second-rank true immortal, even if you look at the entire immortal world, it is probably unique. After breaking through the second-rank true immortal, Jiang Chen did not end his cultivation, and continued to absorb the remaining power of the immortal crystal. The power of Xian Jing was completely absorbed by Jiang Chen. After absorbing the power of the fairy crystal, Jiang Chen still did not rush to leave the Tower of Time, and continued to cultivate his strength. Jiang Chen's cultivation level also broke through from the second-rank true immortal to the third-rank true immortal again. And within the 3 months in the Tower of Time, less than 10 days have passed by the outside world. In less than half a month, Jiang Chen had broken through from the false real immortal who first entered the immortal world to the level of the third-rank true immortal. With my current strength, there is absolutely no problem with dealing with the 6th-rank true immortal. If the cards are exhausted, the 7th-rank true immortal may not be able to suppress it, and this immortal world can be regarded as having some self-protection power. In the realm of true immortality, every time you upgrade a rank, the immortal essence you need will increase several times or even 10 times. Even with 10 times the flow rate of the Tower of Time, it would take him several months to break from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. Jiang Chen obviously didn't plan to continue cultivating in the Tower of Time. He planned to go out to learn about the situation of the fairy world first, and then make plans. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen stood up directly, disappearing into the first floor of the Tower of Time in a flash. Chapter 2674, Luoshui Business League. In the deserted ancient mountains and forests, a black shadow slowly flashed past, and it was Jiang Chen who had just finished her retreat. His fairy knowledge spread out, and he understood everything in a radius of 100 miles. When he first entered the world of immortality, he knew nothing about this unfamiliar world, so he naturally had to be cautious. 100 miles away, there was a sudden sound of fighting. With a move of his eyes, Jiang Chen flashed away directly in the direction where the fighting sound came from. Jiang Chen's figure appeared on an ancient tree that was 100 meters away, and he looked at a place thousands of meters away in response to his eyes. Crimson Moon Bandit, I think you are impatient with your life, even our Tianshuixian City Luoshui Business League dare to rob. In a caravan consisting of dozens of people, the silver-robed old man shouted sharply. The aura of the silver-robed old man was extremely powerful, even today's Jiang Chen felt a great pressure from him. If Jiang Chen guessed right, this silver-robed old man is probably at least a god. Beside the silver-robed old man, there was also a very dazzling woman. The woman looks like an immortal, with willow leaves curved eyebrows, vermilion lips and teeth, and she has a brilliant posture. She looks young, but her aura is a little bit stronger than Jiang Chen, and she is afraid that she has reached the 4th stage true immortal. And at the moment, opposite them, there were some 20 or 30 fierce bandits. The weakest of these bandits have reached the real fairyland, and there are even many 5th-grade true immortals and 6th-grade true immortals among them. Especially for the one-eyed man with a blindfold, the breadth of the whole body is not inferior to that of the silver-robed old man. Tisk tusk, if it is a change of weekdays, the people of my Chiyu will naturally not dare to do anything to your people from the Luoshui Business League. It's a pity. Now that the only golden immortal of your Luoshui Business League is still alive or dead, what fear do I have for the Scarlet Moon Bandits? The one-eyed man stared at the silver-robed old man and the others, and said with a grinning smile, "What's more, someone has offered an irresistible price, so how can my Scarlet Moon Bandit group refuse it?" Hearing this, the silver-robed old man couldn't help his face suddenly change. Since their leader of the Luoshui Business League was seriously injured and dying, some people in the Luoshui Business League began to move around. In order to stabilize the situation, the young lady took him out to search for immortal medicine and heal the wounds of the leader. Now they have finally found the elixir to heal their leaders, but they have been intercepted by the Scarlet Moon Bandit group. The appearance of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group was clearly instigated by others. The silver-robed old man didn't need to think about it. In all likelihood, the people who hired the Scarlet Moon Bandit to intercept and kill them were from the Luoshui Merchant League. In the Luoshui Business League, some people don't want them to return to the Luoshui Business League. Miss, I will stop the members of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group in a moment. You take the opportunity to leave, and you must return to the Luoshui Business League with the immortal medicine safe and sound. The silver-robed old man took a deep breath and said solemnly to the woman beside him. No matter what, they must send the fairy medicine back to the Luoshui Business League. Now, only when the leader recovers from his injury can the situation be stabilized. The Luoshui Business League is about to fall into the hands of the villain. Uncle Li, how could I leave you alone to face these Scarlet Moon Bandits? The woman shook her head and said, her eyebrows pierced, let's kill it together. No. The silver-robed old man hurriedly stopped and said, the people sent by the Scarlet Moon Bandit group are far stronger than us. If we confront each other head-on, I'm afraid no one will be able to leave. The one-eyed man on the opposite side was Wang Biao, the third master of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group, whose cultivation base had reached the second-tier celestial immortal, and he was even stronger than him. Once he fights, he will be restrained by the opponent. In addition to Wang Biao, the second-rank true immortal, the Scarlet Moon Bandit group also had two sixth-rank true immortals. Apart from him on their side, the only one with the strongest strength was a fifth-rank true immortal, and it was simply difficult to compete with the members of the Scarlet Moon Bandit. If it is a head-on fight, they will almost certainly be wiped out today. Miss, don't hesitate anymore. If you don't want your leader to have something to do and make the Luoshui Business League fall into the hands of others, then leave quickly. After the silver-robed old man finished speaking, he immediately took the initiative and rushed towards the people of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group. He planned to take advantage of the one-eyed man's unpreparedness, and first solve the two sixth-grade true immortals. Even if he was constrained by the one-eyed man, and the two sixth-rank true immortals were not present on the side of the Scarlet Moon Bandit, the chances of the young lady and the others fleeing would be greatly increased. At the moment when the silver-robed old man just started his hand, the one-eyed man's second-rank real immortal aura burst out, and he appeared directly in front of the silver-robed old man. Old man, your opponent is me. The one-eyed man smiled coldly, and immediately shouted at a group of men behind him, do it, kill them all. Following the words of the one-eyed man, the Scarlet Moon Bandit, headed by the two sixth-rank true immortals, directly and aggressively killed the people in the Luoshui Business League. The people of the Luoshui Business League had no time to retreat, and had to fight with the people of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group. Although the Luoshui Merchant League has a large number of people, its strength is obviously much worse than that of the members of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group. The people of the Luoshui Business League headed by that woman were retreating steadily under the offensive of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group. People even fell continuously, and the screams kept coming and going. Seeing that my lady was in crisis, the silver-robed old man couldn't help passing an anxious look on his face. He wanted to get rid of the one-eyed man and go to the rescue. But he was so entangled in the one-eyed man that he couldn't get out of his body at all. The Xingyi woman in the Luoshui Merchant League and a sixth-rank true immortal from the Qiyu Bandit blasted a blow, and immediately the whole person flew out of a distance of hundreds of meters in embarrassment, blood gushed out from her mouth, exquisite his pretty face also became extremely pale in an instant. I, Luo Qinger, will die here today. Looking at the sixth-rank true immortal who attacked her again, Luo Qinger couldn't help showing a look of despair on her face. Although she can be regarded as a genius of the Luoshui Business League, with her fourth-rank true celestial strength, she is enough to deal with the fifth-rank true celestial, but facing the sixth-rank true celestial, she doesn't have much resistance at all. Go to death for me. The sixth-rank true immortal figure of the Qiyu Bandit group appeared on top of Luo Qinger's head in a flash, and the palm prints condensed by the vast immortal yuan came directly toward Luo Qinger to suppress it. Luo Qinger gritted her teeth, and when she was about to desperately resist, a golden sword light suddenly burst through the air, and instantly crushed the palm print that had come to her to suppress it, The 6th rank true immortal of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group stepped back in the void for more than 10 steps, staring at the direction where the sword light was cut, and the cold shout instantly resounded. Someone hide sneakily in the dark, get out of me. Chapter 2675, Retreat with One Sword. The sudden scene also made Luo Qing'er stunned for a while. She couldn't help but look back at her back. There was a figure of a young man in black, slowly walking out of the ancient forest. This black-clothed young man is no one else, it is Jiang Chen, who has been silently following this battle in the dark. Boy, who are you? Why are you interfering with my Scarlet Moon Bandit group? The middle-aged man of the 6th rank true immortal of the Qiyu Bandit stared at Jiang Chen coldly, his whole body was filled with murderous intent. Stop passing by, Jiang Chen said indifferently. A question for you, what is this place, and where is the nearest city to this place? The middle-aged man's face suddenly sank. Boy, are you censored kidding me? They fought hard with the people of the Luoshui Business League, and the black-clothed youth suddenly appeared and interrupted him, only to ask for directions. This guy, I am afraid that his brain is showing up. This place is Tianbei Ridge in Canyon Prefecture, and the nearest city to this place is Tianshuixian City, where our Luoshui Business League is located. At this moment, Luo Qing'er quickly said to Jiang Chen. She vaguely felt that the appearance of the black-clothed youth might be an opportunity for them in the Luoshui Business League. Tianshuixian City, Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately looked at Luo Qing'er and said, take me to Tianshuixian City. I'll keep you all right, how about? When Luo Qing'er heard the words, he was immediately overjoyed and said, Qing'er is pleased. Now facing the interception of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group, their Luoshui Business League is already at the end of the road. If no one came to help, they would be doomed today. Now that the young man in black is willing to help, how can she refuse? This black-clothed young man was able to repel the 6th rank true immortal of the Scarlet Moon Bandit with a single sword, and his strength was definitely not below the 6th rank true immortal. Perhaps it could really help them resolve today's crisis. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense either. He directly looked up at the middle-aged man who was opposite the 6th rank true immortal, and said indifferently, I'm protecting the people from the Luoshui Business League, get out of me right away. Boy, it seems you really want to interfere with my Scarlet Moon Bandit group. The middle-aged man stared at Jiang Chen, his whole body looked murderous. Jiang Chen expressionless. So what? The middle-aged man smiled in anger and said, a 3rd rank true immortal who is so daring to take care of my Scarlet Moon Bandit, since you have to seek your own death, then I will do it for you. Before the middle-aged man's voice fell, a giant flame claw transformed by a Scarlet Immortal penetrated the space instantly, with a fiery wave of fire, shrouded towards Jiang Chen. The Emperor sword in Jiang Chen's hand turned slightly, and a bright sword light instantly pierced the world. This sword cut out, and a monstrous killing aura instantly enveloped the world, making the middle-aged man and the space around him seem to be solidified. The middle-aged man was terrified at once, struggling with all his strength, trying to get rid of the shackles of killing sword energy. Zhongguang directly smashed the giant flame claws, and then with the momentum of thunder, a sword penetrated the middle-aged man's body, instantly separating his corpse. The fairy crystal of the middle-aged man flew out from his body. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to hold the fairy crystal volley, sucked it into his palm, erased the middle-aged man's fairy consciousness, and put it in his bag. It seems that I still underestimate the Fairy King's supernatural powers. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself when he killed a 6th rank true immortal of the Scarlet Moon Bandit with a single sword. Originally, Jiang Chen thought that with the strength of his 3rd rank true immortal, it would take some effort to kill a 6th rank true immortal. But he didn't expect that after breaking through the real fairyland, the power of this killing immortal sword art was completely beyond his imagination. With the strength of Jiang Chen's current 3rd stage true immortal, he once again used the sword killing technique, bringing the power of the killing fairy sword technique to a new level. Even if it was an ordinary 6th rank true immortal, that couldn't stop him at all. A true immortal of the 6th rank just died like this. This sudden scene suddenly plunged the field into a dead silence. Whether it was Luo Qing'er and others from the Luoshui Business League, or the Scarlet Moon Bandit group, they all failed to recover from the horror for a while. The black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared in front of him had the terrifying power to kill the 6th stage true immortal with one sword. This black-clothed youth probably has at least the strength comparable to the 7th rank true immortal. Such a young 7th rank true immortal, even if you look at the entire Azure Cloud state, I am afraid it is rare. Of course, not only were the people from the Luoshui Business League and the Scarlet Moon Bandit stunned, but even the two heavenly immortals who were facing each other in midair had unconcealed horror in their eyes. With the eyesight of the two of them, it is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chen is only in the third stage true wonderland. A third-rank true immortal, but with some terrifying power to kill the sixth-rank true immortal with a single sword. Such an enchanting existence, in Azure Cloud State, is probably only owned by the few Da Luo forces. Could it be that the black-clothed young man in front of him is the ultimate arrogance of a certain Luo force? Thinking of this, a look of ecstasy appeared on the face of the silver-robed old man in the Luoshui Business League. But the one-eyed man of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group's complexion became extremely difficult to look. Ha ha, King, it seems that the sky is endless. I Luoshui Business League, your Scarlet Moon Bandit, this time I am afraid that it is doomed to return without success. The silver-robed old man looked at the one-eyed man and couldn't help laughing smugly. An enchanting genius who came from the Da Luo forces and was able to kill the 6th grade true immortal in the 3rd grade real fairyland was completely enough to help them rewrite today's situation. HMPH, lucky you guys, withdraw. The one-eyed man flickered slightly, and immediately gave the order to retreat. Although he is slightly stronger than the old guy in the Luoshui Business League, it is difficult to win him for a while. And the black-clothed youth who helped Luoshui Merchant League were absolutely not inferior to the 7th-ranked true immortal. Except for him, none of the people present in the Scarlet Moon Bandit group was his one-piece enemy. As long as he is constrained by this old fellow of the Luoshui Business League for a moment, the members of the Scarlet Moon Bandit group will probably be wiped out. Of course, this is not the most important. What made the one-eyed man most afraid of was the identity of the young man in black. With the talent of this black-clothed youth, it is very likely that it came from the Da Luo forces with Da Luo Immortal Venerable. Such a character is not something their little Chiyu bandit can afford to offend. Once it provokes such an existence, it is even very likely to bring disaster to the Scarlet Moon Bandit. The one-eyed man didn't hesitate at all. He took a deep look at Jiang Chen, and then quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen with the members of the Scarlet Moon Bandit. Chapter 2676, Tianshui Xiancheng. Luo Qinger of the Luoshui Business League, thank you son for saving his life. Seeing the members of the Scarlet Moon Band retreat, Luo Qinger could not help hurriedly stepping forward and thanking him. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said faintly, you only need to take me to Tianshuixian City. The son who saved my life today is the most honorable guest of my Luoshui Business League. Luo Qinger hurriedly said, my son, please follow me in the car. We will be able to reach Tianshuixian City in at most half a month. Jiang Chen nodded, and then, at the invitation of Luo Qinger, got into a carriage in the center of the caravan. When the silver-robed old man saw this, he didn't say much. Although the origin of the black-clothed youth is unknown, since he was able to help them just now, there should be no malice towards them. Their current situation is very bad, and if the young lady can bring this genius who is suspected of being from the Da Luo forces back to the Luoshui Business League, it will not be a help for them. Thinking of this, the silver-robed old man didn't hesitate anymore, and led the caravan quickly towards the direction of Tian Narcissus City. Along the way, through Luo Qinger's introduction, Jiang Chen had a certain understanding of the situation in Kangyan Prefecture as a whole. Kangyan Prefecture has a vast area and is well known and controlled by the Deluo force Kangyan Shanfu. There are mainly 9 immortal cities in Kangyan Prefecture, and Tianshuixiancheng is one of them. Tianshuixiancheng is located in the more remote northwest of Kangyunzhou, and its strength is at the bottom of the 9 immortal cities. Even so, Tianshuixian City still has 3 major golden fairy forces, and the Luoshui Business League is one of them. In addition to the Luoshui Business League, Tianshui Shancheng has 2 golden families, the Lu family and the Ning family. This Lu family is the Lu family currently guarding the Shanfan Passage within the Tian Narcissus City. The Lu family has 3 major golden immortals, which are stronger than the Ning family and the Luoshui Business League. I heard that the Lu family is the strongest power in Tianshui Fairy City. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. He killed one of the envoys of the Lu family, and once he was spotted by the Lu family, he might not be easily let go. With his current strength, he is still far from being able to compete with the Lu family who owns 3 golden immortals. As the so-called most dangerous place is the safest place, the people of the Lu family probably never thought that he would appear in Tianshuixian City. In the eyes of the Lu family, He was just a fake immortal who had just entered the realm of immortality after all, and he probably wouldn't pay too much attention to him. The immortal realm is full of crises, and the strong are like clouds. The real immortal realm is just the starting point of the immortal. It is very difficult to walk alone in the immortal realm. With his current strength, it is definitely not an easy task to get out of the territory of Tianshui Immortal City and go to other immortal cities. That being the case, it would be better to use the Luoshui Business League to hide in Tianshuixian City to improve strength, and then consider other things after breaking through the Tianxian. The next trip, Jiang Chen and the others were undoubtedly very smooth, almost without any obstacles. Jiang Chen and the others finally arrived at Tianshui Fairy City. Master Jiang Chen, Tianshui Immortal City is here. If you have nothing special, you can go with us to the Luoshui Business League, so that I can do my best as a landlord. Inside the carriage, Luo Qing'er looked at Jiang Chen, who was meditating with his eyes closed in front of him, and couldn't help but whisper. Have you arrived in Tianshuixian City? Jiang Chen opened his eyes, then smiled and said, then disturb Miss Luo. He first came to Tianshuixian City, and he had no better place to go for a while, and he had an enmity with the Lu family. If he had the amulet of the Luoshui Business League, he would undoubtedly be much safer. Young Master Jiang Chen is polite, you can go to the Luoshui Business League as a guest. This is my honor to the Luoshui Business League. Luo Qing'er smiled slightly. Zan even took Jiang Chen into the Tianshui Fairy City, and then headed towards the Luoshui Business League. The group came to the headquarters of the Luoshui Business League. The Luoshui Business League is not only one of the 3 golden fairy forces in Tianshui Shancheng, but also the largest trading place in Tianshui Shancheng. Almost all the people who come to the Luoshui Business League are in an endless stream every day. Just 3 months ago, Luo Qianzhou, the leader of the Luoshui Business League, was suddenly hit hard, and the entire Luoshui Business League entered a state of martial law and was no longer open to the outside world. Today's Luoshui Business League can be described as deserted, and everywhere is filled with a solemn atmosphere. The Luoshui Commercial League does not accept foreign visitors for the time being, and people who are not from the Luoshui Commercial League are forbidden to enter. Just when the caravan appeared at the gate of the Luoshui Business League, a cold scream came out from the Luoshui Business League in an instant. A team of guards from the Luoshui Commercial League, directly under the leadership of a burly middle-aged man, burst out of the Luoshui Commercial League. Luo Kaiyang, keep your eyes open and take a good look. Do you even have to stop the team of the old man and the young lady? The silver-robed old man looked at the burly middle-aged head and couldn't help shouting sharply. It turned out to be Elder Luo Li. Luo Kaiyang looked at Luo Li in front of him, and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The elder and young lady's team, Kaiyang naturally did not dare to stop. But now is the extraordinary period of my Luoshui Business League, just in case, everyone who enters and exits the Luoshui Business League has to undergo routine inspections, and I hope that the elders and young ladies will not be offended. Luo Kaiyang naturally knew what Luo Li and Luo Qing'er, the leader of the Luoshui Business League, were going to do. He also knew that the person behind him had even contacted the Scarlet Moon Bandit group to intercept Luo Li and the others. Now that Luo Li brought Luo Qing'er back to the Luoshui Business League without a problem, he proved that the interception of the Scarlet Moon Bandit was probably a failure. Only then did Luo Kaiyang intend to hold Luo Qing'er and his party, and then send someone to report the letter, so that they have some time to prepare. Luo Kaiyang, what do you mean? Do you still suspect that the young lady will be detrimental to the Luoshui Business League? Luo Li said with a ferocious expression, quickly get out of the way, otherwise you will blame me for being rude to you. Luo Li was naturally very clear. Luo Kaiyang has always been a member of Luo Chengkong, the elder of the Luoshui Business League. Luo Chengkong was ambitious. Before the leader, the Golden Immortal, suppressed him, Luo Chengkong didn't dare to make any changes. Now that the leader is injured, no one in the entire Luoshui Business League is an opponent of Luo Chengkong, the 9th-rank Celestial Immortal. This guy obviously doesn't want to succumb to others, and he has the idea of being the leader. Luo Kaiyang expressionlessly said, I'm sorry, Elder Luo Li, I also do my routine for the safety of the Luoshui Business League. Luo Kaiyang, you. Luo Li was furious, and was about to attack, but Luo Qing'er's sweet voice came from inside the carriage. Uncle Li, since he wants a routine check, let him check it. When Luo Qing'er spoke, Luo Li snorted faintly. Luo Kaiyang, since the lady has spoken, You should check it out quickly and don't waste everyone's time. Chapter 2677. The Surging Luoshui Business League. Luo Kaiyang ignored Luo Li and went forward to check it slowly. He checked very carefully, and hardly missed any place in the team, not even the carriage where Luo Qing'er was. When he saw Jiang Chen sitting in the carriage with Luo Qing'er, he couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. "Miss, you can go in, but this kid is not a member of the Luoshui Business League and cannot enter the Luoshui Business League. He is my friend." Luo Qing'er's willow eyebrows are erected. "Why, can't I bring a friend back to Luoshui Business League with Luo Qing'er?" Luo Kaiyang smiled and said, "If I change the weekdays, I will naturally not stop the lady. But now is the extraordinary period of my Luoshui Business League. I am shouldering the safety of the Luoshui Business League. I have to be more cautious. Ms. Wang can be considerate. If something goes wrong, Kaiyang will not be able to bear the responsibility. I brought people in, and this lady is willing to take care of what happened." Luo Qing'er's pretty face was cold. "Luo Kaiyang, don't you let me go. Since the lady has said so, then I have nothing to say." Luo Kaiyang said. Zan even made way for Luo Qing'er and the others. Upon seeing this, Luo Qing'er couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen apologetically and said, "Master Jiang Chen, let's go in." Jiang Chen nodded, and didn't say much. Although he also felt that the atmosphere of the Luoshui Business League seemed a little subtle, he would feel at ease if he came. Now even if he leaves the Luoshui Business League, he has no better place to go. After watching Luo Qing'er and his party enter the Luoshui Business League, Luo Kaiyang's eyes flickered slightly, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Luo Kaiyang's figure appeared in a courtyard deep in the Luoshui Business League. An elderly man dressed in a brocade robe, who looks more than 50 years old, is sitting alone in the middle of the courtyard playing games. The old man looks extraordinary, and the eagle looks at the wolf. He just sat there quietly, with a terrifying celestial coercion spreading all over his body. Even with the strength of Luo Kaiyang's 9th rank true immortal, there was a feeling of suffocation under this coercion. This old man is no one else, but Luo Changkong, the great elder of the Luoshui Business League, whose cultivation base has reached the 9th ranked celestial immortal. The great elder. Luo Kaiyang stepped forward and saluted Luo Changkong respectfully. Luo Changkong gently dropped a chess piece in his hand before he asked. Luo Qing'er came back unscathed. Luo Kaiyang nodded quickly. "The members of the Scarlet Moon Bandit are really rubbish, they can't even handle such a small thing." Luo Changkong shook his head, and immediately looked at Luo Kaiyang and said, "When you checked, what did you find?" "Basically nothing was found." Luo Kaiyang shook his head and said, "In their team, apart from an additional young man from the 3rd stage True Wonderland, nothing else was discovered. Is it just a 3rd grade True Fairy?" When Luo Changkong heard this, he stopped paying attention to the matter. A 3rd rank True, no matter how enchanting, he would never think of making waves in the Luoshui Business League. "Grand Elder, Luo Qing'er returned this time, and he must have brought back the elixir of healing for the Lord. What are we going to do now?" Luo Changkong said indifferently. "Send people to guard the place where Luo Qianxia retreats. No one should approach it, especially Luo Qing'er and others. They must not be given a chance to approach Luo Qianxia." Luo Kaiyang hesitated slightly and said, "Great Elder, why don't we just do it directly, in case that the delay will change? I have my own plan for this. You only need to do what I tell you to do." Luo Changkong's eyes flickered slightly. If it is possible, he doesn't want to directly take control of the Luoshui Business League in his own hands. Although Luo Qianxia suffered heavy injuries, no one of them knew exactly what the injuries were. As a 9th ranked celestial immortal, Luo Changkong knew better than anyone the power of Jinxian. Even if Luo Qianxia was severely injured, as long as he was able to show 20% to 30% of his strength, he could easily be crushed. Before he knew the specific situation of Luo Qianxia, how could Luo Changkong dare to do it easily? The Luoshui Business League can become one of the 3 major forces in Tianshui Fairy City, mainly because of the existence of the Golden Fairy Luo Qianxia. Once he takes control of the Luoshui Business League now, without the Golden Immortal Shock, the Luoshui Business League will probably face a lot of trouble. The best way today is to delay time first. He is now at the peak of the 9th stage Celestial Immortal, only 1 step away from the Golden Immortal Realm. Just give him some time to break through the Golden Fairy. At that time, he will take control of the Luoshui Business League again. Isn't that easy? And when Luo Changkong was talking with Luo Kaiyang, after Luo Qing'er returned to her courtyard and arranged Jiang Chen's residence, she was ready to go to her father's retreat and send him healing medicine. Miss, Luo Changkong is ambitious, and he has been watching the position of the leader for a long time. I am afraid that you will not easily let you deliver the immortal medicine into the hands of the leader. Luo Li's face solemnly said, we have to consider this matter long-term. Luo Qing'er Lu frowned and said with a worried expression, then what shall we do now? Father's injury can't be delayed for long. Luo Li took a deep breath and said, I have already contacted Elder Wuji, and he will be back soon. We will talk about everything when Elder Wuji returns. In the Luoshui Business League, in addition to the leader Luo Qianxia, the Golden Fairyland Powerhouse, there are also several Heavenly Fairyland Elders. Among the many elders in the Celestial Wonderland, the strongest is Luo Changkong, who has reached the 9th-ranked Celestial Wonderland. And under Luo Changkong is Luo Wuji, the youngest Celestial Elder of the Luoshui Business League. This person is a peerless genius of the Luoshui Business League. His talent is a well-known existence in Tianshuixian City. He has become a Tianxian in less than 1,000 years, and now his cultivation has reached the 7th-ranked Tianxian. Although his cultivation was still a lot worse than Luo Changkong, who was a 9th-ranked Celestial Immortal, his combat power was extraordinary, and he might not be able to compete with Luo Changkong. Luo has no polarity, is free and easy, is obsessed with cultivation, travels abroad for many years, and rarely interferes with the affairs of the Luoshui Business League. This time, Luo Li had to call Luo Wuji back. In that case, wait until Uncle Wuji comes back. Luo Qing'er also knew that it was not impulsive at this moment, and only when Uncle Wuji returned would they barely have the capital to compete with Luo Changkong. Miss, you have been idle lately, so let's get in touch with Jiang Chen more. Luo Li suddenly thought of Jiang Chen, who had come to the Luoshui Business League with them, and could not help but reminded him. That guy named Jiang Chen is talented near demon. I am afraid it is very likely to come from the forces of Da Luo. If he can get his help, it will be more conducive to stabilizing the situation of the Luoshui Business League. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they failed in the confrontation with Luo Changkong, as long as Jiang Chen was willing to take action, he might be able to save Luo Qing'er's life. A great genius of the Luo forces, the energy contained in the four is inestimable at all. As long as Luo Qing'er can have a good relationship with Jiang Chen, he can almost be invincible. Chapter 2678, Trading Fairy. Luoshui Business League, the residence of the Lord Qianjin Luo Qing'er, in a quiet secret room. After Jiang Chen came to the Luoshui Business League, he asked Luo Qing'er for this secret room, and then entered the first floor of the Tower of Time. Ding! You absorb the 6th stage True Immortal Crystal and get 600*100 Immortal Yuan. Ding! You absorb the 6th stage True Immortal Crystal and get 600*100 Immortal Yuan. Ding! You broke through the 4th Real Immortal. For 3 full days, that is, 1 month in the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen absorbed the energy of a 6th grade True Fairy Crystal, and his cultivation level also broke through again, reaching the 4th grade True Fairy state. Jiang Chen, who has broken through the 4th rank True Immortal, can be against the 7th rank True Immortal and even the 8th rank True Immortal. If the whole cards of the Immortal Tablet were used, even the 9th rank True Immortal would not have the slightest fear. Under the heaven, there should be no way for someone to get him. Jiang Chen now barely had a trace of self-protection in the immortal world. Tianxian can already be regarded as entering the house in the immortal world, even if it is in the Luoshui Business League and other golden celestial forces. Tianxian is rare. The fairy crystal of the fairy is indeed a lot of things that can quickly increase the strength. It seems that in the future, you have to find a way to get more fairy crystals. He has a system in his body that can absorb the power of the fairy crystal endlessly, and he does not worry about being burst by the energy of the fairy crystal, and he does not need to remove the impurities contained in the fairy crystal like ordinary people. Jiang Chen now needs an extremely large amount of immortality for every breakthrough. If he was cultivating normally in the Tower of Time, given him half a year, I am afraid he might not be able to break through from the 3rd rank True Immortal to the 4th rank True Immortal. Now with the help of the 6th stage True Immortal Crystal, Jiang Chen completed the breakthrough in just 1 month. It can be seen that Xian Jing is very important to Jiang Chen's breakthrough. Especially some high-quality fairy crystals can definitely make Jiang Chen improve rapidly. As long as there are enough immortal crystals, it is not difficult for him to break through the immortal in a short time. There should be a lot of fairy crystals in the Luoshui Business League, maybe you can consider trading with Luo Qinger. The Luoshui Commercial League is the largest commercial alliance in Tianshui Shancheng, with various resources. If Luo Qinger can trade enough immortal crystals, he can quickly improve his cultivation. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and went straight out of the secret room, ready to find Luo Qinger to trade some fairy crystals. Jiang Chen left the secret room, and one was waiting in the secret room. The maid outside was polite to him. Jiang Chen glanced at the maid. "I said, you don't have to stay here all the time." The maid hurriedly said, "Miss ordered me to take good care of young Master Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen shook his head, and immediately asked directly, "Where is your miss now? Take me to see her." "My son, please come with me." The maid made a pleased gesture to Jiang Chen, and then led the way for Jiang Chen directly in front. After a while, under the leadership of the maid, Jiang Chen came to the lobby of the courtyard. Luo Qinger was discussing something with Luo Li. Seeing Jiang Chen coming, she couldn't help but got up to greet her. "Young Master Jiang Chen, why are you here?" Luo Li looked at Jiang Chen, and a look of surprise appeared in his old eyes. This guy is worthy of being the supreme genius of the Da Luo forces. It really is extraordinary. It's not difficult to see with his eyesight, just a few days. No, Jiang Chen's strength has improved a lot, and he has broken through from the 3rd rank True Immortal to the 4th rank True Immortal. This speed of improvement can be described as extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, "Miss Luo, I want to trade some fairy crystals to you Luoshui Business League." Young Master Jiang Chen needs Shanjing without any problems. Luo Qinger smiled slightly and said, "I don't know what grade of fairy crystal Jiang Chen needs, I will send it to your room in a while." Immortal crystals are the condensed crystallization of immortals, which can only be obtained by killing immortals. Even the Luoshui Business League does not have many fairy crystals. But since Jiang Chen has spoken, Luo Qinger will try his best to satisfy no matter how many immortal crystals he needs. It can be of any grade, but the higher the grade of Shanjing, the better. Jiang Chen just wanted to use the fairy crystal to speed up his cultivation. He didn't have much requirement for the fairy crystal's grade, but the higher the grade of the fairy crystal, the more beneficial it would undoubtedly be for Jiang Chen's cultivation. "Miss, the big elder Luo Changkong now controls all matters concerning the Luoshui Business League, and he probably won't let you get the fairy crystal easily." Luo Li frowned. "It's okay, Uncle Wuji should be able to come back today." Luo Qinger smiled slightly and said, "As long as we send the immortal medicine to his father, he will naturally be honest." Luo Li heard this, but a worried look appeared on his face. Although they called Luo Wuji back this time, Luo Changkong had been planning for a long time, and he would definitely not let them easily send the immortal medicine into the hands of the leader. "It seems that your Luoshui Business League has encountered some troubles. Do you need my help?" At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice rang in their ears. If young Master Jiang Chen is willing to help, naturally it is best. Before Luo Qinger could speak, Luo Li hurriedly said, "Although Jiang Chen only had the cultivation base of the 4th rank True Immortal, the average 7th rank True Immortal or even the 8th rank True Immortal might not be his opponent." Of course, what Luo Li liked more was Jiang Chen's identity as a suspected disciple of the Da Luo forces. He just needs to fight ahead, not to mention Luo Changkong, even the big golden immortals in Tianshuixian City. I am afraid they will have to be afraid of them. He needs to get some fairy crystals from the Luoshui Business League, and can't produce anything valuable to trade with Luo Qinger for a while, and doesn't want to owe Luo Qinger too much favor. Since Luo Qinger and the others are in trouble, he might as well help Luo Qinger and the others. "Master Jiang Chen, thank you very much." Luo Qinger couldn't help but said to Jiang Chen with a look of gratitude. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Miss Luo, you don't have to be polite, even if you provide me with Shanjing's reward." Just between the two talking, a middle-aged man in white clothes that looked free and easy, drifted into the courtyard slowly. Luo Qinger looked at the visitor, and a look of joy appeared on her delicate pretty face. "Uncle Wuji, you are back." The middle-aged in white is no one else, but Luo Wuji. Luo Wuji looked at Luo Qinger, and couldn't help but blamed him. "Qinger, why didn't you inform me about the injury of eldest brother?" Luo Wuji was not a member of the Luo family, but was the adopted son picked up by Luo Qianzhou's father, the previous leader of the Luoshui Business League. Although Luo Wuji and Luo Qianzhou are not brothers, they are better than brothers. Luo Wuji, who was naturally free and easy, rushed back as soon as he heard the news of Luo Qianzhou's accident. Chapter 2679, Return of Luo Wuji. Elder promise, don't blame Miss. This is what the leader meant. He told us not to disturb you. Luo Li smiled bitterly. It's just the current form, we have to call you back. Luo Wuji didn't talk nonsense, and asked directly, Qinger, let's talk about it, what is going on? Luo Qinger didn't conceal anything, she told about what happened recently. The old guy Luo Changkong, I knew he was very ambitious, he wanted to peep into the Luoshui business league of Big Brother, and now he finally exposed the tail of the fox. Luo Wuji could not help but snorted heavily. When Luo Wuji was in the Luoshui business league before, he had already seen that Luo Changkong's ambition was not small. He has always wanted to get rid of Luo Changkong and solve this potential disaster for the Luoshui business league. But Luo Changkong had been trying to hide extremely well, he didn't get any handle at all, and he had to put the matter of dealing with Luo Changkong on hold. This time, Luo Changkong actually wanted to take advantage of his eldest brother's injury to take control of the Luoshui business league. How could Luo Wuji easily let him go? Qinger, since you have found the healing medicine for your eldest brother, what are you waiting for? Let me send the medicine to your eldest brother as soon as possible. Luo Wuji's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said directly. Elder Wuji, Luo Changkong probably won't let us see the leader easily, so we are going to deliver medicine like this, isn't it a bit sloppy? Luo Li was shocked and couldn't help but said quickly. Big brother's injury can't be delayed. Luo Wuji said coldly, if Luo Changkong dares to stop me, just kill it. When he was still in a 7th-ranked heavenly immortal, he thought he had a combat power comparable to that of a 9th-ranked heavenly immortal. Now that he has broken through the 8th-ranked heavenly immortal, even if it is Luo Changkong's existence at the pinnacle of the 9th-ranked heavenly immortal, it may not be impossible to kill it. Luo Li originally wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Luo Qinger. Uncle Li, needless to say, just follow the instructions of Uncle Wuji. Uncle Wuji came back, it is impossible to hide from them. If we want to see our father now, there is bound to be a battle. Luo Li opened his mouth and said nothing in the end. Now that Luo Qinger and Luo Wuji had already made a decision, nothing he said made any sense. Luo Wuji is very talented. Since he dared to do this, he should also have some certainty to deal with Luo Changkong. They still have Jiang Chen to help this time, it's not that there is no chance of winning. Let's go to the place where Big Brother retreats. After Luo Wuji finished speaking, he immediately took the lead and headed towards Luo Qianzhou's residence. The group of 4 came to the outside of Luo Qianzhou's mansion. A few months ago, after Luo Qianzhou explored a secret realm and returned from a serious injury, he planted a golden fairy enchantment in his residence, and declared himself in a retreat in the mansion to heal his injuries. Now that several months have passed, Luo Qianzhou's mansion has remained silent. During this period of time, the great elder Luo Changkong sent people to guard Luo Qianzhou's mansion, and no one was allowed to come close to the mansion. No one knows what exactly Luo Qianzhou's injuries are now, and just when a group of 4 people appeared within 1,000 meters of the mansion. Luo Kaiyang, who had been guarding outside the mansion, immediately led a team of guards to greet him and block Jiang Chen in front of the 4. Luo Wuji's expression became cold. Luo Kaiyang, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you are getting bolder, but you are getting bigger and bigger, so you dare to block my way. Elder Wuji, I'm sorry. Luo Kaiyang gritted his teeth and bit his scalp and said, the great elder has ordered that no one is allowed to approach the Lord's mansion within 1,000 meters, so as not to disturb the Lord's retreat. What kind of thing is he? Even if the eldest brother retreats, this Luoshui business league will not have his turn to call the shots. Luo Wuji stared at Luo Kaiyang coldly. I'm going to see my elder brother, let me go quickly. Luo Kaiyang shook his head and said, Elder Wuji, the great elder is also for the sake of the leader, so don't embarrass me. Luo Kaiyang, do you really think I dare not kill you? Since you have to find your own way, then I will make you perfect. Luo Wuji's voice fell violently, and the mighty heavenly immortal coercion swept out against Luo Kaiyang, instantly making Luo Kaiyang's face extremely pale. Just as Luo Wuji was about to prepare to do it, 2 heavenly celestial fluctuations suddenly rippled between heaven and earth. 2 figures also appeared out of thin air in front of Luo Wuji. The head of the old man whose breath was Not below Luo Wuji was Luo Changkong, the great elder of the Luoshui Business League. Next to Luo Changkong, there is a middle-aged man in the fairyland, who is surprisingly Luoan, the elder of the Luoshui Business League. In addition to Luo Qianzhou, the Golden Fairy, the Luoshui Business League also has 6 elders from the Celestial Wonderland. 2 of them are away all year round and are responsible for some external affairs of the Luoshui Business League. The remaining 4 people have all gathered here today. Luo Wuji, what wind blew your prodigal back to the Luoshui Merchant League? Luo Changkong looked at Luo Wuji lightly and said, when you returned to the Luoshui Business League, you made such a big noise, it seems a bit unwell. Luo Changkong, stop talking nonsense. Luo Wuji said impatiently, I must go in and see my elder brother today. Are you sure you want to stop me? Luo Changkong expressionlessly said, the leader is in a critical period of retreat and healing. You are rushing to bother now. This is not a wise decision. Old thing, if you want to peek into my elder brother's position as the leader, just tell me, he was going to be a watch here and set up an archway. Luo Wuji said with a stern murderous intent, I must see my elder brother today, whoever dares to stop me, I will kill anyone. Luo Changkong's eyes were cold, if you want to kill me, then you have to see if you have that ability. Luo Wuji wanted to kill him, so he didn't want to kill Luo Wuji. Although this guy doesn't like to be in charge, he is talented and loyal to Luo Qianzhou. Today, he not only wants to prevent Luo Wuji and others from healing Luo Qianzhou's injuries, but also has the desire to kill Luo Wuji. When Luo Wuji died, he was equivalent to breaking Luo Qianzhou's arm. He then told Luo Qianzhou the news of Luo Wuji's death. Luo Qianzhou's relationship with Luo Wuji would definitely attack the heart with blood and blood. How can he not do such a thing with 2 birds with 1 stone? Luo Changkong, today, Luo Wuji, I will give you a lesson, what is your 9th rank immortal's ability? Luo Wuji said, using the palm of the sword to split the world with a single stab, and slashed out towards Luo Changkong. True celestial and heavenly celestial, although the condensed in the body are the immortal yuan, but the immortal yuan also has the distinction of grade. The immortal element of the true immortal is called the power of the true immortal, and the immortal element of the celestial immortal is called the power of the celestial immortal. Luo Wuji slashed with the power of the 8th stage celestial immortal, and the power was extremely terrifying. Chapter 2680, War broke out. When Luo Changkong saw this, his feet shook suddenly, and his figure burst into action, and a sapphire-long sword appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The sword light is like snow, and the fairy light is dazzling. A dazzling white sword aura instantly turned into a white dragon and greeted Luo Wuji's stab. Luo Wuji's blade was like breaking a bamboo, directly tore through the world, cutting Luo Changkong's white dragon sword art into nothingness. And at the moment when the white dragon sword art was cut off, a faint sword light shot out in vain from behind Luo Wuji. Luo Wuji, as if he had expected it, cut out with a backhand. The 2 celestial beings kept colliding in midair, and they had already fought more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. The void with a radius of thousands of meters was trembling violently, and the violent wind and immortal yuan swept through, making it difficult to open your eyes. Only a loud bang was heard, and the figures of the 2 of them stepped back into the void for more than 10 steps at the same time. Luo Wuji, you deserve to be a peerless genius of the Luoshui Business League, you are really amazing, and you have already broken through the 8th rank of heavenly immortals. Luo Changkong stabilized his figure and looked at Luo Wuji, who was a few steps away from him, with a solemn expression in his eyes. Luo Wuji has extraordinary talents, and the 7th rank celestial immortal possesses combat power comparable to the 9th rank celestial immortal. Now that he has broken through to the 8th rank of heavenly immortals, his strength will not be inferior to that of the peak of the 9th rank of heavenly immortals. In the previous confrontation, he was even suppressed by Luo Wuji. Luo Changkong, the position of my eldest brother is not something you can get in your hands. You don't do it well, but you have to find your own way of death. In that case, I will fulfill you today. Luo Wuji's indifferent voice fell, and it was the combination of the human and the sword, which turned into a sky-shaking sword light, and shot away at Luo Changkong. Luo Changkong's pupils shrank, and the power of the 9th rank celestial immortal also burst out without reservation, and once again fought Luo Wuji. Elder Luoan, that Luo Wuji has already broken through the 8th rank celestial immortal. The great elder may not be his opponent. What should we do now? Luo Kaiyang looked at the battle in midair, his expression also looked very solemn. This is the end of the matter, let's fight. Luo An's eyes flickered slightly. I'll hold Luo Li, you will lead someone to take Luo Qinger. As long as you can catch him, you can make Luo Wuji throw a rat. Since they chose to follow Luo Chengkong's shot, they had no room for maneuver. In any case, today they must also prevent Luo Wuji and others from doing so, otherwise once Luo Wuji and others are allowed to see Luo Qianzhou and help him heal his injuries, the Luoshui Business League and even the entire Tianshuixian city will probably not have their place in them. The ground. Luo Kaiyang took a deep breath and couldn't help looking at Luo Qinger. Don't worry, elder, I know what to do. Luo Qinger, as the daughter of Luo Qianzhou, the leader of the Luoshui Business League, not only has a good talent, but also has been trained by the Luoshui Business League. However, in her early 20s, she already has the cultivation base of the 4th stage True Immortal. With the strength of his 9th rank True Immortal, plus more than a dozen True Immortals behind him, wouldn't it be easy to capture Luo Qinger? As for Jiang Chen next to Luo Qinger, he was directly ignored by Luo Kaiyang. Don't keep your hands, capture Luo Qinger as quickly as possible, in case the delay will change. After Luo An finished speaking, the aura of a Tier 1 Heavenly Immortal also burst out, and then rushed towards Luo Li. Luo Li's eyes were cold, and he immediately forced Luo An back with a palm, and snorted with a disdainful face. Luo An, based on your initial cultivation base of this rank of Celestial Immortal, do you want to do it with me? Although I am not your opponent, it is more than enough to hold you down for a moment. Seeing Luo Kaiyang and others who had led the team to capture Luo Qinger, Luo An couldn't help but smile. Luo Li is a veteran Heavenly Immortal powerhouse in the Luoshui Business League. He has reached the pinnacle of a Tier 1 Heavenly Immortal, and he has only broken through the Heavenly Immortal realm for decades, so naturally he will not be Luo Li's opponent. He only needs to hold Luo Li and create an opportunity for Luo Kaiyang to capture Luo Qinger. With the strength of Luo Kaiyang's 9th stage True Immortal, it was almost an instant matter to win Luo Qinger. Although he is not Luo Li's opponent, but Luo Li wants to defeat him, that can't be done in a moment. It turns out you had this idea. Luo Li raised his head and looked at Luo An, a joking smile appeared in his eyes. Do you think that if you hold me down, Luo Kaiyang will be able to capture Miss Qinger? The reason why Luo Li didn't stop Luo Qinger from coming directly to deliver medicine for the leader, besides Luo Wuji's return, there was another big backing, and that was Jiang Chen beside Luo Qinger. This guy's cultivation base is still at the level of the 3rd rank True Immortal, and he can kill the 6th rank True Immortal with a single sword, and his strength is not inferior to that of the 7th rank True Immortal. Now he has broken through the 4th rank True Immortal, and his combat power is completely on par with the 8th rank True Immortal and even the 9th rank True Immortal. Even Luo Kaiyang, the 9th rank True Immortal, might not be able to get a bargain in Jiang Chen's hands. Seeing Luo Li's unconcerned appearance, Luo An couldn't help but startled slightly. He looked at Luo Qinger and Jiang Chen beside him, and couldn't help but snorted in his heart. This old guy is just bluffing. He wanted to see if Luo Li could be so calm when Luo Kaiyang captured Luo Qinger later. Seeing that Luo An didn't do anything, Luo Li didn't take the initiative to attack either. He directly looked at Jiang Chen below, clasped his fist politely and said, Master Jiang Chen, please help me to send medicine to the leader. When Jiang Chen heard this, his brows couldn't help but frown. It's natural to let me help, but there is a golden immortal barrier here, and I don't have the ability to get into it. Luo Li smiled and said, Don't worry, young Master Jiang Chen, only the young lady can enter the golden immortal barrier arranged by the leader. You only need to send the young lady into the mansion safe and sound. In that case, there is no problem. Jiang Chen looked at Luo Kaiyang, who had brought people to kill, but his expression was very plain. Although the 9th rank True Immortal was 5 ranks higher than him, with Jiang Chen's current ability, it might not be impossible to kill him. Luo Li's reliance, is it really that this kid failed? After listening to Luo Li's conversation with Jiang Chen, Luo An's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The people around the leader's mansion have been distracted by Luo Chengkong, and now apart from them, no one else knows what happened here. There is absolutely no way for Luo Qinger to have any help besides the black-clothed young man. Luo An really couldn't understand why Luo Li had absolute confidence in this young man in black. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that the black-clothed youth is no more than the cultivation base of the 4th stage True Immortal. This level of cultivation, Even if he has extraordinary talents and can fight more extremely, it is impossible to stop Luo Kaiyang, the 9th rank true immortal, right? Chapter 2681, 9-stage real immortal, but that's all. Boy, who are you? Why are you interfering with my Luoshui business league? Luo Kaiyang led a group of subordinates and quickly surrounded Jiang Chen and the other two in the center, sternly shouting at Jiang Chen with cold eyes. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Luo Kaiyang, and said faintly, "You only need to know that I am here today, you can't touch a hair of Luo Qinger. Boy, your strength is not very good, your tone is not small." Luo Kaiyang sneered with disdain, "I want to see, how can you protect Luo Qinger with the strength of your mere 4th grade real immortal?" Before Luo Kaiyang's words fell, a golden long sword whizzed out in his hand, and the dazzling sword light like the sun directly pierced through the Chenjiang void and instantly appeared on top of Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and he was not shocked by Luo Kaiyang's sword. The emperor's sword in his hand flashed, but he raised his hand and lightly pointed the sword light on the golden sword light. The golden sword light dissipated in an instant, a violent storm raged, and air waves blasted into the sky. How is this possible? Luo Kaiyang's eyes trembled slightly, and there was also a touch of shock that could not be concealed in his gaze towards Jiang Chen. He is a dignified 9th rank true immortal. Even if it is a random blow, even an ordinary 8th rank true immortal may not be able to easily take it. But in front of him, the black-clothed young man whose cultivation base was only at the 4th stage true immortal, even underestimated his previous blow to dissolve him. This guy, is he really just a 4th grade true immortal? How could a 4th rank true immortal have such a terrifying combat power? Luo En, who was confronting Luo Li, couldn't help but shrank suddenly, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He was almost certain that the black-clothed young man beside Luo Qinger only had the cultivation level of the 4th stage true immortal. A 4th rank true immortal, but has a combat power that is not inferior to that of the 9th rank true immortal. Although Luo En has not seen such a character in person, it is not unheard of. Among the several big Luo forces in Kenyan Prefecture, it seems that there are peerless geniuses who can compete with the 4th rank true immortal. Could it be that this black-clothed young man is a super genius from a certain Luo force? Thinking of this, Luo An's expression instantly became extremely heavy. If this son is really a supreme genius from the Da Luo forces, then they might be in trouble. You really have some abilities, no wonder you dare to speak wild words in front of me. Luo Kaiyang slowly suppressed the horror in his heart, and his eyes on Jiang Chen became a lot more solemn in an instant. Since this son can easily block his blow, it is enough to prove that he has a powerful strength that is not inferior to the 9th rank true immortal, so Luo Kaiyang can't take it carelessly. Jiang Chen looked at Luo Kaiyang lightly, "If you don't want to die, just get out of me right away." Luo Kaiyang's expression was vaguely hideous. "Dead? Today I want to see, who are you or me dead?" Luo Kaiyang let out a sharp roar, and the majestic Xian Yuan instantly condensed into a brilliant sword energy. The sword chi condensed and transformed into a 3-legged golden crow, coming to Jiang Chen vividly. Jiang Chen shook his head, his eyes were indifferent and merciless. He stepped out slowly, and a sword shadow of chaos appeared in the sky behind him instantly. Divine Body Vision Hunyuan Sword. Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, and the chaos sword shadow behind him was cut out suddenly. I saw the 3-legged golden crow with the golden glow, under the shadow of the chaos sword. It was directly smashed and decayed, continuously breaking apart in midair. In just the blink of an eye, the 3-legged golden crow of Beizong was completely transformed into nothingness under the shadow of the chaos sword. Luo Kaiyang was even affected by the residual power of chaos sword shadow, and his face instantly turned red. He thumped back more than 10 steps, forcibly suppressing the churning aura in his body. His eyes looking at Jiang Chen were full of incredible expressions. Although this son only has the cultivation base of the 4th rank true immortal, the level of the immortal essence in his body is more than that of his 9th rank true immortal. Even if it was his full blow, it was suppressed by the opponent. 9th rank true immortal, it seems that it is nothing more than that. I have already given you a chance. Since you have to die, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the emperor's sword in his hand also blended with the chaos sword shadow behind him. Sword and elephant are one, cut. The chaos sword shadow merged with the human sword, instantly turning into a more terrifying sword light, and slashed towards Luo Kaiyang. Luo Kaiyang's pupils shrank abruptly. At this moment, it was like a big enemy. He fully urged the power of the true immortal in his body, and once again condensed a larger three-legged golden crow to face the heart-palpitating sword. The sword light collided with the three-legged golden crow again, instantly causing the three-legged golden crow to collapse, turning into a little bit of golden light. Luo Kaiyang spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow. His expression looked extremely wilting. This son is invincible, run away. Luo Kaiyang was panicked in his heart, turning around and fleeing in a panic. Today's action, they have been regarded as a complete failure. Luo Wuji broke through the 8th-ranked celestial immortal and suppressed Luo Chengkong, the 9th-ranked celestial immortal. Not only Luo En, who just broke through the gods, is also unlikely to be Luo Li's opponent, the veteran gods. And he was not even the opponent of the black-clothed youth in front of him. They couldn't stop Luo Qinger from sending the healing medicine for Luo Qianzhou. If it continues, even if it does not fall into the hands of this black-clothed youth, once Luo Qianzhou's injury recovers, the Luoshui Business League will probably no longer have a place for them. I just gave you a chance. If you didn't go, can you go now? Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent. A phantom azure emperor came across the endless time and space, and then cut straight down against Luo Kaiyang, who was fleeing in panic. Luo Kaiyang, who was fleeing in panic, instantly changed from extremely fast to still, and then his whole body exploded in midair with a hit to the ground, leaving only a golden fairy crystal flying out. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to grab the Xian Jing volley, and directly imprisoned Luo Kaiyang's Xian Jing in the air. The energy contained in a 9th-rank true immortal crystal is very terrifying. If it can be absorbed, I am afraid that at least his cultivation will be improved to the 1st rank, and Jiang Chen will naturally not waste it. Big, your lord is forgiving. Among the immortal crystals, Luo Kaiyang's immortal consciousness could not help but quickly beg Jiang Chen for mercy with a look of horror. Although the real immortal has immortal crystals in his body, the immortal consciousness in the immortal crystals is very fragile. Unless there are some true immortals with special methods, even if it is a 9-rank true immortal like Luo Kaiyang, the fairy crystal is no different from a newborn baby. Jiang Chen was expressionless. He didn't bother to pay attention to Luo Kaiyang's begging for mercy, and directly erased his fairy knowledge, and then put the fairy crystal into his bag. Chapter 2682, Luo Chengkong's Choice. 9th-rank true immortal Luo Kaiyang, so he died. All were staring at this scene with a dull face. It was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Even Luo Qinger and Luo Li, who knew Jiang Chen was extraordinary, didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. What a shocking genius. I don't know how Qinger got to know these proud sons of heaven. Luo Wuji, who was fighting Luo Chengkong, also had a panoramic view of the situation below. There was also a shock that could not be concealed in his eyes. The 4th-rank true immortal can reverse the 9th-rank true immortal, and this kind of talent is really terrifying. He was considered one of the few geniuses in Kenyan State at the beginning, but he could only fight across 2 or 3 ranks in the true fairyland. And the black-clothed young man in front of him has surpassed 5 ranks. Luo Wuji traveled to the northern cold immortal territory, and he had also seen many geniuses from the Luo forces. But the geniuses of these big Luo forces can exist with the 4th-rank true celestial being and the 9th-rank true celestial being, that is also one of the few. In the entire Azure Cloud State, there are no more than 3 geniuses who can possess such abilities. And the geniuses of these big Luo forces have to rely on some treasure cards to compete with the 4th-rank true immortals. They want to kill a 9th-rank true immortal like Jiang Chen. That is simply impossible. The talent of this black-clothed youth was even more terrifying than the top genius of the Da Luo forces. Luo Wuji had only felt this kind of talent from the worldless genius of Beihan Immortal Palace. Damn it, where did Luo Qinger find such an enchanting genius? Opposite Luo Wuji, Luo Chengkong's expression was extremely gloomy. Luo Wuji's breakthrough into the 8th-ranked Tianxian was already beyond his expectations. He can only pin his hopes on Luo Kaiyang, hoping that Luo Kaiyang can take Luo Qinger as soon as possible and force Luo Wuji to submit. But I didn't expect that beside Luo Qinger, there was a peerless evildoer who could use the cultivation base of the 4th-stage true immortal to kill the 9th-stage true immortal. Today he wants to prevent Luo Qinger and others from delivering medicine to Luo Qianzhou, which is almost impossible. Luo Wuji, you wait for me, I will never finish this matter with you. Luo Chengkong glanced at Luo Wuji with a green expression, and immediately turned around and flashed away from the Luoshui Business League. Seeing this, Luo and on the side dared to stay the slightest bit, and hurriedly followed. Luo Wuji looked at the two of Luo Chengkong who were leaving, but did not stop them. After all, Na Luo Chengkong was a 9th-rank peak celestial immortal. Even if Luo Wuji had extraordinary combat power, he would have to pay a great price if he wanted to kill him. In Luo Wuji's heart, the most important thing now is the injury of his elder brother Luo Qianzhou. As long as the eldest brother's injury can be recovered, wouldn't it be easy to clean up the old guy Luo Chengkong? Ms. Chinger, we were confused for a while, so that we would listen to Luo Kaiyang's slander. We also hope that Miss Chinger will spare us our lives in large numbers. Seeing that Luo Kaiyang was killed by Jiang Chen, Luo Chengkong and the other two also fled in panic. The faces of the remaining true immortals turned pale in an instant, and they quickly knelt in front of Luo Chinger and begged for mercy. Before Luo Chinger could speak, Luo Wuji's figure landed directly beside Luo Chinger. Chinger, the golden immortal barrier under the cloth, only you can open it. Quickly send the healing medicine in. Bar. Luo Chinger nodded and couldn't help but walked in quickly towards Luo Qianzhou's mansion. After seeing Luo Chinger passing through the golden immortal barrier and entering Luo Qianzhou's mansion, Luo Wuji's indifferent gaze fell on the group of true immortals who were kneeling and begging for mercy. You know, what Luo Wuji hates most is those who betray the Luoshui Merchant League. From the moment you and Luo Chengkong betray the Luoshui Merchant League, your only end is death. As the last death word fell, Luo Wuji's palm was surging with the power of the heavenly immortals, instantly drowning the figures of more than a dozen true immortals. At this moment, Jiang Chen quickly shouted, "Senior, wait a minute." Luo Wuji paused with his palm, looked up at Jiang Chen, frowned slightly and said, "Why, you want to intercede for these guys?" Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled faintly. "I just hope that seniors will leave their fairy crystals to me." Xianxia, this is a shortcut for Jiang Chen to quickly improve his strength. Although the ranks of these more than 10 true immortals are not high, the small mosquitoes are meat. More than a dozen immortal crystals, at least it can be worth his months of painstaking cultivation. Luo Wuji was taken aback for a moment. The power of the heavenly immortals in his palm was surging, and instantly annihilated the bodies of more than a dozen true immortals into nothingness, leaving only more than a dozen immortal crystals of different colors floating in the air. Luo Wuji easily obliterated the fairy knowledge in the fairy crystal, and sent more than 10 fairy crystals to Jiang Chen. Today they were able to defeat Luo Chengkong and the others smoothly, and Jiang Chen was a great help. Luo Wuji naturally didn't care about more than a dozen low-grade real immortal crystals, but was just a favor. Jiang Chen received the fairy crystal and couldn't help but thank Luo Wuji. "Thank you, senior, there is nothing wrong with me, then I will go back to practice." A 9th-rank true immortal crystal, plus these more than a dozen true immortal crystals of 1st to 3rd stage. Once it is completely absorbed, let him break through the 1st grade cultivation base and reach the 5th grade true immortal, there shouldn't be much problem. Outside the Luoshui Business League, Luo Chengkong and Luo En stood proudly in the air. They looked deep into the Luoshui Business League with extremely gloomy expressions. "Great Elder, Luo Wuji and the others will definitely help Luo Qianzhou to heal his injuries. Once Luo Qianzhou recovers from his injuries, they will definitely not let us go easily. What should we do now?" Luo En took a deep breath and said slowly. Luo Chengkong was silent for a moment, and a crazy look appeared in his eyes. "What else? We must get rid of Luo Qianzhou's injury before he recovers. Let's go to the Lu family now and find someone from the Lu family to cooperate." Luo En was shocked. The Grand Elder wants to ask the Lu family for help. The Lu family has been watching the Luoshui Merchant League for a long time. If we cooperate with the Lu family, it would be tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger. Luo Chengkong looked fiercely and said, "This is our only choice. You should know what will happen to us once Luo Qianzhou recovers." Luo An's complexion changed slightly, and he didn't say much now. If they want to survive, they must act first. Working with the Lu family to solve Luo Qianzhou and others, they still have a chance to survive. Once Luo Qianzhou is allowed to recover and act on them, they will die without a place to bury them. Chapter 2683, Identity Exposed, Lu He's Horror, the Lu family of Tianshui Shanchang. This is one of the 3 prestigious golden celestial forces in Tianshui Fairy City, ranking first among the 3 golden celestial forces, and there are 3 golden celestial beings in charge. Compared with the Ning family and the Luoshui Business League, both of which are the golden immortal forces, they are more powerful than ever. As the first family of Tianshuixian City, the Lu family is stationed in the east of Tianshuixian City, occupying a large area of prosperous land. After Luo Changkong and the two left the Luoshui Merchant League, they went straight to the Lu family. This is the important land of the Lu family, and it's forbidden to approach it. At this moment, a Tier 1 heavenly immortal flew out of the Lu family with more than a dozen figures, and shouted at the Luo Changkong two who had appeared outside the Lu family. First rank Tianxian, such golden immortal forces in Luoshui Business League can be described as elders, but the Lu family sent them to guard the gate. This shows how powerful the Lu family is. Upon seeing this, Luo Changkong hurriedly hugged the first-class Tianxian and said, "In the Luo Changkong of the Shangmeng League in Luoshui, I specially came to visit the Lu family, and I hope your excellency can pass on it for me." Luo Changkong, it turned out to be you. The first-ranked celestial immortal also recognized Luo Changkong at this moment, and a surprised expression flashed across his eyes. Luo Changkong, the great elder of the Luoshui Business League, the rare 9th-ranked Tianxian in Tianshui Fairy City, is the strongest after a few golden immortals, and he is naturally no stranger. The Lu family is very powerful in Tianshuixian City. The Luoshui Business League has always been closer to the Ning family and united against their Lu family. Why did Luo Changkong suddenly come to visit their Lu family? What is the conspiracy in this? The Lu family's first-grade Tianjin's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately raised his head to look at Luo Changkong and said, "I'm sorry, because of some reasons, the Lu family doesn't accept foreign visitors recently. Come back later." Luo Changkong's expression changed slightly. "Luo has an urgent matter to discuss with your Lu family, and I hope you can ease it up." He came to the Lu family in such a hurry, hoping to persuade the Lu family to take action on the Luoshui Business League as soon as possible. Once Luo Qianzhou's injury recovers, the day lily will be cold. I said one last time, the Lu family does not accept foreign visitors now. The Lu family first-ranked Tianxian said with an impatient look, "If you are not leaving, then you can blame me for being rude to you by the Lu family." Luo Changkong's expression suddenly became hard to see the extreme. The Lu family is powerful. Even if Luo Changkong is a 9th-ranked celestial immortal, he would not dare to break into the Lu family. Now he can only leave first, and then think of a way to contact the seniors of the Lu family. "Elder, the situation of the Lu family seems a bit weird." Luo An looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but whispered in Luo Changkong's ear. Although the relationship between the Luoshui Business League and the Lu family is not very friendly, Luo Changkong is also the great elder of the Luoshui Business League, a rare 9-rank heavenly wonderland powerhouse in Tianshui Shancheng. No matter what, the Lu family has no reason to turn Luo Changkong away. "Let's go, let's find out what happened to the Lu family first." Luo Changkong's eyes flickered slightly, and he turned to leave. At this moment, a figure floated over and landed directly outside the Lu family's door. If Jiang Chen appeared here at this moment, he would be able to recognize it almost at a glance. This person was Lu He, who had guarded and guided Sendai back then. The last time he was taking in Sendai, Lu He took in 6 ascenders from the lower realm of the universe, and as a result, a fellow named Jiang Chen didn't know what was good or bad, so he sent Lu Feng to chase after him. What Lu He did not expect was that Lu Feng of the 3rd stage True Wonderland had no news, and it was very likely that he would fall into Jiang Chen's hands. This incident naturally made Lu He annoyed. Recently, he had asked Sendai to guard and led Sendai instead of himself, and he had been tracking Jiang Chen's whereabouts. For so many days, Lu He had not received any news about Jiang Chen. Lu He was unwilling in his heart, so he decided to return to the Lu family and use some of the Lu family's power to find Jiang Chen's trace. "Elder Luo, what wind is blowing you to my Lu family?" As Lu He was thinking about his own affairs, he suddenly saw Luo Changkong and 2 people appearing at the door of Lu's house, and he was taken aback. He had privately had some deals with Luo Changkong, and he was naturally no stranger to the great elder of the Luoshui Business League. Luo Changkong hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fists and said, "Master Lu, Luo has come to discuss with your Lu family about something, and I hope Master Lu can pass it on for me." Although this Lu He is only a 7th-rank true immortal, his identity in the Lu family is extremely extraordinary. Because Lu He's eldest brother Lu Ming is one of the 3 golden immortals of the Lu family. As long as he can get Lu He's help, he will definitely be able to achieve the purpose of his trip. Lu He pondered slightly and said, my Lu family has some important things to deal with recently. If there is no time to take care of ordinary things, Elder Luo should tell me what is going on first. Luo Chengkong didn't conceal anything, and hurriedly told Lu He what he had come for. The elder wants to cooperate with our Lu family to deal with Luo Qianzhou of the Luoshui Business League. A sharp light flashed in Lu He's eyes. For the fat piece of Luoshui Business League, the Lu family has always salivated. The Luoshui Business League and the Ning family have always been an offensive and defensive alliance, and even the Lu family has to be afraid of 3 points when they join forces, so there has never been a chance to attack the Luoshui Business League. Now that Luo Chengkong took the initiative to come to the door, it was undoubtedly an excellent breakthrough. If you first join forces with Luo Chengkong to solve Luo Qianzhou, and then gradually cannibalize the strength of the Luoshui Business League, the Lu family's strength will surely increase. And the Ning family, who lost the ally of the Luoshui Business League, was even less likely to be an opponent of the Lu family. Their Lu family can become the only overlord of Tianshui Shanchang. Luo Chengkong nodded and said, Luo is here to cooperate with your Lu family very sincerely. Lu He did not rush to reply, but looked up at Luo Chengkong and said, Elder Luo must have planned for a long time in order to control the Luoshui Business League. Since Luo Qianzhou is injured, there should be no one in the Luoshui Business League to get you. Why do you need to come to the Lu family for help? There are too many loopholes in Luo Chengkong's words, and Lu He will naturally not completely believe it. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. If Luo Chengkong's trip was a bureau set up by the Luoshui Business League and the Ning family, their Lu family might have paid a heavy price if they acted rashly. Because Luo Wuji has returned to the Luoshui Merchant League, and has already broken through the 8th rank Heavenly Immortal, his strength is not below me. Luo Chengkong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, moreover, Luo Qinger found a mysterious genius named Jiang Chen from nowhere. With the cultivation of the 4th stage True Immortal, he can kill the 9th stage True Immortal. Sin caught me by surprise. Lu He heard this very familiar name, and a look of horror flashed across his eyes. Elder Luo, what are you talking about? There is a genius named Jiang Chen next to Luo Qinger. Chapter 2684. Lu Jia Jingxian, Lu Ming. Lu He's reaction also caused Luo Chengkong to be stunned for a moment. He nodded and looked at Lu He with a puzzled look. Yes, it is indeed a black-clothed young man named Jiang Chen. Did Master Lu He know that guy named Jiang Chen? I am indeed looking for someone named Jiang Chen, but I don't know if it is the Jiang Chen in your mouth. Lu He slowly said, will Elder Luo let me see Jiang Chen's face? Luo Chengkong immediately waved his palm, and a celestial power instantly turned into a black phantom, appearing in front of Lu He. This black phantom, who else could it be if it wasn't Jiang Chen? It's really that kid. Lu He stared at the phantom that made him extremely familiar, and there was an incredible shock in his heart. The Jiang Chen in Luo Chengkong's mouth and the Jiang Chen he was looking for were really the same person. This guy has only soared from the lower realm to the immortal realm, and it hasn't been less than a month at all. How could he have changed from a fake True Immortal to a 4th rank True Immortal, and he has the terrifying power to kill the 9th rank True Immortal? If all of this is true, then Jiang Chen's talent would be too terrifying. Lu Ming finally understood why Lu Feng, who was sent by him to hunt down Jiang Chen, had no news. 4th rank True Immortals can kill 9th rank True Immortals. Such enchanting characters, even in the realm of false True Immortals, cannot be dealt with by the 3rd rank True Immortals in Lufeng District. This child must be removed as soon as possible. Thinking of Jiang Chen's terrifying growth rate, a cold killing intent flashed across Lu He's eyes. In less than a month, he had grown from a false True Immortal to a 4th rank True Immortal, and he was not even an ordinary 9th rank True Immortal. Such an enchanting talent, compared to the top geniuses of the big Luo forces in Kangyan Prefecture, is even worse. His behavior at the time had already been violent with Jiang Chen. Once this guy grows up, it will bring unimaginable disasters to their Lu family. Thinking of this, Lu He couldn't help but looked up at Luo Chengkong and said, Elder Luo, I will report this matter to Big Brother. You should leave first and wait for my news. The Luoshui Business League is one of the 3 great golden celestial forces in Tianshuixian City. Even if Luo Qianzhou was injured, the camels who died were bigger than horses. As an ally of the Luoshui Business League, the Ning family couldn't just ignore it. Even if their Lu family makes a move, they have to think about it long term. Then everything will be young Master Lao Lu. Luo Chengkong hugged Lu He and said, I also hope that your Lu family can make a decision as soon as possible, otherwise it will be more difficult to deal with Luo Qianzhou's injury. After Luo Chengkong finished speaking, Zan even turned and left. He vaguely felt that the Lu family seemed to have more important things, so he was not very keen on cooperating with him to deal with the Luoshui Business League. If he, the great elder of the Luoshui Business League, took the initiative to contact the Lu family before the change, the Lu family would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Just in case, he must make some preparations to leave a way for himself. Looking at the disappearance of Luo Chengkong and the other two, Lu He's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately turned and strode towards Lu's house. Lu He came to a huge courtyard in the depths of Lu's family. This courtyard is the residence of Lu Ming, Lu He's brother and one of the three great golden immortals of the Lu family. Big brother, are you there? Lu He walked into the courtyard and called out directly. As Lu He's voice fell, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Lu He appeared directly in front of him out of thin air. The man is dressed in white, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, white hair like snow, and a mysterious mark shining on the center of his eyebrows. This person is no one else, but Lu Ming, one of the three golden immortals of the Lu family. Aren't you guarding and guiding Sendai? Why are you free to come to me? Lu Ming looked at Lu He in front of him, frowning involuntarily. Big brother, not long ago, I took in a group of ascenders from the lower universe, and some accidents happened. In front of his elder brother, Lu He didn't dare to conceal the slightest bit, and quickly told Lu Ming what had happened. I heard that there was a genius in the nether universe, who had gone from a false true immortal to a 4th rank true immortal in less than a month, and had the terrifying power to suppress the 9th rank true immortal. Lu Ming, a golden immortal, had all his eyes. There was a shock that could not be concealed. Brother, Jiang Chen's talent is too enchanting, I can't help but get rid of it. Lu He's eyes flickered. Now the elder of the Luoshui Business League is coming to us for cooperation. We can take this opportunity to enter the Luoshui Business League and get rid of that kid by the way. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Lu Ming shook his head and said, now the patriarch and the others have not yet returned, and I have only one golden immortal in the Lu family. Don't act rashly for the time being. Not to mention whether Luo Chengkong really came to the Lu family for cooperation, even if it was true, Lu Ming would not act rashly. They didn't know exactly what Luo Qianzhou's injury was. Even if Luo Qianzhou was seriously injured and dying, and their Lu family attacked the Luoshui Business League, the Ning family would not stand by. If you rush to make a move, I am afraid that not only will it not be able to deal with the Luoshui Merchant League, it will bring some unnecessary troubles to the Lu family. Hearing this, Lu He couldn't help but said anxiously, Big brother, now Luo Qianzhou is injured, and Luo Chengkong is willing to cooperate with us. This is an excellent opportunity. There is no opportunity, no time will come. Don't underestimate the Luoshui Business League. If the Luoshui Business League is so easy to destroy, it won't exist until now. Lu Ming glanced at Lu He lightly. Okay, I have my own opinion on this matter. You should go to guard and lead Sendai honestly. Seeing that Lu Ming's intention had been resolved, although Lu He was unwilling, he could only retreat honestly. Lu Ming looked at Lu He's leaving back, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He quickly displayed a magic trick with both hands and sent an order to go out. Although he is cautious by nature and will not act rashly because of Lu He's one-sided words, it does not prevent him from understanding the specific situation of the Luoshui Business League. Lu Ming was indeed very interested in the genius of the lower universe in Lu He's mouth. This class of geniuses has a level of enchantment that is 3 points higher than that of the top geniuses of the great Luo forces. As long as there is no accident, the future achievements will reach a very terrifying level. At least one thing Lu He said was right. Such a genius, if it can't be used by their Lu family, you must get rid of it before it grows up. Lu Ming decided to send someone to the Luoshui Commercial League to test the situation of the Luoshui Commercial League. He wanted to see if the Luoshui Business League would choose his Lu family as an enemy for that Jiang Chen. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.